Chapter 1. What, you want to break up with me? I don't agree.
Jolie was delivering food on his shared bike when he suddenly received a call from his girlfriend Shin Shochi. He almost bumped his head into a telephone pole and stopped quickly.
Need your consent? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How can a delivery boy compare to Zhang Chang? Remember, I dumped you. It's not your turn to disagree. Go eat shit, you stinky loser. I dumped you. Stinky loser. These 8 short words struck Jolie's heart. Oh, woman.
Jolie felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing his heart, and there was a sharp pain. However, looking back at the takeaway box, Jolie had to cheer up, because life had to go on.
If you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on your head.
Jolie used to make fun of others on the internet, but he never thought it would really happen to him.
Although Jolie clenched his teeth, his body betrayed him. He was so dispirited that when he turned a corner, he unexpectedly crashed into a Porsche 918 coming straight towards him. Oh shit. It's over. The violent collision brought Jolie back to his senses.
This car is worth tens of millions, and a scratch on it could bankrupt him. What's more, there is a long scratch on the hood of the car.
Even if he sells his 2 kidneys, he can't afford the compensation. Lie on the ground first. After all, whoever is injured is right.
Jolie prayed silently, hoping that the other party was not a veteran and could see through his plan at a glance.
Ah, are you okay?
At this time, the owner of the Porsche 918 got out of the car. She turned out to be a pure, beautiful and charming lowly girl who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. Lu Xiaoxiao had just gotten his driver's license, and today was his first time driving. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing and hit someone. He was so scared that he ran down the street.
How did you drive? Can't you see anyone?
When Jolie saw that the girl opposite him was inexperienced in the world, he immediately had an idea: as long as he passed the buck quickly, it would not be his turn to take the blame. So he said in a fierce manner, "I'm sorry, I just got my driver's license."
Are you okay?
Lu Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she almost cried, and even the corners of her eyes were trembling slightly.
Just because you got your driver's license, you can do whatever you want and run wild on the road?
In fact, according to traffic rules, Jolie was completely responsible. But he couldn't afford to pay for the car, so he could only apologize to the little girl secretly in his heart.
Since you are so naive, I can only let you know that people's hearts are evil. No, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it.
Lu Xiaoxiao didn't know where to put her little hands, so she could only stand there, pinching the corner of her clothes again and again, and Jolie almost couldn't bear it.
Just say sorry and didn't mean it, and that's it? Jolie was in a dominant position and would not show mercy to the enemy.
He would not lie on the ground and extort money like others did, but he still had to have the necessary momentum, otherwise what if the little lowly came to her senses and refused to let him go?
How about I take you to the hospital? Check first to see if there is anything wrong with the person.
As expected, Lu Xiaoxiao was frightened by him. Her face turned red and she spoke shyly after a long time.
Forget it. I see you are a novice, so I won't make things difficult for you. Just give me this number.
Actually, Jolie had nothing to do. He had to rush to deliver a takeaway, so of course he would not go to the hospital. So he held up 2 fingers to indicate, after all, 200 yuan was already his daily income. As for the broken car, it can still be used after some repairs. The car is old and he has tinkered with it a lot, now he knows it is worthless.
20,000? I don't have any.
Lu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. 20,000 is not a small amount of money, but it is nothing to her.
But the point is, who would carry 20,000 yuan in their pocket all the time? Waiting for someone to rob them, or showing off their wealth? She is not that kind of person. Then tell me what to do.
Jolie didn't expect that he only wanted 200 yuan, but the other party suddenly increased the price by 100 times. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This was not something he deliberately extorted, the other party gave it voluntarily.
How about I give you this card?
Even though there's no money in it, it's universally used in every business under my family, with a maximum free limit of $200,000. Nowadays, everyone pays with mobile phones, and Lu Xiaoxiao doesn't have a lot of cash on her. She also never thought that Jolie actually meant 200 yuan after all, as shown on TV, it often costs hundreds of thousands. In her opinion, Jolie was very kind to ask for only 20,000 yuan, and she felt very sorry.
That's fine.
Jolie thought about it and realized that it was actually his fault. He would feel guilty for making things difficult for a young girl, so he agreed and decided to give it a try later to see if he could get a high-end mobile phone or watch for free. He couldn't let himself suffer a loss. But soon he rolled his eyes again. "But you crashed my car, and I'm on my way to deliver a takeaway. It's not too much to ask you to give me a ride." Porsche 918. That is a luxury car that many people dream of. It can be said that if nothing unexpected happened, Jolie would never have any contact with someone who drives such a car in his life. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, we must not let it go. "It's not too much, come up quickly." Lu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and opened the car door. She could still accept this request. So, for the first time in his 20-plus years of life, Jolie rode in a luxury car worth tens of millions to deliver food. On the way, Jolie chatted with Lu Xiaoxiao for a while and learned her name and her family's business the same as what was written on the gold card, Lu's Group. Soon, they arrived at the takeaway delivery location, the car sales center, and Jolie got out of the Porsche reluctantly. "Remember to call me if you have anything." While in the car, Lu Xiaoxiao had already told Jolie her cell phone number and told him to go to the hospital for a checkup if he felt unwell, and she would take full responsibility. "That's it." Jolie waved his hand indifferently. "Jolie, you're already riding in a Porsche 918? This scene was seen by Jiang Shuru, the receptionist at the car sales center, and her eyes whitened immediately. She was the most beautiful girl in Jolie's high school and knew Jolie too well. This guy usually spoke in a timid manner, just like a loser. After not seeing each other for a few years, the other party actually drove a Porsche 918, a multi-million luxury car, and the driver was a stunning lowly. This completely overturned her imagination. "Class beauty, long time no see." Jolie was also surprised when he saw Jiang Shuru. She was a famous beauty in school back then. After a few years in society, she became even more beautiful. You can see that she put on light makeup, which added a bit of refinement. Her every frown and smile lost her youthfulness and became more charming. "Did I see it right? That Porsche 918 is yours?" Jiang Shuru still asked in disbelief. Chapter 2. No. I'm just a poor loser. How can I afford such a luxury car? You're seeing things, ha ha ha. Jolie quickly waved his hands and laughed. He couldn't tell Jiang Shuru that he crashed a Porsche while driving and was afraid he couldn't afford the compensation, so he deliberately scared the girl and asked her to drive him here. However, this scene made Jiang Shuru even more convinced. "Who is Jolie? I used to be the loser in my class. I was so self-conscious that I couldn't even breathe when I spoke. But now..." He was able to handle things in front of me with ease and was able to talk and laugh. How could he be a loser? It was obvious that he was more confident than before. Where did his confidence come from? Jiang Shuru looked at the Porsche 918 and thought this was the answer. "Oh, brother Zhou, you are too good at disguising yourself. During the 3 years of high school, I never realized that you were such a hidden rich man." Jiang Shuru immediately winked at Jolie. Born into society, she has long lost her youthfulness and innocence, and knows what is the most important thing in this society: money. Although money is not omnipotent, it is absolutely impossible to live without it. In addition, I work at the car sales reception desk here, so I have developed a keen eye for people. She could see that Jolie was indeed different from before. "Hey, stop talking. I'm just a food delivery guy, how can I be a rich guy?" Jolie picked up his takeout box and waved it in front of Jiang Shuru. He really hoped that he was a rich man, but in fact he was not. If he really admitted it now, he would be embarrassed to death if he was slapped in the face one day. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoxiao's slightly cautious voice came. "If everything is alright, I'll leave now." After saying that, Lu Xiaoxiao blinked and looked at Jolie, waiting for his instructions. "Okay, you go first. I'll find you if I have anything else." Jolie waved his hand indifferently. However, Jiang Shuru became even more uneasy when she saw this. The girl driving the Porsche 918 in front of her was such a delicate beauty, even more beautiful than her, even more pure and elegant. She was truly a perfect girl who looked like a first love. Such a girl actually follows Jolie's lead and even has to seek Jolie's consent before leaving. What does this show? This shows that, first, she listens to Jolie very much. Second, they are most likely in an employment relationship. Third, how could Jolie, who can afford such a beautiful female driver, be a loser? No, absolutely not. There is only one reason, that is, Jolie is actually a rich man, but he pretends to be a loser and delivers takeout.
Jiang Shuru's mind suddenly became active.
She has been single for so long, and although many people have pursued her, she has never agreed to anyone and has always remained single. The reason for all this is not because she doesn't want to, but because she is still waiting. She is waiting for a Prince Charming who truly loves her and is also truly rich.
And now, Jolie seems to be a very good candidate.
When I was in high school, I heard from my best friend that this guy had a crush on me, but I just ignored it at the time. But now, if he is really a perfect lover, it would not be bad to give myself to him.
Brother Zhou, you still say you are a loser, but the driver betrayed you.
Jiang Shura gave him a reproachful look, her eyes seductive and charming, which aroused Jolie's endless reverie. Jolie was about to deny it when he suddenly heard a voice in his mind.
Ding dong. Activate the I am a super rich system.
As long as the host completes the system tasks, he will eventually become the supreme rich man.
Receive the task, the temptation of the class flower. Let the class beauty believe that you are a low-key local tyrant. Mission reward, 1 Bentley.
Oh shit, this is impossible, sir.
The legendary golden finger, the invincible system, can actually fall into my hands?
Jolie was stunned for a moment. Over the years, he has read a lot of novels and seen countless systems. Unexpectedly, as time goes by, people are walking on the road, and the system falls from the sky.
This good thing happened to me. But this system seems unreliable anyway. Getting yourself a Bentley out of thin air? It's so fake. But if I just give up and don't try it, I feel a bit sorry for myself. What does the saying go?
If you take a chance, a bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. If you gamble, a motorcycle will turn into a Land Rover.
What if this is true? Wouldn't we make a fortune? Then Jolie glanced at Jiang Shuru, feeling mixed emotions, and finally sighed. Ah, you finally found me.
I hit it so deeply, it turns out that man proposes, God disposes.
Jolie shook his head and pretended to be dejected. Ha, I knew you were extraordinary, Brother Zhou. I felt since high school that you're different from others. When Jiang Shuru got his affirmative answer, she immediately jumped up happily and laughed like a silver bell. Hey, keep a low profile.
Jolie pretended to look around and made a gesture to keep quiet.
I understand. This is a little secret between the two of us. I won't tell anyone. Jiang Shuru gave him a look. She is not stupid.
If it was spread everywhere that Jolie was actually a rich man, it would not attract other people's attention. Then when more people pursued him, my chances would be reduced. However, Brother Zhou, although I work in a car sales center, those luxury cars worth tens of millions are all handled by special car models. I haven't touched one myself.
Can you ask her to drive the car back so I can see it? Jiang Shuru's next words revealed what she was thinking. She was still worried.
She had to test it again to confirm that the car was indeed Jolie's before implementing her next plan. After all, if Jolie was not a rich man, she would not only express her feelings wrongly, but also be taken advantage of.
Wouldn't that be a big loss? No problem.
Jolie's heart moved, and he knew that this was the difficulty of the task. But for him, it was just a matter of a phone call, so he immediately called Lu Xiaoxiao.
In less than 3 minutes, the luxurious Porsche 918 appeared in the sight of the two again. Wow, Brother Zhou, you are so awesome. Jiang Shuru believed it completely this time.
Porsche 918, this kind of luxury car worth tens of millions, Brother Zhou can get it whenever he wants. If he is not a rich man, then what is he?
It's amazing that you're already a rich man at such a young age. More importantly, you are so low-key.
You are much better than those people in the class who don't have much money but brag all the time.
I won't get on the bus.
I can't leave my post during working hours.
I'm sorry to bother you.
Jiang Shuru sighed sincerely and then apologized.
Ding dong. Mission completed, get Bentley exchange voucher 1.
Jolie also received a prompt from the system, and a coupon for exchanging for a Bentley appeared in his pocket.
Chapter 3. It's all right.
I thought I dropped my keys in your car, but I found them now. Jolie came to Lu Xiaoxiao, smiled gently, and made up an excuse to get away with it.
Lu Xiaoxiao was very naive and did not suspect anything, so she left the 4S store again. Jiang Shuru, who was standing by, was so fascinated by the scene. This is the real rich second generation.
With just a few words, the driver drove a multi-million luxury car over, but without saying anything, he made the other party drive the car obediently without any complaints.
This is what rich people should be like.
When Jiang Shuru returned to the front desk again, her expression was different when she looked at him. Her face was full of peach blossoms, her eyes were lingering, and the wind and sand were so strong that it made people feel unbearable.
Brother Joe, can I ask you a question?
Jiang Shuru's eyes rolled, and the urgency in her heart was already reflected on her face. Now that Zhou Li's identity as a rich man has been confirmed, there is only one last step left. I wonder if this guy has a girlfriend.
If not, would he mind having one? If so, would he mind changing one? You tell me, we are old classmates. Zhou Li smiled and said nonchalantly. Do you have a partner now?
Jiang Shuru bit her teeth lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then asked directly.
Who? There's a target on my chessboard. But as for me, I have been single since birth. After all, who would like a loser who delivers takeout?
Zhou Li shook his head and spoke seriously. If Jiang Shuru hadn't witnessed him getting out of the Porsche 918 and verified it, she would have almost believed it. However, the more Zhou Li said this, the more she believed it. Because truly rich people will never boast about how rich and awesome they are. For example, as that big guy said, I have no interest in money and I have never touched money. In Jiang Shuru's opinion, Zhou Li was obviously that kind of person.
No way, Brother Zhou. You are so outstanding, why are you still single?
Jiang Shuru pretended to be surprised, but she was actually very happy inside.
The last step also confirmed that Zhou Li had no partner.
So her chances were great. As long as she could stay with Zhou Li till the end, she would be able to successfully enter a wealthy family.
The car he drives is a Porsche 918 worth tens of millions, so the wealth in his family must be at least hundreds of millions, right? It's exciting just to think about it.
Hey, stop it, I'm serious. Zhou Li shook his head and smiled, he was indeed serious.
Jiang Shuru smiled and said nothing when she heard him say that.
However, she wanted to ask what Zhou Li's family did, but she immediately gave up the idea. After all, some people like to be asked this kind of question, while some people hate being asked this question.
Zhou Li is so low-key.
If I ask these sensitive questions as soon as I get here, he might be disgusted, and that would be a waste of time.
So she settled for the next best thing.
Brother Zhou, let's add each other on WeChat and exchange numbers. We are old classmates now, so it will be convenient for us to keep in touch in the future. Exchanging contact information is the normal communication procedure. As long as you have his number, you can make an appointment at any time, and through daily observation, you can easily know whether Zhou Li is a family business or a noble son of some family.
No problem. Zhou Li immediately added the WeChat account and told the other party his number. Brother Zhou, what notes did you give me?
Jiang Shuru suddenly smiled slyly and came over to look at Zhou Li's phone.
The note is also a very telling detail.
If the other party simply leaves a name in the note, then they are probably just an ordinary friend. If there is no note at all, then the same is true. But when she saw that Zhou Li noted her as the class beauty, she was immediately delighted.
This shows that I am still somewhat different in his heart.
However, when Tangu saw this scene, he immediately became furious.
He was also their high school classmate.
He had been coveting Jiang Shuru's beauty for a long time and had done his homework, sending her flowers and inviting her to dinner.
It seemed that a big move was about to happen today.
He could ask her to see a movie, confess his love to her, or even win her over. But now Zhou Li shows up. Seeing how affectionate they were, Tangu became furious.
Hey, Zhou Li, long time no see.
When you were in high school, you were like a country bumpkin all day long.
Now you've become successful and can buy a car? Although it was an inquiry, Tang Ji's response was full of sharp spikes from the beginning.
Not only did he bring up the old matter again, but he also hinted that Zhou Li couldn't afford the car here. In order to undermine his impression in Jiang Shuru's mind, he might be eloquent, but when it comes to such a fundamental issue as buying a car, there's nothing you can do if you don't have money.
Oh, I don't buy cars.
Zhou Li smiled at him and shook his head.
Are you kidding? I already have a Bentley, why else do I need to buy a car?
But in Jiang Shuru's opinion, this answer was quite standard, neither humble nor arrogant, and was calm and confident.
Why are you here if you're not buying a car? Do you want to get something for nothing?
Tanga stopped talking, glanced at Jiang Shuru, and said nothing more. He believed that Jiang Shuru was a smart person and would not continue to entangle with someone who couldn't even afford a car.
But he was wrong.
Jiang Shuru's heart was calm, and she even wanted to laugh. He drives a Porsche 918, and you buy a car to squeeze him?
That would be hilarious. Shui Ro, how about having dinner together tonight? I also bought 2 movie tickets. It's the latest one that has a very high rating.
Seeing that she was unmoved, Tango could only use his best trick, presenting her with a bunch of beautiful flowers and extending a sincere invitation.
Thank you, I don't have time tonight, so let's just watch a movie. Jiang Shuru put the flowers aside, smiled politely, and declined Tangu. Forehead. Tangu was stunned. Jiang Shuru didn't treat him like this before. At least she would be happier if she received flowers, but now. It seems that I can only use my trump card. Well,
I have some spare money recently, and I'm thinking of buying a car.
How about you recommend one to me in detail during dinner tonight? Tang Ji's mouth curled up slightly. He believed that Jiang Shuru would not refuse again. After all, as long as she completed an order, Jiang Shuru would get a commission of several thousand yuan at least. I can recommend one right here. Which one do you want? What surprised Tangu was that Jiang Shuru once again refused the dinner invitation. This drove Tangu crazy. Damn it, the script was wrong. Only the river water is as gentle as a mirror. Maybe Tango could bring her thousands or tens of thousands of commissions, but compared with Jolie, who was worth hundreds of millions, the difference was more than one level. Now that I have accepted Tang Ji's invitation, what will Jolie think of me? Is there a possibility that she will be with Jolie in the future? No, it won't. Chapter 4. Jiang Shuru can clearly tell what is more important.
So, no matter how Tanga tried to strike up a conversation with her, she remained unmoved. She had to behave reservedly in front of Jolie, as not everyone could date her. This made Tangu very puzzled. This was not the first time he had invited Jiang Shuru, so he had some understanding of her. If you say she was materialistic, she wasn't that much, as several old men had wanted to support her, but she had rejected them all. If you say she didn't like money, that wasn't the case at all either. So what caused her to have no interest in herself at all now? Tangu looked at Jolie. The problem should be with him. This guy seems to be different from before. After all, he used to be ragged and timid, with the word loser written all over his face. But now, there have really been some changes. Jolie, what job do you do now? How much do you earn a month? Tango was not as hesitant as Jiang Shuru, so he came up and asked directly. I'm a food delivery guy. I earn a few thousand a month, probably. Jolie answered truthfully. Jolie actually knew they would ask this question. Although he thought about it in advance, he didn't have a better answer. After all, if you say something nonsense, it will be easy to be exposed. Little did they know that in Jiang Shuru's eyes, this was even more of a model of the nouveau riche. In front of me, he first revealed that he was driving a Porsche 918, and only after my repeated questioning did he admit that he was a rich man. Now that he meets Tangu, with whom he has a very ordinary relationship, he naturally won't be very high profile. Jolie, we are old classmates, how can you be so dishonest? Tangu certainly didn't believe that a delivery man could snatch Jiang Shuru's favor in the blink of an eye. How could he do that? With a passionate true love? Don't be ridiculous. This guy must have some dark secrets. So he came up and patted Jolie on the shoulder, took out a cigarette and lit it for him, then looked at him with a smile. Yuan Shanshan, who had just walked into the 4S shop, saw the scene and was stunned. She is Qin Shaoqi's best friend. The relationship between the two can be said to be very good. Qin Shaoqi told her everything about Jolie. She said he had no money, he had no ability, he could only deliver food, and after a month's salary, he couldn't even buy her a bag. But now, there was such a beautiful lady at the front desk, and she was looking at him with such lingering eyes that she was almost sticking her face against his. The well-dressed young man next to her was also licking him as if to curry favor with him. Wasn't this a bit wrong? What are you discussing? Jolie, that loser? Yuan Shanshan couldn't help but walk up and pointed at Jolie with disdain. If Jolie is really such a big shot, she needs to come out and clarify it. She can't let the receptionist and the handsome boy be fooled. You and Jolie know each other? Tangu immediately understood what was said. It seems that the beautiful lady who just came in knew Jolie, and they had a certain understanding of each other. After all, she directly called Jolie a loser, which most people probably wouldn't do. It can only be said that in her impression, Jolie is no different from a loser. Neither money nor power. Otherwise, if Jolie could occupy a place, Yuan Shanshan would not have said such words. Yes, I'm his ex-girlfriend's best friend. Are you discussing him? Yuan Shanshan couldn't help but smile, pointing at Jolie and asked. Jolie is my old classmate. I haven't seen him for a few years.
He has changed a lot. He has become very smooth and won't say anything when asked. Tell me about it. Tangu understood what the other party meant and seemed very happy to expose Jolie's secret, so of course he said it. He. Just a poor bastard. I only earn a few thousand yuan a month, and I can't even afford to buy a bag for my best friend. At the end of each month, apart from paying the rent, sometimes I can't even afford a good meal. No, I was dumped by my best friend this morning. Yuan Shanshan shook her head, and her words were full of contempt for Jolie. No way, you are doing so badly? Tangu was very surprised. In his opinion, Jolie should have some foundation. Otherwise, why would Jiang Shoru, the most beautiful girl in class, ignore me? Jolie must have done something during the period before she came that made her believe wholeheartedly that Jolie was a rich and capable man. He didn't know what it was all about. So I wanted to ask Yuan Shanshan to find out what the problem was. But from the current situation, it is obvious that Yuan Shanshan doesn't know Jolie's secret either. This made Tangu very suspicious. Does Jolie have a secret that he is hiding, or does he have no secret at all and is just pretending? Logically speaking, as his ex-girlfriend's best friend, Yuan Shanshan should know a lot of inside information. Then he pretended to say, "Did you miss any key points?" At the same time, Tangu was also observing Jolie's reaction. Most people would feel a little unhappy when being looked down upon by others, especially the real losers, who would be particularly furious when being exposed. But looking at Jolie in front of him, he watched him and Yuan Shanshan talking about him face to face with a smile on his face, without changing his expression. He really didn't look like a loser. The key point? You weren't fooled by his behavior. After hearing what Tangu said, Yuan Shanshan suddenly understood what Jolie must have done to make the others mistake him for a rich man. So she immediately began to guess. Driving a luxury car? Acting like a playboy? Or going in and out of a luxurious villa? There are many people making these short videos now, don't be fooled by them. After all, the cost is not high, but it can attract people's attention. People like this are the most disgusting. Yuan Shanshan laughed contemptuously. Drive a luxury car. These three words immediately pierced Jiang Shoru's heart. She had indeed not thought of this before. Now that Yuan Shanshan reminded her, her gaze towards Jolie also became inquiring. Although she had such doubts before, she chose to trust Jolie after a simple test. But now Tangu and Yuan Shanshan were both aggressive, but Jolie did not respond, which made her trust waver. Jiang Shura now really hopes that Jolie can stand up and say something to dispel her doubts. Jolie, am I right? Seeing that Jolie didn't react, Yuan Shanshan thought she had hit the mark and took advantage of the situation to pursue the victory. As soon as these words came out, Tangu and Jiang Shuro couldn't help but look at Jolie, waiting for his answer. Did you say? Jolie glanced at her indifferently and was about to answer when a voice came from his mind again, interrupting him. Ding dong. Received a system task, I am a local tyrant. Mission, make everyone present Jiang Shuru, Yuan Shanshan, Tangu believe that you are a real rich man. Mission reward, 25% of the shares of the food delivery company. Chapter 5. What the hell, they are forcing someone to do something. Jolie had no intention of dealing with them at first, but he received another task, and the reward sounded quite tempting. Have you eaten it? It happened to be the food delivery company where he worked. The company's scale is second to none among its peers in Tianhai City, and it is a listed company worth billions. 25% of the shares is enough for him to spend his whole life. If he completes this task, he can really retire and wait for dividends in the future. But how to accomplish this task? It was easy to make Jiang Shuru believe it before. After all, there was a luxury car there, and there was also a lowly Lu Xiaoxiao who was obedient and responsive to her every request. But now, Jolie thought about it, but couldn't find any means he could use to gain the trust of the three of them. Wrong. Don't I still have a Bentley exchange voucher? Jolie suddenly thought of this incident, and his thoughts became clear again. You're right, I'm just a delivery boy. Jolie looked at Yuan Shanshan, as if he had given up, his eyes drooping, but his tone was calm. Qin Xiaoqi also broke up with me this morning because she disliked my lack of money. Now, I'm going to go deliver the food first, so I won't chat with you anymore. After saying this, Jolie picked up the takeaway box and walked in without looking back. Of course, he still had the Bentley exchange voucher in his hand. This was his plan, pretending to deliver a takeaway, But actually picking up the Bentley, if riding in a Porsche 918 still looked like acting, then picking up a Bentley on the spot couldn't be acting. I knew this guy was here to cheat. But if I see him, it would be embarrassing. In order to prevent others from being deceived, I have to expose him on the spot. Jolie left. Yuan Shanshan looked at Jiang Shuru and Tango, with a smile on her face. By the way, are you all his classmates? I'm curious, what did he just do to make you treat him with respect? Yuan Shanshan asked with great interest. She really needed to understand this situation and then share it with Qin Xiuqi. The next time she met Jolie, she could expose his true colors. Forehead. Tangu paused and looked at Jiang Shuru. He came here in a Porsche 918. Jiang Shuru hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Jolie's departure made her suspicious, so she needed to let the two of them analyze the situation. But when I saw that beautiful driver, she obeyed him. It didn't seem fake, did it? Oh. You are still too young. Yuan Shanshan smiled disdainfully. As for luxury cars, you can rent them now if you have money. As for acting, it's even easier, just spend some money and find 2 actors, isn't it a matter of minutes? Yes, Shuru. Don't be easily fooled by such means in the future. Jolie is such a despicable guy. He actually used such means to gain my trust. I still regard him as an old classmate. Tango was also surprised at first. No wonder Jiang Shuru ignored her. It turned out that she had her eyes on Jolie's Porsche 918. But now, judging from the tone of this beautiful woman, Jolie's car was most likely rented, so she naturally spared no effort to speak ill of him in front of Jiang Shuru. Jiang Shuru did not join in the fun. But in her heart, she was a little disappointed with Jolie. But at the same time, she still had a glimmer of hope, hoping that Jolie could use actual actions to show her that what he did before was not acting, but real. Because she really felt that the lowly driver didn't seem to be acting. She has been working in society for several years, so she has a way of judging people. Lu Xiaoxiao's face and eyes are full of obedience to Jolie, and her temperament is extraordinary, which can't be acted out with money. Don't say I said that. Jiang Shuru then remembered that Jolie had asked her to keep a secret. Now that the words have been spoken, I can only give you this reminder to make amends. But Jiang Shuru thought of another problem. Jolie didn't let himself say this. Was it because he wanted to keep a low profile, or was it because he was afraid of being exposed? She became increasingly unsure. After entering, Jolie looked at the time and luckily the takeaway was not overdue, so he decisively delivered it to complete the order. Then I found the manager, explained the situation, and handed him the exchange voucher. After verifying the authenticity, the manager immediately went through the formalities and told Jolie to wait for a moment. He then called a beautiful woman over and gave the keys to her to pick up the car. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom first. Jolie's eyes rolled, and he suddenly thought of another plan. If I drove out openly, they might think again that I rented the car for my show, but if they found me when I was leaving and said that they left their car keys there, Jiang Shuru, Yuan Shanshan and the others would definitely react differently. Good. The manager nodded, not doubting his words. After all, who would give up a Bentley? Jolie did go to the toilet, and then waited for a while, and came out only after seeing the Bentley car outside. He did not go to find the manager, but returned to the lobby again. Hey, Jolie, you're pretty good at having fun now, eh? As soon as he came out, he was blocked by Yuan Shanshan. As soon as she said this, Jiang Shuru felt something was wrong. Was she going to expose Jolie's secret? If Jolie was really acting, that would be fine, but if Jolie was really a rich man, and I exposed his secret, wouldn't my impression of him be greatly reduced, and I would never have another chance? So she quickly interrupted Yuan Shanshan. Jolie, where are you going now? Are you going to continue working? Jolie keenly noticed that Jiang Shuru's way of addressing him changed from Brother Joe back to Jolie. This shows that she does not completely trust herself in me, and during the time when she was away, she must have communicated something with Yuan Shanshan and others. This woman. It's okay to be her girlfriend, but forget about marrying her as a wife. Jolie quickly defined her in his mind. Of course I went back to deliver food. Jolie smiled but didn't show anything on his face. Oh. Jiang Shuru suddenly felt inexplicably lost. Ah, sir, your Bentley. At this moment, a beautiful sales representative suddenly chased out from inside. After seeing Jolie, she quickly took out the key and pressed it, and the Bentley parked outside responded. Bentley? Everyone present was stunned.
If he was riding in a Porsche 918, it might be an act, but in a 4S store, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, it was impossible for Jolie to collude with the manager to act. There is only one result. Just now, after Jolie was squeezed by them, he used practical actions to prove that he was not a loser, but a real rich man. Right. The real rich people would not bother to argue with them openly, so they used this silent way to prove their worth. Now, everyone believed it. Ding dong. Mission accomplished, 25% of Chichima's equity obtained. There was also sound coming from the system. Chapter 6. Brother Zhou. Zhang Shuru opened her red lips slightly, wanting to say something, but something was stuck in her throat. Jolie took the Bentley key and thanked him politely. His eyes stayed on Zhang Shuru for a moment with a bit of amusement, but in the end he said nothing. The atmosphere was subtly awkward. At this time, Jolie's cell phone rang, breaking the silence. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Lizho? A sweet female voice came. Did I eat it? Assistant to the general manager of Takeaway Company, Limited, Su Yawei. Hello? Jolie's tone was calm, but a huge wave had already risen in his heart. The system is so powerful. I just got the shares and I received a call so soon. I'm calling you to invite you to attend the company's shareholders meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Please be on time. Su Yawei's voice is sweet with a hint of professionalism. Because they were too shocked, when Jolie answered the phone, everyone around him held their breath, and the voice on the phone was clearly audible. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Yuan Shanshan, who wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She had just been mocking Jolie for being a liar who was pretending to be rich. She was also the one who instigated and provoked Zhang Ziki in Jolie's breakup. Jolie ignored everyone's thoughts and walked straight to the brand new Bentley. He started the engine, and the booming sound instantly resounded throughout the hall. Fuck, this is a real rich man. Tanggu couldn't help but swear. He has always claimed to be a rich second generation, but compared with Jolie, he is just a younger brother. Zhang Shoro looked at Jolie's receding back, feeling mixed emotions. She thought she had seen through Jolie's disguise, but now it seemed that she was the most ridiculous one. She thought of her previous coldness towards Jolie and her self-righteous speculations, and felt extremely regretful. Oh, if I had known he was so rich, I wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to hook him. Zhang Shuro couldn't help but wail in her heart. Inside the Bentley, Jolie couldn't calm down for a long time. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. System, you are really a good thing. Jolie couldn't help but sigh. At 3 p.m., the shareholders' meeting was a big event. He was a food delivery man, but suddenly he became a major shareholder. This change of identity was too fast. However, Jolie quickly adjusted his mentality. Since God has given me this opportunity, I must seize it. Jolie's eyes became firm. He knew that this was just the beginning and there would be more challenges waiting for him in the future. He firmly believed that as long as he had the system, he would be able to overcome all obstacles and become a true rich man. By the way, I have to call Su Yawei back. Jolie slapped his head and almost forgot about the important matter. He picked up his phone and called Su Yawei. Hello, Assistant Su, I'm Jolie. I will attend the shareholders' meeting on time. Joe left the Bentley and drove aimlessly in the city, lowering the window and letting the strong wind blow across his face. He looked at the familiar streets outside the window, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. For 4 years, he rode his electric scooter in wind and rain and shed so much sweat, but now he drives a Bentley like a king patrolling his territory. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jolie stepped on the gas and headed straight for the headquarters of the Have You Eaten company. After parking the car steadily in the underground garage, Jolie walked into the company lobby with a nonchalant step. This was his first time stepping into the head office after 4 years of delivering takeout food, and he felt a sense of novelty, like Grandma Lou visiting the Grand View Garden. Hello, where is the meeting room for the shareholders' meeting? Jolie walked to the front desk and asked politely. Just as the lady at the front desk was about to speak, a greasy voice interrupted. Hey, isn't this Jolie? Why, are you delivering food to the head office? Jolie frowned. This voice was very familiar to him. Zhang Chang, the boss who stole his girlfriend Qin Xiaoqi. What's the matter? Are you upset after being dumped by Xiaoqi? Do you want to come to the head office to cause trouble? Let me tell you, this is not the place for you to act wild. Zhang Chang, with a beer belly, walked up to Jolie with a smug look on his face. When the people around heard the noise, they gathered around and looked at Jolie as if he were a plant emitting green light.
Jolie, don't blame Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi has good looks and a good figure, so why would she be with a delivery boy like you?
Zhang Chang became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice getting louder and louder. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?
You are a toad wanting to eat swan meat.
Jolie clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Being cheated on and having to endure humiliation is intolerable. He stared at Zhang Chang, ready to go up and give this fat guy a good beating.
Ding.
The system issues a task: make Zhang Chang and Qin Xiaoqi believe that you are a rich man.
Mission reward: get the opportunity to cooperate with Lu's group.
The system's voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Li's mind.
Lu's group.
Zhou Li was shocked.
That was a giant in the city's business community. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Once I successfully reach a cooperation with the Lu group, I will be more confident in building my future business empire, and it will also provide greater support for development. Zhou Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. He looked at Zhang Chang and said calmly, Zhang Chang, do you think that I, Zhou Li, can only deliver takeout food for the rest of my life? Zhang Chang was stunned.
He didn't expect Zhou Li to be so calm. He subconsciously replied, isn't it? What else can you do besides delivering food? He.
Zhou Li chuckled. He took out his cell phone and called Su Yaowei. Assistant Su, this is Zhou Li. I'm already downstairs at the company.
Yeah, right in the hall. Yeah, okay.
Zhang Chang saw Zhou Li hang up the phone and looked at him like a clown. What, you can't act anymore?
Assistant Su, who do you think you are? You're pretending well.
He took out his cell phone and called Qin Xiaoqi, his voice instantly becoming flattering.
Xiaoqi, guess who I saw? Zhou Li.
Yes, it's your ex-boyfriend who delivered food. He came to the company and pretended to attend the shareholders' meeting.
It made me laugh to death. Come over and see the fun, and make him give up completely.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chang looked at Zhou Li smugly. Just wait, Xiaoqi will be here soon, let's see how you end up. More and more people gathered around, all waiting to laugh at Zhou Li's joke.
Could it be that Zhou Li is overstimulated and has become mentally ill? I think it's probably true. Otherwise, why would he come here and embarrass himself?
Zhou Li listened to these discussions with a calm face, but he was very happy in his heart.
This was exactly the effect he wanted. The more people there were, the louder the slap in the face would be. Chapter 7. Zhou Li was secretly happy when a tall and slender lady in a professional suit walked towards him quickly. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Li Wei from the marketing department. Assistant Su asked me to pick you up first. Please follow me.
Li Wei walked straight to Zhou Li and bowed slightly. The sound was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly.
The smile on Zhang Chang's face froze instantly. He widened his eyes and looked at Li Wei in disbelief. Manager Li, did you recognize the wrong person? He is a food delivery man. He was originally a writer under me. Zhang Chang, watch your words. Mr. Zhou is our company's new major shareholder, don't dare to talk nonsense again.
Li Wei frowned and looked at Zhang Chang coldly.
Major shareholder?
Zhang Chang felt a buzzing sound in his head and he staggered and almost fell. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They looked at each other, wondering if they had heard it wrong.
How is this possible? How could Zhou Li be the major shareholder of the company? Is Zhou Li really a hidden rich man?
Li Wei ignored everyone's comments and gestured to Zhou Li. Mr. Zhou, please come this way.
Zhou Li nodded slightly and followed Li Wei towards the elevator.
Zhang Chang looked at Zhou Li's back, still not believing that this was true.
Impossible.
This must be Zhou Li's doing.
He must have used some shady tricks to deceive Manager Li.
Manager Li, wait for me. Zhang Chang chased after him. I'll go with you. I want to expose Zhou Li's true face in person.
Zhang Chang, stop it. Jay Cho is not someone you can question casually.
If you dare to mess around again, don't blame me for being rude.
Zhang Chang was frightened by Li Wei's aura and dared not move forward.
Li Wei, who was about to press the elevator button, received a call and turned to Zhou Li and said,
Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, you may need to wait a moment.
The chairman and several other directors are coming downstairs and they want to greet you in person.
It's okay. I'll wait a moment. Zhou Li nodded, feeling both nervous and excited. The hall was in an uproar again. The chairman and the top executives are going to personally welcome Zhou Li? This is too much. It seems that Jolie is really a big shot. Zhang Chang has really hit a wall this time. Zhang Chang stood there, his face turning pale and blue. Jolie! Stop right there!
Zhang Chang was still trying to struggle, but several company executives were already walking towards him quickly. His eyes lit up, as if he had seen a savior, and he immediately put on a smile, nodded and bowed to greet him.
Director Wang, President Li, President Zhao.
But what he didn't expect was that these leaders, who were usually approachable, didn't even look at him, but walked around him and went straight to Jolie, who was standing nearby.
Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Wang Defa.
Chairman Wang Defa, who was walking in front, had a smile on his face and extended his hand.
Mr. Zhou, thank you for your hard work. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Zhou is so young, and he is already experiencing life at the grassroots level of the company.
He is really a role model for us. Several other senior executives also spoke up, their tones filled with respect and enthusiasm. Jolie had a faint smile on his face as he shook hands with several senior executives one by one and chatted happily. This scene completely stunned Zhang Chang and Qin Xiaoqi, who had just arrived. Zhang Chang's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He pointed at Jolie and stammered to Wang Defa.
Director Wang, are you mistaken? He is just a delivery man. My rider. How can you be so polite to him?
Wang Defa frowned, turned to look at Zhang Chang, and his face darkened instantly.
Who are you? You are talking nonsense. Mr. Zhou is experiencing life at the grassroots level. He is the new major shareholder of our company. Owns 25% of the company. Our largest individual shareholder.
Zhang Chang was struck by lightning when he heard the chairman's words, and his face turned pale instantly. Qin Xiaoqi also had a look of disbelief on her face. She stood there stupidly, her mind going blank.
No. Impossible, this is impossible.
Zhang Chang muttered to himself.
What's impossible? Wang Defa shouted angrily. Which department are you from? How dare you be so rude to Mr. Zhou? Do you still see me as the chairman? Do you still see the company?
Zhang Chang was so frightened by Wang Defa's aura that he was shaking all over and couldn't utter a word.
Okay, Mr. Wang, don't be angry.
Jolie waved his hand and said calmly, ignorance is not a crime. He turned to look at Zhang Chang, with a playful smile on his face.
Zhang Chang, now, do you still think that I can only deliver food in this life?
Zhang Chang looked at Jolie's half-smile and felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Only then did he realize that he had really hit a wall this time, and it was a titanium alloy steel plate.
Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. No, Mr. Zhou. I was wrong. Zhang Chang fell to his knees and burst into tears.
I look down on others with my dog eyes, and I can't recognize a great man.
Please forgive me this time.
He hugged Jolie's thighs with tears and snot, and cried. Mr. J, I really didn't mean to steal your girlfriend. It was that bitch Qin Xiaoqi who seduced me.
She is just a fickle woman.
It would be better if you dumped her. When Qin Xiaoqi heard this, she was immediately furious. She rushed forward, pushed Zhang Chang away, and screamed. Zhang Chang, you are still not a man. You dare not take responsibility for what you did. It was you who deceived me with sweet words, and now you are pushing all the responsibility onto me. She turned around, put on a pitiful expression, and looked at Jolie with tears in her eyes.
Jolie, don't listen to his nonsense.
It's all Zhang Chang's fault.
I have always loved you. I will follow you wholeheartedly and never leave you again.
As she said this, she actually reached out to hold Jolie's arm. A trace of disgust flashed in Jolie's eyes, and he raised his hand to push Qin Xiaoqi away. Director Wang, it is a disgrace for the company to have such a person stay. I propose that Zhang Chang be fired immediately and never be hired again in the industry.
As for Qin Xiaoqi,
Jolie glanced at her coldly. She has nothing to do with me anymore.
Wang Defa nodded quickly. The HR department will do as Mr. Zhou said immediately.
When Zhang Chang heard this, his face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground.
He knew that his life was over.
Qin Xiaoqi was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Zhang Chang and cursed.
It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you loser. If it weren't for you, I would be the boss lady of the company now. You jinx. I'm going to fight you.
The two men tore at each other and wrestled with each other, and the scene was in chaos.
Security!
Wang Defa shouted, "Throw these two lunatics out." Several security guards rushed up and carried Zhang Chang and Qin Xiaoqi out.
Chapter 8. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you since this is my first time in the company. Wang Defa said to Jolie with an apologetic look on his face. It's okay. Jolie waved his hand, let's talk about business. Yes, let's talk business. Wang Defa quickly invited Jolie into the meeting room.
In the corridor, the employees watching were talking about the situation. They were deeply impressed by the largest shareholder wearing a delivery boy's vest.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward, the opportunity to cooperate with Lu's group. Jolie listened to the system prompt sound, his eyes slightly raised and his gaze became more determined.
Wang Defa introduced several directors and department heads attending the meeting one by one.
Jolie sat down near Wang Defa. Opposite to him was the company's old director, the highly respected Yang Boguang.
Ding! A new task is released, facilitate cooperation with Lu's group. Mission reward, business intuition increased by 100%. The system voice sounded again. Business intuition improved by 100%, what does this mean?
The system's surprises were so overwhelming that Jolie's heart beat faster and he felt as if he had won the lottery. This task is not only a reward from the system, but also the key to further advancement in his career.
If we can cooperate with Lusher Group, a giant in the food industry, the Have You Eaten? Platform will usher in a qualitative leap. There was silence in the conference room. I don't agree with this plan.
Jolie gently placed the document in his hand on the table, his voice was not loud but loud.
Mr. Zhou, do you have any advice?
Wang Defa leaned forward slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Jolie stood up and walked to the multimedia all-in-one computer. The current takeaway market is already saturated. We cannot squeeze out those tiny profits from merchants like Riceball did.
Holding the stylus, Jolie quickly drew a data trend chart on the screen. The Chichuma platform should shift from being a pure food delivery service provider to a full scenario catering service provider, not only delivering food, but also enabling the digital transformation of restaurants and providing a one-stop solution from food procurement to chef training. As Jolie spoke, he waved his stylus across the screen, and groups of data appeared on the trend chart. The executives looked at each other in bewilderment and whispered in the meeting room.
Jay Chow's brain is comparable to a computer.
Jolie thought to himself, the data is right in front of me on Master Tong's screen.
It's a computer. A full scenario catering service provider? Yang Boguang frowned and took the lead in attacking. Mr. J, our Have You Eaten is profitable now, why should we take the risk of transformation? Isn't the current food delivery model doing well?
His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty.
Some senior executives also nodded, obviously agreeing with Yang Boguang's point of view.
Jolie had anticipated this, and he calmly explained, Director Yang, times are changing, and the ceiling of the single takeaway model has already appeared.
We need to plan ahead and explore new growth points. Growth point? Risk is the real growth point. Yang Boguang knocked on the table with a firm tone. To build an ecosystem now requires huge investment, but the return is far away. Steady is the right way to go.
The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn, with a subtle confrontation forming between the two factions of those supporting innovation and those adhering to tradition. Jolie did not argue, pointing at the densely packed data on the screen and said, Mr. Yang, everyone, these data come from big data analysis and cover the development trend of the entire catering industry in the next 5 years. Jolie pointed at the graph on the screen. The data shows that the slowdown in the takeaway market is inevitable, and catering digitization and supply chain integration will be the mainstream in the future.
Big data analysis? What is that? Yang Boguang questioned, with a hint of disdain in his tone.
You could hear a pin drop in the conference room, and everyone was shocked by the data on the screen.
I think these data are detailed and professional, far beyond the market reports that our R&D department comes across on a daily basis.
Xiao Chao, the director of the R&D department, stood up and walked to Jolie. She had a slightly frown on her face and was wearing a light gray professional suit.
She looked proud but delicate. I fully agree with Jay Chou's innovative plan.
Our R&D department realized a few months ago that the company's business was declining and that its development potential was seriously insufficient. The company had been struggling to find a solution, but Jay Chou's solution has really solved the company's worries. Xiao Chao hugged her upper arms and shook her head slowly. However, as a terminal company, it is difficult for us to implement it without the support of upstream resources. Jolie was right next to Director Chow, and with her arms folded across her chest, he could see the blood rushing up his spine and smell the faint scent of blood in his nose. Xiao Xiao was waiting sincerely for Jolie to come up with a good idea, and just as she met Jolie's gaze, her face suddenly blushed. Jolie hurriedly said in a serious tone, "We can seek cooperation with the Lu Group." As soon as the name came out, the conference room exploded. As a giant in the domestic food supply chain, it is simply unimaginable for Lu's Group to cooperate with a food delivery platform like them. Why would the Lu Group cooperate with us? Financial Director Wang Lun pushed his glasses, his tone full of doubt. Jolie picked up the stylus and tapped the screen, because they need our user data and endpoint entrance, and we need their supply chain and resources.
This is a win-win situation.
He showed a set of data analysis. Lushur Group has been seeking digital transformation in the past 2 years, and we can just be their bridge.
Wang Defa's eyes flickered.
He stared at the screen for a long time and slowly said, "Mr. Zhou, are these data credible?" "Chairman, the data is cold, but the trend is objective," Jolie said in an affirmative tone.
Industrial transformation is the only way out for eat it up. Wang Defa's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. "Mr. Zhou, do I have to trouble you with the contact matters of the Lu Group?" Wang Defa finally finalized the direction of reform. "I can communicate on your behalf,"
Jolie said in a flat tone.
Xiao Xiao volunteered to join Jolie's reform team and was approved by Wang Defa.
After the meeting, HR Director Li Wei took Jolie to the office that had just been vacated for him. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at my own shadow and the busy street, a sense of heroism arises spontaneously.
Xiao Xiao knocked on the door and came in.
Although she was a little dissatisfied with the somewhat lecherous brother, for her as a career-oriented woman, it was more important to do things well and demonstrate her own value.
"Mr. Zhou, when do you plan to contact Lu's company? What do you need our RD department to prepare?"
Looking at the queen in front of him, the sweet air blew in his face. Jolie appeared calm on the surface, but 18 wild barrages flashed through his mind.
"Shall we have dinner together tonight?"
Jolie looked straight at Xiao Xiao, his tone was brief and crisp, and his true thoughts were unknown.
Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a moment.
"I've been busy all afternoon, and my stomach has been complaining for a long time."
"What do you want to do?"
"At least give me some fresh air."
Xiao Xiao looked a little embarrassed, and after hesitating for a moment, she nodded. "Well, what do you want to eat?"
Normally he either eats fast food or munch on bread, so when he was suddenly asked what he wanted to eat, Jolie was confused.
"Okay, you make the decision."
Jolie spread his hands and threw the difficult problem back to Xiao Xiao. "Then let's go to Quanzhou, which has both Chinese and Western food."
"Okay, I'll listen to you."
Jolie raised the corner of his mouth, responded, drove the Bentley to pick up Xiao Xiao and headed straight for Quanzhou.
Chapter 9.
Jolie brought Xiao Xiao to Quanzhou, a well-known high-end restaurant in Jiangchang. After parking the car and preparing to accompany Xiao Xiao into the hotel, a figure suddenly blocked their way.
The man was of medium build, with bloodshot eyes and a rough face. "Bitch, have you learned to look for gigolos? It's only been 2 years since your divorce, and you've changed so many?"
The man had a hoarse voice, reeked of alcohol, and kept spewing obscene words from his mouth. Pedestrians around stopped and looked at him strangely. Xiao Xiao trembled all over, her face turned pale instantly. She took a step back subconsciously, fear flashing in her eyes. The strong woman who is usually decisive and efficient in the company now looks like a frightened deer.
"Don't come over here." Xiao Xiao's voice trembled. Jolie immediately stepped forward and protected Xiao Xiao behind him.
He stared at the man in front of him with a stern look. "Sir, please watch your words." The man looked Jolie up and down, with a hint of contempt in his eyes.
Not only did he not restrain himself, but he became even more arrogant. "Hey, pretty boy, who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business?"
"She's my ex-wife, I can say whatever I want."
Ding.
System task released, drive away Xiao Xiao's ex-husband and send Xiao Xiao home safely.
Mission reward, Special Forces King-level fighting skills.
There was a gleam of light in Jolie's eyes, but his appearance remained calm. He was not angered by the other party's provocation, but quickly thought of a countermeasure.
"Sir, we are just colleagues, just coming to have a meal." Jolie spoke in a calm tone. "If you have anything to say, we can talk about it." "Speak nicely?" The ex-husband sneered. "When will she pay me back the money she owes me?" Isn't it enough to take half of my property when we divorce?
Xiao Xiao whispered behind Jolie, I don't owe him any money, he lost the bet himself.
When the ex-husband heard this, he became furious. How dare you talk back?
He suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed Jolie, trying to jump over him to grab Xiao Xiao. Jolie subconsciously reached out to block the sudden push, and during the tug, a black card slipped from his pocket and fell to the ground. The black card that Lu Xiaoxiao gave him shone under the light. The hotel supervisor came out to see what was going on and happened to see the card on the ground. His eyes suddenly lit up. She recognized it as the head office's Supreme VIP card, which gave the cardholder a free spending limit of 200,000 yuan. The foreman quickly picked up the card and handed it to Jolie respectfully. Sir, here's your card.
The foreman bowed slightly. How can I help you?
When the ex-husband saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his arrogance.
Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? It's just a broken card, isn't it?
Upon hearing this, the foreman immediately waved his hand. Two burly security guards quickly ran over and stood beside Jolie. Sir, please leave. The foreman said coldly, you have seriously affected the normal business of our hotel. The ex-husband looked at the two security guards, then at Jolie, with a hint of fear in his eyes.
I'm talking to my ex-wife, what's it got to do with you? If you don't leave, we will call the police.
The foreman picked up his phone and prepared to dial. The ex-husband looked at Xiao Xiao with gritted teeth.
Bitch, don't think you can get rid of me just by finding someone to back you up. He pointed at Xiao Xiao, I'll find you again.
After saying that, he glared at Jolie fiercely and turned away. Xiao Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her face was still pale.
Thank you, Jolie. Her voice was trembling. I'm so sorry.
Jolie shook his head.
It's okay, let's go in first.
The head waiter personally took them to a secluded seat and served them 2 glasses of champagne. Mr. Zhou, as an apology, our hotel will treat you to this meal. Jolie smiled and nodded without refusing. After the foreman left, Xiao Xiao slowly calmed down. She held the champagne glass in both hands but did not take a sip.
Are you okay?
Jolie asked with concern.
Xiao Xiao forced a smile. It's okay. I'm used to it.
Jolie did not ask any more questions, but ordered a few dishes. While waiting for the dishes, Xiao Xiao finally spoke.
We've been divorced for 2 years. She said in a low voice, he was addicted to alcohol and gambling, and he often hit me. I divorced him because I couldn't stand it anymore.
Jolie listened quietly without interrupting. When he lost money, he came to me for it, saying that I took his property. Xiao Xiao smiled bitterly. In fact, when we divorced, I asked for almost nothing.
I just wanted to put an end to that nightmare as soon as possible. Why don't you call the police? Jolie asked. Xiao Xiao shook her head.
He knows my weak spot. Jolie did not ask what the weak spot was, but just patted her hand gently.
Don't worry, I'm here.
The dishes came up one after another, and Jolie picked up some food for Xiao Xiao from time to time.
Intentionally or unintentionally, they changed the topic and talked about the company.
When talking about work, Xiao Xiao gradually smiled again.
I didn't expect you to be so caring. Xiao Xiao looked at Jolie with gratitude in her eyes. Jolie smiled. It's the way it should be between friends. After dinner, Xiao Xiao packed up the remaining desserts. Jolie thought she liked them and didn't ask any more questions. Let me take you home,
Jolie suggested. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and nodded.
Thank you. Thank you, then. Xiao Xiao was very quiet on the way. Jolie could sense her nervousness but did not ask any further questions.
When they arrived at an ordinary residential area, Xiao Xiao instructed Jolie to park the car.
This is it, thank you for taking me back. Let me take you upstairs and make sure it's safe, Jolie said. Xiao Xiao thought about it and nodded in agreement.
In the elevator, Xiao Xiao rubbed her fingers nervously.
The elevator arrived and the two walked to a door. Xiao Xiao took out the key and opened the door. Mom, is Mom back?
A clear child's voice came from inside the house. A little girl about 5 or 6 years old ran out and hugged Xiao Xiao's legs.
She was wearing pink pajamas and had 2 pigtails, looking very cute. Jolie was stunned.
The little girl looked at Jolie curiously.
Mom, who is this uncle?
Xiao Xiao squatted down and gently stroked her daughter's hair.
This is Mom's friend, Uncle Zhou.
Jolie finally understood why Chow Chow was so tolerant of her ex-husband and why she packed up the desserts.
Hello, little girl.
Jolie squatted down and looked at the little girl at eye level.
My name is Jolie, nice to meet you.
The little girl shyly hid behind her mother, but still stretched out her little hand.
My name is Lele.
Chow Chow took out the packaged dessert from her bag. Lele, Mom brought you your favorite tiramisu.
The little girl took it happily and ran into the house happily.
Chow Chow turned to Jolie with an apologetic look in her eyes.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you I have a daughter.
Jolie shook his head.
It's okay. I understand.
Chow Chow bit her lip. He knows Lele is my weak spot, so he often threatens me with her.
Jolie nodded, already having a plan in mind.
Don't worry, I will help you solve this problem. Chow Chow looked at him gratefully.
Thank you so much for tonight, I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you.
Jolie smiled.
There is no need to thank friends. He turned and prepared to leave.
Jolie's Chow Chow called him, You are really special. Jolie turned around and smiled without saying anything. He turned around, waved into the air, and left in a graceful manner. Walking out of the community, Jolie looked at the system prompt indicating that the task was completed and had made a decision in his mind. He will properly handle the matter between Chow Chow and her daughter. This is not only a task, but also his promise.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Get reward, Special Forces King level fighting skills. Jolie felt a strange power surging into his body, and years of fighting experience instantly merged into his body. He clenched his fists and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Chapter 10. Early morning, in a simple rental house.
Jolie stretched out on the bed and felt relaxed all over.
The Soldier King level fighting skills are indeed extraordinary.
His fighting ability and physical fitness have been comprehensively improved. It feels like he can kill half a bull with one punch. I turned over and got out of bed, and the fatigue accumulated from long-term running around completely disappeared.
It's time to find my former self again.
When he was in college, he was also an athlete who was good at playing both big and small balls. After graduation, Qin Xiaoqi was recruited by Qi and Ima to work as an accountant in the marketing department. He couldn't find a suitable job for a while, so he followed Qin Xiaoqi into the Qi and Ima company and started delivering food. 4 years passed in a flash. After changing into his dusty sportswear, Jolie walked out of the rental house. There was a park near the community with a green running track around the lake, which was a good place for morning exercise. Jolie jogged along the track, feeling the fresh air and the rhythm of his body. He adjusted his breathing, walked steadily, and stood tall. He didn't look like a delivery boy who used to work in the wind and rain. As Jolie ran, his eyes lit up.
Not far ahead, 2 slim women were jogging side by side.
The back of one of the girls looked very familiar.
Lu Xiaoxiao. Isn't this a coincidence? Jolie was secretly happy.
As expected of the system master, in one word, absolutely. He quickened his pace and caught up.
Hi, Miss Lu, what a coincidence, you are running here too.
When Lu Xiaoxiao heard the voice, she turned around in surprise.
Jolie? Why are you here?
She looked Jolie up and down. He was wearing sportswear and had a standard running posture.
He was completely different from the embarrassed look he had when she knocked him down that day. I have the habit of jogging in the morning,
Jolie said with a smile. I'm so sorry about that day, I thought. Thinking of bumping into Jolie the day before yesterday, Lu Xiaoxiao was still a little flustered.
What did you think? You thought I was a scammer?
Jolie joked. Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly explained, No, I'm just a little surprised.
Who is this?
Jolie looked at the woman next to Lu Xiaoxiao. This is my college classmate and my best friend, Wu Lily.
Hi.
Wu Lily raised her hand and greeted. The three of them ran side by side, but Wu Lily's eyes were always on Jolie.
You two seem to have different personalities, how did you become besties?
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily looked at each other and laughed.
You don't understand this, right?
Only complementarity can last long. Wu Lily ran to the other side of Jolie, her eyes smiling into a crescent shape. After running 2 laps, Lu Xiaoxiao looked at the watch, her chest rising and falling slightly, and she exhaled sweetly, We have to go to class.
We have professional classes in the morning.
Wu Lily also stopped and wiped the sweat from her forehead, but her eyes were still fixed on Jolie. Jolie spoke at the right time. By the way, I haven't thanked you properly for what happened last time.
How about we have lunch together? It's my treat.
Lu Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, it felt a little inappropriate to eat alone with a boy she had just met.
Well, it's not very convenient.
Lu Xiaoxiao avoided the question.
Wu Lily immediately caught her friend's hesitation. She rolled her eyes and said, Xiaoxiao, Jolie means well.
Besides, you did bump into him last time, so it's only right that you treat him to a meal. As she spoke, she nudged Lu Xiaoxiao gently with her elbow. After hearing what Wu Lily said, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a little embarrassed. She bit her lip.
It's just a meal, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? And, he doesn't look like a bad guy. Oh well. Lu Xiaoxiao finally nodded. I want to go too.
Wu Lily immediately raised her hand, fearing that she would be left behind.
I can't let Xiaoxiao suffer any harm. If you do something bad to her, I can still protect her. Jolie looked at Wu Lily and almost laughed out loud. This girl's intentions are too obvious. However, he didn't point it out. Of course you are welcome. It will be more lively with more people. Jolie, what do you want to eat?
I know a Western restaurant that serves great steaks.
Wu Lily suggested excitedly. Don't you hate Western food the most? Lu Xiaoxiao interrupted. Wu Lily made a face at Lu Xiaoxiao, then said to Jolie. Don't listen to her. Jolie, what do you want to eat? I'm fine with either. You decide. Then let's go to Century Yuan.
Wu Lily made the final decision without waiting for Lu Xiaoxiao's consent.
Century Fate?
That store is quite expensive. Lu Xiaoxiao was a little hesitant.
It's okay. I'll treat you today.
Jolie took over the conversation naturally.
How can I be so embarrassed? It's settled.
Wu Lily interrupted Lu Xiaoxiao and pulled her away. Let's go, don't dawdle. After separating from the two women, Jolie went to Yida Plaza and tidied himself up appropriately. Near noon, the three of them met in front of the door of Century Fate.
As soon as they entered the door, a tall figure blocked their way. Xiaoxiao, what a coincidence, you're here to eat too. Daichirong looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with surprise. Daichirong is Lu Xiaoxiao's senior, and one of the famous second-generation students at Zhengzheng University. Relying on his family's wealth, he behaves in a peculiar and overbearing manner.
He is also the main player of the school basketball team. He prides himself on being a romantic and dashing man, and has been pursuing Lu Xiaoxiao relentlessly.
Daichirong, why are you here?
Lu Xiaoxiao frowned.
I'm here to eat.
Daichirong's gaze fell on Jolie, his eyes full of hostility.
Who is this? This is my friend, Jolie, Lu Xiaoxiao introduced briefly. Friend? Daichirong sneered. Xiaoxiao, when did you make such a friend?
He looked Jolie up and down, his tone full of contempt.
Daichirong, what do you mean? Lu Xiaoxiao was a little angry. It's nothing. Daichirong shrugged, I just feel that some people are not worthy of you. Ding, system task, recapture the two younger brothers. Mission reward, Villa number 1, Linjiang Garden.
Jolie understood, looked at Daichirong, and smiled faintly. Whether I am worthy of you or not is not up to you to decide.
Oh, you are so arrogant. Daichirong was irritated. Do you know who I am? I don't know, and I don't want to know.
Jolie said calmly.
You.
Daichirong was so angry that his face turned blue and he reached out to grab Jolie by the collar. Jolie raised his hand and grabbed his wrist, exerting force with his fingers. Daichirong felt as if his wrist was clamped by a pair of pliers. He felt a sharp pain in an instant and could not help but let out a scream. His body bent down instinctively.
You, let go. Veins bulged on Daichirong's forehead, but he couldn't break free. You dared to hit me? Daichirong looked fierce but was actually weak. Wu Lily was stunned watching from the side. She didn't expect that Jolie, who looked gentle and refined, could be so quick and efficient when he took action.
Lu Xiaoxiao also widened her eyes, looking surprised.
However, amidst this surprise, an unprecedented sense of security quietly welled up in my heart. Jolie, forget it. Lu Xiaoxiao advised softly. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it.
Jolie nodded, let go of Daichirong's hand, turned around and took the two girls to sit in a window seat.
Daichirong suffered such a huge loss, so how could he give up? He took out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 11. Hey, Brother Tang, I was at Century Edge and was attacked by a blind guy. After hanging up the phone, Dai Chirong jumped up and down in anger. Boy, you'll be in trouble soon. About a quarter of an hour later, a roar was heard at the restaurant door. Two Autos and a BMW stopped at the entrance of the restaurant, and a group of people walked in, surrounding a young man. Who the hell dares to cause trouble on my territory? The leading young man shouted loudly. Dai Chirong saw the person coming and immediately went to greet him. Brother Tang, you are here, it's this kid. He pointed at Jolie, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tangu. Jolie? Tangu widened his eyes and looked at Jolie with a look of disbelief. Tangu? Jolie was also a little surprised. Tang Ji's family was in the construction business and was relatively well known in Jiangcheng. He was Dai Chirong's boss, and most of Dai Chirong's projects were taken over from the Tang family. Oh, old classmate, what a fate, you see we meet again in just 2 days. Tang Ji's face was full of smiles. Brother Zhou, it's better to do it today than to do it some other day. I'll treat you to dinner today. Dai Chirong on the side was confused. Is there something wrong with this plot? Are you freaking blind? How dare you mess with Brother Zhou? Before Dai Chirong could react, Tangu scolded him. This is my high school classmate, Jolie. Be polite to him next time you see him. He emphasized the words high school classmate in a very high tone. The last time Joe left in a Bentley, Tangu had a lot of thoughts in his mind and was determined to get close to this high school classmate. Today is a rare opportunity, how could he let it go? Why don't you call anyone? Zhou, Brother Zhou? Dai Chirong called out stutteringly. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Zhou. Tangu said angrily. Dai Chirong quickly walked up to Jolie and bowed to apologize. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the great man. Please don't bear grudges against me. Forget it, stay away from Xiao Xiao from now on. Jolie's eyes were burning. Okay. Dai Chirong nodded repeatedly. Tangu walked up to Jolie and said enthusiastically, Brother Zhou, I was in a hurry last time, and I don't know where you are making a fortune now? Just fooling around. Jolie smiled. See, you're being modest, aren't you? Tangu chuckled, if you have any good things in the future, you must take me with you. Of course. For the sake of Dabi, let's accept him for the time being, maybe he will be useful. I will definitely not forget you if there is a suitable business in the future. Brother Zhou, I was wrong about what happened today. I'll treat you to a meal to make amends. No, we have something else to discuss today. Jolie declined. Well, I won't bother you anymore. I'll treat you another day. Tangu was very tactful when he saw Jolie bringing two beauties with him. He hurriedly left Century Edge with a few younger brothers. Ding, mission completed, reward, Villa number 1 in Jiangcheng Garden. Please bring your ID card to the New Century Real Estate Hall to go through the house handover procedures. Jolie was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. He was finally going to say goodbye to the shabby rental house. It was only about 10 minutes before and after, and Lu Xiaoxiao was stunned by the sudden change in front of her. The originally arrogant and domineering Dai Chirong turned into a docile sheep in front of Tangu. And Tangu was obedient to Jolie and followed his orders. What surprised her even more was Jolie's performance. Faced with the situation just now, he was so calm and composed. The words stay away from Xiao Xiao in the future came from Jolie's mouth with unquestionable majesty, making Dai Chirong nod in agreement repeatedly. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at his profile, and her heart was startled by his calm and composed temperament. She had seen too many people in school humble themselves in front of bullies. But Jolie was different. He stood there like an unshakable mountain. Who is he? Lu Xiaoxiao's curiosity grew stronger and stronger. After Tangu left, Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze involuntarily lingered on Jolie, and the scenes just now flashed through her mind. This boy who she bumped into for no apparent reason attracted her like a mystery. Lu Xiaoxiao lowered her head slightly to hide her curiosity. She found herself developing an inexplicable liking for this boy, a feeling that made her feel a little flustered and a little expectant. Wu Lily was even more shocked by the scene just now. She sneaked up to Lu Xiaoxiao and whispered, "So handsome. Even people like Dai Chirong are respectful to him." Yeah. Lu Xiaoxiao responded indifferently, but couldn't hide the strangeness in her eyes. He is definitely not an ordinary person. There was a gleam of admiration in Wu Lily's eyes. The way he stood up for you just now was so cool. Just like a hero in a movie.
Lu Xiaoxiao did not respond, but she silently agreed with Wu Lily's opinion in her heart. Indeed, Zhou Li's performance just now completely overturned her perception of a delivery man. Wu Lily continued in a low voice, I have never seen such a charming boy, so manly. Her eyes were tense and her tone revealed her desire to know more about Zhou Li. Lu Xiaoxiao appeared calm on the surface, but there was an indescribable emotion in her heart. Wu Lily didn't notice her friend's strange behavior and continued, why don't we add a green bubble and ask him out to play when we have the chance in the future? Wu Lily, who is always carefree, actually had a blush on her face. Lu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable when she heard Wu Lily's words.
You make the appointment yourself.
Lu Xiaoxiao said softly, with a hint of sourness in her tone that she herself didn't even notice. At this time, Zhou Li remained calm on the surface, but he had a plan in his mind.
It looks like the mission can begin. Xiaoxiao, can you introduce me to your father? Zhou Li put down the cutlery and his eyes fell on Lu Xiaoxiao's delicate little face.
Lu Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned, and the hand holding the fork stopped in mid-air.
You want to see my dad? So fast?
Lu Xiaoxiao felt flustered and her white fingers twisted together unconsciously. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao had a strange look in her eyes, Zhou Li realized that he had been misunderstood. He quickly explained, I want to discuss cooperation with your Lu group.
Cooperate?
Lu Xiaoxiao seemed a little disappointed.
Are you speaking for an individual, or?
She couldn't believe her ears. After all, the Lu Group is one of the top business giants in Jiangcheng, and its partners are all powerful companies or conglomerates.
Zhou Li is just an ordinary delivery boy, how could he? How should I put it? It can be considered as representing an individual.
Zhou Li touched his nose, because the opportunity to cooperate with Lu Group was a reward given to him personally.
Personal? Lu Xiaoxiao became even more confused.
Although she doesn't know much about business, she has been exposed to it since childhood and knows some basic business rules. It is almost impossible for an individual to cooperate with a large enterprise like the Lu Group, unless this person has a very special background or resources.
What do you want to cooperate on?
Lu Xiaoxiao suppressed her surprise and asked softly. She wanted to hear Zhou Li's opinion and see what confidence he had to make such a request. Zhou Li looked determined and spoke eloquently, briefly introducing to Lu Xiaoxiao his cooperation plan between Qimei and Lu's group.
Lu Xiaoxiao was fascinated by what she heard.
Although she didn't quite understand the specific business operations, she could feel that this plan was highly feasible. Moreover, the professionalism and business acumen displayed by Zhou Li are completely unlike that of an ordinary delivery boy.
This plan sounds great. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, with a gleam in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Zhou Li, and in addition to surprise, there was a bit more admiration in her eyes. I believe that as long as we work together, we will achieve great success. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhou Li's confident look and her liking for him increased a little more. But Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something. You have to discuss this matter with my father. So I would like to ask you for an introduction so that I can talk to your father.
Lu Xiaoxiao smiled, with a hint of anticipation and a barely perceptible sweetness. There was no class in the afternoon, so Lu Xiaoxiao prepared to go back and persuade her father to meet Zhou Li. After sending Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily back, Zhou Li drove to the company.
Chapter 12. Did you eat?
The company established a new model or D team with extraordinary efficiency, with Zhou Li as the team leader, and the company gave unconditional support. A stack of materials was neatly placed on the desk, titled Feasibility Report on the Full Scenario Catering Model of Chizuma Company. After flipping through a few pages, Zhou Li immediately guessed the author. Such a professional report must be the work of Qiao Qiao. Establishing a team was a top priority, and the first person Zhou Li thought of was Qiao Qiao from the RD department. She was not only capable, but also highly cooperative, making her the perfect choice. As soon as the call was made, there was a noise from the other end. Amid the laughter and shouting of the children, the sobbing of a little girl was particularly noticeable.
Qiao Qiao, what's going on? I was participating in a parent-child activity at Lele Kindergarten.
The other children all had fathers, but Lele had no one to accompany him.
He lost the game and is crying.
There was helplessness in Xiao Qiao's voice.
Don't cry, baby. Mommy will run faster next time.
Xiao Qiao's voice comforting her daughter came from the other end of the phone.
Just then, the system prompt sounded.
System task: be a father to Lele, participate in parent-child activities and win competitions. Mission rewards: saint-level calligraphy skills, god-level calligraphy and painting appreciation skills.
Ciao ciao, I'll be there right away.
Jolie said decisively.
You're coming?
Xiao Xiao was surprised. Give the phone to Lele. Xiao Xiao handed the phone to Lele, who was still sobbing.
Lulu, I'm Uncle Joe.
Hello, Uncle Joe.
The little girl answered in a baby voice. I heard you guys are competing? Would you be happy if Uncle Joe, as your dad, participated in the competition? Really? Lele's voice immediately brightened up. Uncle Joe wants to be my dad?
Yeah, but only today.
Great, great.
Lele shouted excitedly. Jolie drove the Bentley and arrived at the Little Red Flower kindergarten 15 minutes later. As soon as he entered the kindergarten, he saw Lele in a pink dress flying towards him.
This is my dad, this is my dad. Lele opened his arms.
Jolie squatted down, picked up the innocent little girl, and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Looking up, they saw Xiao Xiao standing not far away, looking at them with complicated eyes.
Thank you for coming, Xiao Xiao whispered. You didn't have to do this. Now that we're here, let's have fun.
Jolie patted Lele's little head. What competition is coming up?
Well, three-legged race, kangaroo jump, and obstacle race. Lele listed them all.
In the three-legged race, Jolie, holding Lele, easily surpassed other groups. When the kangaroo jumped, he carried Lele like an arrow from a bow. The obstacle race was no problem for Jolie, who had special forces skills.
Dad is so awesome.
Lele waved a little red flag and cheered.
Jolie, your physical fitness is really great, right?
Xiao Xiao was also surprised.
I've practiced it before.
Jolie smiled. After the competition, Lele was holding the certificate and small toys, jumping up and down like a bird. Long live Dad.
Dad is the best.
Xiao Xiao looked at this scene with soft eyes. She had never seen Lele so happy. This man, who was 2 years younger than her, gave Lele a complete parent-child activity experience.
Come to my house for dinner as a thank you, Xiao Xiao invited. Okay, I'm hungry.
Jolie patted his stomach. Xiao Xiao's home is not big but warm, and the delicateness of a woman can be seen everywhere. The three of them sat around the table after lighting the candles and setting the table.
Dad, let me feed you meat.
Lele picked up a piece of beef with a fork and put it to Jolie's mouth.
Thank you, Lele.
Jolie opened his mouth to take it. Xiao Xiao looked at them, with a gentle light in her eyes. Maybe because of tiredness or because of the atmosphere among the adults, Lele fell sleepy early.
Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad.
Lele muttered in a daze, and soon his breathing became even. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued. A mysterious light instantly entered his mind, and top calligraphy skills took root in it. Famous books and paintings from ancient times to the present came in one after another, and Jolie's eyes were firm and elegant.
Xiao Xiao carried Lele back to her pink bed and gently covered her with the quilt.
Back in the living room, Xiao Xiao poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Jolie.
Thank you for your hard work. You are also tired today. Let me give you a massage.
Jolie sat on the sofa. Xiao Xiao stood behind him, pressing his shoulders and neck with her soft fingers.
Thank you for making Lele so happy today.
Xiao Xiao's voice was very soft. I haven't seen her smile so brightly in 2 years.
Jolie turned around and their eyes met.
Xiao Xiao's eyes were filled with tears and love that could not be concealed. He gently held her hand and slowly closed the distance between them until they were hugging each other tightly, lips touching teeth. Jolie gently picked up Xiao Xiao and walked towards the bedroom. The moonlight outside the window was like water, gently sprinkling on the entangled figures. Xiao Xiao snuggled in Jolie's arms like a docile kitten, her fingertips drawing circles on his strong chest, again and again, as if she was tracing his outline, or measuring the distance between their hearts. Today is the happiest day I have had in the past few years. Xiao Xiao whispered softly, with a slight tremor. She raised her head and stared into Jolie's eyes, which were gentle and bright, making her feel at ease, yet a little confused. Lele's sweet sleeping face still appeared in front of her eyes.
The little figure and the childish dad gently scratched the softest part of Xiao Xiao's heart like a feather. How long has it been since I felt such warmth and completeness?
Ever since that man left, her world seemed to be emptied of half, leaving only work and Lele. She kept spinning like a top, not daring to stop and having no time to take care of the emotional corner of her heart. But today, this man who she had just met and was even a little mysterious, suddenly broke into her life like a ray of light.
He is strong, yet gentle, overbearing, yet considerate.
In the kindergarten, when he crossed the finish line holding Lele in his arms, the sun shone on his face. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's heartbeat seemed to speed up. She saw Lele's bright smile that she had never had before, and also saw the long-buried desire in her heart. Longing to be loved, longing to be cared for, longing to have a shoulder to lean on. The movement of her fingertips stopped, and Xiao Xiao raised her head, with a look of inquiry, shyness, and indulgent anticipation in her eyes.
Jolie, you.
She wanted to ask something but found it difficult to speak.
Should I ask if he is sincere? Or should I ask if the relationship between them is just today's role play and whether there will be longer-term possibilities?
Jolie seemed to see through her thoughts. He lowered his head and gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead.
Don't think too much. His voice was low and gentle. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Yes, it was beautiful.
It was so beautiful that it seemed like an unreal dream.
Xiao Xiao closed her eyes and snuggled into his arms again, feeling his strong heartbeat, as if responding to the throbbing in her heart.
Never mind, let the beauty of tonight stay a little longer. Who can tell what the future holds? At least at this moment, she is happy, needed, and loved, even if it is just a short dream.
The fingertips began to move restlessly again, this time, more boldly and more lingeringly. Xiao Xiao felt that something deep inside her body was awakening and clamoring. It was the long-suppressed desire and the uncontrollable heartbeat for the man in front of her. She raised her head and met his gaze, with a look that was a little confused, a little inviting, and a little determined to go all out. In response to her, Jolie kissed her even more passionately, and explored and possessed her even more deeply.
Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night.
And for Xiao Xiao, tonight may also be a new beginning in her life.
Chapter 13.
Jolie opened his hazy eyes and found that Xiao Xiao was no longer by his side. There was a faint body fragrance lingering on the pillow, which was the smell of Xiao Xiao. He got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. Xiao Xiao was wearing a light blue apron with a beautiful bow tied around her waist. The millet porridge in the pot was bubbling and emitting bursts of rice aroma. Hearing footsteps, she turned around and smiled brightly.
Woke up?
Go wash up quickly, the toothpaste and toothbrush are all newly bought.
Breakfast will be ready shortly. The sound is clear and pleasant.
Jolie walked behind her, gently put his arms around her waist, and put his face close to hers.
Xiao Xiao blushed and gently pushed him away.
Don't make trouble, Lele will get up soon. After washing up, the table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Fried eggs, bacon, sandwiches, milk, and a bowl of steaming millet porridge.
So rich?
After his parents passed away, Jolie never felt the warmth of home again.
Xiao Xiao smiled and asked Jolie to sit down. It's rare to have someone to eat breakfast with, so make more. Lele ran out of the room wearing a pink dress.
When she saw Jolie, her eyes immediately lit up.
Dad! Dad!
She excitedly threw herself into Jolie's arms. Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed and explained softly, she kept calling you that and I didn't have time to correct her.
It's okay. Jolie touched Lele's little head and felt a warm feeling in his heart. After breakfast, Jolie got out of the car and sent Lele to kindergarten first. The little girl waved her hands reluctantly and watched them leave. Uncle Joe, will you pick me up tomorrow? Lele asked in a baby voice before leaving. Jolie glanced at Xiao Xiao and nodded, yes.
A blush appeared on Xiao Xiao's face.
She lowered her head and stopped talking. The atmosphere in the car was a little subtle.
Joe left the car and glanced at the shy Xiao Xiao beside him from time to time. When he arrived at the company, Jolie went straight into work mode. This report is well written, but it needs some data to back it up. You pick a few capable people, give them double their overtime pay, make it more perfect, and pay attention to every detail.
Jolie handed the report to Xiao Xiao. Okay, I understand.
Xiao Xiao nodded immediately, her eyes returning to their sharp and capable look when she was working. I'll arrange it right away.
Jolie sat in the office, thinking of the calligraphy skills he acquired last night. He was eager to try it out, so he dialed the internal phone to call Li Wei.
Please prepare for me a set of better brushes, rice paper, ink, and bring an inkstone and felt.
I want to write something.
Li Wei's eyes were filled with surprise, but her words were unambiguous.
Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll get ready right away.
The company has a special employee activity room, and the calligraphy and painting room has the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone that Jolie wanted.
After a while, Li Wei came back with a set of exquisite study items. He helped Jolie spread out the felt and stood aside to see what was going on. Jolie picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and splashed ink on the rice paper. The writing moved smoothly and fluently, all in one go. The scenery of the north, thousands of miles of ice, thousands of miles of snow, all is gone, and the heroes of the present are still to be seen. A majestic calligraphy work appears on the paper. Jolie nodded with satisfaction. Although Li Wei didn't know much about calligraphy, it didn't stop her from having stars in her eyes. She would be lying if she said she didn't have any thoughts about this new major shareholder who was young, handsome, and rich. A wave of fatigue came over him. Last night's battle had indeed consumed a lot of his energy. Even though he had the background of a special forces soldier, he couldn't withstand a night of torture. Li Wei, I want to rest for a while. Call me if you need anything. Li Wei nodded, closed the door gently and left. Jolie had just laid down on the sofa when his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Lu Xiaoxiao. Hey, Xiaoxiao. Jolie, my father agreed to meet you. He said he will wait for you at home today. I'll send you the address. Lu Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. Villa number 3, Linjiang Garden. Looking at the message from Green Bubble, Jolie suddenly became energetic. Okay, I'll be right there. Riverside Garden? After hanging up the phone, Jolie suddenly remembered that he still had a reward that he had not redeemed. Villa number 1 in Linjiang Garden. What a coincidence! Jolie was secretly delighted. He straightened his clothes and drove his Bentley straight to Linjiang Garden. Linjiang Garden is the most upscale villa area in Jiangcheng, bar none. Those who can live here must be rich or noble. Although he was driving a Bentley, Jolie did not receive any salute or barrier lifting from the security guards, but was stopped by two neatly dressed security guards. Hello sir, please show me your owner card or visitor invitation code. Jolie explained, I am here to visit Mr. Lu Ziyuan, Villa number 3. The security guard shook his head. Sorry, you don't have an appointment, so you can't be let in. Just as he was about to contact Lu Xiaoxiao, a beautiful figure in a light yellow skirt came skipping out of the villa area. When she saw Jolie's Bentley, her eyes lit up instantly. Jolie! Why are you here? Wu Lily was pleasantly surprised. She opened the car door without saying anything and sat directly in the passenger seat. She also took Jolie's arm, and her movements were as natural as if they were old friends. Well. Jolie was caught off guard by her familiarity, and the soft and warm touch on his arm made him feel a little restrained. I came to talk to little dad about something. Looking for Uncle Lu? What a coincidence. I just came out of Xiaoxiao's house. Come on, I'll take you there. Wu Lily looked excited and had no intention of letting go of his hand. She didn't consider herself an outsider at all. She waved at the dazed security guard at the door and said, My friend, please let me in. The security guard recognized the little princess of the Wu family and saluted and let her pass. Wu Lily's family also lives in this community. Her grandfather Wu Jingshan was once a prominent figure in Jiangcheng's business community. Although he has now retired to the second line, enjoying his retirement at home and tinkering with antiques, calligraphy and paintings, his influence remains. The car entered the residential area smoothly. Wu Lily turned her head to look at Jolie and said with a smile, Why didn't you tell me you were coming earlier? She was still talking about you at Xiaoxiao's house just now. Jolie laughed dryly and thought that Xiaoxiao might not even want you to know that I was coming. Under Wu Lily's skillful guidance, the Bentley quickly stopped at the door of Villa number 3. It is indeed extraordinary, the grand gate is worth a lot of money. The flowers and plants inside the gate are neatly trimmed without losing their level. Wu Lily jumped out of the car and rang the doorbell familiarly. Soon, a well-dressed middle-aged housekeeper opened the door. Miss Wu is here. The butler greeted respectfully, and when he saw Jolie beside him, a hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. Uncle Wang, this is my good friend Jolie, the guest invited by Uncle Lu. Wu Lily introduced. It's Mr. Zhou. The butler immediately showed a professional smile and stepped aside to make way. Mr. Zhou, please come in. Jolie nodded and followed the butler into the villa. The interior decoration is low-key and luxurious. The spacious and bright living room is filled with antique Chinese furniture and there is a soft and thick carpet underfoot. Walk through the living room, go up the spiral staircase covered with red carpet, and arrive at a heavy solid wooden door on the second floor. Please come in, Mr. Zhou. After saying that, the butler retreated.
Jolie pushed the door open and walked in. The study is spacious and bright, with calligraphy works hanging on the walls. There are Sun Yun's cursive script, Chui Han's running script, Yuan Lin's regular script, and almost all the calligraphy works of the top domestic calligraphers. Most of them were written by Lu Ziyuan, mostly in running script, but also in seal and clerical scripts. Jolie slowly admired the calligraphy on the wall, nodding and shaking his head from time to time, looking like an expert. At this time, Lu Ziyuan and Lu Xiaoxiao were standing outside the study door.
Chapter 14. Lu Ziyuan learned from his daughter that this young man named Jolie was very unusual and wanted to discuss cooperation with the Lu group.
So he took his daughter Lu Xiaoxiao and quietly observed the young people in the room through the half-open study door. Xiaoxiao once told him that this delivery boy was no ordinary person, but his fatherly nature made him wary. He was worried that his daughter was just acting on impulse because of momentary love between a man and a woman, so he chose to receive her at home and observe her in person.
The young man's temperament as he walked made Lu Ziyuan raise his eyebrows slightly.
That kind of heroic demeanor that is oozing with martial power is definitely not something that a child from an ordinary family can develop. What surprised him even more was that this young man actually dared to comment on his calligraphy, sometimes nodding in approval, sometimes shaking his head and sighing.
He suddenly felt unhappy. What do you know, you young brat? How dare you comment on my calligraphy?
Although his calligraphy skills are not as good as those of the top domestic masters, he is still well known in the business world. The Jiangqing Calligraphy Association often invites him to write inscriptions, and many collectors are willing to pay high prices for their works.
This is definitely not something a young man in his 20s can comment on casually. Arrogant. Lu Ziyuan muttered to himself. After adjusting his expression, Lu Ziyuan pushed the door open with a smile. I'm sorry for being late. I'm sorry for being so late.
His voice was gentle and powerful, with the unique affinity of a business tycoon. Jolie immediately turned around and saluted respectfully.
Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to bother you, Jolie. Lu Ziyuan walked straight to the desk, but his eyes never left Jolie.
The young man has delicate features, and his every move reveals an indescribable confidence and composure.
It seems that Mr. Zhou is quite knowledgeable about calligraphy. Lu Ziyuan suddenly pointed to the most eye-catching work on the wall, with a tentative tone in his voice. I wonder what I think of this work of mine.
This calligraphy is his masterpiece, which won the second place in the Jiangchun calligraphy competition. Even the chairman of the Provincial Calligraphy Association praised it highly. Jolie knew that Father Lu was testing him, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He smiled slightly, his eyes lingered on the work for a moment, and then he said, Boss Lu's calligraphy is majestic, rigorous in composition, and the strokes are strong and powerful.
This evaluation is just right.
It is neither flattering nor does it point out the exact advantages of the work.
After hearing this, Lu Ziyuan nodded repeatedly, with satisfaction in his eyes.
Those old friends and calligraphy masters also said the same thing when they commented on it, and they have always been proud of this masterpiece.
But
Jolie changed the subject, shook his head slightly, and hesitated to speak.
Lu Ziyuan was stunned, and a big Chuan character suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. What does this kid mean? He first praised me, then shook his head? Didn't I just say it was very good?
He put down the teacup, walked quickly to Jolie and grabbed his arm.
But what?
Xiao Zhou, if you have any insights, just speak up. His tone was firm but a little anxious.
Jolie was not intimidated by Lu Ziyuan's momentum, but became more calm.
He pointed at the calligraphy, his tone calm but authoritative. This work is too strong, but not elegant enough. The flow of energy is a little lacking, and it lacks spirit. These words are like a sharp sword, pointing directly to the core flaw of the work. Lu Ziyuan's expression changed slightly, and when he was about to retort, he saw Jolie walking straight towards the desk. He casually picked up the high-quality goat hairbrush that Lu Ziyuan often used, and skillfully soaked the brush in ink and picked it up.
Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? Before Lu Ziyuan finished his words, Jolie had already picked up a chair and stood on it.
Under Lu Ziyuan's astonished gaze, Jolie picked up his pen and began to make changes directly on the original work.
Jolie, what are you doing?
Lu Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all this time, shouted in surprise.
Stop! Lu Ziyuan almost shouted, but was suppressed by curiosity.
Jolie's wrist was seen flying, the pen tip moving, and in just a few strokes, the characters appeared to be inspired by a god, full of charm.
The originally rigid turning points become smooth and natural, and the originally loose structures become seamless.
The whole work seems to be infused with soul, with a brand new look, greatly elevated to a higher level.
Lu Ziyuan was stunned.
He could never have imagined that the problem he had been practicing for many years but could not solve could be solved by a young man in just a few words.
This is not just a modification, it's turning stone into gold. Be careful.
He hurried forward and supported Jolie, who was about to get off the chair.
Lu Ziyuan held Jolie's hand tightly, his eyes full of shock and admiration.
Little friend Zhou, brother Zhou, you are really a great man, a real expert. His voice trembled slightly, and the displeasure he had just felt had long since disappeared, replaced by sincere respect for the real talent and knowledge.
Jolie smiled and said modestly, I understand a little bit. Lu Ziyuan shook his head repeatedly and excitedly pulled Jolie towards the sofa. Hurry up and sit down.
I am an old man who has no eyes to recognize the great man.
I didn't know that you have such high attainments in calligraphy.
He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Jolie, and then added another cup himself.
Brother Zhou, Master Zhou, no, little friend Zhou.
Lu Ziyuan even messed up the way he addressed him, sometimes calling him brother, sometimes master, and sometimes little friend.
Well, the hierarchy is going to be completely messed up.
Jolie couldn't help laughing in his heart, but he remained respectful on his face. It seems that the calligraphy skills of the calligrapher saint are indeed extraordinary, and they really came in handy this time.
Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so polite. I just made some gains occasionally, it's nothing to mention.
Jolie maintained a humble attitude.
Lu Ziyuan waved his hands, his eyes full of admiration. You are too modest.
If the old president of Lianjiang Calligraphy Association saw your calligraphy, I'm afraid he would be no less impressive. Originally, Lu Ziyuan thought that his daughter brought only a young man who wanted to marry into a rich family. But now that he has seen Jolie's true ability, his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Lu Ziyuan looked at the modified work again, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart.
How could a delivery boy have such profound attainments in calligraphy?
Now he became even more curious about Jolie's identity, and various possibilities emerged in his mind.
Is he the descendant of a hidden calligraphy family? Or is he the last disciple of a master? Or, as Xiaoxiao said, this young man is really not simple and is far from as simple as he appears to be?
Lu Xiaoxiao was incredulous when she saw the huge change in her father's attitude. From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen her father lose his composure like this. Looking up at Jolie, her love for him grew stronger and stronger, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush.
Lu Ziyuan did not notice his daughter's expression and was still immersed in the enjoyment of the art of calligraphy.
He held Jolie's hand and said, "Let's have a quick meal at home at noon, and we can have a couple of drinks." After saying that, he turned around and asked Lu Xiaoxiao to ask Wu Ma to prepare a few more specialties. Lu Xiaoxiao left happily, and Lu Ziyuan said to Jolie solemnly, "I agree to cooperate with Chishima Company, you can arrange to prepare the materials."
Jolie was overjoyed. To be honest with you, Boss Lu, we are already preparing. After hearing this, Lu Ziyuan laughed out loud. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Chapter 15.
The lunch was indeed sumptuous.
Lu Ziyuan was in high spirits.
He pulled Jolie to clink glasses repeatedly, and they talked and laughed happily during the meal. He praised Jolie's calligraphy and regarded him as a close friend regardless of age difference. Lu Xiaoxiao sat next to him, watching her father's attitude towards Jolie, and then looking at Jolie, who was talking calmly beside her. Her eyes moved, with a faint smile on her lips, and she occasionally picked up food for Jolie with gentle movements.
My dear Zhou. Lu Ziyuan took a sip of wine and put down the glass. This little girl has good vision.
But, her mother sighed. People in the business world always want to form a strong alliance and have some ideas about the Zhao family in Beijing. But I still trust my daughter's judgment, and I trust you. He patted Jolie's shoulder and said something with hidden meaning. Jolie understood clearly that it seemed that the future mother-in-law was the first obstacle that needed to be overcome.
However, at present, the cooperation was settled and Lu Ziyuan's approval was obtained, which was a great progress.
After the meal, Jolie remembered the Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden that was rewarded by the system. Since it was on his way, he decided to go and complete the formalities.
Uncle Lu, Xiaoxiao, I still have something to do, so I won't bother you any longer.
Jolie stood up and said goodbye.
Jolie, where are you going?
I'll take you there. Lu Xiaoxiao stood up immediately, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Jolie smiled and said, I'm going to go to New Century Real Estate to handle some formalities. He thought about it and thought it would be a good idea to take Lu Xiaoxiao with him, and let her see his new home at the same time, so he said, if you have nothing to do, you can go with me to have a look.
Okay. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly.
She wanted more time with Jolie. Lu Ziyuan watched from the side, stroked his non-existent beard, smiled with satisfaction like an old father, and waved his hand. Go, it's good for young people to move around more. The two walked out of the Lu family villa side by side. They were handsome and beautiful, and they were a perfect match. Jolie was thinking, after completing the formalities, could he invite Xiao Xiao to visit Villa number 1? However, just as I walked out of the gate of the villa area, a noisy voice came from over there. Xiao Xiao. Jolie. Where are you going? Wu Lily, wearing a hot short skirt, squeezed in between the two of them without saying a word. You're going somewhere without me? That's so mean. I tell you, Xiao Xiao is so innocent, I have to keep an eye on her, lest she gets snatched away by some big bad wolf. As she spoke, she glanced at Jolie meaningfully, then naturally took Jolie's other arm. Lily? Why are you here? Lu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. Wu Lily's eyes moved between the two of them, especially staying on Jolie for a few seconds, then she giggled. I just came out of my grandfather's house and was about to go home. I saw you too. Are you going on a date? No, I have to follow you and help Xiao Xiao to check. Although she said that she was helping her best friend to keep an eye on things, she tightened her hold on Jolie's arm and almost pressed her body against him, her movements very naturally. Jolie. The different soft touches and fragrances on both sides of his arms made him feel a little amused. On the left was Lu Xiaoxiao's gentleness and purity, and on the right was Wu Lily's passion and fieriness. This was a bit exciting. Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned even redder because of Wu Lily's action. She wanted to pull her hand back, but she was too embarrassed to offend her best friend, so she could only glare at Wu Lily in a reproachful manner. Lily, stop it. How could I be making a fuss? I'm serious. Wu Lily straightened her chest and looked righteous. What if he bullies you? I have to protect you. Jolie looked at Wu Lily's funny look and found it funny, but he didn't refuse. It was a rare experience to have two beauties with different styles on the left and right. He cleared his throat and said, let's go to the lobby of New Century Real Estate to do something. To handle property procedures? Jolie, you want to buy a house? Where to buy? I can give you some advice. Wu Lily immediately became interested, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. Jolie got out of his Bentley, carrying the two beauties, and headed straight for the lobby of New Century Real Estate. Along the way, Wu Lily kept chattering and asking questions, and Lu Xiaoxiao occasionally interrupted, making the atmosphere lively. But Lu Xiaoxiao felt a little sour when she saw Wu Lily almost hanging on Jolie, but she was gentle and didn't say anything harsh. The lobby of New Century Real Estate is located in the core area of Jiangqing CBD. It is magnificently decorated and crowded with people, most of whom are well dressed. The three of them had just walked into the hall and Jolie was about to find a staff member to inquire about the procedures for Villa number 1 when a voice with a hint of arrogance suddenly sounded. Lily? Why are you here? A young man in a high-end suit and a meticulously combed hair walked over quickly. He has a handsome appearance, but there is a lingering arrogance between his brows. He is the executive president of Jiang Home Furnishing Group, Zhang Huicheng. The Jiang family is also a well-known family in Jiangcheng. Not only does they have a big business, they are also said to have an impressive official background. Among Wu Lily's many suitors, Zhang Huicheng is the most persistent and conceited one. When he saw that Wu Lily was intimately holding the arm of a strange man, and that the man was dressed very ordinary, his face suddenly darkened and his eyes cut towards Jolie as sharp as a knife. Lily, who is this? Zhang Huicheng's voice was filled with obvious hostility and scrutiny. Wu Lily obviously didn't like him very much. She frowned and her tone became cold. My friend, Jolie Zhang Huicheng, you are blocking our way. Friend? Zhang Huicheng sneered and looked Jolie up and down with a provocative tone. Which show family? I don't think I've ever heard of this person in Jiangcheng. Driving a Bentley, rented, right? Young people nowadays are really willing to spend a lot of money to pick up girls. His words were extremely rude. Not only did he belittle Jolie, he also mocked Wu Lily for having poor taste. Wu Lily immediately got angry. Zhang Huicheng. Watch your mouth. Jolie is my friend, stop being so sarcastic. Lu Xiaoxiao also frowned, pulled Wu Lily, and whispered, Lily, don't bother with him. Zhang Huicheng was relentless. He had been pursuing Wu Lily for a long time but had always been rejected. Now, seeing Wu Lily defending another man, he became even more jealous. He stared at Jolie and said, Boy, stay away from Lily if you know what's best for you. She's not someone you can date. Jolie originally didn't bother to pay attention to this kind of jumping clown, but the other party kept provoking him and even insulted Wu Lily and Lu Xiaoxiao, so his eyes turned cold. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
Ding.
Activate system task. Make Zhang Huiqing completely believe that the host has the ability to buy Linjiang Garden Villa No. 1.
Task reward, Linjiang Garden Villa No. 1 equivalent cash 88 million. Oh no? Just when I was sleepy, someone sent me a pillow.
Zhang Huiqing came at the right time.
Chapter 16.
Jolie's lips curled up into a playful smile. He took a step forward, protecting Wu Lily and Lu Xiaoxiao behind him, met Zhang Huiqing's hostile gaze, and said lightly, "This.
Mr. Jiang, right? You seem to have some misunderstanding about me." Misunderstanding?
Zhang Huiqing sneered, "How can you be worthy of coming to a place like this? You can't afford any house here even if you work hard for 8 lifetimes.
From the looks of you, are you bringing Lily to look at houses? Are you trying to act like a rich man?"
Jolie smiled, pointed to the VIP reception room not far away, and said to an account manager who came over after hearing the voice, "Hello, I'm here to handle the transfer procedures for Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden." The account manager was stunned for a moment, then smiled professionally. "Hello, sir, may I ask who you are?"
My name is Jolie.
When Zhang Huiqing heard Linjiang Garden Villa No. 1, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into an exaggerated laugh.
Ha 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 ha.
Boy, are you still asleep?
Linjiang Garden Villa No. 1? Do you know where that is? Do you know how much that villa is worth? 88 million. Just you? Ha 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 ha.
He laughed so hard that he fell backwards, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and looked at Jolie with eyes full of contempt and disdain. In his opinion, Jolie was just trying to be strong and pretending to be rich. He even dared to tell such a big lie just to show off in front of the beautiful woman.
Jolie ignored him and just looked at the account manager calmly. Is it ready? The account manager was a little confused by this sudden information. Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden? That was the top-notch building in Zhongcheng.
It was a property that the owner of the developer, New Century Group, kept for himself and never sold to the public.
How could someone suddenly show up to handle the transfer?
But her good professionalism allowed her to quickly come to her senses, with a standard smile still on her face.
"Mr. Zhou, Linjiang Garden Villa No. 1 is an internal asset of our group and is not for sale. Are you mistaken?" Ha ha, did you hear that, kid? Zhang Huiqing acted as if he was pinching Jolie's vitals, and his voice became even louder. "I've already said I'm not selling it. Are you still pretending? I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself here."
Wu Lily was so angry that her pretty face turned red. Just as she was about to step forward to argue, she was gently stopped by Jolie.
Jolie didn't even look at Zhang Huiqing.
He just took out his phone from his pocket, brought up a QR code interface, and handed it to the account manager.
"This is my electronic code for the owner's certificate, and this is my ID card. Your system should be able to verify it."
This QR code is directly generated by the system and contains all the encrypted information about the villa's ownership and is directly linked to the New Century Group's internal database. The account manager took the phone skeptically and took out a special QR code scanning device. She didn't believe Jolie in her heart, she just thought she was going through the process so that this Mr. Zhou would give up.
Drop.
With a slight sound, the code was scanned successfully.
The account manager looked down at the device screen. The professional smile on his face froze instantly.
His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly, as if he had seen something incredible. The screen clearly displayed, Linjiang Garden Villa No. 1, owner, Jolie, identity verification passed, authority, highest. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Jolie, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. Her previous polite smile turned into cautious respect. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll do it for you right away."
The wild laughter on Zhang Huiqing's face suddenly stopped, and his expression froze there, as if he had been slapped hard in the face, and it was burning with pain. He widened his eyes, staring at the equipment in the account manager's hands and Jolie, and opened his mouth several times, but couldn't utter a word.
"Jolie? The owner of Linjiang Garden Villa No. 1? How is this possible? His father couldn't even buy the villa, so how could this ordinary-looking guy be the owner?"
He must have heard it wrong.
Yes, it must be an illusion.
Wu Lily and Lu Xiaoxiao were also shocked. They knew Jolie was not simple, but they never expected that he was the owner of Villa Number 1 in Linjiang Garden. That was the most luxurious house in Jiangcheng. Wu Lili was the first to react. She looked at Jolie, then at Jiang Huicheng, whose face was turning pale and blue, and burst out laughing. She deliberately raised her voice and said, "Hey, Mr. Jiang, what did you just say? Who can't afford it? Who's pretending? TSK, TSK, TSK." She took Jolie's arm and shook it deliberately, looking at Jiang Huicheng provocatively, her face full of gloating. Lu Xiaoxiao also covered her mouth in surprise, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Jolie. She knew that Jolie was not an ordinary person. The account manager was no longer willing to delay and immediately bowed to lead Jolie. "Mr. Zhou, please follow me to the VIP room. I will handle the relevant procedures for you immediately." Her attitude was extremely respectful, even with a hint of fear. The identity and background of the person who could own Villa Number 1 was absolutely beyond her imagination. Jolie nodded, ignoring the stunned Jiang Huicheng, and followed the account manager to the VIP room with Wu Lili and Lu Xiaoxiao, who were equally surprised but more excited. When passing by Jiang Huicheng, Jolie paused slightly, glanced at him with a half-smile, and said lightly, "Mr. Jiang, it seems that you do have some misunderstandings about me. But it doesn't matter. We will live in the same neighborhood and see each other every day. You will gradually get to know me." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Jiang Huicheng, who was petrified on the spot, and walked straight into the VIP room. Jiang Huicheng stood there, his face turning from blue to white, from white to red, and finally to iron blue. The faint discussions and vague gazes from all around him pierced him like needles. He felt as if his face was being rubbed repeatedly on the ground, and his dignity was shattered to the ground. "Jolie. Linjiang Garden Villa Number 1. He gritted his teeth and recited the name. His eyes were terribly sinister. He couldn't figure out who this guy who suddenly appeared was. In the VIP room, the formalities were handled very smoothly. The account manager personally served tea and water, and was very efficient. In less than half an hour, all the transfer procedures were completed, and Jolie officially received the key and relevant documents of Villa Number 1 in Linjiang Garden. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward, Linjiang Garden Villa Number 1, equivalent to 88 million in cash, has been received. Please check it. A system notification sounded in his mind, and Jolie looked at the long string of zeros that suddenly appeared in the mobile banking app. Comfortable. After completing the formalities, Jolie led the two beauties out of the VIP room. In the hall, Jiang Huicheng had already disappeared. Wu Lili excitedly hugged Jolie's arm and chattered non-stop. "Jolie! You are so awesome! Villa Number 1. Oh my god! My grandfather said that you can't buy that place even if you have money. Tell me quickly, what's going on?" Although Lu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, her bright eyes were always looking at Jolie. The blush on her face deepened, with a hint of shyness and curiosity. Jolie smiled and shook the key in his hand. "Nothing, just good luck. Come on, since we are here, shall I take you to identify the door?" "Great, great." Wu Lili was the first to cheer. Lu Xiaoxiao also nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 17. The Bentley drove smoothly on the winding road of Linjiang Garden. The higher we went, the wider the view became. The vegetation on both sides of the road was carefully trimmed and arranged in an orderly manner, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants and trees. "Wow, the scenery here is much better than that at my home." Wu Lili leaned on the car window, looking at the sparkling river in the distance and the villa complex gradually being left behind, and couldn't help but marvel. Lu Xiaoxiao also opened her eyes wide and whispered, "Yes, the terrain here is so high, it feels like living on the clouds." Jolie smiled and said nothing. Linjiang Garden is recognized as the top wealthy area in Jiangcheng, and Villa Number 1 is the king of buildings in this wealthy area. It is not built in a conventional villa complex, but occupies a sunny platform halfway up the Purple Mountain, with no obstructions in front and behind and nearly 270-degree surround views. Compared with the villas of Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili at the foot of the mountain, the altitude here is more than 100 meters higher. It can truly be said to be surrounded by mountains and water, overlooking the entire city. The car slowly drove past an inner door that required special identification to open, and finally stopped in front of a magnificent modern-style villa. The pure white main building, large floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls and simple and smooth lines outline a low-key sense of luxury, which blends perfectly with the surrounding natural environment. In front of the villa is an open platform garden, and the carefully designed flowing water landscape makes a pleasant sound.
We're here. Jolie turned off the engine and got out of the car. Oh my god. Jolie, is this villa number 1?
Wu Lily jumped out of the car, looked up at the building in front of her, and opened her mouth into an O shape.
This is too exaggerated.
Lu Xiaoxiao also walked down, looking at the building in front of her that looked like a work of art. Her eyes sparkled. Her home was already a mansion, but compared to the one in front of her, it still lacked some artistic conception and grandeur. At this moment, the heavy wooden door of the villa slid open silently, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a fitted butler suit and with his hair neatly combed, walked out. He had a professional yet friendly smile on his face and bowed slightly to Jolie.
Mr. Zhou, welcome home.
I am your housekeeper, Zhou Tong, you can call me Lao Zhou. His voice was steady, his tone was calm, and his every move revealed a professionalism that far exceeded that of an ordinary housekeeper. Jolie understood clearly that this must be the arrangement of the system. He nodded. Old Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Old Zhou turned his gaze to the two ladies and bowed slightly again. Hello, ladies.
Hello. Wu Lily immediately returned to her familiar nature and looked at Lao Zhou curiously. Housekeeper?
Jolie, does your villa deserve a housekeeper?
System, well, a full set of services provided by the developer.
Jolie mumbled, silently giving a thumbs up to the omnipotent system. This service was simply considerate. Old Zhou stepped aside to make way. Mr. Zhou, miss, please come in. When you step into the villa, the first thing that catches your eye is a magnificent living room with a ceiling height of at least 10 meters. The huge crystal chandelier is as bright as stars, and the smooth marble floor reflects the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Opposite the gate is a floor-to-ceiling glass wall that takes up almost the entire wall.
Outside is an infinity pool.
The edge of the pool seems to be integrated with the river view and skyline in the distance. The scenery is breathtakingly magnificent.
Oh my god.
Wu Lily covered her mouth, completely shocked by the scene before her. This place is simply where the gods live. Lu Xiaoxiao was also fascinated by what she saw, and her little hands unconsciously grasped the corner of Jolie's clothes, as if only in this way could she be sure that she was not dreaming. Old Zhou led the way in front, and his voice sounded at the right time. Mr. Zhou, the villa has 3 floors and 1 underground floor. The building area is about 2,800 square meters, and the garden area is about 3,500 square meters. The first floor is mainly the reception area, dining room, Chinese and Western kitchens, gym, indoor heated swimming pool and home theater. The second floor is the main living area, with a total of 6 suites with independent bathrooms and cloakrooms. The third floor is your master bedroom, study, an open-air tea house and an observatory. The underground floor is a wine cellar, entertainment room, cigar bar, and a garage that can park 8 cars. His introduction was concise and clear, but it was enough to make people imagine the luxury and completeness of the villa. Jolie took the 2 girls on a tour. The gym equipment was comparable to that of a professional club, the home theater equipment was of top brands, and there was even a small bar next to the heated swimming pool. Every detail showed extraordinary taste and financial resources. Wu Lily was in a state of extreme excitement throughout the whole process. She touched this ornament, tried that sofa, and kept exclaiming wow, and that's great. She hung on Jolie's arm almost the whole time, declaring a certain closeness. Lu Xiaoxiao was much quieter, but her sparkling eyes and slightly upturned mouth revealed her inner joy and love for this place. She followed Jolie silently, always holding Jolie's hand, feeling the shock of belonging to him, and a sense of dependence and belonging arose spontaneously in her heart. This man always brought her unexpected surprises and a sense of security.
I want this one.
Wu Lily rushed into a suite located in the southeast corner with the best river view, threw herself directly onto the large bed that looked extremely comfortable, and rolled over.
This one has the best sunlight and the best view, it's mine.
This suite is truly the best one besides the master bedroom. Lu Xiaoxiao also liked this one. She walked to the window, looked at the unbeatable river view outside, and said softly but firmly, I like this one, too. Wu Lily sat up from the bed, put her hands on her hips, and looked at her best friend with raised eyebrows. Hey, Xiaoxiao, can we follow the first come first served principle?
I came in first. But I also like the scenery here.
Lu Xiaoxiao rarely gave in, but instead met Wu Lily's gaze. Although she is shy, she insists on certain things. Especially in this place that belongs to Jolie, she subconsciously does not want to lose to anyone.
That won't work. I took it first.
Wu Lily refused and pulled Jolie's arm again.
Jolie, can you tell me whether I was here first?
Jolie looked at the two beauties with very different styles arguing over a room, feeling a little amused. One was passionate, the other was gentle, but at this moment, they both puffed up their cheeks like two children fighting over candy. Okay, he patted Wu Lily's head, and then said to Lu Xiaoxiao, there are a lot of empty rooms here, and the view from the side room is similar, how about?
No. Wu Lily interrupted immediately, I want this one.
The view is the best. Lu Xiaoxiao also pursed her lips and looked at Jolie, with a hint of grievance and expectation in her eyes, as if she hoped that he could help her.
Chapter 18. Jolie thought about it, walked to the wall between the two rooms and looked at it, then asked Lao Zhou, can these two rooms be connected? Old Zhou was slightly stunned, then nodded, theoretically, it is possible, Mr. Zhou. The wall here is not a load-bearing structure. After it is opened up, it can form a larger suite with two independent bathrooms and cloakrooms. Jolie looked at the two girls and said, how about connecting these two rooms to make a large suite, with one side being a bedroom and the other side being a living room or dressing room? You two can live together and there won't be any need to fight over it. Live together? Wu Lily and Lu Xiaoxiao looked at each other and were stunned. Wu Lily rolled her eyes and clapped her hands immediately. What a good idea! This way we can whisper together. Xiaoxiao, what do you think? Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned slightly red. She looked at Jolie, then at Wu Lily, and nodded gently, well, that's fine. Although she couldn't have the best room alone, it seemed good to be with Wu Lily, and this seemed to bring her one step closer to Jolie. That's settled then. Jolie said to Lao Zhou, arrange someone to handle it as soon as possible. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Old Zhou responded respectfully. After resolving the room dispute, Jolie told Lao Zhou, my bedroom, are all the daily necessities ready? Lao Zhou replied, please rest assured, sir, everything has been prepared for you according to the highest standards. In addition, according to your potential needs, we have also prepared brand new women's daily necessities and basic skin care products for the two ladies' rooms. Jolie was surprised again. The housekeeper arranged by the system was even more thoughtful than he thought. Very good. He said to Wu Lily, who looked very satisfied, and Lu Xiaoxiao, who looked shy and happy, look at the things in the room, if you find anything missing, or if there is any style you like, you can tell Lao Zhou and ask him to buy it. This will be your home in the future, and you can come and live here anytime. Really? That's great. Wu Lily jumped up excitedly, hugged Jolie's neck and gave him a kiss on the face. Lu Xiaoxiao also nodded shyly and whispered, thank you, Jolie. She looked at Jolie, snuggled gently beside him, her heart full of happiness and sweetness. Jolie felt the warmth and tenderness in his arms and the sincere joy of the girls, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. With such a mansion and beautiful women by his side, it seemed that the days of being a wealthy man had just begun. After solving the room ownership issue, Wu Lily and Lu Xiaoxiao were like two happy little birds, chirping and planning in the super large suite that was about to be connected. Hang your paintings on this wall, and put my game console over there. Wu Lily gave instructions enthusiastically. The curtains should be changed to light purple. I like that color. Lu Xiaoxiao suggested in a low voice with a look of longing on her face. Jolie looked at their excited expressions, smiled, and without disturbing them, turned and walked towards the master bedroom on the third floor. The master bedroom occupies most of the third floor, with simple black, white and gray tones, low-key yet textured. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window is an open terrace and the city skyline in the distance. In the cloakroom, hangers are filled with top-brand men's clothing of various styles and sizes, from casual to formal, and accessories such as watches and cufflinks are also available, all prepared according to Jolie's body shape and preferences assessed by the system. Jolie stood alone on the terrace, feeling the cool breeze blowing from the hillside, overlooking the thousands of lights and the brilliant river view below. In just a few days, his life has changed dramatically. From a delivery man struggling to make ends meet, he is transformed into Mr. Zhou, who owns a luxury house and has a net worth of hundreds of millions. This feeling is like a dream, but it is also very real. He secretly made up his mind to make full use of the resources provided by the system and continue to become stronger, whether in terms of wealth, ability, or connections. He thought of Xiao Qiao, the tough-looking but soft-hearted woman, and her lovely daughter Lele. The tenderness of last night was still vivid in his mind. It was not just the physical connection, but also a subtle emotion growing. He called Xiao Qiao. Hello, Jolie? Xiao Qiao's slightly surprised voice came from the other end of the phone, and there seemed to be the sound of keyboard typing in the background. Busy? Well, I'm sorting out the report data you mentioned, and I just got some ideas. Xiao Qiao's voice was capable like a professional woman, with a hint of imperceptible tenderness. Thank you for your hard work. There's no rush for the report, so make sure you get some rest. Jolie paused. I moved to Villa Number 1 in Linjiang Garden. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Xiao Qiao's voice sounded again, with a hint of complicated emotions. Linjiang Garden? Villa Number 1? The news that Jolie claimed Villa Number 1 in the lobby of New Century Real Estate and slapped Zhang Huiqing in the face had quietly spread in a certain small circle. As someone close to Jolie, Xiao Qiao naturally heard about it. Congratulations. Xiao Qiao's voice sounded a little distant. That's very good. Jolie could sense the alienation in her tone. Perhaps the huge difference in status made her feel stressed. Are you free tonight? Bring Lele over for dinner? Get to know the place. Xiao Qiao was silent for a while, then said softly, No, there is still a lot of things to do in the report. Besides, Lele has to get up early tomorrow. Her refusal was tactful, but also firm. Jolie sighed inwardly. He understood Xiao Qiao's concerns. The relationship between them had become complicated because of last night's impulse, and the disparity in their status added an invisible wall. Okay, then don't be too tired. Let the rest of the team share more of the reporting work. I see. After hanging up the phone, Jolie felt a little disappointed. It seemed that he and Xiao Qiao needed more time and opportunities. In the evening, the villa became lively. Lao Zhou had invited a team of chefs from a top restaurant from somewhere, and they were busy in the villa's professional kitchen. Exquisite dishes were served on the long dining table like flowing water. Wu Lili and Lu Xiaoxiao excitedly put on the new dresses that Lao Zhou prepared for them. They were all new styles of the season's big brands that suited their temperaments. Wu Lili chose a passionate red suspender dress, which made her skin look whiter than snow and full of vitality. Lu Xiaoxiao wore a gentle light yellow dress, which made her look even more charming and lovely. Jolie, look at us and see if we are beautiful? Wu Lili pulled Lu Xiaoxiao and turned around in front of Jolie. Beautiful. Jolie admired sincerely. Beauty is a feast for the eyes, the ancients were right. Oomph, you have good taste. Wu Lili raised her chin proudly, then moved closer to Jolie and lowered her voice with a hint of cunning, but, between me and Xiao Xiao, who is prettier? When Lu Xiaoxiao heard this, her cheeks instantly turned red. She secretly looked up at Jolie, her eyes full of anticipation and nervousness. Jolie. This is simply a death sentence. He coughed dryly and picked up the red wine glass on the table. They are both beautiful, each with its own merits. Come, to celebrate moving into a new house, cheers. Finally changed the subject. Chapter 19. The dinner atmosphere was harmonious and warm. The chef's cooking skills were impeccable, and every dish was like a work of art. Wu Lili was lively and talkative, constantly finding topics to talk about, making everyone laugh. Although Lu Xiaoxiao didn't talk much, she always had a satisfied smile on her face, and from time to time she picked up food for Jolie with a gentle look in her eyes. Jolie looked at everything in front of him, at the two girls who smiled because of him, and a wonderful feeling surged in his heart. Maybe this is the feeling of having a home? Although the structure of this home is a bit strange. After dinner, Wu Lili suggested going to the home theater to watch a movie. The huge screen, comfortable sofa, and sound effects comparable to those of a professional theater made the three of them immersed in it. Wu Lili chose a Hollywood action movie, and when she saw the exciting parts, she would grab Jolie's arm and shout excitedly. Lu Xiaoxiao quietly leaned on the other side, and occasionally when she was scared, she would subconsciously move closer to Jolie. Jolie sat in the middle, hugged on both sides, feeling the different body temperatures and fragrances coming from both sides, but his heart was not entirely filled with enjoyment. He could sense the subtle competition between the two girls and their growing dependence and affection for him. How should he deal with this sweet burden in the future? Halfway through the movie, Wu Lili's cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned, and hung up. A few seconds later, the phone rang again, with the same number. Who is it? So annoying? Jolie asked casually. Who else could it be? Zhang Huiqing, that idiot. Wu Lili said unhappily, hung up again, and directly blocked the number. What does he want from you? Jolie's eyes moved slightly. I guess he was stunned by the slap in the face you gave him today, and he's unwilling to accept it. Wu Lili curled her lips. He sent me a bunch of sarcastic text messages this afternoon, telling me to be careful of being scammed and that nouveau riche people like you won't last long. I don't bother to respond to him. Jolie heard this, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
It seems that Jiang Huiqing did not let it go just because of a slap in the face. This kind of rich second generation who will never give up is often more difficult to deal with than those street thugs, because they have more resources and more insidious means.
Don't pay attention to him, Jolie said calmly, he's just a clown.
Although he said so, Jolie was more cautious in his heart.
The Jiang family had considerable influence in Jiangcheng, especially in the home furnishing industry, where they almost had a monopoly.
If Jiang Huiqing was determined to cause trouble, he might start with business. His cooperation with the Lu Group had just started and had not yet officially begun, which might become a breakthrough for Jiang Huiqing's attack.
After the movie ended, it was already late. Tonight, are we staying here?
Lu Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice, with anticipation in her eyes.
Of course. Wu Lily said as a matter of course, then looked at Jolie and blinked, handsome Zhou, can you take us two homeless poor kids in? Jolie looked at them and smiled, of course, I said this is your home too.
Old Zhou should have prepared the bed for your temporary room.
Yeah. That's great. Wu Lily cheered and pulled Lu Xiaoxiao up, come on, let's go check out our new room.
As the two girls' excited backs disappeared at the stairs, Jolie's smile gradually faded. He walked to the huge French window and looked out at the deep night sky and the bright lights of the city below.
The joy of moving into a new home seems to be mixed with a hint of undercurrent.
Jiang Huiqing's resentment, the subtle relationship between him and Xiao Qiao, and the increasingly passionate feelings of the two girls around him, all these indicate that the road ahead will not be as simple as owning this mansion. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Jolie whispered to himself, and his eyes became firm again. With the system, wealth and power, he is no longer the delivery man who was bullied by others. No matter what challenges lie ahead, he has the confidence to face them.
Just then, his cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Tangu.
Brother Zhou, congratulations on moving into your new home. I want to bring a few brothers over tomorrow to congratulate you and introduce you to the new house.
Is that convenient for you?
Jolie looked at the news and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that his high school classmate was very well informed. The next morning, Jolie was awakened by the sound of birds singing outside the window. The sun shone through the huge French windows and filled the room with warmth. After washing up, a sumptuous breakfast was already served in the restaurant on the first floor. Wu Lily and Lu Xiaoxiao had also gotten up and were sitting at the dining table chatting quietly. When they saw Jolie coming down, their two beautiful eyes looked over at the same time.
Good morning, Jolie.
Wu Lily raised the cup of milk in her hand with a bright smile.
Good morning.
Lu Xiaoxiao also greeted softly, with a morning blush on her cheeks.
Good morning.
Jolie sat down and picked up a sandwich.
How did you sleep last night?
It's so comfortable.
Wu Lily said exaggeratedly, the bed is as soft as a cloud. I don't even want to get up.
Lu Xiaoxiao also nodded, yeah, very quiet, slept well. Seeing their satisfied expressions, Jolie was also in a good mood. Old Zhou handed them a cup of warm milk at the right time. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Tangu just called and asked about the time of today's visit. Old Zhou reported. Jolie thought about it, but hadn't sent a reply to Tangu yet.
Let him come over at noon and have a simple meal together. Tangu might be useful in the future. More friends mean more paths, especially in Jiangcheng.
It never hurts to have more local bosses to help get information or do some small things.
Okay. Lao Zhou nodded and took note of it.
After breakfast, Wu Lily suggested going shopping to buy some girly things for their new room. Lu Xiaoxiao was naturally happy to go with them. Jolie was not interested in these things, so she asked Lao Zhou to arrange a driver and car to take them there, and she planned to go to the study to deal with some things.
Hey, aren't you going with us?
Wu Lily pouted somewhat dissatisfiedly.
I still have some work to do. Jolie explained, you guys go have fun, buy whatever you like, use my card.
You said it. Wu Lily's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled Lu Xiaoxiao, come on, Xiaoxiao, we're going to make handsome Zhou pour today. Lu Xiaoxiao was amused by her, waved to Jolie, and followed Wu Lily out. Jolie came to the study room on the third floor.
The layout here was similar to what he imagined.
One wall was a huge bookshelf, and the other wall was hung with several landscape paintings with a far-reaching artistic conception and calligraphy by famous artists, which were obviously thoughtfully prepared by the system. The two desks placed side by side were extremely large, with a set of study supplies on one side and a set of high-end computer equipment on the other.
Chapter 20. He turned on the computer and logged into the internal system of having eaten.
Chow Chow had uploaded the preliminary and improved feasibility report of full scene catering model. Jolie read it carefully and had to admit that Chow Chow's ability at work was indeed outstanding. The report had clear logic, detailed data, and a very thorough analysis of market prospects and potential risks. As he watched, he thought about how to further improve the plan and how to deal with challenges that might arise.
While he was thinking, the internal phone rang.
It was Lao Zhou's voice, with a hint of subtle solemnity. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Jiang Huiqing is here, just outside the gate of the villa.
He said, he wants to visit you."
Jolie raised his eyebrows.
Jiang Huicheng? What is he doing here? He was just slapped in the face yesterday, and he came to my house today? Is he here to apologize or to provoke? He's alone?
Yes, Mr. Zhou. It seems that he drove here by himself and did not bring anyone else. Jolie hesitated for a moment. If the other party really came to ease the relationship, it would be petty to directly refuse him. But it was more likely that he had bad intentions.
"Let him in, I'll wait for him in the living room," Jolie finally decided. He wanted to see what this young Master Jiang was up to.
Yes. Jolie stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked downstairs slowly.
In the living room, old Zhou had already made tea.
Jolie sat down on the sofa in the main seat, calmly picked up the teacup, and gently blew the floating tea leaves.
Soon, footsteps were heard.
Jiang Huiqing walked in, still wearing a well-tailored high-end suit and a neatly styled hairdo, but his face looked a little gloomier than yesterday. He was holding a gift box that looked quite valuable. Seeing Jolie sitting there leisurely, Jiang Huiqing's eyes flickered, and then he forced a slightly stiff smile on his face.
"Mr. Zhou, I am sorry for disturbing you by visiting you." He put the gift box on the coffee table.
"I am sorry for offending you at New Century yesterday.
I was blind and didn't recognize you. This is just a small gift.
I hope you will forgive me."
This attitude was quite humble.
If Jolie didn't know what kind of person he was, he would have almost believed it.
"Mr. Jiang, you're too polite."
Jolie put down his teacup and gestured for him to sit down.
His face showed no emotion. "It's just a small misunderstanding. It's not an offense."
Jiang Huiqing sat down on the sofa opposite, his eyes scanning the luxurious living room inconspicuously. A trace of jealousy that was hard to conceal flashed in the depths of his eyes. This villa that even his father had longed for now belonged to the man in front of him who looked younger than him.
Mr. Zhou was really young and promising.
Jiang Huicheng laughed dryly and tried to find a topic. "Speaking of which, my father and Wu Lily's grandfather, Mr. Wu, are old acquaintances. I often heard Grandpa Wu talk about the past when they were young and worked together. I didn't expect that Mr. Zhou has such a good relationship with Lily and Xiao Xiao.
It's really fate."
His words seemed to be trying to bring them closer, but in fact he was reminding Jolie that he had connections with both the Wu and Lu families, and hinting that Jolie should not go too far. At the same time, he also pointed out that he knew Jolie had a close relationship with the two girls.
Jolie sneered in his heart but remained expressionless on his face. "Really?
Xiao Xiao, Lily and I are indeed friends." He did not explain too much, nor did he continue the conversation with the other party.
The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment.
Jiang Huiqing picked up the teacup and took a sip, as if he was organizing his words. After a moment, he put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and his tone became more serious.
"Boss Zhou, let's be frank. I was wrong about what happened yesterday.
But I am sincere to Lily and have been pursuing her for a long time. I know that Boss Zhou has superior conditions, but when it comes to relationships, there should always be fair competition, right?"
Here it comes, the fox's tail is finally revealed. Jolie looked at him and said, "Young Master Jiang, if you want to say something, just say it."
Jiang Huiqing took a deep breath and his eyes sharpened.
"What I want to say is that I hope Mr. Zhou can give me a fair chance to compete.
As for Lily, I will continue to work hard.
As for Mr. Zhou, Linjiang Garden is nice, but the business world in Jiangcheng is very complicated. It's better to have more friends than more enemies, right?"
This was already a naked threat. He was hinting to Jolie that if Jolie did not withdraw from the competition with Wu Lily, he would make things difficult for Jolie in business.
Jolie smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "Young Master Jiang, are you threatening me?" "I dare not." Jiang Huiqing waved his hands quickly, with a hint of arrogance on his face. "It's just a friendly reminder. After all, Mr. Zhou's company is called Have You Eaten Yet? Right? I heard that they are discussing cooperation with the Lu Group recently."
We, the Jiang family, can still have a say in Uncle Lu's affairs.
He had indeed found out. He also directly pointed out his cooperation with Lu's. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort after returning yesterday.
Zhou leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, looking at Jiang Huiqing calmly, as if he was watching a clown's performance.
Young Master Jiang is well informed.
Zhou's tone was flat. However, Mr. Jiang, please don't worry about my cooperation with the Lu Corporation. As for Lily, she is my friend. If anyone wants to pursue her, it is your freedom. But if anyone wants to use despicable means to achieve their goals, or wants to touch my friends or my business. Zhou's voice suddenly turned cold, an invisible pressure spread, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Then we need to see if he has the ability to bear the consequences. Jiang Huiqing was shocked by Zhou's sudden outburst of momentum, his face changed slightly, and he subconsciously shrank back. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was so strong. Facing his threat, he not only did not give in, but instead fought back.
You.
Jiang Huiqing appears to be a bit timid but actually looks strong.
Zhou, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you are so great just because you own a villa? In Jiangcheng, it is not your turn to have the final say. It's not up to me, Mr. Jiang, you can give it a try. Zhou picked up the teacup and ordered them to leave. Tea has been drunk.
If you have nothing else to do, Mr. Jiang, please go back.
I have guests at noon.
Jiang Huiqing looked at Zhou's calm and confident look, and he felt as if a breath was stuck in his chest, unable to go up or down. He thought that he could use the relationship between his family and the Lu family to make Zhou a little afraid, but he didn't expect that the other party would not buy it at all. He stood up suddenly, his face livid. Okay.
Zhou, you have guts. We'll see.
After saying that, he quickly left the villa without looking back. Looking at Jiang Huiqing's furious back, Zhou curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. In the first confrontation, he obviously had the upper hand. But this was just the beginning, and Jiang Huiqing would never give up. It seems that we have to implement the cooperation between Have You Eaten and Lu's as soon as possible and achieve some results. Zhou thought to himself. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength and value can these self-righteous guys be truly awed.
He picked up his phone and called Tango. Hello, is this Tango? When you come over at noon, help me find out something. To deal with people like Jiang Huiqing, sometimes some abnormal methods may be more effective. Chapter 21.
Jiang Huiqing rushed out of the villa gate with a rage, got into his Porsche Cayenne, and punched the steering wheel hard.
Damn it! How dare a peasant who came out of nowhere talk to me like that?
He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment.
He couldn't swallow being looked down upon and threatened by an outsider in his own territory. Zhou, right? And that Lu group. I want to see how long you can be so proud.
He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, help me check for someone named Zhou. Yes, the one who recently lived in number 1 Linjiang Garden.
Find out his past for me. Also, keep an eye on the recent movements of the Lu group, especially their relationship with a company called Have You Eaten?
Inside the villa, Zhou held a teacup and looked in the direction where Jiang Huiqing left in embarrassment, his eyes calm. He didn't take this level of threat seriously. However, since the other party mentioned the cooperation with Lu's group, it means that he has begun to use his connections to find out his background.
It seems that some people won't learn their lesson unless they are beaten hard. Zhou put down his teacup and said to old Zhou, who had been standing quietly by his side. Old Zhou, Tangu, and the others will be here at noon.
Ask the kitchen to prepare some more hard dishes.
I think they have big appetites. Yes, sir.
Old Zhou bowed slightly, without any extra expression, as if the aggressive young Master Jiang had never appeared. This kind of calmness made Zhou feel that this butler was no ordinary person.
Near noon, the surveillance footage outside the villa showed a small convoy of 3 vehicles slowly approaching.
Leading the way was a slightly old but shiny black Mercedes-Benz S-Class, followed by 2 black Volkswagen Passats.
Mr. Zhou, Mr. Tangu is here.
Old Zhou's voice came through the intercom.
Let them in.
Soon, the roar of the engine sounded on the platform in front of the villa. The car door opened, and Tango got out of the Mercedes first. He was wearing a black casual suit and his hair was neatly combed. He tried hard to make himself look more formal. He was followed by 7 or 8 sturdy men, led by the bald man and scarred man whom he had seen last time at the Century restaurant. It was obvious that these people were visiting a mansion of this level for the first time. As soon as they got off the car, they were stunned by the magnificent villa and the open river view. They couldn't help but show surprise and restraint on their faces. They stood there at a loss, and seemed out of place with the surrounding environment. Tangu took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, straightened his collar, and walked quickly towards the gate of the villa. The bald man and the scarred man followed closely behind him, while the others were signaled to stay by the car.
Brother Zhou.
As soon as he entered the room and saw Jolie waiting at the entrance, Tangu immediately put on a warm smile, walked quickly forward, bowed slightly, and kept a very humble attitude.
I'm here.
Jolie patted his shoulder, glanced at the bald man and scarred man behind him, and nodded. The two of them were quite smart in the restaurant last time, and they knew how to judge the situation.
Brother Zhou, this place of yours is really... Tangu looked around the incredibly high living room and the merging of water and sky in the distance. For a moment, he couldn't find the right words to describe it.
In the end, he could only give a thumbs up, absolutely.
It's awesome.
The bald man and the scarred man nodded repeatedly, looking at Jolie with eyes full of awe. Although they were in the underworld and claimed to have seen the world, this top-notch mansion that they had only seen in movies still opened their eyes and gave them a more intuitive understanding of Jolie's strength. This brother Zhou is definitely a fierce dragon crossing the river.
Sit anywhere.
Jolie gestured. Old Zhou served the tea. Tangu and others carefully sat down on the edge of the sofa, their bodies tense, forming a sharp contrast with the soft and comfortable sofa. Old Zhou served tea with graceful movements and a calm demeanor, which made Tangu and the others feel even more restrained. Brother Zhou, you said you had something to do yesterday, just tell me. Tangu took the initiative to ask for help to ease the awkwardness.
Do you know Jiang Huicheng?
The one from Jiang Home Furnishing Group. Jolie said lightly. Tangu was stunned for a moment, then his expression became a little solemn.
Young Master Jiang? I know.
The Jiang family has a lot of influence in Jiangcheng, and they have connections in both the black and white worlds. Especially in the home furnishing business, their methods are very wild.
What, did he offend you?
He came to visit me this morning, and his words and expressions were not very pleasant to hear. Jolie said lightly.
Tangu understood instantly, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Damn it! You are so shameless. Brother Zhou, tell me how you want to deal with him? Although the Jiang family has some background, they are not a monolithic group.
Jolie looked at Tang Ji's eager look and smiled. The martial arts world is not just about fighting and killing.
I want you to help me do two things. Brother Zhou, please speak. First, find out what kind of business this Jiang Huicheng and the Jiang family do. Do they have any shady evidence?
The more detailed the better. Especially this Jiang Huicheng, he eats, drinks, gambles, cheats, and does anything.
As long as there is black material, dig it out for me. Tang Ji's eyes lit up. That's no problem.
We have many brothers in the underworld, we are well informed, and we are the best at digging up dirt on people. Secondly, Jolie continued, his tone becoming more serious, give him some little trouble. It doesn't have to be serious, but it should make him feel uneasy. Let him know that Jiangcheng is not his backyard, and there are some people he can't afford to offend.
Tangu chuckled, revealing his white teeth. Understood.
Don't worry, Brother Zhou, leave this to me. I guarantee that he will be extremely anxious, unable to eat or sleep well, and suspicious every day, but he won't be able to catch any substantial evidence against us. These little troubles are what those people who work in the gray area are best at. For example, the bar Jiang Huicheng likes to go to suddenly has line maintenance. The car he often drives breaks down inexplicably on the way. A few difficult nail households suddenly appear in the project he likes. Even when he is on a date, there are always blind drunkards who come to disrupt the date. These things may not seem big when they happen individually, but when they happen one after another, they are enough to make people upset and mentally collapse. Well, Jolie nodded with satisfaction. Be careful not to leave any tails behind, and don't get your own people involved.
Don't worry, Brother Zhou. We brothers know the rules.
Tangu assured, patting his chest. After the matter is accomplished, you will definitely benefit from it. Jolie picked up the teacup.
Tangu waved his hands quickly. Brother Zhou, you are too polite. It is my honor to serve you. He paused and added, Brother Zhou, if you have any problems in Jiangcheng in the future, as long as you can use me, Tangu, just ask. I will never frown even if it means risking my life.
This statement was sincere and heartfelt, and it was obvious that he really wanted to hold on to Jolie's thigh.
Jolie smiled and said nothing more. What he needed was Tang Ji's attitude and execution. Chapter 22.
At this time, Lao Zhou came over and said, Sir, lunch is ready.
Let's go and eat first. Jolie stood up.
In the restaurant, the long dining table is filled with a dazzling array of dishes, a combination of Chinese and Western cuisine, with good color, aroma and taste, which makes people hungry just by looking at them. The skills of top chefs and precious ingredients are no worse than those of five-star hotels.
Tang Gu and the others were shocked again.
Looking at the table full of hard dishes, such as Australian lobster, French foie gras, steamed grouper, their eyes were wide open.
Don't be polite, take a seat and try it to see if it suits your taste. Jolie greeted them. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Tang Gu rubbed his hands and sat down first.
The bald man and the scarred man also sat down, while the others were a little hesitant and did not dare to sit at the table.
Everyone sit down and eat together. Jolie said. Thank you, Brother Zhou.
Those people gently pulled out the chairs and sat down, their movements stiff. Tang Gu and his companions ate the meal heartily, but also with a bit of caution. They were usually well known in the outside world and had eaten a lot of fish and meat, but this was the first time they had enjoyed such exquisite and luxurious dishes in such a palace-like environment. Tang Gu toasted Jolie frequently, using his best efforts to flatter and please him, and his subordinates also followed suit to show their loyalty. Jolie just smiled and responded occasionally, maintaining a proper sense of distance and dignity. What he wanted was power that could be used by him, not a group of friends who only knew how to flatter him. Just as they were enjoying the meal, they heard car horns and the crisp laughter of girls outside the villa. It should be Xiao Xiao and Lily who are back,
Jolie said. Sure enough, not long after, Wu Lily and Lu Xiaoxiao came in, talking and laughing, carrying large and small shopping bags. Jolie, we are back. Look, we bought.
Wu Lily excitedly raised the bag in her hand, but suddenly stopped talking halfway through. She saw Tang Gu and others sitting in the restaurant, especially Tang Ji's slightly fierce face, the glaring bald head and the hideous scar next to him, which made her alert instantly.
Lu Xiaoxiao was also startled and subconsciously hid behind Wu Lily.
She held Wu Lily's arm tightly with her little hands and looked at this group of men who were obviously not good people with some fear.
The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became a little awkward.
Tang Gu and the others were also startled when they saw the two charming beauties suddenly barging in. They then put down their chopsticks and looked at Jolie at a loss. Especially when he saw Wu Lily, Tang Gu recognized her as the girl who was with Jolie in the restaurant last time.
He quickly stood up and tried to put on a friendly smile. Brother Zhou, who are these two? Wu Lily ignored him, walked a few steps to Jolie, and asked in a low voice, Jolie, who are they?
They look weird.
Although she was brave, she was not stupid and could sense the unusual aura from this group of people. My friend, come over for a quick meal.
Jolie patted her hand soothingly, then introduced Tang Gu. This is Wu Lily, and this is Lu Xiaoxiao.
He then said to the two girls, this is Tang Gu, President Tang. Hello, Miss Wu. Hello, Miss Lu. Tang Gu nodded and bowed quickly, with a respectful attitude. Are you kidding? How dare he neglect a woman who can enter and leave this mansion freely? The bald man, the scarred man and the others also stood up and greeted awkwardly. Hello, Miss Wu. Hello, Miss Lu.
Wu Lily blinked, looked at Jolie, then at Tang Gu and others, and seemed to understand something. She remembered that it was Tang Gu who happened last time at Century Fate. He originally brought people to help others out, but ended up being subservient to Jolie. The corner of her mouth curled up into a playful smile. She walked up to Tang Gu and stretched out her hand. Mr. Tang, right?
Hello, hello. Tang Gu was flattered and quickly held Wu Lily's fingertips with both hands, nodding and bowing. Hello, Miss Wu, hello, Miss Wu. Well, Wu Lily pointed to the pile of shopping bags at the door. Since we're friends, why don't you do me a favor and move the things in? No problem. I'm happy to help. Tang Gu turned around immediately and waved to the bald man and the others. What are you still standing there for? Help Miss Wu get the things in. Yes, Brother Tang. Bald man and others ran over as if they had been pardoned, and hurriedly moved the shopping bags, with an extremely attentive attitude. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help laughing secretly as she watched this dramatic scene.
Her eyes were full of curiosity and admiration as she looked at Jolie. Jolie looked at Wu Lily commanding Tang Ji's men like a queen and shook his head helplessly. Soon, the shopping bags were moved to the living room. Tang Gu wiped the sweat from his forehead, returned to the restaurant, and said to Jolie, Brother Zhou, then, if there is nothing else, we will leave first? Well, go ahead. Contact me anytime if you have any news. Okay. Brother Zhou, Miss Wu, Miss Lu, will take our leave first. Tang Gu said goodbye respectfully, and left with a group of his younger brothers, like the tide. He was reserved when he came, but left with the excitement of the mission and the vision of the future.
Watching them leave, Wu Lily approached Jolie and asked curiously, "Jolie, what did you ask them to do? You're so mysterious."
Jolie picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. "Nothing, just a little thing."
"Are you hungry? Do you want to eat more?" "I'm not hungry. We've eaten outside,"
Wu Lily said, her eyes rolling.
"Is it related to Zhang Huicheng? Did he come to see you today?"
Jolie glanced at her. This girl was quite perceptive.
"He's been here." "I knew it." Wu Lily's eyebrows immediately raised. "What did he say to you? Did he threaten you?" "This guy is really bad, I'll find my grandfather."
"Okay," Jolie interrupted her, "it's just a minor friction.
I've already solved it."
"Don't get involved, and don't tell your grandfather, lest he worry."
"But..."
Wu Lily was still a little indignant.
"Don't worry, I can handle it."
Jolie's tone was calm, but with unquestionable confidence. Lu Xiaoxiao listened quietly at the side. Although she was a little worried, she felt relieved when she saw Jolie's confident look. Zhang Shura had hardly had a good night's sleep in the past few days. She was dazed during the day and tossed and turned at night. Ever since Jolie left the car sales center that day, her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's claws.
It felt itchy and a little anxious.
She really wanted to contact Jolie actively.
Very much.
I couldn't help but replay the scene of him getting off the Porsche 918 in my mind, and the calmness with which he let the pretty female driver come and go at his beck and call. That was the level of life she had always dreamed of. But when I picked up my phone and found the WeChat ID with the label Class Beauty, I was hesitant to press it.
An inexplicable dilemma gripped her. What if he doesn't take me seriously at all? What if he feels that he is too proactive and too utilitarian, and becomes disgusted? After all, he is a hidden rich man and there must be no shortage of women around him. Would my little thought seem ridiculous in his eyes?
The feeling of fear of losing made her feel uneasy. She stared at the screen of her mobile phone, looking at Jolie's simple profile picture in a daze.
I have to send a message. What can I send?
It should be natural, not forced. It should show concern, but not be flattering. It should also arouse his interest and make him willing to respond.
Brother Zhou, are you busy lately?
It seemed a little too ordinary.
Thank you for last time.
It seemed like he was just making small talk. Zhang Shura bit her lower lip, her finger hovering over the input box, deleting and revising. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't organize an opening statement that would satisfy her.
This is much harder than selling a car. Chapter 23.
In the dead of night, Zhang Shura stood in front of the window of her simple rental house, the light of the city shining through the window on her anxious face. The light from the phone screen made her eyes sore. I deleted and wrote and deleted, weighing every word over and over again, for fear of appearing abrupt or too distant. Finally, she took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision, and sent a WeChat message with trembling fingers.
Jolie, are you asleep?
A prompt pops up indicating successful sending.
Time seemed to stand still. Zhang Shuru's heart was pounding.
She held her phone tightly in her hand, and her sweat soaked the screen.
Time passes by minute, and every second seems so long. Will he come back? Maybe he's asleep. Maybe.
Countless speculations were churning in her mind, making her even more restless. She simply lay down on the bed and buried her head in the quilt. Don't be silly, Zhang Shuru. She laughed at herself. It was your suspicion that broke up our friendship. On the other side, in the study room of Linjiang Garden Villa No. 1, Jolie had just finished a video call with Xiao Qiao. He picked up the warm water that Lao Zhou had just brought and prepared to relax. The phone screen lit up and a WeChat notification popped up. When Jolie saw the name Zhang Shuru, he was slightly stunned. The image of the girl in my memory who always had a reserved smile and was the center of attention emerged. He thought of the scene at the car sales center, and an amused smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of his mouth.
This old classmate is my lucky star.
I got all the rewards at the beginning from her.
Why are you sending messages so late?
He did not reply immediately, but put the phone aside, stood up and walked to the huge French window, overlooking the brightly lit night view of Jiangcheng below. He did a few arm swings and stretches, and exhaled a long breath of turbid air from the first floor. A few minutes later, he picked up the phone, tapped his fingertips, and replied with 2 words, "Not yet." Zhang Shuru saw the reply almost instantly, and her heart suddenly relaxed.
Finally, a reply. She quickly replied, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I just wanted to ask you, are you free tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal, thank you for your help last time.
Jolie looked at the screen, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. It was probably not as simple as just eating. Tomorrow afternoon, you decide the location, he replied. After receiving the exact answer, Jiang Shuru was so excited that she almost jumped out of the bed. She suppressed her excitement and replied, okay. I'll find a place and send it to you. Then I rolled around on the bed twice with the phone in my arms. The anxiety and uneasiness I had just felt were swept away, replaced by a bit of nervous anticipation.
The next afternoon, we went to an elegant cafe in Wuyu Square. Jiang Shuru arrived half an hour early.
She dressed up carefully, wearing a decent dress and delicate light makeup, wanting to show her best side without appearing too deliberate.
She sat by the window.
The coffee in front of her was almost cold, but her eyes kept glancing towards the door. When Jolie, dressed in casual clothes, calmly pushed the door open and walked in, many people in the cafe were attracted to him.
The calm and relaxed temperament he possesses is innate and cannot be fully endowed by clothing. Jiang Shuru quickly stood up and waved awkwardly, Jolie, here.
Jolie walked over and sat down opposite her, his eyes lingering on her face for a moment. After not seeing her for a few days, she seemed to be thinner, with a hint of fatigue in her eyes that was difficult to conceal.
What would you like to drink?
Jiang Shuru tried to make her voice sound more natural.
Just like you.
Jolie leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed.
The waiter quickly brought the coffee.
There was a brief silence between the two, with only the soothing background music in the cafe flowing. Jiang Shuru held the warm coffee cup in both hands, and exerted a little force on her fingertips, as if to encourage herself. She wanted to speak several times, but swallowed the words back when they came to her lips.
Jolie did not urge them either.
He looked out the window quietly from time to time, and sometimes glanced across the hall of the coffee shop, appearing nonchalant.
Jolie. Actually, I came to you today because I want to ask you for a favor.
Jiang Shuru put down the cup, her voice trembling slightly. Ding, system task released, help Jiang Shuru get out of trouble. Mission reward, God-level TCM skills proficient in observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation, mastered the lost skills of acupuncture and Mach Sebastian, and can treat a variety of difficult and complicated diseases.
God-level Chinese medicine skills? Acupuncture skills?
Jolie's eyes flashed with surprise. This system's rewards are really becoming more and more unexpected.
However, it sounds amazing. Go ahead.
Jolie turned his head, his eyes calm, and he was secretly happy. Encouraged, Jiang Shuru spoke faster and told everyone her predicament. It turned out that something big had happened in her family recently. Her good-for-nothing brother had a girlfriend, and the girl demanded that they have a wedding house in the city before they would marry. Her parents had a serious patriarchal ideology and even set their sights on the small apartment that she had bought with her hard-earned money on a mortgage, and forced her to transfer the house to her younger brother. I worked hard for several years and saved money to buy this house.
I still have to pay the mortgage every month.
As Jiang Shuru spoke, her eyes turned red. I didn't agree, so my mom started crying and threatening to hang herself at home every day. My brother even moved into my house with his girlfriend, saying they wouldn't leave unless I gave them a house.
I don't even dare to go home now.
In addition to the troubles at home, I also encountered big troubles at work. Our store is under great pressure to achieve performance this quarter. The manager has issued a strict order that everyone must meet the basic sales, otherwise they will be laid off. I still have a long way to go this month, and the end of the month is approaching.
If I can't sign another order, I will be fired.
The fear of losing her job, coupled with the grievance and helplessness of being forced by her family, almost made her collapse. She used many connections and asked many people for help, but it was all in vain. There was a bald uncle with a big belly who asked to buy a car as long as he stayed with her for one night, but this was snatched away by my colleague Huang Manli. Her brother and parents were uncooperative, and her performance at work was a headache. With nowhere else to turn, she could only seek help from Jolie. Although she knew that this was very utilitarian and realistic, Jolie was the only person she knew who might be able to help her solve her predicament. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she wanted to grab it.
Jolie, I know this request is excessive and presumptuous.
Jiang Shuru's voice was tearful and she didn't know where to put her hands.
But I really have no other choice. Can you help me?
She raised her head and looked at Jolie with tearful eyes, her eyes full of pleading and hope. The once proud class beauty is now as humble as a blade of grass swaying in the wind and rain. Jolie listened quietly, with no expression on his face. He had heard about Jiang Shuru's family situation, and was not surprised. As for work performance, it was also normal for the sales industry. Although he knew very well the purpose of Jiang Shuru's approach and even felt a little disapproving, but, after all, she is beautiful and I am kind-hearted.
What about your family affairs? Is your brother still living with you? Jolie asked. Jiang Shuru nodded and wiped her tears. Yeah, and his girlfriend refused to leave.
She said she would live here forever if I didn't give her a house.
Give me the specific address of your house. Jolie took out his cell phone. Jiang Shuru didn't understand, but still gave the address.
Jolie moved his fingers quickly on the screen and sent a message to Tango, which was concise and to the point.
Help me do something, I'll send you the address. Find a few people to go over and persuade the people inside to move out.
Don't use violence, be civilized, and let them know that the owner of the house is not someone to be trifled with.
Also, check if there is any evidence against the couple and give them a warning as well.
It is useless to reason with such a scoundrel, only appropriate pressure is effective. The people under Tango are the best at doing this kind of grey work and they can also grasp the right degree. After sending the message, Jolie put down his phone and looked at Jiang Shuru. The family matter should be resolved soon.
Your brother won't dare to bother you anymore. Jiang Shuru was stunned and looked at Jolie in disbelief. This, so fast?
She didn't even understand what Jolie had done.
Yeah. Jolie responded lightly without further explanation. Chapter 24. Jolie immediately asked, how much performance do you still need? Sales volume of 800,000. Jiang Shuru quickly reported a number.
For ordinary sales, this is really not a small order, especially in the last few days of the month. It is extremely difficult to complete. Jolie nodded slightly, picked up his phone and sent a message. Then he just looked at Jiang Shuru quietly, which made Jiang Shuru feel uncomfortable.
Would you like another drink?
No, I'll just sit for a while and leave.
Jiang Shuru felt as if she fell into an ice cellar. Does this mean she won't help?
Her lips trembled slightly and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Sir, the car has arrived. I don't know when a middle-aged man wearing a well-fitting suit and looking very capable stood beside me.
Okay. Jolie stood up and prepared to leave.
When Jiang Shuru saw the scene, she pinched the hem of her skirt with both hands, at a loss as to what to do.
Let's go, my class beauty.
Looking at Jiang Shuru, who was still sitting still, Jolie smiled and made a gesture of invitation.
Oh. For some reason, Jiang Shuru followed him as if possessed.
After walking out of the cafe, butler Laojo took a few quick steps to the Bentley and opened the door.
Gentlemen.
Jolie nodded and sat in the car naturally, then waved to Jiang Shuru, who was still standing there in a daze. Get in the car, what are you looking at?
Oh. Okay.
Jiang Shuru finally woke up from her dream, her heart pounding. She sat a little dizzy as she entered the soft and comfortable back seat of the Bentley. The interior was spacious, with luxurious yet unobtrusive decorations. Every detail revealed top-notch craftsmanship and taste. Although she works at a car sales center, this is her first time riding in a Bentley.
The car merged silently into the evening traffic.
The Bentley's excellent sound insulation kept out the hustle and bustle of the city, leaving only the gentle sound of the wind and a faint fragrance.
She secretly looked at Jolie beside her.
He was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. The lines of his face were particularly clear under the soft light in the car, and his expression was indifferent, as if nothing had happened just now. She summoned up all her courage to ask for help. His few casual words and a phone call seemed to have solved her troubled family dispute. As for work, his words "I'll be leaving in a while" made her feel disappointed, but in the blink of an eye, he took her to sit in this luxury car that she had only seen in brochures and car shows. Jiang Shuru was both excited and nervous. She thought about how she had to work hard for 3 or 4 years to get the down payment, and how she had to bear the mortgage for 20 years for the pigeon cage apartment. Then she looked at the luxury within the car, and it seemed like a lifetime ago. The car turned onto a road leading to the riverside. The street lights became fewer and fewer, the greenery on both sides became more and more lush, and the air became fresher.
Drive up along a winding mountain road and slowly enter the riverside garden.
Jiang Shuru had heard of this place, the richest area in Jiangchang. It was said that every villa here was worth a lot of money, and even if you had money you might not be able to buy one. When the Bentley finally stopped in front of a magnificent villa nestled in the mountains and beside the water, she was completely stunned. The villa cleverly blends in with the surrounding mountains and the magnificent river view not far away. The brightly lit courtyard, neatly trimmed flowers and plants, and sparkling infinity pool all demonstrate the owner's wealth and taste. "Sir." Butler Lao Zhou had gotten out of the car at some point and respectfully opened the door. Jolie hummed and got out of the car first. He looked back at Jiang Shura, who was still sitting in the car, and said, "Get out of the car, my class beauty, come and have a look?" "Ah. Oh, okay." Jiang Shura came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly red, and she adjusted her skirt in a panic, then got out of the car. "Old Joe, prepare a guest room for Miss Jiang." Jolie walked in and casually ordered, "Prepare a sumptuous dinner." "Yes, sir." Lao Zhou bowed slightly, then made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Shuru, "Miss Jiang, please follow me." Jiang Shuru followed Lao Zhou into the villa, and the decoration inside made her dazzled. The amazingly high living room, the rotating crystal chandelier, the incomprehensible artworks hanging on the wall, all of this made her feel like she was dreaming. Lao Zhou took her to a guest room on the second floor and opened the door. "Miss Jiang, you will stay here tonight. If you need anything, just ring the bell." The area of the guest room was larger than her entire apartment, and the decoration style was low-key and luxurious, with soft carpet, comfortable big bed, separate dressing room and bathroom. What shocked her most was that outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the view of the brightly lit river and the starry sky. "Thank you," Jiang Shuru said hesitantly. Old Joe nodded, quietly retreated, and closed the door gently. The dinner was indeed extremely sumptuous. The long dining table was filled with exquisite dishes, many of the ingredients of which she had only seen on TV or in magazines. Jolie seemed very casual, occasionally speaking to her and asking if the food was to her liking, but he ate quietly most of the time. Jiang Shuru ate absent-mindedly, her mind full of thoughts. After dinner, Joe left the study, apparently busy with something, while Jiang Shuru returned to the guest room. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the charming night view outside, feeling mixed emotions. The life here was something she had never dared to imagine before. Thinking of the chaos at home, the brother who forced her to transfer the house, and the bald, greasy uncle who wanted to exchange her for a low-end car for one night, a strong sense of humiliation and the desire for a rich life in front of her intertwined, impacting her rationality. She knew that Jolie's help to her might be just a small favor, or he might have other purposes. But so what? Compared to returning to the suffocating family of origin, facing an uncertain future, Jolie in front of her might be the only life-saving straw she could grasp. The disgusting face of the bald uncle appeared in front of her again. Jiang Shuru shuddered, but her eyes gradually became firm. She is not stupid. The society has taught her a lot in recent years. Opportunities often only come once. If you don't catch them, they will be gone. Instead of being treated as cheap commodities by others, it is better to take the initiative to choose a buyer who at least looks pleasing to the eye and is strong and reliable. She took a deep breath, walked to the bathroom, and looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was still beautiful and her figure was well maintained. This was her greatest asset. The night gradually deepened. Jiang Shura took a bath, changed into a bathrobe, and paced back and forth in the room, finally stopping in front of the door. She resolutely opened the door, walked barefoot on the soft carpet, and walked silently towards the study. The door of the study was not closed tightly, leaving a gap, and warm light shone through. Jiang Shuro could hear the faint sound of keyboard tapping inside. Her heart was pounding, and she hesitated for a moment, but finally raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. "Come in." Jolie's voice came. Jiang Shuru pushed the door open and walked in. She was wearing a loose bathrobe, with a slightly open neckline that revealed her delicate collarbone and faintly visible snow-white skin. Her proud figure was visible at a glance, her wet long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her face was a little shy and charming. "Jolie." Jiang Shuru's voice trembled a little and her cheeks were hot. I can't sleep. I'm a little scared." Jolie looked at her pitiful appearance, and the desire to protect her instantly surged in his heart. Jiang Shuru bit her lower lip and mustered up the courage to walk towards Jolie. The lighting in the room was very soft, and I could smell the refreshing scent of her shower gel. "Thank you, Jolie, really, thank you for helping me." She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with tears. The next second, she stood on tiptoes and took the initiative to kiss him. Jolie was slightly startled, then accepted it calmly. Jiang Shuru's initiative was a little awkward, but full of sultry charm. She seemed to know her strengths very well, and every movement and every look revealed just the right amount of shyness and charm.
I have to say that the former class beauty was indeed a stunner. She was youthful yet charming, and the slightest provocation would make her look like a raging fire.
After several storms, the river water lay softly and quietly, and the plum blossoms on the sheets looked particularly red.
Come to work tomorrow and see if you've eaten yet.
Jolie touched Jiang Shuru's hair and held her in his arms.
Chapter 25. Early in the morning, Jiang Shuru stood downstairs of the Have You Eaten? Company headquarters and took a deep breath.
The bright sunlight reflected on the glass wall, making her feel a little dazed. Yesterday, she was still the receptionist who had to read people's faces and deal with greasy customers at the car sales center, but today, she was about to step into a completely new field, a world opened up for her by Jolie.
Thinking of Jolie, Jiang Shuru couldn't help but blush.
The warmth and promises from last night were still ringing in her ears, making her feel at ease and full of energy. She adjusted her professional suit which she had bought with her meager savings, hoping to leave a good impression on her new colleagues. Walking into the lobby, the modern decoration and the confident expressions on the faces of the employees were completely different from the previous environment. Jiang Shuru gave her name, and soon, the Human Resources Director Li Wei came over with a smile on her face.
Ms. Jiang, President Zhou has already instructed. I will take you to see Director Qiao. Li Wei led Jiang Shuru to the elevator. Top floor, R&D department.
Jolie and Xiao Qiao were standing in front of the huge French window discussing something. Seeing Li Wei and Jiang Shuru coming over, Jolie turned around with a natural smile on his face.
Here I come. Yeah.
Jiang Shuru nodded, and her eyes involuntarily glanced at Xiao Qiao beside her. This legendary female R&D leader is indeed worthy of her reputation. She is dressed in a smart professional suit, with a cool temperament and a charm that emanates from her bones, especially her eyes, which seem to be able to see through people's hearts. Director Qiao, this is Jiang Shuru, whom I mentioned to you.
She has good public relations skills. I will follow you and learn more from you from now on.
Jolie introduced them. Xiao Qiao's gaze lingered on Jiang Shuru for a few seconds, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. People recommended by President Zhou must be capable. She extended her hand. Hello, I'm Xiao Qiao.
Welcome to join us. Hello Director Qiao, my name is Jiang Shuru. Please give me your guidance in the future.
Jiang Shuru hurriedly shook it and could feel the strength coming from the other person's hand.
It's not about teaching, let's just learn from each other.
Xiao Qiao took her hand back, her tone was unremarkable. Our department is currently in charge of a cooperative project with the Lu Group, and the task is very heavy.
I hope you can adapt as soon as possible. I will definitely work hard.
Jiang Shuru said seriously. Ding, the system task is completed, and you get the reward, God-level Chinese medicine skills proficient in observation, listening, questioning and palpation, mastering the lost skills of acupuncture and moxibustion, and can treat a variety of difficult and complicated diseases.
Okay, then you guys chat, I have something else to do.
Jolie gave Jiang Shuru a thank you look and turned to walk towards the elevator. As he walked, he sorted out with great interest the huge body of knowledge that suddenly appeared in his mind. Those obscure ancient prescriptions, exquisite acupuncture techniques, and magical diagnostic skills seemed as clear and profound as if they were born with him. After watching Jolie's back disappear around the corner, Xiao Qiao looked at Jiang Shuru again, her eyes sharper. Let's go to my office, I'll tell you the details. The next 3 days were a mixture of pain and happiness for Jiang Shuru.
Xiao Qiao's team was indeed worthy of its reputation.
Everyone worked at high speed like clockwork. In order to come up with a perfect cooperation memorandum before the board of directors, overtime became commonplace. The office was filled with the aroma of coffee and the sound of keyboards, and the whiteboard was filled with various data and flowcharts. Jiang Shuru was assigned to sort out the parts of the cooperation plan that involved external communication and image promotion. This was exactly her strength. Not only did she complete the task quickly, but she also provided early warnings and response suggestions for some potential public relations risk points in the plan based on her experience accumulated in the sales center. I think we can use a softer wording here to avoid making the Lu family feel that we are too strong.
Late at night, Jiang Shuru pointed to a detail in the plan and said to a tech geek guy wearing glasses next to her.
The young man scratched his head and said, "That makes sense.
I only thought about the technical implementation and didn't think about it so much."
Even Xiao Qiao, who was always demanding, couldn't help but look at Jiang Shuru a few more times when reviewing the material she had compiled. This girl was really capable and not just a pretty face who got in through connections.
3 days later, the board meeting was held as scheduled. The atmosphere in the meeting room was serious.
Wang Defa sat in the main seat, while Yang Buoguang and several other old directors looked through the documents in their hands with different expressions.
Xiao Xiao stood in front of the projector, calmly explaining every detail of the plan.
Her voice was full of confidence, her logic was clear, and her data was detailed.
When talking about market expectations and risk assessment, Yang Buoguang suddenly raised his head and pushed his reading glasses. Director Xiao, what is the basis for your expected 30% growth? The Lu Group is so large, how can we, leverage such a large cooperation? Don't be exaggerating, right?
As soon as the question was asked, the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became stagnant. Several directors who had originally expressed reservations about the transformation also showed a probing look.
Xiao Xiao was about to speak when Jiang Shuru, who was sitting behind her, gently raised her hand.
Everyone's eyes were focused on this new face.
Hello, Director Yang.
I helped Director Xiao with the market expectations section.
Jiang Shuru stood up, bowed slightly, and her voice was clear and steady. This 30% growth forecast is not a guess.
We not only analyzed the financial reports and market expansion plans of the Luxure Group in the past 3 years, but also combined the existing user data and activity of the Qima platform with the precise reach and digital empowerment that our upcoming full scenario services can bring to Luxure. She took her time to explain the data sources, analysis models, and several key growth drivers, and even cited 2 successful cases of cooperation between similar foreign platforms and suppliers. Her presentation was clear, logical, and persuasive, making the cold data come alive. The doubt on Yang Buoguang's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of approval.
He nodded. Well, this analysis is quite interesting and well thought out. Wang Defa also showed a satisfied smile. In the end, the cooperation plan was unanimously approved without any suspense.
The directors spoke highly of this professional and forward-looking report, and many of them were impressed by Xiao Xiao's team, especially Jiang Shuru, who gave the speech. After the meeting, Xiao Xiao touched Jiang Shuru's shoulder with a sincere smile in her eyes. Well done.
Jiang Shuru felt warm in her heart. Thank you, Director Xiao, for giving me the opportunity. Jolie came over with a smile on his face. Thank you for your hard work.
I have already contacted Mr. Lu, and we will sign a memorandum of cooperation at the Lu Group headquarters at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The team members cheered, and the fatigue of the past few days was swept away. Everyone was immersed in the joy of success and the vision for the future. The next morning, just after dawn, Jolie's cell phone rang urgently. He picked up the phone with a frown. It was Li Wei, the Human Resources Director, calling.
Chapter 26. Boss Show. Something bad has happened.
Li Wei's voice was filled with unprecedented anxiety and panic.
Take a look at the hot searches on Weibo.
Several financial influencers with millions of followers simultaneously published articles exposing our cooperation with the Lu Group. The wording was extremely harsh.
Jolie's heart skipped a beat and he immediately opened Weibo on his phone. Hashtag have you eaten yet? Climbing up to the Lu family, suspected nepotism behind the scenes hashtag.
Hashtag the untold story of the young boss of a food delivery platform and the daughter of a wealthy family hashtag.
Hashtag revealing the inside story of the cooperation between Shishima and Luxure, a game of capital or a romantic transaction?
Hashtag. Several eye-catching topics were prominently listed on the hot search list. When you clicked on them, you found that the content was full of groundless accusations and slander. The article implies that the reason Why Did You Eat was able to get involved with the Lu Group was because of a certain shareholder named Joe who took the pillow talk route of the Lu family's daughter. It even included a blurry silhouette photo that was secretly taken from somewhere of Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao talking while jogging in the park.
The comments section was in an uproar, with all kinds of obscene language that was disgusting to read, instantly pushing Have you eaten? And Jolie to the forefront.
Jolie's face darkened instantly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Call all executives for an emergency meeting in half an hour,
he said coldly, suppressing his anger. The memorandum of cooperation hasn't even been signed yet, but someone has already jumped out impatiently.
Have you eaten?
The atmosphere in the conference room at the company headquarters was solemn. Jolie sat in the main seat, his face gloomy, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. On the tablet in front of him were those trending searches on Weibo. Xiao Xiao, Jiang Shuru, HR Director Li Wei and heads of several core departments have all arrived, and everyone looks unhappy.
You've seen it all.
Jolie's voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of chill as he swept his eyes over the crowd. The memorandum of cooperation was originally scheduled to be signed at 9 o'clock, and now it's 7:10.
There are less than 2 hours left, and someone wants to stab us in the back. Li Wei's forehead was covered with sweat. Boss Zhou, these bloggers have a lot of influence. The comments section is completely out of control. The signs of the internet trolls are obvious. Many netizens who don't know the truth have been led astray. This is bad for our company's reputation and our cooperation with Lu. Xiao Xiao pushed up her glasses, her eyes sharp. The photo was taken secretly, with a tricky angle and intentionally directed. The content is purely fabricated, but it is very sensational, capturing the eye-catching elements of wealthy families and scandals. The other party came prepared, and the timing was perfect. Zhang Shuru sat next to Xiao Xiao. It was also her first time experiencing such a situation. She felt a little nervous inside, but tried to remain calm. She looked at Jolie and found that although his face looked grim, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, he looked like an enraged lion, with a dangerous light in his eyes. What are you panicking about? Jolie interrupted Li Wei's worries. The sky won't fall. Since the other party has made a move, we will take it. He looked at Li Wei and said, the legal department contacted the Weibo platform and asked them to delete the false information, collect evidence, and prepare to send a lawyer's letter. Contact the media that we cooperate with and prepare to issue an official statement. He turned to Zhang Shuru and said, Shuru, you have experience in public relations. You will be responsible for the first draft of the official statement. The wording must be strong and express our determination to pursue legal responsibility. I want to see it within half an hour. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Zhang Shuru agreed immediately. Her nervousness was instantly diluted by the heavy responsibility, and she clenched her fists silently. Director Qiao, Jolie looked at Xiao Xiao, check internally to find out the source of this photo. Although it was taken in the park, the angle, we can't rule out the possibility of internal leakage. In addition, the technical department should track down the IP addresses and related information behind these big V accounts. Xiao Xiao nodded, I understand. The most important thing, Jolie paused, his eyes becoming more profound, contact the Lu Group. We must communicate with them as soon as possible about this matter, make our attitude clear, and eliminate their doubts. He picked up the phone and directly called Lu Ziyuan, chairman of the Lu Group. The phone rang a few times before being picked up, and Lu Jianjun's steady voice came, Little friend Zhou? So early. Boss Lu, there's a small problem. I must inform you. Jolie spoke calmly and briefly about what happened on Weibo, emphasizing the falsity of the content and the other party's malicious smear. Someone is trying to sabotage our cooperation, using rather dirty means. We are already handling the situation, and both legal and public relations have been initiated. We called you to make our position clear. This clownish trick cannot shake our determination to cooperate with you, nor will it affect the normal operation of Have You Eaten? I am just worried that the noise may disturb you and Miss Lu. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then Lu Ziyuan's voice sounded again, with a barely perceptible smile. My friend Zhou, you underestimate me too much. The business world is like a battlefield, and I've seen a lot of such despicable tactics. Those who steal chickens and dogs will never amount to anything. Zhou is slightly stable in the centrifuge. Lu Ziyuan continued, I will explain to Xiao Xiao. As for the memorandum of cooperation, I will be there on time at 9 o'clock. You can handle it. If you need cooperation from Lu's company, just ask. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your trust. Jolie once again realized the power of the system, and the opportunity to cooperate with Lu's group was secured. There would be no accidents in this cooperation. It's our own business, no need to be polite. Lu Ziyuan said and hung up the phone. Jolie put down his phone, and the atmosphere in the conference room was obviously relaxed. The attitude of the Lu Group was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. Okay, there's no problem with the Lu Group. Now, it's time to deal with the guy who stabbed me in the back. Jolie's lips curled up in a sneer, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. A name flashed through his mind. It was Zhang Chang, the man who was kicked out of the company and couldn't find a job, and who recently went to work as a gossip self-media. He has both motive and channels, and he may also know some inside information about Have You Eaten? For example, he and Lu Xiaoxiao do know each other. As for the photo, it was most likely provided by Qin Xiuqi. Jolie took out his personal cell phone and dialed a number. Old Zhou, help me check this person, Zhang Chang. He used to be a small supervisor in the marketing department of our company. Now he seems to be doing self-media. Dig up his recent movements.
Also, his so-called financial big versus.
See what is hidden under their vests? Okay, sir. Lao Zou's voice was as steady as ever.
After hanging up the phone, Jolie stood up.
Okay, let's get moving.
Li Wei, legal follow-up. Xiao Qiao, internal investigation and technical tracking. Shui Rou, please submit the statement as soon as possible. As for the rest of you, calm down the employees in your respective departments and work normally.
The sky 1T fall.
His calmness and decisiveness infected everyone, and the depressing atmosphere in the conference room was swept away, replaced by a determination to share a common hatred of the enemy. Half an hour later, Zhang Shura handed Jolie the draft statement. The wording was rigorous and powerful, expressing strong condemnation of the rumors, clearly stating the business logic and prospects of cooperating with the Lu Group, and reserving the right to pursue legal responsibility.
Not bad.
Jolie quickly glanced over it and made some minor changes.
It can be published.
Let the Public Relations Department contact all the partner media and push it through all channels.
Almost at the same time when the official statement of "Have you eaten?" was issued, Lao Zou's phone call came in. Sir, I found it. Zhang Chang's shadow is behind those big V accounts.
He and Qin Xiaoqi have been in contact all the time, and that photo was most likely provided by Qin Xiaoqi.
In addition, Zhang Chang is just a novice in self-media. He may just be a pawn.
There must be a big hand behind the scenes.
Because he received a considerable amount of money 2 days ago.
Jolie sneered, got it. Organize the evidence, especially the evidence that he took the money.
Chapter 27. The official statement of "Have you eaten it?" was like a bombshell, exploding in the online public opinion field. The statement was strongly worded and logically clear.
It not only severely condemned the acts of spreading rumors and slander, but also elaborated in detail the business basis and mutually beneficial prospects of cooperation with the Lu Group. It also directly issued a lawyer's letter of warning, naming several big versus who took the lead in spreading rumors as defendants. The statement also cleverly attached a screenshot of the likes and reposts from the official account of the Lu Group, silently indicating the attitude of the Lu Group. Suddenly, the wind reversed. The negative comments that had been incited were quickly drowned out by rational voices.
That's what I was saying.
Did you eat has grown so fast, there must be some talent involved.
How could it be due to nepotism? Is the Lu Group a fool? Can a cooperation worth billions be decided by the pillow talk of a daughter? Support rights protection. The internet is not a lawless place, those who spread rumors should pay the price. Those secretly taken photos are too blurry.
We were just jogging and talking in the park, but they said it was a sex transaction.
How filthy. At the same time, news came from Lao Zhou. The bank flow records of Zhang Chang receiving unknown amounts of money, screenshots of his chats with Qin Xiaoqi, and the connection between the accounts of several financial big versus in Zhang Chang's IP address. The chain of evidence was complete and clear.
Sir, the evidence has been packaged and sent to the legal department.
Lao Zou's voice was calm.
Jolie had a sneer on his face. Very good. Ask Tango to care about him, but don't go too far. Just let him know that it hurts. Clear. At this moment, Zhang Chang was hiding in the rental house, watching the sudden downturn in the online public opinion and the sternly worded lawyer's letter from "Have you eaten?" and he was so scared that he could not sit still. He originally thought that he had done it perfectly, and that he could both take revenge on Jolie and get some quick money, but he didn't expect the other party's counterattack to be so swift. His mobile phone received all kinds of harassing messages, and he always felt like there were eyes watching him at the door of his house. An invisible pressure made him unable to sleep or eat. His mentality of taking chances caused him a lot of trouble, and the boss who gave him money seemed to have disappeared. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the conference room on the top floor of the Lushur Group headquarters building, the atmosphere was solemn and warm. Both sides of the long conference table were filled with core executives from both sides. Lu Ziyuan was in high spirits, with a gentle smile on his face, not showing any signs of being affected by the morning's disturbance. Lu Xiaoxiao was also sitting next to her father, looking at Jolie with distressed eyes. Jolie nodded and smiled at her confidently, and she also smiled with relief. Jolie was wearing a well-fitting suit and sitting opposite Lu Ziyuan, looking calm and composed. Xiao Qiao and Zhang Shura sat beside him on behalf of the "Have you eaten?" team. Xiao Qiao was still as professional and calm as ever, while Zhang Shuru, after experiencing the turmoil and emergency response in the morning, had become more capable and calm.
After a brief opening statement, the two sides formally signed a memorandum of cooperation under the flashlights of dozens of mainstream media. When Zhou Li and Lu Ziyuan shook hands, there was thunderous applause.
This is not just the signing of a business contract, but also symbolizes the powerful combination of Jiangqing's two emerging and traditional forces, and heralds the opening of a new business landscape.
The news quickly spread across the internet through live media broadcasts. The company's stock price quickly soared, and the employees cheered and their morale was high. The worries and doubts caused by the rumors before were now transformed into infinite expectations for the company's future. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, reaching a strategic cooperation with Lu's Group.
Mission reward, business intuition increased by 100%. Trigger a critical hit for the reward. Get 10 billion in angel investment cash. The system prompt sounded in Zhou Li's mind. A warm current spread from the soles of his feet to his whole body. His mind became clear, and his understanding of the business world, his grasp of the market context, and his sense of potential opportunities were instantly elevated to a whole new dimension. Various business models, capital operations, and industry trends became extremely clear in his mind. What shocked him even more was the 10 billion in cash. What does this huge amount of money, coupled with his improved business instincts, mean? This means that he no longer needs to rely solely on the Have You Eaten platform. He can, like a true top capital player, lay out a wider range of fields, use the power of capital, and leverage greater wealth. Mr. Zhou, congratulations. Xiao Qiao walked over with sincere admiration in her eyes. The courage, resources, and ability to deal with crises demonstrated by Zhou Li in the achievement of this cooperation have already occupied the highest position in her mind. Congratulations, Director Qiao. Zhou Li smiled. The future of Have You Eaten will depend on you. It's my job. Xiao Qiao nodded, and then added, Zhang Shuru performed very well this time. She is a promising talent. Zhou Li followed her gaze and saw Zhang Shuru being congratulated by several colleagues. She looked excited and confident, totally different from the girl who cried in the cafe a few days ago. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Xiao Qiao's evaluation. After the signing ceremony, Zhou Li declined Lu Ziyuan's invitation to lunch, saying that the company still had other matters to deal with. His mind is now full of new ideas brought about by the 10 billion and his enhanced business intuition. After returning to Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden, Zhou Li locked himself in the study. He did not rush to look for investment projects, but calmed down and sorted out the complicated business information in his mind. Real estate? No, the cycle is too long and the policy risks are high. The internet? The boom has passed, and there are many giants. It is not cost-effective to enter the market now. New energy? Biomedicine? High-end manufacturing? These are future trends, but they require professional teams and long-term investment. He tapped his fingers on the tabletop, his eyes sharp. With the money given by the system and my business intuition, I can't just do the icing on the cake. If I have to do it, I have to do it as a timely help, or turn stone into gold. He thought of those emerging fields that seem insignificant at present but have great potential in the future. He thought of those companies that are in trouble due to capital chain or management problems but have core technologies or unique resources. He thought of those traditional industries that can burst out with amazing energy through capital integration and model innovation. His vision is no longer limited to Have You Eaten, but looks at the entire business landscape. Lao Zhou. He picked up the intercom. Gentlemen. Help me build a top investment advisory team, quickly. Background, ability, and loyalty are all essential. Money is not a problem. Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Li walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the river flowing in the distance, feeling full of heroic spirit. His era has just begun. Chapter 28. After the cooperation with Lushur Group was on track, Shishir Ma Company was like a rocket booster, with rapid development momentum. Xiao Qiao showed amazing management skills, implementing every detail of the cooperation one by one, with remarkable results. Zhang Shuru was also very adept at public relations and marketing. After several successful marketing campaigns, the brand image and market share of Shishir Ma continued to rise. She also quickly grew from a fledgling intern to a backbone of the department who was able to stand on her own. Zhou Li was happy to be a hands-off boss. It improved my business intuition by 100%, and the results are amazing. He hardly needs to read tedious market analysis reports. He only needs to glance at the project profile and core data to keenly judge its potential value and risk points.
The consultants that Lao Zhou found, who came from top investment banks, were initially skeptical about this overly young boss, and even somewhat dismissive, thinking that he was just another rich second generation who got lucky. At several internal project review meetings, Jolie would always point out the key variables that they had overlooked after their endless analysis, or propose an approach that they had never thought of but was extremely subtle. These high-minded elites were completely convinced, and the way they looked at Jolie changed from initial scrutiny to awe, and they even changed Mr. Joe to Prophet Joe in private.
The summer night in Zhangcheng was a little hot.
Jolie had planned to continue studying investment projects in the study, but was dragged out by Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily.
Brother Jolie, you'll get moldy if you stay at home all day.
Lu Xiaoxiao pulled his arm and spoke in her unique lowly voice.
Lily said there's a barbecue stand next to Zhangcheng University that's really delicious. Let's go try it.
Wu Lily nodded vigorously at the side.
Yes, yes, yes.
The roasted pork belly and roasted eggplant there are absolutely amazing.
It would be a great regret in life if you don't try them once. Jolie couldn't persuade them, so he changed into casual clothes and drove the two chattering girls towards Zhangcheng University.
The barbecue stall was indeed very lively and full of the smell of fireworks. The aroma of cumin and chili powder mixed with the smell of charcoal filled the air. The plastic tables and chairs and the noisy voices constituted the most down-to-earth scene in this city at night. The three of them sat down in a corner and ordered a bunch of skewers and cold beer. It was Lu Xiaoxiao's first time in such a place, and she looked around curiously, her big round eyes full of novelty. Wu Lily, on the other hand, was very familiar with it, and rolled up her sleeves to prepare to feast. Jolie, try this grilled chicken wing, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Wu Lily handed over a string enthusiastically. Jolie took it with a smile and had just taken a bite when the sound of conversation from the next table drifted over faintly. Sitting at the next table were a man and two women, all of whom looked like students in their 20s. They were dressed simply and wore glasses. There were only a few skewers of vegetarian dishes and beer on the table. The algorithm model has been optimized to the limit. To go any further, we need stronger computing power. The broken servers in school simply can't run it. A boy wearing glasses spoke with a tired voice. But it's so difficult to find investment. We've met with 7 or 8 companies, and they all said that our project is too early and the risks are too high. Another short-haired girl sighed, her tone full of helplessness.
My model, my hard work, is it going to be wasted like this?
The long-haired girl sitting next to the short-haired girl started sobbing softly as she spoke.
Hey, Lin Shi, don't cry.
The guy with glasses and the girl with short hair were both at a loss.
The noise here caught Wu Lily's attention.
She leaned over to take a look and said in surprise, Huh?
Lin Shi? The female doctor from the computer science department of Jiangnan University? Lu Xiaoxiao also looked over curiously. Lily, do you know her?
I don't really know him, but I've heard of him.
He's a very famous academic. He seems to be doing some research in artificial intelligence medicine and spends all day in the laboratory. Wu Lily explained.
Jolie's mind moved.
Artificial intelligence medical diagnosis?
His intuition told him that this was a track with huge potential. He put down the skewers in his hand and his eyes fell on the 3 lost young men at the next table. Their dedication to the project and their desperation at the moment clearly convey the message: this is a startup team that has technology and passion, but is extremely short of money.
Senior Lin Shi? Wu Lily couldn't help but say hello.
Lin Shi, the crying long-haired girl, raised her head and looked at Wu Lily with tearful eyes, a little confused. Who are you? I'm Wu Lily, from the School of Economics and Management.
I've met you once before at an entrepreneurship sharing session at school.
Wu Lily said with a smile. Lin Shi was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have remembered something, and managed to smile. Oh, hello.
The guy with glasses and the girl with short hair also nodded politely.
Jolie picked up a glass of beer, stood up, and walked over naturally with a gentle smile on his face.
Do you mind if we share a table?
It's a bit crowded here. My name is Jolie, and this is Lu Xiaoxiao. He pointed at himself and Lu Xiaoxiao. The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, looked around, looked at the sumptuous grilled skewers on the table of Jolie and the other two, and then looked at the few skewers of vegetarian dishes on his side. He looked a little embarrassed, but still nodded. Oh, okay, please sit down. Jolie sat down and handed his beer to the man with glasses. From what I heard, you guys were talking about the project. It seems like you guys are having some difficulties?
Yeah, just a little problem.
The man with glasses took the beer, feeling a little reserved.
Don't be embarrassed. Wu Lily is a quick-witted person. I heard everything just now. Are you short of money? Research is very expensive, right?
Lin Shi's face suddenly turned red, and the girl with short hair also lowered her head.
Jolie smiled and said, "Excuse me, what specific field are you working on?"
I'm quite interested in artificial intelligence. Seeing that Jolie didn't seem to be laughing at the joke, the man with glasses hesitated for a moment and began to introduce himself. Our team mainly focuses on intelligent detection and diagnosis of benign and malignant lung nodules based on deep learning.
Currently in China.
As soon as he talked about his professional field, he immediately became eloquent, and his eyes were rekindled. The short-haired girl also added a few words from time to time. Although Lin Shi was in a low mood, she would also interrupt when she heard the key points.
Jolie listened carefully and asked a few questions from time to time.
His questions seemed random, but they always hit the nail on the head, ranging from technical barriers to market prospects, from competitors to profit models. In less than half an hour, Jolie had basically figured out their situation. 3 doctoral students from Jiangcheng University, one is responsible for algorithms, one is responsible for data, and one is responsible for engineering implementation. The technology is cutting edge in China, and the algorithm model performs well on laboratory data, but there is insufficient funding to purchase high-performance servers for larger-scale training and verification, as well as to obtain more and higher-quality labeled data. They were crammed into a small corner provided by the university incubator and could barely pay for the electricity bills for the servers.
How much money do you need? Jolie asked directly after listening.
The 3 doctoral students were stunned. The man with glasses hesitated and said, We initially estimated that we would need at least 5 million to purchase servers, rent cloud computing power, and label data. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became, and he obviously felt that this number was an astronomical figure for them. Jolie looked at them and smiled. His intuition told him that the value of this project was far more than that. Artificial intelligence medical imaging will definitely be a market worth hundreds of billions of dollars in the future, and these 3 poor doctors hold a key that may open the door to a gold mine.
5 million?
Jolie shook his head. The 3 men's faces darkened, thinking that Jolie felt that they were asking for too much.
If you want to do it big.
Jolie's tone was calm, but it carried unquestionable power. You need to buy the best servers, find the most professional team to annotate the data, and recruit talented people.
I will invest 50 million in you. 50 million?
The man with glasses almost dropped the beer glass in his hand and his lips were trembling. Lin Shi and the girl with short hair were also so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and looked at Jolie as if they were dreaming. Even Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily were stunned.
50 million? Just a few words?
Yes,
50 million.
I own 40% of the shares, and your team retains control. This money is enough for you to move out your lab, build a decent team, and push the algorithm to its limits.
Silence. You are not kidding? Amid the heavy breathing of the 3 people, Lin Shi was the first to calm down. Do you think I'm joking? The contract can be signed tomorrow. The money can be deposited anytime.
The man with glasses blushed with excitement. He stood up suddenly and bowed deeply to Jolie. The short-haired girl and Lin Shi also stood up, their eyes red, and hugged each other tightly.
Chapter 29. More than a month is enough time for many changes to take place quietly in Jiangcheng's business landscape. For ordinary citizens, the cooperation between Qishir Ma and Lushir Group has brought more convenient and diversified service experience.
The company's market share and user activity have both soared, and its stock price has continued to rise, making it the most dazzling emerging enterprise in Jiangcheng in recent years. Jolie seemed to have returned to his original leisure state. Of course, this leisure was only superficial. The study room and the number 1 villa in Linjiang Garden became his base for planning and winning battles thousands of miles away. The 10 billion angel investment and the 100% improvement in business intuition gave him insight and decision-making ability far beyond ordinary people. Over the past month, Jolie used the huge amount of funds and extraordinary intuition to quietly complete several classic investments, making him a rising star in the investment field in Jiangcheng and even the whole country. The growth of wealth did not make Jolie relax his vigilance. The malicious smear campaign against Qishir Ma and him was like a thorn in his heart. Zhang Chang, the clown, was hateful, but the big hand behind him who provided funds and planned the whole incident was the one who really needed to be exposed. Sir, old Zhou handed over a report respectfully in the study. There has been some progress in the investigation into the source of funds behind Zhang Chang. By tracking the capital flow and communication records behind Zhang Chang, we intercepted key evidence that clearly pointed to Jiang Huaicheng. He paid Zhang Chang through a shell consulting company and provided specific directions to discredit Shi Zima. Jolie took the report and quickly read it. The report showed that the sources of the several payments to Zhang Chang had been carefully processed and passed through several shell companies and personal accounts, and finally pointed to a shell investment company registered overseas.
The clues seem to be broken here. Can't find the actual controller of this overseas company? Jolie frowned. Not yet. Lao Zou's tone remained calm.
The other party was very cautious, and all operations were in compliance with local laws, so it was difficult to find loopholes directly.
However, we used technical means to track the actual operation IP address of one of the transfer accounts.
Although the other party used multiple proxies, our people still caught a trace.
Oh? Jolie raised his head. That IP address has several brief login records, and its physical location points to a high-end office building in Jiangcheng, the World Financial Center.
Lao Zhou paused, and there is a company in that office building that is worth noting.
Which one? Zhang's home. Zhang's home? Jiang Huaicheng?
Jolie's fingertips stopped on the table. It was indeed him.
What has he done recently?
Recently, he has been intensively contacting a local furniture factory called Lao Jiangxin.
His intention is very obvious.
He wants to take advantage of the factory's difficulties and buy its factory land at a low price. This Lao Jiangxin is famous for its traditional mortise and tenon craftsmanship, but it has indeed been struggling in recent years. Ding, system task released, defeat Jiang Huaicheng and acquire Lao Jiangxin. Mission rewards, God-level fighting skills mastering various fighting techniques, greatly improving actual combat capabilities, God-level climbing skills mastering wall climbing and extreme climbing techniques.
God-level fighting skills? God-level climbing skills?
Jolie's eyes flashed with a strange light.
Lao Zhou continued to report. Sinister and cunning, it fits his temperament.
Jolie sneered. Yes, sir.
Lao Zhou continued to report. Jiang Huaicheng's acquisition of Lao Jiangxin was not done cleanly.
In addition to lowering prices, he also tried to use his connections to have the fire protection, environmental protection, and other departments frequently conduct inspections and nitpick on every detail, intending to make the old factory manager too exhausted to cope and give up. At the same time, we monitored that his people were secretly contacting several major timber suppliers that Lao Jiangxin had cooperated with for many years, either forcing them to stop supply or instigating them to temporarily raise prices.
Jolie sneered.
This was typical of Jiang Huaicheng's style, sinister and vicious, using every possible means.
He wanted to use this trick to force the old factory manager to death, and then pick up the bargain at a bargain price? He asked, "How is the old factory manager doing?" "We can still hold on for now, but the pressure is huge.
The bank is also asking for repayment, and Jiang Huaicheng may have exerted influence on the bank to speed up the asset mortgage process."
Understood.
His interest in old craftsmanship grew stronger. This was not just a factory, but a new battlefield for him and Jiang Huaicheng to compete. A few days later, Jolie held a meeting with the core team with the evaluation report of old craftsmanship. As expected, the team members were generally not optimistic about this old factory with heavy debts and outdated equipment, and believed that the risk was too high. "Boss, this factory has no value other than the land. And I heard that it has been in trouble recently, with inspections and supply cuts.
It's obvious that someone is behind this.
If we go in now, we'll probably get into trouble." The project manager was worried.
Jolie didn't explain much, just said, "I'll go to the factory to take a look." Arriving at the old craftsmanship factory, it was old but tidy.
The white-haired old factory manager received him, with an expression of fatigue and sadness that was difficult to conceal. In the workshop, Jolie looked at those hands covered with calluses but still operating with precision, listened to the old factory director introduce the exquisiteness of the mortise and tenon craftsmanship, and also heard him mention helplessly the recent series of troubles. The fire department said our wiring was aging, the environmental department said the sawdust exceeded the standard, several old suppliers suddenly said that wood was in short supply and they were going to raise prices, and the bank was asking for more every day.
Alas, my old bones can't take it anymore.
Jolie looked at the semi-finished furniture that embodied the most exquisite craftsmanship, and his gaze finally fell on the old factory director's hands that were full of vicissitudes but still strong, and he made a decision in his heart.
I invested in this factory. 100 million. Is that enough?
His eyes were determined. The old factory manager and the experienced workers next to him rubbed their eyes and dug their ears.
Boss Joe, did we hear correctly? Jolie ignored their shock and continued. The money will be in your account this afternoon.
First, immediately improve the treatment and working environment of all masters, launch an apprenticeship program, and pass on the skills.
Second, I will invite a top design team to combine traditional craftsmanship with modern aesthetics.
Third, leave the sales channels to me, and the Cheese Eye platform will fully support it. As for those who are looking for trouble, Jolie paused and said coldly, I will take care of it.
The 100 million yuan of capital injection was quickly in place.
Jolie first asked the legal team to intervene. For the rectification requirements put forward by the fire protection, environmental protection, and other departments, they compared them with the standards one by one. The rectifications that needed to be rectified were immediately invested and implemented according to the highest standards. Those that were unreasonable were argued with reason. The intervention of professional lawyers forced those who wanted to find faults to restrain themselves.
As for the wood suppliers,
Old Zhou had already found out that it was Zhang Huicheng's people who were behind the scenes. Jolie directly sent the procurement team to several major wood bases in the south. With strong financial strength and the credibility of the Qishirma platform, he quickly signed long-term supply agreements with several larger and better quality suppliers, and the prices were even more favorable than before.
Those old suppliers who were instigated by Zhang Huicheng wanted to change their minds and cooperate again? Sorry, it's too late.
At the bank, Jolie sent someone with enough cash to pay off all due loans at once, and negotiated a new credit line. The bank manager's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he was as enthusiastic as an old friend. Zhang Huicheng was still waiting for the news that old craftsman could not bear the pressure and knelt down to beg for mercy, but he did not expect Jolie to suddenly appear and intercept him, snatching the fat meat that was about to reach his mouth. When Zhang Huicheng heard the news, he was so angry that he smashed the purple clay teapot that he had been cultivating for many years to pieces. The hunting expedition he carefully planned not only failed to kill the fox, but also allowed the fox to take away the fat meat he had coveted for a long time. In the meantime, the fox filled up the hole he dug and planted a money tree. He knew that his role in that man's eyes was becoming less and less important.
Chapter 30.
A month later, the new product that combined traditional and modern design was a hot seller on the Qima platform, with sales exceeding 5 million in the first week, and the popularity on social media continued to rise. Ding, complete the system task and get rewards, God-level fighting skills, God-level climbing skills. Jolie felt a warm current instantly surge through his body, and countless knowledge and instincts about fighting techniques, force generation methods, and reaction speed quickly integrated into his body and consciousness. At the same time, the body's coordination, sense of balance, and the ability to judge building structures and climbing paths have also been incredibly improved. He could even clearly feel that his muscle lines seemed to have undergone a subtle but solid change. Jolie subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body and the unprecedented control.
This feeling was amazing. He walked to the large French window in the study and looked at the suspended terrace dozens of meters high outside. He even had an urge to try it out, as if he could climb up as easily as a gecko if he wanted to. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, in a remote warehouse of the Jiang family,
a few dim incandescent lights were flickering, and Zhang Huicheng was kneeling on the cold concrete floor. His face was covered in bruises, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth.
He looked in a state of disgrace. The high spirits he once had were completely gone.
A short man with a funny mask on his face stood before him. The mask concealed his features, leaving only a pair of sinister eyes exposed, staring at Zhang Huicheng.
Waste.
The short man's voice was shrill and harsh.
You can't even handle such a small matter. Jolie. Have you eaten who just showed up? And he beat you up without any chance to fight back? Zhang Huicheng, you really disappoint me.
Zhang Huicheng's body was trembling slightly, not because of the cold, but because of fear.
He lowered his head, not daring to look the other person in the eye. Boss. I
didn't expect that Jolie was so evil.
There seems to be someone behind him. Shut up.
The shorter man interrupted sharply.
I don't want to hear excuses. I only look at the results. As a result, Have You Eaten is now flourishing, and the cooperation with Lu's group is progressing steadily. And you, kneeling here like a stray dog. The gaze behind the mask seemed even colder. Your value is disappearing quickly, Zhang Huicheng. You know what the fate of people without value usually is.
Zhang Huicheng looked up suddenly, his eyes full of fear.
Boss. Give me another chance. I will find a way.
The short man seemed not to hear his pleas and just kept pacing around.
Have you eaten? Is developing too fast and must be stopped immediately. He is a huge threat to our Plan F. He stopped and looked at Jiang Huiqing again, his tone full of unquestionable command. Whatever it takes. Use all your resources and all your means. I want to see Have You Eaten fall into chaos. I don't want to hear Zhou Li's name again. If we fail again this time.
The short man didn't say anything else, but the unfinished threat made Jiang Huiqing feel colder in his heart than any words.
Yes. Yes. Boss. I'll do it right away. Jiang Huiqing nodded quickly, like pounding garlic.
The short man snorted coldly, stopped looking at him, turned and walked towards the shadows deep in the warehouse, and soon disappeared.
Jiang Huiqing was the only one left in the warehouse.
He remained kneeling for a long time before slowly raising his head. The fear on his face was slowly replaced by a twisted resentment.
Zhou Li. It's all because of Zhou Li. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms.
At the same time, in the study room of Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden, Zhou Li had just finished a video conference with the new design director of Liu Jiangxin.
The market response to the new Chinese-style furniture far exceeded expectations. He picked up the warm water at hand, took a sip, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everything seems to be moving in the right direction. Bite.
In my mind, the system prompt sounded without warning.
System task released, find out the truth. Mission description, the malicious smear campaign against Have You Eaten? Is not accidental, there is a deeper plot behind it.
Find out the real mastermind behind the scenes and expose the dark plan of Japan.
Mission reward, God-level invisibility, gain 1 minute of invisibility. Dark plan? Japanese country?
Zhou Li's eyes suddenly became sharp. He originally thought that Zhang Chang and Jiang Huiqing's revenge was just business oppression. Now it seems that things are far more complicated than he imagined. This has gone beyond the scope of simple business competition.
The other party's goal may not just be Have You Eaten it? But may have greater ambitions.
Zhou Li's fingers tapped the table unconsciously, his brain working rapidly.
It seems that Jiang Huiqing is just a pawn pushed to the front, and there is a bigger black hand behind him.
Just then, his personal cell phone rang rapidly.
An unfamiliar number was jumping on the screen. Zhou Li frowned and answered the phone. Zhou Li.
A slightly hoarse voice with obvious panting came from the other end of the phone.
I'm Jiang Huiqing. There was a desperate madness in his voice. If you want your woman to live, come alone.
Zhou Li's heart sank suddenly.
Jiang Huiqing, what do you want to do? It's very simple.
Jiang Huiqing's voice became eerie and terrifying. Bring a cash check of 50 million and go to the unfinished building in the west of the city to exchange people.
Remember, you can only come alone. Otherwise, I promise you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Then, Zhou Li heard what sounded like two girls whimpering on the phone.
Before he could continue speaking, Jiang Huiqing hung up the phone. Zhou Li's face turned pale and he clenched his fists suddenly. He immediately called Lao Zhou. Gentlemen. Lao Zhou's voice remained steady. Jiang Huiqing kidnapped Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili in an unfinished building in the west of the city.
There was a barely perceptible tremor in Zhou Li's voice, which was filled with anger and worry. Immediately find out the movements of everyone around Jiang Huiqing, including his vehicle, cell phone signal, and any resources he may have mobilized.
I want to know his every move. Clear. Lao Zhou responded without asking any further questions, quickly hung up the phone, and started to execute orders. Zhou Li took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that the most important thing now was to stay rational. Jiang Huiqing is desperate and might do anything.
He must ensure the safety of Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili.
Sir, you must not go alone. Lao Zhou's voice suddenly rang out in the room.
He appeared at the door of the study at some point, with a serious expression.
Jiang Huiqing has gone completely crazy. He may have set a trap for you to fall into. Let me take someone with me.
I promise to bring Miss Lu and Miss Wu back safely, and bring Jiang Huiqing to justice.
Zhou Li shook his head, his eyes firm. No, I have to go myself.
Jiang Huiqing specifically asked me to go alone. If I don't go, he might harm them both.
And?
Zhou Li paused, a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. I also want to solve this hidden danger myself.
Lao Zhou, I know you are worried about me. But I know my limits. You just need to do what I say and make sure Jiang Huiqing can't escape. Lao Zhou was silent for a moment and finally sighed. Very well, sir. I'll take care of it. But please be careful. Zhou Li nodded and said nothing more. He turned and walked to the cloakroom, changed into a dark sports suit, and hid a sharp dagger at his waist. He knew that what he was going to face next would be an inevitable fierce battle. Chapter 31. In the west of the city, there is an unfinished building. The night wind blew through the hollow window frames, making a low whimpering sound. The moonlight was pale, and Zhou Li, dressed in dark sportswear, quickly blended into the dilapidated shadows. His figure moved quickly among the broken walls, making almost no sound. His god-level climbing skills made the rough walls and exposed steel bars become steps for him to climb up. He avoided the main entrance where an ambush was obviously set up, and chose to climb up from a relatively intact wall on the side of the building. His movements were smooth, like a gecko climbing a wall, and silent. In a few breaths, he had climbed to the third floor. Light footsteps and suppressed conversations came from above. Zhou Li's eyes focused, slowed down his movements, and listened attentively. They were thugs hired by Jiang Huaicheng. He continued upwards, like a cheetah approaching its prey. On the fourth floor platform, two burly men, smoking cigarettes and holding steel pipes, were leaning against the wall and chatting idly. Damn, this place is creepy. Take the money and do the work, don't talk nonsense. Who do you think Jiang offended? Why did he make such a big fuss? Who knows? Anyway, we just stop them and break their legs if they come. Before he could finish his words, a dark shadow fell from the beam above their heads. Zhou Li landed silently. The man on the left just noticed something was wrong when he felt a sharp pain in his neck, his eyes went dark, and his body fell limply. The man on the right turned around suddenly and saw his companion falling to the ground. Before he could react, an iron fist hit the back of his head with a sound of breaking wind. The whole person fell straight to the ground in an instant, and the steel pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Zhou Li's eyes were calm as he quickly tied their hands behind their backs with restraints. The whole process is clean and neat, taking only a few seconds. No unnecessary movements, no hesitation. God-level fighting skills bring not only skills, but also the instinct to kill decisively. Zhou Li didn't stop and continued to move forward. 5th floor, 6th floor. The sentinels deployed by Jiang Huaicheng were cleared out on every floor. Although these people are all masters with special skills, they are like chickens and dogs in front of Zhou Li and are vulnerable. He approached the top floor silently and heard Jiang Huaicheng's hysterical roar mixed with the girl's suppressed crying. Top floor terrace. The wind was stronger, making people's clothes rustle. Jiang Huaicheng looked like a madman, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. He held Lu Xiaoxiao's arm tightly with one hand and Wu Lily's neck with the other, and stood on the edge of the roof. Lu Xiaoxiao was trembling all over, her hair was disheveled, the sound of the wind blurred her eyes with tears, and she could only make whimpering sounds. Wu Lily's face was pale and her lips were bleeding from being bitten, but there was a hint of stubbornness and anger in her eyes as she stared at Jiang Huaicheng. Zhou Li! You're finally here! Seeing Zhou Li's figure appear at the entrance of the rooftop, Jiang Huaicheng let out a twisted and hideous laugh. Zhou Li's eyes swept over the trapped Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily, and his heart suddenly tightened. But there was no expression on his face and his voice was as cold as ice. Let them go. Let them go? Jiang Huaicheng felt as if he had heard a huge joke. You destroyed everything I had. My company. My future. And now you want me to let you go? Zhou Li, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. He was so emotional that the arm around Wu Lily's neck suddenly tightened. Wu Lily let out a painful groan and breathing became difficult. Jiang Huaicheng. Zhou Li shouted sternly, trying to attract his attention and steady him. You want money, I can give it to you. 50 million, if it's not enough I can add more. Money? Jiang Huaicheng's eyes became even crazier. Do you think I still care about money? I want you to die. I want you to experience the feeling of losing everything. He saw a flash of worry in Zhou Li's eyes, which gave his morbid psychology great satisfaction. Don't you care about them? Today, I'm going to push them both down together. Who will you save first? After saying this, Jiang Huaicheng laughed out loud, looking like a winner. No. Don't. Lu Xiaoxiao screamed. Jiang Huaicheng. Calm down. You are committing a crime. Wu Lily shouted with difficulty. Calm? Jiang Huaicheng's face was ferocious. I have nothing left. Why should I care about crime?
He looked towards Jolie suddenly, his eyes flashing with madness that wanted to destroy everything.
Jolie! You see clearly. Before he finished speaking, he pushed hard with his arm. Ah!
Wu Lily let out a shrill scream, and her body instantly broke away from the edge of the rooftop like a kite with a broken string, falling into the endless darkness below. Jolie's pupils suddenly contracted.
He disappeared from the spot in an instant like an angry cheetah.
Jiang Huicheng pulled Lu Xiaoxiao up and prepared to push her down again.
Lily!
Lu Xiaoxiao witnessed this horrific scene, cried out in despair, and almost fainted.
Jiang Huicheng laughed heartily and crazily. Ha 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 ha! Did you see that? Jolie! This is what happens to you.
Jiang Huicheng's laughter had not yet stopped. Jolie had already rushed to Lu Xiaoxiao's side, hugged the frightened girl, and protected her behind him. At the same time, a whip kick filled with boundless anger hit Jiang Huicheng's side.
Bang! A dull thumping sound was heard.
Jiang Huicheng's laughter stopped abruptly, and he flew out as if he was hit by a speeding truck, and fell heavily on the concrete ground a few meters away.
Ugh!
He let out a cry of pain, feeling like his bones were breaking.
Jolie didn't give him any chance to breathe.
Push Lu Xiaoxiao to a relatively safe corner.
Stay here, don't move.
He strode towards Jiang Huicheng, who was lying on the ground, his eyes burning with anger. Every step seemed to be stepping on Jiang Huicheng's heart. Jiang Huicheng struggled to get up, but Jolie stepped on his chest.
Ahem!
The severe pain almost suffocated him. Fear, unprecedented fear, made him smell the breath of death. The Jolie in front of him was like a Shura returning from hell. That look was cold, violent, and full of murderous intent.
Explain.
Jolie's voice was low and full of unquestionable authority.
Who is the mastermind behind you? What exactly is the dark plan? What does it have to do with Japan?
There was a flash of panic in Jiang Huicheng's eyes, and he said stubbornly,
I don't know, what are you talking about? Snap!
Jolie exerted force on his feet, and a clear sound of bone cracking was heard. It's Jiang Huicheng's rib.
Ah!
Jiang Huicheng howled like a pig being slaughtered, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes.
I say! I say! He completely broke down. It's Shadow Big.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of sharp weapons breaking through the air suddenly came.
Jolie immediately blocked Lu Xiaoxiao behind him.
Jiang Huicheng's voice stopped abruptly.
3 cold lights shot out from different directions almost at the same time, accurately penetrating his forehead and neck.
His body suddenly stiffened, and the last gleam in his eyes quickly dimmed, carrying with him lingering resentment and fear, and he fell silent.
Chapter 32. Who?
Jolie reacted as fast as lightning. He immediately pulled the frightened Lu Xiaoxiao behind him and glanced sharply in the direction where the cold light came from. 2 people slowly walked out from the shadows at the edge of the rooftop. They wore strange black clothes that fit their bodies tightly, outlining their sharp features. They also wore masks on their faces, revealing only a pair of venomous snake-like eyes. One of them glanced at Jiang Huicheng's body on the ground.
Noisy wretch, you are not worthy to mention the name of Lord Shadow.
The other person fixed his cold gaze on Jolie.
As for teacher.
His voice was condescending and indifferent.
You don't deserve to know.
As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them disappeared from the spot at the same time like ghosts without any unnecessary movements.
What a fast speed.
Jolie's heart trembled, and the instinct brought by his god-level fighting skills made him instantly tense all the muscles in his body, and his senses were heightened to the extreme. There was a slight movement of wind on the left, and murderous aura approached on the right. They don't really disappear, but move by taking advantage of extremely fast speeds and visual blind spots. Jolie suddenly leaned back and narrowly avoided a short blade that stabbed out from the shadows. The tip of the blade almost scratched his ribs. At the same time, he used his backhand elbow to hit the face of the attacker on the right.
Bang! A muffled sound.
The assassin on the right seemed to have not expected Jolie's reaction to be so quick. He hastily raised his arm to block, but was knocked back half a step by the huge force contained in Jolie's elbow. After a successful attack, Jolie did not pursue. The assassin who was knocked back shook and merged into the shadows again. Another assassin's attack followed, at a tricky angle, directly targeting Jolie's lower body. The 2 cooperated well and launched attacks like a tide, one wave after another, not giving Jolie any chance to breathe. Their movements were extremely strange. Sometimes they moved quickly on the ground, sometimes they briefly climbed the wall, and their attack angles were completely unconventional.
Japanese ninjutsu?
Hide, attack by surprise, and if you miss, flee immediately and look for the next opportunity. Jolie thought to himself as he protected Lu Xiaoxiao, stepped back, and took her to a relatively secluded place. His brain was working rapidly, and countless techniques of god-level fighting skills flowed through his mind. The opponent's speed was very fast and their coordination was very sophisticated, but their attack pattern was not without trace. Jolie's eyes flashed, and he caught a tiny flaw when one of the assassins pounced out from the blind spot again.
The time is now.
Instead of retreating, he advanced, leaning sideways to avoid the opponent's short blade that was stabbing at his throat. His arm was like a snake emerging from a cave, instantly wrapping around the opponent's wrist holding the knife.
Make an effort. Snap.
A crisp sound of bones cracking was heard. The assassin groaned and the short blade flew out of his hand.
Jolie continued to move, slashing the opponent's neck accurately with his knife.
The assassin's body went limp and he fell to the ground. When the other assassin saw his companion being subdued in an instant, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, his body suddenly turned into a blurry black shadow and quickly retreated towards the edge of the rooftop, hoping to use his old trick and escape using the technique of disappearance.
Want to leave?
Jolie snorted coldly, exerted force on his feet, and was faster than his opponent. The god-level climbing technique not only gave him the ability to climb, but also the ability to accurately judge space and distance. He predicted the opponent's retreat route and intercepted him one step ahead.
The assassin didn't expect Jolie's speed to be so terrifying.
He quickly changed his tactics and kicked Jolie in the face. Jolie did not dodge or evade, but kicked out as well.
The latecomer arrives first. Bang!
The two men's calves collided heavily. The assassin let out a suppressed groan of pain, lost his balance, and stumbled backwards.
Jolie seized the opportunity, rushed forward and punched him in the abdomen. The assassin was like being hit by a sledgehammer.
His body bent like a shrimp and he fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. Jolie did not kill them, but quickly removed their jaws to prevent them from biting their tongues to commit suicide, and then tied them up tightly with restraints. These two people are the key clues to uncovering the dark plan. At this moment, white smoke suddenly came out of the bodies of the two subdued assassins.
Not good.
Jolie secretly said, it was too late to stop it. When the smoke cleared, only two empty black suits and masks were left, and the people had disappeared without a trace. Jolie frowned, it seemed that the other party was well prepared. There were dense sounds of sirens coming from the distance, getting closer and closer. Soon, Lao Zhou led a large number of police officers to the rooftop, and flashlight beams were sweeping everywhere.
Sir! Are you okay?
Old Zhou walked forward quickly, and when he saw Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao who were safe and sound, he finally felt relieved. Jolie shook his head, his face solemn.
I'm fine. Jiang Huiqing is dead. He was silenced. The attackers were two experts in Japanese ninjutsu. They ran away.
The police quickly cordoned off the scene and began investigating and collecting evidence, collecting Jiang Huiqing's body and the clothes and mask left by the assassin. Jolie briefly explained what happened to the leading police officer, hiding the abilities granted by the system and only emphasizing the other party's strange skills and the shadow mentioned by Jiang Huiqing before his death. Lu Xiaoxiao was still in shock and clung to Jolie, her voice tearful. However, she tried her best to cooperate with the police and described the kidnapping process in a halting manner.
Lao Zhou was adding details and handling communications with the police.
The atmosphere at the scene was solemn. An experienced old detective looked at the two empty black suits on the ground with a frown on his face.
This way of getting away.
He muttered to himself, obviously finding it unbelievable. Jolie's mind was not here.
Lily! He rushed to the edge of the roof and looked down.
Below was a dark ruin, several dozen meters high. If you fall down, the consequences will be disastrous.
Quick! Down there!
Another person has been pushed down. Jolie shouted to the police anxiously. The police were also shocked and immediately assigned people to turn on high-intensity flashlights and quickly search down the stairs.
Jolie's heart tightened and he couldn't wait even a moment.
He simply flipped over the rooftop railing.
Gentlemen!
Old Zhou exclaimed. But Jolie's figure was already flying down quickly. His god-level climbing skills allowed him to walk on flat ground as if it were flat ground, and his speed was much faster than the police who were going down the stairs. His eyes were like those of a hawk, quickly scanning every inch of land below in the darkness.
Nothing can happen. Wu Lily, you will be fine.
Jolie prayed silently in his heart. The beam of light from a strong flashlight flickered in the ruins, and the shouts of the police rose one after another.
Here! A young policeman shouted.
Jolie leaped a few times, landed steadily on the ground, and rushed over in the search for the sound.
Wu Lily was lying next to a collapsed prefabricated board.
Her body was curled up, with some branches and debris scattered around her. The situation looked very bad. His face was as pale as paper, his clothes were torn in many places, and his arms were twisted unnaturally. Jolie squatted down, stretched out his slightly trembling fingers, and probed into her breath.
Very faint.
But, still there.
There is still a breath. Quick! Call an ambulance. Quick!
Jolie yelled at the police who came, his voice hoarse. The accompanying emergency personnel immediately stepped forward, carefully checked Wu Lily's injuries, and performed preliminary fixation and first aid. Jolie looked at Wu Lily's closed eyes, with tears hanging on her long eyelashes, and deep heartache and anger swept over him.
Shadow. Japanese country.
He clenched his fists, his eyes frighteningly cold.
Chapter 33. Jiancheng First People's Hospital, outside the intensive care unit. The pale light illuminated every anxious face in the corridor.
Wu Lily's parents slumped on the bench.
Wu's mother's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Wu's father's face was ashen.
He kept rubbing his hands and stared at the closed ICU door with empty eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao leaned against the wall, her body trembling slightly, tears still lingering on her face. She kept replaying the thrilling scene on the rooftop and Wu Lily's desperate scream when she fell, and her heart ached. Jolie stood closest to the ICU door, his back straight, his fists clenched, his knuckles making a crackling sound.
In my mind, Wu Lily's face, pale as paper and barely breathing, can't be erased. What's going on? How's my granddaughter?
A burst of hurried footsteps accompanied by a majestic shout came.
Mr. Wu, accompanied by several people, walked quickly.
Although he was old, his steps were powerful, but his face was full of anger and deep worry. The hospital director and several department heads had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw old man Wu, they hurried over to him with fear and heavy expressions on their faces.
Mr. Wu, please accept my condolences. No, please calm down.
The dean wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke incoherently. Ms. Wu's condition is very grim.
Speak.
Old Master Wu's voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of pressure. A gray-haired professor stepped forward.
He was one of the best brain surgery experts in the country. Ms. Wu fell from a height.
She suffered multiple comminuted fractures throughout her body, intracranial hemorrhage, and varying degrees of damage and rupture of her internal organs. We have tried our best to rescue her, but her vital signs are very weak.
She may die at any time.
He didn't dare say the following words, but everyone present understood what they meant. When Wu's mother heard this, she could no longer hold back and cried into her husband's arms.
Wu's father's eyes were red and he clenched his teeth tightly.
Mr. Wu's body swayed, and he was supported by the people beside him in time. He took a deep breath, suppressed the pain in his heart, and glanced at the doctors like lightning. I don't care what method you use or how much money you spend. You must save Lily.
The dean nodded repeatedly. Yes, we will do our best. Definitely. Jolie listened silently.
He understood that Wu Lily's current injuries were far beyond the limits of modern medicine.
But he is different.
He possesses god-level skills in traditional Chinese medicine and masters the lost Tai divine needle acupuncture technique, which may even contain life energy that transcends the understanding of modern medicine. He could feel the faint vitality in Wu Lily's body, like a candle in the wind. He was sure that he could at least stabilize her condition, or even create a miracle.
But he doesn't have a medical license.
Under the watchful eyes of the public, he had no way to openly rescue. Once exposed, not only would he be unable to explain the source of his ability, he might even be regarded as a liar or a lunatic, causing endless trouble.
But watching Wu Lily's life slip away bit by bit? Jolie can't do it.
His mind raced with thoughts. He had to think of a way, he had to find an opportunity to avoid everyone and quietly give Wu Lily acupuncture.
Time passed by minute, and every second seemed like torture.
A few hours later, a team of experts from Kyoto and other provinces and cities arrived. There were 7 or 8 of them, all of whom were top authorities in the relevant fields in China.
They quickly entered the ICU for a consultation. Another long wait.
When the head of the expert team, a highly respected old professor, walked out of the ICU, his expression was more solemn than the local doctors in Jiangcheng.
He took off his mask and shook his head slowly at the anxiously waiting Grandpa Wu and the Wu family. Grandpa Wu, family members, we have tried our best.
The patient's injuries are too severe, all her vital organs have suffered a devastating blow, and the brain damage is also very serious.
From a medical point of view, we are powerless. All we can do now is to try our best to maintain her vital signs, but... He didn't say anything else, but his sad look said it all. Hope was completely shattered.
Mother Wu broke down again, crying heartbreakingly.
Father Wu, a strong man, finally couldn't help himself and cried out while covering his face.
Old man Wu closed his eyes, 2 lines of turbid tears slid down his old face, and he seemed to collapse instantly. The corridor was filled with an atmosphere of despair.
Jolie watched all this with a broken heart. He walked to Old Master Wu and said in a low but firm voice, Old Master Wu, please believe me, Lily will be fine.
Old Master Wu opened his eyes, and his cloudy eyes fell on Jolie, with a trace of confusion and puzzlement.
Who is this young man? He seemed to have some impression of him, as if he was Lily's friend? At a time when all the top experts have sentenced him to death, what right did he have to say such a thing?
The people around him also looked at him sideways, their eyes full of confusion, and some even thought that this young man was overly stimulated and talking nonsense. Jolie didn't explain too much, he knew it was useless to say anything now. He turned to Old Joe and gave him a look. Old Joe understood what he meant and immediately stepped forward and whispered to Old Master Wu, Old Master Wu, this is Mr. Jolie, Miss Wu's best friend.
He may have a way.
Please give him a chance, and give Miss Wu a chance too. Old Master Wu looked at Jolie's unusually calm eyes, which seemed to contain a very powerful force.
Try to save a dying horse? Maybe. At this point, he was unwilling to give up any glimmer of hope. What do you need? Old Master Wu asked in a hoarse voice.
I need to be alone with Lily for a while without being disturbed by anyone.
Jolie said, it won't be too long.
This request was strange, even a little unreasonable. But at this moment, no one had the heart to question it. Old Master Wu was silent for a few seconds, then said to the hospital director next to him, make arrangements to clear the ICU. Do not let anyone in for the time being, including medical staff. The surveillance is also temporarily turned off.
The dean looked embarrassed, but seeing the determined look in Old Master Wu's eyes, he finally nodded, okay, Old Master Wu. Soon, the medical staff in the ICU were temporarily evacuated.
Only the Wu family members, Lu Xiaoxiao, Jolie, and Lao Zhou were left in the corridor.
Jolie took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door. In the ICU ward, various instruments made a monotonous beeping sound.
Wu Lily lay quietly on the bed, with various tubes inserted into her body. Her face was pale, and only the extremely weak rise and fall of her chest proved that she was still alive. Jolie walked to the bedside and looked at her sleeping face, feeling infinite pity and love in his heart. He stretched out his hand and gently brushed away the messy hair on her forehead. The cold touch from his fingertips made his heart tremble.
Lily, don't be afraid, I'm here. He said softly, his voice gentle but firm. Chapter 34.
Without hesitation, Jolie took out a set of fine needles that appeared with the system reward. These needles were a part of the god-level Chinese medicine skill. They were made of neither gold nor silver, but they contained strange energy.
Holding his breath and concentrating, Jolie's eyes became more focused.
His god-level Chinese medicine skills were instantly activated, and countless knowledge about the human body's meridians, acupoints, and the flow of qi and blood flooded into his mind, as if he had been immersed in this for decades. Under the look spell, the weak flow of qi and blockages in Wu Lily's body were clearly visible to him. He picked up a silver needle, and with lightning speed and steady as a rock, he accurately inserted it into several key acupuncture points on Wu Lily's head.
Bai Hui, Sishinkong, Yin Tang.
Every time the needle went in, it brought with it a subtle and strange energy, which was slowly injected.
This is not ordinary acupuncture, but a lost unique skill that uses qi to control the needle, dredge the meridians, and stimulate the body's deepest self-healing potential.
As the silver needles penetrated, Jolie could clearly see that the weak vitality in Wu Lily's body, which had been almost stagnant, seemed to be injected with a stream of living water and began to flow very slowly. The blocked meridians also began to show signs of loosening under the guidance of the silver needles.
Fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead.
This method of controlling the needles with qi consumed a great deal of mental energy. A few minutes later, Jolie inserted the last needle. He did not remove the needle immediately, but stretched out his fingers and gently placed them on Wu Lily's wrist. The pulse, although still weak, seemed to have a hint of resilience compared to before. At this moment, the curves representing Wu Lily's heart rate and brainwaves on the ECG monitor connected to her fluctuated very slightly. The amplitude was so small that it was almost negligible, but in the silent ICU, it was very clear.
Beep.
The instrument made a slight prompt sound.
Joe Lee's heart tightened. Was it because of overstimulation?
He observed hurriedly, but found that the indicators did not deteriorate. On the contrary, after the slight fluctuation, they seemed to be a little more stable than before.
It works.
A fire of hope ignited in Joe Lee's heart. He leaned down, leaned close to Wu Lily's ear, and whispered softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
Lily, can you hear me? It's me, Jolie. I know you're tired and in pain, but you can't give up, do you hear me? You've been pestering me to watch movies all day, haven't you? You want to eat a lot of barbecue? What's the big deal about this little injury? Wake up soon, I'm still waiting for you to treat me to a meal. You promised Xiao Xiao that you would take her to the racetrack? Lily. His voice trembled slightly, wake up, okay?
I'm Jolie, I need you. On the hospital bed, Wu Lily still showed no response. But Jolie just saw clearly that when she heard the word Jolie, her long eyelashes seemed to tremble very slightly. It really was just a moment, so fast that it seemed like an illusion.
But Jolie caught it. The time was almost up.
Jolie didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly put away all the silver needles to make sure that no traces were left. He took a deep look at Wu Lily, turned around and left the ICU. Outside the door, old Master Wu and others were waiting anxiously. Lu Xiaoxiao clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Old Zhou stood quietly at the door, looking around vigilantly to prevent anyone from suddenly breaking in.
How is it?
Old Master Wu was the first to come forward, his voice anxious. Jolie showed a slightly tired but confident smile. The situation has stabilized for the time being.
Stable? When all the experts had given a death sentence, he went in for more than half an hour and then said that he was stable?
The Wu family and Lu Xiaoxiao were all stunned, with disbelief written all over their faces. At this moment, a nurse in charge of monitoring suddenly ran over, with excitement and confusion on her face. Mr. Wu.
Dean. Miracle.
Miss Wu's vital signs are starting to recover steadily. Although it's still very weak, she is definitely getting better.
What? The corridor exploded instantly.
The team of experts who had just looked solemn also rushed to the ICU again after hearing the news. When they saw the data on the monitoring equipment that was indeed slowly but continuously improving, they were stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment.
How is this possible?
The old professor who led the group muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes vigorously, thinking that he had seen it wrongly.
It was clearly. Could it be that the instrument made a mistake? All instruments have been checked and there are no problems. The doctor next to him replied. Could it be that the drug is taking a long time to take effect? That's not right. The drug we used.
The experts gathered around the instruments, discussing intensely, trying to find a reasonable explanation from the perspective of modern medicine, but all the theories seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the facts before them. Old Master Wu was so excited that he burst into tears. He grabbed Zhou Li's hand and shook it again and again. Wu Lily's parents also cried with joy, and looked at Jolie with eyes full of gratitude. Jolie just smiled calmly. Now is not the time to be happy. Lily's injuries are very serious, and follow-up treatment is the key. He knew that this was just the first step. The real challenge was still to come. And he had to continue to carefully play the role of the shadow behind the miracle. A team of experts stationed at the hospital held consultations several times a day, racking their brains to try to unravel the mystery of this medical miracle. Some have suggested that some rare self-repair gene was activated, others have speculated that previously undiscovered drugs produced a synergistic effect, and some have even half-jokingly said that it was prayer.
But no theory has been completely successful.
The real creator of this miracle, Jolie, is carefully maintaining his secret operations. During the day, he stayed outside Wu Lily's ward like an ordinary visitor, or listened to the doctor's report on the condition with the Wu family and Lu Xiaoxiao, with just the right amount of concern and expectation on his face. Late at night, when everything is quiet and everyone is asleep, is when he can truly show his skills.
Lao Zhou's role was fully demonstrated at this time. He could always arrange everything in advance without making a fuss. Jolie was like an elf in the dark night. His movements were clean and neat, and he never left any traces.
After entering the ward, he would quickly take out the silver needle and give acupuncture to Wu Lily. Every time he gave her acupuncture, he could feel the vitality in Wu Lily's body slowly but surely recovering. The broken bones were healing at an incredible speed, the damaged internal organs were gradually repairing, and even the most difficult intracranial congestion was slowly dissipating under his guidance. The power of the god-level Chinese medicine skills far exceeded his expectations. This is not just about curing diseases, it is more like reshaping life. After the acupuncture treatment, Jolie did not leave immediately. He sat beside Wu Lily's bed and looked at her quietly. In the dead of night, with only the regular ticking of instruments, Jolie would hold her still cold hand and speak to her softly. "Lily, do you remember the first time we met? You were like a little pepper, and Xiao Xiao was like a peach. You two were really born to be good friends, don't you think? And last time you were driving, you actually sped up to 150 miles per hour. Were you trying to fly?" His voice was very soft, with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue. He rarely opened his heart to others, but in front of the unconscious Wu Lily, he took off all his disguises. "They all say you are hopeless, but I don't believe it. Who are you? Wu Lily, you are so energetic and stubborn, how could you just give in like that? Wake up quickly, wake up, we still have many places to go and many things to do. Actually, The words came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. Some emotions seemed particularly clear in the face of life and death, but also particularly heavy. He was afraid of putting pressure on her, and also afraid, what if she couldn't wake up? He just held her hand tighter, slowly transferring his body temperature to her. What he didn't know was that the instrument connected to Wu Lily was experiencing a tiny fluctuation. Chapter 35. In the VIP ward of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, the sun is shining brightly outside the window, but it cannot dispel the heaviness that hangs over the room. Wu Lily was still lying there quietly, her face had regained some color than before, but was still pale. The ticking sounds of various instruments formed a monotonous background sound. After Jolie's secret acupuncture for many consecutive nights, and the full treatment of the top medical team, her vital signs stabilized, and she was even recovering slowly and miraculously. But the speed of this recovery was still too long for those who were anxiously waiting. Grandpa Wu came every day, sat beside the bed, and looked at his granddaughter's sleeping face with a complicated look in his eyes. He was grateful for the medical miracle but also worried about the slow progress. He privately asked old Joe about Jolie's situation more than once, but old Joe always kept his mouth shut and only said that Mr. Joe had his own way and asked Mr. Wu to rest assured. This sense of mystery made Mr. Wu more respectful and dependent on Jolie. Lu Xiaoxiao almost never left the Wu family's side. She accompanied Wu's parents during the day and was sent home to rest at night by people arranged by Jolie. She looked at her lifeless best friend lying on the hospital bed, and then at Jolie, who often appeared quietly in the middle of the night, exhausted but with a firm look in his eyes, and she felt mixed emotions. She could feel that Wu Lily's miracle must be closely related to Jolie, but she was smart enough not to ask more questions. Only Jolie himself knew the pressure he was under. Sneaking into the ward every night to give acupuncture consumed not only physical strength, but also a huge amount of mental strength. Fortunately, Wu Lily had a good physical foundation, and her will to survive seemed to be slowly awakened by his call and treatment, and her weak vitality was becoming tougher little by little. "Sir, this is the recent user feedback and market dynamics briefing of the Have You Eaten platform." In the study, Lao Zhou handed a document to Jolie. Jolie rubbed his temples to relieve the mental fatigue of the past few days while taking the report. Since the great success of the new product Lao Jiangxin, the business scope of Tsushima has been further expanded, and the user activity and platform turnover have reached new peaks. However, an inconspicuous data in the report caught his attention. Rice ball takeaway. In their user reviews, the rate of positive reviews for pre-prepared meals is abnormally high? Jolie frowned. "Yes, sir." Lao Zhou nodded. Although Fontuan Takeaway used to have a high market share, its performance has been declining recently due to the impact of Archimai. Recently, they launched low-priced and efficient pre-prepared meal packages, which are nearly 30% lower than the homemade takeaways of merchants on our platform, and user feedback generally says that the taste is surprisingly good, the taste is not inferior to freshly fried, and the price-performance ratio is unbeatable. Jolie put his finger to his nose. Pre-prepared food? He was familiar with the concept, but in his impression, the taste and flavor of pre-prepared food were often greatly compromised in order to ensure storage and transportation, and it was difficult to achieve no loss to freshly cooked food. Moreover, the price of pre-prepared food at Riceball Takeaway was ridiculously low, with almost no profit margin. I asked someone to anonymously order a few of their signature pre-made dishes, Lao Zhou added.
The taste is indeed very special. How should I put it? It's the kind that makes you want to eat more. The seasoning is very precise. You want more after you've eaten?
Zhou Li's eyes flashed with doubt.
Something must be wrong when things are abnormal.
Low price, delicious, high praise rate, these words combined together, especially in the fiercely competitive takeaway market, seem very unusual.
Merchants on the Eat It platform also feel the pressure.
Some fast food restaurants that focus on cost effectiveness have seen a significant decline in orders. Some merchants complained that the pre-prepared dishes of Fontuan Takeaway are simply dumping and do not follow market rules at all. Check the funding source of Fontuan Takeaway and the production factory of their pre-prepared meals.
Zhou Li ordered.
We're already investigating, sir. Lao Zhou replied, their registered company and capital flows have been carefully processed, pointing to several overseas investment institutions, which is somewhat similar to the method used to investigate the source of funds behind Zhang Huaicheng. There are several pre-prepared food production factories distributed in several surrounding cities. They are not particularly large in scale, but the management is very strict, and it is difficult for outsiders to get in touch with the core production links.
Another foreign force?
Zhou Li's heart sank. He remembered the Shadow Lord that Zhang Huaicheng vaguely mentioned before his death, the two assassins with strange skills in Japanese ninjutsu, and the Japanese dark plan mentioned in the system task.
Could it be that this rice ball takeaway and their pre-prepared dishes are also part of that plan?
At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding!
System task released. The pre-prepared dishes launched by the competitor rice ball takeaway are widely praised, but there seems to be an unknown secret behind its low price and unusually perfect taste. Please conduct an in-depth investigation to uncover the truth about the rice ball pre-prepared dishes and find out whether it is related to the Shadow Organization or the Dark Plan of Japan.
Mission reward, God-level breathing technique.
The God-level breathing technique masters the method of cultivating internal strength, which makes the breath long and lasting, and greatly improves the 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses. It can significantly enhance the effects of all the skills that the host has mastered, prolong life, and be immune to all diseases.
God-level breathing technique. Cultivate internal strength? Zhou Li's breathing paused slightly. This reward was like timely relief. What he lacks most now is the ability to continue fighting and recover.
Whether it is dealing with the threat of the Shadow Organization or giving acupuncture to Wu Lily every night, he needs strong mental support. If he mastered the breathing technique, his God-level fighting technique would be more powerful, his God-level climbing technique would be lighter, and the effect of his God-level Chinese medicine skills, especially the use of qi to control needles, would definitely be greatly improved. Even the treatment effect on Wu Lily might have a qualitative leap. He must complete this task. Sir, there is one more thing. Old Zhou's expression was a little strange. We have detected that Miss Liu seems to have become a frequent customer of rice ball takeout recently.
Xiao Xiao. Zhou Li was stunned.
Liu Xiao has always been very picky about food, and she knew that rice ball takeaway was a direct competitor of Have You Eaten, so how could she? Yes, she has ordered the rice ball pre-prepared meal combo for lunch and dinner in recent days. She also recommended it to her friends, saying that it tastes really good, cheap and delicious.
Lao Zhou's tone was a little worried.
Zhou Li frowned even more.
Even a picky foodie like Liu Xiao had fallen. The problem of pre-prepared food was probably more serious than he had imagined.
This was no longer just a commercial competition, but more like a subtle erosion.
It seems that I have to go and meet this rice ball in person.
Zhou Li stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of monsters were hidden in this plate of Chinese food.
Chapter 36.
Zhou Li quickly called Liu Xiao.
Hello, Zhou Li? What's the matter?
Liu Xiao's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone.
Xiao, where are you? I'm at home. I just ordered takeout and am about to eat.
Let me tell you, I found a takeout treasure called rice ball.
Their sweet and sour pork tenderloin pre-made dish is amazing. It tastes better than many restaurants' freshly made dishes. Do you want to try it too? Stop eating.
Zhou Li interrupted her with a rare serious tone.
Why? Liu Xiao was stunned, and stopped what she was doing with her mouth. Isn't it delicious? And it's very cheap. Be obedient and pour it out immediately. Don't order it again in the future.
Zhou Li's voice was very deep. I will explain the specific reasons to you later.
I will come to you now. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoxiao looked at the steaming sweet and sour pork tenderloin in front of her. The aroma was still tempting, but Zhou Li's serious tone made her feel a little uneasy. She hesitated for a moment, and finally obediently dumped the delicious food into the trash can. Zhou Li drove home quickly. On the way, he informed Lao Zhou, use all resources to keep a close eye on all the production links and logistics chains of Fan Tuan takeaway pre-prepared meals. I want to know all the details of each of their pre-prepared meals from production to delivery. In addition, prepare a list of all common food additives and banned additives on the market. The more detailed the better. A secret battle over food on the plate has quietly begun. Zhou Li knew that this was not only for the market share of Have You Eaten, but also to uncover the hidden hand behind the temptation of delicious food, as well as the possible conspiracy against the entire Jiangcheng and even a wider range. The reward of the god-level breathing technique made him full of motivation. Riverside Garden, Villa Number 1. Zhou Li looked at the dumped sweet and sour pork in the trash can. The color was still attractive, and the rich aroma had not even completely dissipated. Lu Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa with a wronged look on her face, hugging a pillow, like a child who had done something wrong. Zhou Li, you scared me to death. What's going on? That takeaway, is there any problem? Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Xiaoxiao, think carefully, when did you start eating takeout of rice balls? After eating it, besides feeling that it was delicious, did you have any other special feelings? Zhou Li asked back. Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her head and thought for a while. It was about a week ago, right? The first time it was recommended by a classmate, who said it was delicious and very cost-effective, so I tried it, and the result, I really couldn't stop. I want to eat it every day, and if I don't eat it, I feel like something is missing. Other feelings, I don't think I have any, right? I just think the taste of theirs is very stable, and it tastes the same every time, unlike other takeouts, which are sometimes delicious and sometimes just average. Is it always the same? Is it too stable? Do you want to eat more after eating it, and do you feel like you are missing something if you don't eat it? Zhou Li's doubts deepened. This didn't sound like a normal taste experience, but more like a mild addiction? Have you ordered other dishes from them? How did you like them? Zhou Li asked. I've ordered them before. Kung Pao chicken, shredded pork with fish flavor, mapo tofu. They're all delicious. Really, if you don't believe me, try them. The more Lu Xiaoxiao talked, the more she felt strange. Hey, now that you asked me, I realized that their food seems a little weird. It's so delicious every time. Zhou Li nodded. The problem may lie in the issue of stability and taste. He took out his phone and pulled up a preliminary investigation report that Lao Zhou had just sent. The pre-prepared food used by Fantuan Takeaway does not come from a large central kitchen, but from several small and medium-sized food processing factories scattered in surrounding cities. The qualifications of these factories are legal, but the equity structure is complicated. After layers of penetration, they all point to several offshore companies registered abroad, which are inextricably linked to the source of funds behind Jiang Huiqing and the Overseas Shell Investment Company. It's them again? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. They poisoned the food? Poisoning is unlikely, the risk is too great. Zhou Li shook his head, but I suspect they added something to the pre-prepared dishes, something that can strongly stimulate the taste buds and may even cause dependence. And it is very likely that it is a new type of additive that is difficult to cover by existing food safety testing standards. This explains why the pre-prepared dishes of rice balls taste so perfect and are so cheap. They may not care about the quality of the ingredients themselves, but rely on special additives to create the ultimate taste and flavor, so as to quickly seize the market and cultivate user dependence. It's terrible. These people are willing to do anything to make money. Lu Xiaoxiao said angrily, then what should we do? Call the police? Calling the police requires evidence. Zhou Li's eyes were sharp. Besides, I suspect their purpose is not just to make money. Behind this, it is very likely that the shadow organization and the so-called dark plan are involved. He recalled the description of the system task. If this pre-made meal is really related to the Japanese forces, then their goal is probably not just commercial interests, but to achieve some deeper purpose by controlling people's taste buds. I want to go to their production factory to see it myself. Zhou Li thought to himself. Old Zhou, help me make arrangements. I want to visit several pre-prepared food production factories of rice ball takeaway. Sir, it's too dangerous. I'll send someone to investigate, you don't have to go there yourself. Lao Zhou said worriedly. No, I have to go there myself.
Jolie interrupted him, some things can only be confirmed by seeing them with your own eyes.
Moreover, I need to find solid evidence to bring these people to justice.
Okay, sir.
I'll make arrangements.
Lao Zhou sighed, I'll arrange the most reliable people to protect you, but please be careful. 3 days later, Jolie transformed himself into an ordinary food distributor and, with 2 capable bodyguards arranged by Lao Zhou, went to several pre-prepared food production factories of Fontuan Takeout located in cities around Jiangchang.
The first factory was located in an industrial park in the suburbs.
It was medium-sized and looked no different from other food processing factories.
Jolie entered the factory in the name of negotiating cooperation and was warmly received by the factory director.
The factory manager, surnamed Li, was a middle-aged man in his 40s.
He was smiling and eloquent, talking about the production process and technical advantages of pre-prepared meals.
He tried his best to sell their products to Jolie, claiming that their pre-prepared meals used the freshest ingredients and the most advanced production technology to ensure taste and nutrition. Jolie seemed to be listening attentively, but in fact he was secretly observing every corner of the factory. He found that the management of this factory was very strict, the production workshop was heavily guarded, and outsiders were not allowed to enter at will.
Moreover, the workers seemed to have been strictly trained and were wary of any strangers. The dishes on the assembly line are bright in color and there is nothing special about the processing. Jolie plans to make them again in the evening.
As night fell, Jolie changed into dark sportswear and quietly sneaked into the factory, ready to act when the opportunity arose.
He vaguely heard someone talking about something.
He moved closer and listened attentively.
We need to increase the dosage. This will cause problems. Big problems. Who said it wasn't? Is the boss crazy?
Jolie vaguely sensed something unusual and quietly followed the 2 workers into a more tightly guarded workshop.
Jolie climbed onto the roof and looked inside through the gap in the side windows.
It was found that the workers in the workshop were all wearing gas masks and holding droppers, adding a transparent liquid into the pre-prepared dishes.
Jolie's eyes turned fierce, knowing that the problem must be in this transparent liquid. Chapter 37.
Jolie held his breath and stared at the interior of the workshop through the narrow gap in the window. The scene before him made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The transparent liquid refracted a strange luster under the light. The workers wore white protective clothing from head to toe, revealing only a pair of numb eyes behind goggles. They moved mechanically and silently, carefully using a dropper to drop the liquid accurately into rows of pre-prepared dishes, and then quickly sealed them. Jolie's heart sank to the bottom, and a chill spread throughout his body.
This is definitely not some ordinary food additive. What decent factory would need to go to such lengths to add a seasoning?
This is clearly adding something toxic or harmful, or something with a special effect.
He instantly thought of the sweet and sour pork that Lu Xiaoxiao almost ate, and the unusually good reviews for rice ball takeout and the disturbing user feedback that I want to eat more after eating it.
He forced himself to suppress the anger in his chest.
Rush in now? Knock down all these workers? At most, we can just shut down this illegal workshop.
Those workers in protective clothing may not even know exactly what they are adding. The real mastermind, the source and formula of the transparent liquid, and the so-called dark plan they have painstakingly laid out will all be exposed and completely buried, making it difficult to trace them.
No, you have to stay calm. He needed evidence, the kind of hard evidence that could uproot the forces behind it. He needed to find out what this transparent liquid was, what its ingredients were, what specific harm it did to the human body, and who was behind all this. Jolie slowly retreated backwards, his god-level climbing skills allowing him to cling to the wall like a gecko, and he slid silently to the ground. After leaving the factory and getting into a car parked in the distance, Jolie let out a long sigh, but his eyes were still solemn. In the next few days, Jolie felt like he was living in 2 parallel worlds. During the day, he is the boss behind the Eat It platform, and is the mister in Lao Zhou's eyes. He analyzes market data, mobilizes resources, and arranges commercial counterattacks and in-depth investigations against rice ball takeaway. He also has to supervise the investment team in making various investments. More and more information came from Lao Zhou, and the clues pointing to foreign forces became clearer and clearer, but the specific composition of the mysterious liquid was extremely difficult to analyze and progress was slow. As night falls, he sheds the shell of a business elite and turns back into the secret keeper with special skills. Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, VIP ward. It was so quiet here that the only sounds could be heard were the regular ticking of the instruments and Wu Lily's steady but still weak breathing. Jolie sat beside the bed, holding a thin silver needle between his fingers. The needle pierced the acupuncture points accurately, stimulating her dormant vital functions.
After several consecutive nights of treatment, the effect was remarkable. Wu Lily's face, which was originally as pale as paper, now had a faint blush, no longer the lifeless gray. Her eyelashes occasionally trembled slightly. Although she had not woken up yet, this was already a huge improvement. Jolie stared at Wu Lily's sleeping face, feeling both relieved and a sense of urgency. He thought of the strange transparent liquid in the factory, how Lu Xiaoxiao almost became a victim, and the vicious conspiracy behind this that might affect countless ordinary people.
Jolie's hands became steadier and his eyes sharper as he gave the acupuncture. He must clear up this muddy water as soon as possible. Old Zhou used a lot of connections to infiltrate and monitor every aspect of Fantuan. Various fragmentary information gathered here for Jolie, gradually outlining a vague but dangerous outline. His attention soon turned to another larger pre-prepared meal factory. This factory was located in a development zone in a neighboring city. Its management was much stricter than the previous one, and its security measures were more stringent. It looked more like a formal large factory and seemed to play a more critical role in the entire supply chain of Fantuan. Jolie personally went there to keep an eye on it for a few days. The factory operated normally during the day, and no flaws could be seen, but at night, things were different. After several nights of surveillance, Jolie finally caught an abnormality. Late at night, a large refrigerated truck drove into the factory. It was not surprising that the food factory needed cold chain transportation. But Jolie had observed the frequency of goods entering and leaving during the day and the types of vehicles. Combined with the information provided by Lao Zhou, the size of this refrigerated truck was completely disproportionate to the small amount of goods it actually loaded and unloaded. Most of the time, the cargo compartment seemed to be empty or only carried a very small amount of things. What shocked Jolie even more was that during a night unloading operation, he clearly saw through a high-powered telescope that several workers carefully took out a silver metal code box from deep inside the refrigerated truck, solemnly handed it over to someone inside the factory, and then quickly closed the door. The box was not big, at most the size of a suitcase, but it was treated so specially that there were people guarding it. The problem must be with this box and this mysterious refrigerated truck. He decided to follow it and see where the truck would end up. The dark night is the best cover. The refrigerated truck was loaded, the engine started, and it slowly drove out of the factory gate. Jolie waited for the refrigerated truck to pass a surveillance blind spot. He seized the opportunity and used his god-level climbing skills to the extreme. Using his hands and feet, he jumped up and down several times, and finally clung to the cold roof of the car like a gecko. The car began to speed up and sped out of the city. The route became more and more deviated, gradually moving away from the main road and heading towards a more remote suburban road. The wind on the roof was very strong, carrying with it the chill of the night. Jolie pressed himself tightly against the metal roof, gathering all his energy and adjusting his breathing, trying to blend in with the bumps of the vehicle as much as possible. I don't know how long I drove, but the sky began to turn pale, and the refrigerated truck began to slow down and stopped in front of an abandoned warehouse. There was no one around, and it was dead silent. The few dilapidated warehouses looked extremely ordinary. Jolie quietly slid off the roof of the car and hid behind a broken wall nearby. The driver of the refrigerated truck got out and simply handed over the silver safe to the person who came out of the warehouse, then drove away quickly. The warehouse was quiet throughout the day, without any movement, as if it was just an ordinary abandoned place. Jolie lurked patiently, like the most experienced hunter. It was not until late at night that the lights in the warehouse came on. Several figures wearing white full-body protective suits and breathing masks walked out from the depths of the warehouse like ghosts and quickly entered again. Their actions were cautious and quick, and it was obvious that they were carrying out some secret activity. There was a gleam in Jolie's eyes. The opportunity has come. He observed the pattern of people coming in and out and locked onto a lone figure walking towards the side door of the warehouse. God-level fighting technique is activated. Jolie approached quickly and chopped the opponent's neck accurately with his knife. The man fell down limply without even a groan. Jolie quickly dragged the unconscious worker into a dark place, stripped off his protective suit and mask, and put them on. After adjusting his breathing mask, he imitated the gait of the others, lowered his head, and walked quickly towards the entrance deep in the warehouse. Chapter 38. There is a simple identity verification at the entrance, and it seems that more attention is paid to the integrity of the protective clothing. Jolie successfully got in. Inside the warehouse, it was a completely different scene. This place has been transformed into a huge laboratory.
Various precision instruments with flashing indicator lights, glass vessels emitting bubbles, and reaction devices connected by complex pipelines filled the entire space. There was a faint smell of chemical reagents in the air, which was mostly blocked by the filtration system of the protective clothing. All the staff members were wearing the same protective clothing and were busy in silence and efficiency. No one looked up and no one communicated with each other. They were like a group of robots working. Jolie's eyes swept across and quickly locked onto an independent laboratory separated by a glass wall. Inside, an engineer, who was also wearing protective clothing but whose movements were obviously more professional and who seemed to be in charge of something, was operating a complex instrument and recording data. Next to the independent laboratory is a relatively comfortable office. A man in a neat suit, who looked out of place in his surroundings, was pacing anxiously, whispering something into the phone in a language Jolie couldn't understand. His expression was nervous and a little flattering. Jolie's heart moved. Engineer, man in suit. These two people may very well hold the core secrets here. Jolie's eyes switched between the engineer's focused back and the anxious figure of the man in the suit. The man in the suit's expensive outfit looked out of place in this laboratory full of the smell of chemical reagents. He spoke in a low voice on the phone, his tone switching between nervousness and flattery. It was obvious that he was in a high position, but was controlled by others. He approached calmly, his steps light, blending in perfectly with the surrounding workers wearing protective clothing and working on machinery. He observed the structure of the office door lock, evaluated the sound insulation of the glass wall, and calculated the best time and angle to start. The workers outside seemed indifferent to the movement in this office, and were busy with their own work. The opportunity has come. Jolie took advantage of the moment when a worker turned around to get tools. His figure slid into the office like lightning, so fast that only a shadow was left. The man in the suit just hung up the phone and raised his head suddenly. Surprise froze on his face in an instant. His mouth opened subconsciously, as if he wanted to shout. But Jolie didn't give him this opportunity. The edge of his palm cut precisely at the position of his carotid artery, and the force was controlled just right. The man in the suit couldn't even hum, and his body fell limply. Jolie supported him to avoid making any noise, and gently put him on the ground. Jolie looked around to make sure that the workers outside were unaware and were still busy with their own work. He pressed the electronic lock on the inside of the office door with his backhand, and then cast his eyes on the glass door connecting to the independent laboratory next door. He pushed it gently, and the door was not locked. In the independent laboratory, the engineer was concentrating on the screen of an instrument flashing complex data, his fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard, and he was completely unprepared for the figure that quietly appeared behind him. Jolie was like a shadow that appeared behind him, with the same clean and neat technique, and a precise hand knife hit him on the back of the neck. The engineer's body shook and fell forward on the operating table, only causing a few beakers to shake a few times and make a slight collision sound. In just a few seconds, no one noticed what was happening here. Jolie dragged the two unconscious people to a relatively hidden corner of the office, making sure they could not be seen directly from outside. He woke up the engineer first and pulled off part of his mask, revealing his terrified face. That transparent liquid, its ingredients, and its effects. Jolie's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling pressure. The engineer looked at the unconscious man in a suit on the ground, then at Jolie's pair of cold and sharp eyes hidden behind the goggles. His psychological defenses collapsed instantly and he explained intermittently, It's a new flavor enhancer, it's synthesized, the specific formula is in the main control computer over there, it's highly addictive, it makes people want to eat it again, but it has slow damage to the nervous system. I'm only responsible for the synthesis. I'm responsible for the specific plan. He was incoherent and it was obvious that he knew very little. The key lies in this man in a suit. Jolie used the same method to wake him up. After the man in the suit woke up, his eyes were confused at first, followed by fear and a hint of cowardice as he tried to stay calm. What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? I'm from outside. Jolie was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he pulled off his socks and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he suddenly reached out his fingers and pressed accurately on a nerve node on the inner thigh of the man in the suit, exerting a little force. A sharp and extremely sour and numb pain instantly spread throughout the man's body, causing him to utter a suppressed groan of pain. Fine cold sweat immediately oozed from his forehead, and his body twitched uncontrollably. My patience is limited. Jolie let go of his hand, his tone flat. The man in the suit gasped for air. After Jolie's 2 or 3 times of extreme care, the pain of bone cutting completely destroyed his will.
He looked at Jolie with fear in his eyes. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. His voice was trembling, and cold sweat had soaked his expensive shirt. In the computer in this office, there is an encrypted folder, called Nightingale. The password is. He spit out the password with difficulty, as if he had exhausted all his strength. According to the information he provided, Jolie quickly opened the computer in the office and found the encrypted folder. As the documents were decrypted, a shocking conspiracy unfolded before Jolie. The document records in detail the details of the so-called dark plan Jiangcheng. This plan is only the plan for Jiangcheng, indicating that there are other dark plans all over the country. The Jiangcheng plan consists of 3 steps. First, through public opinion, it destroys the corporate image of, which is also a food delivery company, and prevents from cooperating with the Lu Group. It suppresses the group at all costs, and seizes the market by using low price dumping and pre-prepared dishes with special taste. The ultimate goal is to let rice ball takeaway monopolize the food delivery market in Jiangcheng and even the wider area. Secondly, the most core and vicious part is the puppet food plan. Through the huge traffic entrance of Fontuan takeout, pre-prepared meals with new highly addictive additives that can slowly damage human health are delivered to thousands of households on a large scale. The goal is to make the people unknowingly develop a strong physical and psychological dependence on this delicious food, subtly damaging the national physique and paving the way for subsequent deeper plans. Finally, the document also mentioned the preliminary concept of the follow-up plan. After the puppet food plan achieved phased results, it would use financial leverage and information manipulation to create panic, trigger turmoil in Jiangcheng's financial market, cause capital flight, and then try to shake the financial stability of the entire China. What a vicious series of schemes! This is no longer a simple business competition, it even exceeds the scope of assassination and sneak attacks by the shadow organization. Starting from food, using this kind of pre-prepared food with added ingredients, it erodes people's health like boiling a frog in warm water, creating dependence, which is simply insidious to the core. In order to achieve their goal, this group of dog food feeders actually wants to destroy a generation from the root, and then cooperate with the subsequent chaotic financial system. Their hearts are despicable. Just then, ding! System task completed. Mission reward, God-level breathing technique. Almost at the moment the prompt sounded, a burning warm current emerged from the depths of his dantian, carrying with it vitality, and quickly flowed to his limbs and bones, connecting the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body that had never been felt before. Jolie could even clearly see this breath moving through his body. Wherever it passed, the fatigue accumulated over the past few days, especially the mental effort spent on acupuncture for Wu Lily, melted away like ice and snow. His mind, which had been somewhat chaotic due to high tension and a sleepless night, instantly became extremely clear, and the speed of his thinking seemed to have increased to a higher level. The 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses are like mirrors that have been wiped clean of dust, becoming extremely sharp. He could hear the workers touching the thin tubes with their hands, and could see the tiny dust particles floating in the air. His body was lighter than ever before, full of strength and vitality, and his mental strength also increased, becoming more solid and powerful, and he could control it with ease. Jolie was filled with an irrepressible excitement. With this inner strength foundation, the power of the God-level fighting technique will be incomparable, and the God-level climbing technique will be able to reach a higher level. The most important thing is that the God-level Chinese medicine skills, especially the use of qi to control the needle, will no longer be water without a source, and the treatment effect on Wu Lily will definitely produce a qualitative leap. Maybe it can make her wake up faster. Chapter 39. The core data has been copied. Jolie evacuated quickly under the cover of night. He blended into the darkness like a shadow, leaving no trace behind, and safely left this abandoned warehouse filled with sin and conspiracy. The night wind was chilly, blowing on his face, but it couldn't blow away the heaviness in his heart. Jolie did not delay for a moment. Time was running out, and every second could affect the safety of countless ordinary people. Thinking of how many tables the transparent liquid might have flowed to through rice ball takeout, he felt a sense of urgency. He contacted Lao Zhou immediately. When the call was connected, Jolie briefly explained what he had found in the abandoned warehouse, focusing on the outrageous dark plan and the so-called puppet eating plan. He then handed the encrypted USB drive with the core evidence copied to Lao Zhou, who had hurried over. Under the dim streetlights, Lao Zhou took the USB drive and inserted it into his laptop to quickly browse through it. When he saw the part about the puppet food plan, his hand holding the mouse paused for a moment, and his face turned pale instantly. "Sir, this..." Lao Zhou's voice rarely fluctuated, it was a tremor of shock and anger. He had been in the military for half his life and had seen all kinds of storms,
But the viciousness of this plan still made him feel a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This was no longer a simple business competition or espionage, it was shaking the foundation of the country. After the shock, there was a chill that penetrated deep into his bones. He instantly understood what this information meant, how huge the forces behind it were, and how sinister their intentions were.
Using food to control the people and then triggering financial turmoil. What a big move, what a vicious heart. I understand, sir. Leave it to me.
Old Joe closed the computer and his voice returned to its usual calmness, but with a hint of impending storm. He looked at Jolie with a complicated expression. Please be careful. Jolie nodded, as soon as possible.
Lao Joe took action immediately. Without any hesitation, he mobilized his hidden connections and resources that were not easily used.
Once these forces were activated, they were as powerful as thunder and lightning, and their efficiency was amazing. The evidence that was enough to set off a huge wave was passed by him through the most reliable and direct channels, bypassing all possible obstacles and informants, and directly submitted to the top person in charge of the relevant department who could really make the final decision and had absolute authority.
With almost no delay, the upper echelons were enraged. Operation Thunder was launched. Its speed and force far exceeded everyone's expectations.
The order was sent directly to Jiangcheng, avoiding any possibility of leaking the news. Jiangcheng Police, together with Market Supervision, Health Supervision, Food and Drug Safety and other powerful departments, quickly formed an unprecedented high-level joint investigation team.
All personnel involved in the operation were kept strictly confidential before the operation began.
Orders were issued layer by layer and executed without any delay. The investigation team has a clear goal, like a tightening net, pointing directly to all the operating bases and cooperative kitchens of Fantuan Takeout in Jiangcheng, as well as those secret processing points and storage centers for pre-prepared meals hidden in every corner of the city and previously difficult to detect. The sound of sirens cut through the quiet night of Jiangcheng, sharp and urgent. A cleanup storm against the toxic pre-prepared dishes of rice ball takeaway swept across the entire Jiangcheng with the force of thunder and lightning. Processing sites with signs reading Rice Ball Preferred Kitchen were forced to break in, revealing poor hygiene conditions and mountains of pre-prepared meals with unclear labels. The warehouse doors were opened, and boxes of problematic pre-prepared meals were quickly sealed and sampled. The so-called delicacies that once filled the warehouse and were about to flow to the tables of citizens were now labeled with eye-catching seals and awaited centralized destruction. The relevant persons in charge, from factory supervisors to regional managers and senior executives of the Jiangcheng branch of Fantuan Takeaway, were all quickly controlled almost at the same time. Many people were taken away by law enforcement officers who suddenly came to their doorsteps while they were still asleep.
The interrogation continued overnight, and faced with mountains of hard evidence, their psychological defenses quickly collapsed. The operating network of Fantuan Takeaway that had been painstakingly built in Jiangcheng was completely paralyzed almost overnight. The platform was forced to be removed from the shelves, and the app could not be opened. The writers who were still waiting for orders on the street looked around in confusion and found that the system was empty. Many cooperative merchants issued statements overnight to terminate their cooperation with Fantuan Takeaway in order to avoid it. The next morning, media reports flooded in.
Television news, major website headlines, and social media trending search lists were all dominated by the Fantuan Takeaway toxic pre-prepared food case. The video of the on-site seizure, the shocking warehouse footage, and the experts' preliminary analysis of the hazards of the new additive set off the entire public opinion field.
Citizens were in an uproar.
Anger, panic, fear, all kinds of emotions spread in the city. Countless citizens who had ordered rice ball takeaway, especially those heavy users, flocked to hospitals for physical examinations, and the physical examination centers of major hospitals were overcrowded.
No wonder I was addicted to his takeaway.
I thought he was good at cooking, but it turned out that he had drugs.
I eat his sweet and sour pork every day, and now I feel a chill on my back.
The condemnation of rice ball takeaway on the internet was getting louder and louder, nailing it to the pillar of shame. All the negative opinions and attacks on the Eat and Have You platform disappeared in an instant and seemed ridiculous.
The wind direction has completely reversed.
The previous persistence of the Eat and Have You platform, its emphasis on food safety, and its commercial counterattacks now seem to be extremely correct and timely.
Some citizens even spontaneously complained about the suppression of Eat and Have You before. Lao Zhou timely released some evidence of the previous malicious competition and suppression of Fantuan, which triggered a new round of criticism of Fantuan. Jolie sat in the study room of Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden. Outside the French window was the calm river.
He looked at the news push that kept popping up on the screen of his mobile phone, each of which reported the collapse of Fontuan Takeaway and the progress of official actions. On TV, the host reported the details of the case with righteous indignation. Several figures wearing hoods and being escorted into police cars flashed on the screen.
It was vaguely recognizable that they were the men in suits seen in the warehouse before.
There was no relief on his face, but instead it looked heavier.
This is just Zhang Cheng.
The dark plan file copied from the suit man's computer, with the words Zhang Cheng clearly marked on the back, weighed heavily on his heart like an indelible shadow.
The puppet food plan, financial turmoil. The enemy's appetite is far more than just a takeaway market.
What was destroyed this time was just the tip of the iceberg.
How huge and terrifying is the dark shadow hidden under the water?
The foreign power that provided the formula and funds, the so-called leader, has not yet surfaced.
This phased victory is far from the end. It is just the beginning.
Since the enemy could set up such a vicious chess game in Jiangcheng, they would definitely make the same moves in other places, or even have deeper plans.
Jolie exhaled and turned off the news.
He felt the inner strength flowing endlessly in his body due to the God-level breathing technique, and his eyes became more determined.
No matter how deep the water is, he must continue to dig. Chapter 40. Jolie needs stronger power.
It is not only to cope with business competition, but also to face the huge dark shadow hidden under the water, to protect the people you care about, and to have a foundation to stand on in the face of all unknown risks in the future. This power must come from within oneself.
Zhang Cheng's dark plan is just the tip of the iceberg. The power of the invisible black hand behind it is hard to estimate. Wealth and Lao Zou's intelligence network alone are not enough.
Jolie came to the top floor of Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden alone and chose the most secluded room with the best soundproofing. It was bright and clean, and except for the necessary furnishings, there was nothing else. It was absolutely quiet and was a great place to practice breathing techniques. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the soft carpet, closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, put aside all distracting thoughts, and slowly sank his mind into his lower abdomen. He began to try to practice the God-level breathing technique he had just acquired. The skill bestowed by the system seemed to be innate, deeply imprinted in the deepest part of his consciousness.
There was no need for deliberate study.
Every step and every guidance came naturally, as if he had practiced it thousands of times.
The mind just moved slightly. Deep in Dantian, as if the universe had just opened, a strange warmth grew out of nowhere.
This warm current was very weak at first, so subtle that it was almost imperceptible, gentle, and peaceful. As Jolie continued to practice his skills, the warm current began to grow and heat up at an almost brutal speed, transforming from a gentle stream into burning magma, full of brutal vitality and power. The warm current is no longer satisfied with a trickle, it turns into a roaring river, and begins to rush along some mysterious yet extremely clear trajectory within the body. It reaches every part of our limbs, every inch of muscle fiber, and deep inside every bone.
The 8 extraordinary meridians opened up one after another.
Those secret passages that ordinary people could not perceive in their entire lives and only existed in ancient legends, under the impact of this pure and domineering internal force, it was like a river channel that had been dredged by a flood for many years. All obstacles were washed away like a dead tree or rotten wood, and the invisible barriers quietly melted away. Jolie could even clearly see this golden aura surging in his body, like lighting up a series of brilliant galaxies in the darkness. Wherever the aura passed, it was as if the dry earth welcomed the rain, and every cell was stretching and solidifying again. The deep fatigue brought by the days of lurking, investigating, and especially the great mental effort of acupuncture for Wu Lily disappeared without a trace under the cleansing of this power. The body has never felt so light and so full of strength. My mind was unprecedentedly clear, and my thoughts were running at an astonishing speed. My thoughts were extremely clear, and my 100% business intuition, nourished by my inner strength, seemed to be injected with new vitality. Many previously unclear business plans and potential risks became clear at this moment.
A preliminary framework on how to counter foreign financial sniping quickly took shape in my mind.
His 5 senses were thoroughly polished and honed. He could even clearly hear the extremely slight friction between Lao Zhou's soles and the carpet in the living room downstairs when he walked, and he could catch the sunlight shining through the glass windows in the quiet room, illuminating the tracks of the tiny dust particles slowly floating in the air. His body was filled with a sense of power that wanted to explode. He slowly stood up and casually stretched his arms. There were a series of subtle sounds between his muscles and bones, and the air seemed to be rippled with tiny ripples.
Internal force. This is the inner force.
It is brought by the God-level breathing technique, far beyond the so-called warriors who have practiced hard for decades, and it is purer and stronger than you can imagine. He thought about it and tried to jump upwards lightly.
Bang!
With a slight sound, he hit the ceiling. His body was so light that it seemed as if he had lost weight. With just a tap of his toes, he soared nearly 3 meters high. When he fell, it was silent, like a feather falling, and even the floor did not vibrate at all. The corner of Zhou Li's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that he needs to be more careful when indoors in the future. The power of the God-level fighting technique combined with the internal force has undergone a qualitative change. In the past, the fighting technique was strong in speed, skills and physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people. Now, every time he punches and kicks, he naturally carries a powerful and penetrating internal force. The source of power is no longer just the explosion of muscles, but also the surge of internal force in Dantian. He clenched his fist, feeling the power gathered in his palm, and had no doubt that he could punch through a brick wall. The so-called breaking stones and splitting rocks was probably not a difficult task for him. His fighting ability was far beyond the scope of ordinary people's cognition. The improvement of internal strength is all round, and the God-level climbing technique has also benefited greatly. When the internal strength is transferred to the hands and feet, the suction force becomes more amazing, almost allowing him to firmly stick to the smooth wall like a gecko and move at high speed. The dodging is more flexible and free, and flying over the eaves and walls is no longer a fantasy. Endurance has been terribly improved. As long as the internal strength is not exhausted, he can always stay at the peak state. Zhou Li slowly ended his practice and redirected the surging internal energy in his body back to his Dantian Qi, transforming it into a calm golden lake that contained endless energy. He opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes, so deep that it seemed to contain the entire night sky. The terrifying light only existed for a moment, and then quickly disappeared, returning to its former calmness and depth. But upon closer inspection, there was a sense of settled power in that calmness, and deep in his eyes, there was an unprecedented certainty and control. The power is back, and in a way that is far beyond expectations and has been transformed. Feeling the endless power surging in his body and filled with infinite vitality, the first person he thought of was Wu Lily, who was still sleeping in the hospital.
Controlling the needles with qi. The most exquisite and most mentally demanding method among the divine-level Chinese medicine skills.
Before, he could only perform it with his mental strength and precise control over his body, which was far superior to that of ordinary people. Although it was effective, it was ultimately like water without a source. Now, he has real qi and strong inner strength to support him. With his internal energy flowing through his arms, Zhou Li raised his palms facing up, fingers slightly spread. A golden aura visible to the naked eye gathered in his palms, swirling like smoke and fog.
This is the true way to control the needle with qi.
Zhou Li whispered to himself, the corners of his mouth rising involuntarily. Old Zhou, prepare the car. Pushing open the door of the quiet room, Zhou Li shouted to the people downstairs, with a certainty in his voice that he had never heard before.
I need to go to the hospital.
He believed that this time, he could truly wake Wu Lily, who was in a deep sleep. As the golden internal force circulated in the body, an inexplicable sense of confidence and expectation rose in his heart. This time, he will demonstrate his true God-level Chinese medicine skills.
Chapter 41.
Zhangcheng First People's Hospital, early morning. The corridors of the VIP ward area were a little more bustling than usual, but they were deliberately suppressed, creating an odd silence. Several experts and professors in white coats gathered at the nurses' station, whispering to each other, with disbelief written all over their faces, as they looked at the latest physiological indicator monitoring report of Wu Lily that had just been printed out.
How is this possible?
An old professor with gray hair repeatedly looked at the graph on the report, pinching the report with trembling fingers. Although the data last night was also improving, it was definitely not this exaggerated.
All indicators, especially brainwave activity and spontaneous breathing intensity, have improved dramatically. Yes, Dean Gu, look at this.
The intracranial pressure is stable in the perfect range, and the blood oxygen saturation remains high. This recovery speed completely breaks our understanding of the recovery curve of severe craniocerebral injury.
Another director of neurosurgery spoke excitedly and with a look of confusion on his face.
Gu Zhouman stood among them, his face solemn, his eyes fixed on the report.
How could he not be shocked?
As the dean, he followed Wu Lily's latest situation almost every day. When he left late last night, Wu Lily's condition was stable and improving, but it was still a long way from a miracle. But in just one night, it was as if some divine power intervened and pulled her back from the brink of death. The other doctors looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and confusion. They exchanged glances secretly, and finally glanced at the young man standing beside the bed with a calm expression as if he was just visiting. Although they had never seen Jolie perform any treatment with their own eyes, and the boy only came to visit every time, they couldn't tell when he came and when he left.
But Wu Lily's improvement in condition was too abnormal.
Especially every time Mr. Zhou came, Ms. Wu's various indicators seemed to see a slight improvement. It had long been rumored within the hospital that Mr. Zhou might have some unknown secret recipe or method, but no one could provide evidence. But the changes today were too big. So big that these so-called medical authorities faced unprecedented challenges. Dean Gu Zhong'an stood behind the crowd, clenching his hands tightly. He knew better than anyone how serious Wu Lily's initial injury was, and he was more concerned than anyone about what was happening in the VIP ward. He suppressed his shock, took a few deep breaths, and managed to calm himself down. As the dean, he couldn't wait any longer. No matter what method Mr. Zhou used, as long as he could save people, he had to fight for it. He pushed aside the doctor in front of him, took a few steps to Jolie, and tried hard to put on a kind smile.
Mr. Zhou. Gu Zhong'an's voice was a little trembling. You are here to visit Miss Wu again?
Jolie turned around and looked at the dean, whose face was full of "I'm curious, but I don't dare to ask directly, but I really can't hold it back anymore," and laughed in his heart. This old fox, his acting skills are okay, but his eyes are too revealing.
Yes, Dean Gu, Lily has recovered very well.
Jolie pretended to be confused and spoke in a relaxed tone.
It's more than good. Gu Zhong'an almost couldn't hold it in.
He pointed at the monitors that were still displaying miracle data.
Mr. Zhou, look. Miss Wu's recovery speed is simply incredible. Our entire team of experts is helpless and can only barely maintain it, but you. Oh no, but Miss Wu herself, this is simply.
Gu Zhong'an was somewhat incoherent, he really couldn't find the right words to describe the shock in his heart. He carefully observed Jolie's expression and asked tentatively, Mr. Zhou, I know this is presumptuous, but there are some rumors in the hospital recently, saying that you may know some special, methods?
He didn't dare say treatment for fear of touching the other party's taboo. Jolie raised his eyebrows and pretended to be surprised. Oh? Rumors? What special methods do I have? I am just an ordinary person.
Lily's recovery is mainly due to her strong willpower and the high level of doctors and nurses in our hospital. After these words were spoken, several experts and professors nearby all looked a little embarrassed.
High level?
This guy is also very good at telling lies with his eyes open.
Gu Zhong'an's mouth twitched, and he cursed the boy in his heart. Gu Zhong'an was so anxious, this boy was stubborn. But when he looked at the unbelievable data on the monitor, and then looked at Wu Lily, whose complexion was visibly improving on the bed, he made up his mind and didn't care about his face anymore. He took another step forward and lowered his voice to a more sincere tone. Mr. Zhou, please stop kidding me.
I, Gu Zhong'an, have been working in the medical field of Jiangqing for decades, but Miss Wu's situation, I dare to use my decades of reputation to guarantee that it is definitely not something that can be achieved by modern medicine or the patient's own willpower alone. He paused and stared at Jolie with burning eyes. Mr. Zhou, I know you must have your own strengths, maybe it's a family secret, or maybe it's some other adventure, we have no intention of exploring these. Today, I come to you as a dean and more importantly as a doctor to beg you. In our hospital, we encounter all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases every day. Many patients suffer greatly. We have tried every possible means, but are still helpless. We can only watch them suffer, or even lose their lives.
Gu Zhong'an's voice was filled with sadness.
Seeing Miss Wu's miracle, we see hope. A hope that may surpass existing medical knowledge.
He took a deep breath and said solemnly,
Mr. Zhou, on behalf of Jiangqing First People's Hospital, I sincerely invite you to serve as our hospital's specially appointed expert consultant. You don't need to work in the office, you don't need to abide by the hospital's rules and regulations, we will not interfere in any of your private affairs, let alone pry into your secrets. I just hope that when we encounter those cases that we are really helpless and have nowhere to go, we will have the honor to ask you to help us. Even if it is just a few pointers, it will be priceless to us. As for the treatment, don't worry, it is absolutely the highest standard. The whole hospital will treat you like a guest of honor. After Gu Zhong'an finished speaking, he bowed slightly, his eyes fixed on Jolie, his face full of anticipation and nervousness. The experts and professors beside him nodded in approval, while others frowned and remained non-committal.
Although he may have some ability, he is too young. He has worked hard for nearly 20 years and still hasn't become an expert. What is this guy's merit or ability?
The entire ward was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only the regular ticking of the instruments set off the subtle atmosphere at the moment. Jolie looked at Gu Zhongnan's gray hair and the persistence and hope in his eyes that belonged to a doctor, and his heart moved slightly.
Specially hired expert?
He stroked his chin, a playful smile on his face. It sounds interesting. He was not greedy for the title or reward, but Gu Zhongnan's words really touched him. It would be a waste if the god-level Chinese medicine skills driven by internal force were just hidden. Thinking of this, Jolie had already made a decision in his mind. Ding, system task released, use internal force to activate traditional Chinese medicine skills to wake Wu Lili up.
Mission reward, dual cultivation of breathing techniques.
Dual cultivation breathing technique. By practicing dual cultivation breathing technique with a woman, the speed of one's own internal force cultivation is doubled, which can quickly improve the other person's physique and maintain beauty. Looking at Gu Zhongnan, who was full of expectation, Jolie suppressed the excitement brought by receiving this unusual task from the system, and said in a more relaxed tone, "Dean Gu, I am a little embarrassed by your compliment to me." When Gu Zhongnan heard that there was a way, he held Jolie's hand tightly.
There were all kinds of looks around, some envy, some praise, of course, some jealousy, and some hatred. Chapter 42. The system was as weird as ever. Jolie was delighted when he saw the task reward, which was a bit unconventional but a bit thoughtful. Let me be frank. First of all, I don't have a medical license, and my hours are not fixed. If you ask me to help, it depends on my availability. Secondly, I only treat patients based on their condition, not their status. Also, my method is rather special, and I don't want too many people to watch and interfere during the treatment process, and I don't want anyone to dig into my issues. Our hospital will apply for your medical qualification immediately. Gu Zhongnan nodded repeatedly. All problems can be solved. We will fully cooperate and give you the greatest freedom and authority. Don't worry, no one will disturb you, and no one will ask you about your interests. This condition is not a condition at all for Gu Zhongnan. As long as this great god is willing to make a move, let alone this request, he will agree even if it is 10 times more demanding. This is a person who can create miracles. That's fine. Jolie nodded. In that case, I am now an expert? Jolie looked at the dean teasingly. Yes, Mr. Zhou, Expert Zhou. You are truly a blessing to our hospital, no, to all the patients in Jiangchang. Gu Zhongnan was so excited that he held Jolie's hand tightly. Dean Gu, let's put aside the polite words. What I am most concerned about now is Lily. Based on her current recovery, when do you think she will wake up? Jolie turned his gaze back to Wu Lili lying on the hospital bed and asked tentatively. When Wu Lili was mentioned, Gu Zhongnan immediately calmed down and regained his professional demeanor, but his tone still couldn't hide his amazement. Mr. Zhou, to be honest, judging from the speed at which Miss Wu's various indicators are improving, especially the activity of her brainwaves, she may wake up much earlier than our most optimistic estimate. In fact, it could happen at any time. He looked at Jolie with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Of course, this is probably largely due to, well, some positive factors that we cannot explain. Jolie smiled slightly, without commenting. Perhaps, it was time for this silly girl to wake up. As soon as Gu Zhongnan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the ward became tense again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Lili lying on the bed. It could happen at any time? Jolie repeated it, with a meaningful arc on the corner of his mouth. He walked to the bedside and ignored the extremely curious looks around him. Since he was an expert, he might as well show off his skills. Lu Xiaoxiao also came over nervously and asked in a low voice, Jolie, Lily, is she really going to wake up soon? Jolie didn't say anything, but just reached out and gently brushed away a strand of hair from Wu Lili's forehead. Just as his fingertips were about to leave Wu Lili's forehead, a slender golden airflow, like an elf, silently followed his fingertips and sank into Wu Lili's brow. This airflow was the energy that Jolie was driving with his inner strength. It was like a key that gently opened the door of consciousness that had been closed for a long time. Time seems to be infinitely stretched at this moment. The regular beeping sound of the monitoring equipment seemed to be counting down for the upcoming miracle. A very slight moan suddenly came from the hospital bed. The sound was very small, but in such a quiet environment, it was like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly widened her eyes and covered her mouth tightly, afraid that she would scream, but tears were already flowing out uncontrollably. Gu Zhongnan and several expert professors were as if they were under a spell, freezing in place with their eyes wide open. Wu Lili, who was lying on the bed, began to tremble violently with her long eyelashes.
The frequency was getting faster and faster, and the amplitude was getting bigger and bigger. Then, her brows slightly frowned, as if she was trying to break free from some restraints. Then, as everyone watched with bated breath, the pair of eyes that had been closed for so many days slowly and with difficulty opened a crack. Then it closed again, and then slowly opened again. A ray of light penetrated. Wu Lily's eyes moved slightly, as if she was adapting to the long-lost light. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but her throat was dry and only a few vague sounds came out.
Lily. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back any longer, rushed to the bed, tightly held Wu Lily's hand, and cried, "Lily! You woke up! You finally woke up! Woo! You scared me to death!"
This cry-filled call completely split the chaos in Wu Lily's consciousness. Her gaze slowly moved and fell on Lu Xiaoxiao's tearful face. The confusion in her eyes gradually faded away, replaced by a real sense of familiarity.
Xiao.
Her voice was still hoarse and intermittent, but she uttered one word clearly.
"It's me. I'm Xiao. Lily." Lu Xiaoxiao cried even harder.
Wu Lily turned her gaze to the other side with difficulty, and landed on the face of the boy standing beside the bed, looking at her gently. That face seemed a little blurry, but also seemed unforgettable.
"Zhou Li."
She called out the name softly, her voice full of dependence.
"It's good that you woke up."
Zhou Li showed a faint smile on his face. "Don't be afraid, we are all here."
"Awake. Really awake. Oh my God. A medical miracle. This is definitely a medical miracle. Quick. Check it quickly. Nerve reflexes. Pupil reaction to light."
After a brief moment of stagnation, Gu Zhang'an and several experts and professors finally reacted and were instantly shocked. There was an expert who was suspicious, jealous, and even hateful, but he had to admire him deeply at this moment. Their faces turned red with excitement and they began to prepare for various examinations in a hurry, constantly muttering, "Incredible, how is it possible, it's too incredible."
Gu Zhang'an looked at Zhou Li, his lips trembling. "Mr. Zhou, this is truly amazing. This is truly amazing."
Zhou Li frowned slightly as he looked at the slightly chaotic scene in front of him. Wu Lily had just woken up and was still very weak, and her consciousness might not be fully clear. It would be bad if so many people were around her and talking at once.
"Dean Gu. Let Lily rest quietly for a while. She just woke up and needs to adapt.
The examination can be done later."
Gu Zhang'an immediately came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Everyone calm down. The patient has just woken up and needs to rest. Except for the necessary observation nurses, everyone else should leave first." Although the doctors were still extremely excited and curious, they also knew the seriousness of the case and left the ward as instructed. When they left, they subconsciously gave Zhou Li an affirmative look. The ward finally became quiet. Lu Xiaoxiao still held Wu Lily's hand and spoke to her in a low voice, but her tears were still falling. Wu Lily's eyes gradually became clearer. Although she was still very weak, her consciousness had obviously returned. She looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, then at Zhou Li, and a reassuring smile appeared on her pale face. Zhou Li looked at her and felt relieved. He finally got her back. He turned to look at Gu Zhang'an and said calmly, "Dean Gu, the hospital will need to pay more attention to the follow-up rehabilitation treatment." "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou." Gu Zhang'an quickly patted his chest and made a promise. "We will definitely use the best plan and the most careful care for Miss Wu's recovery." Zhou Li nodded to express his gratitude. "Ding, congratulations on completing the system task. Task reward, dual cultivation breathing technique has been issued." At the same time, two blue figures sat opposite each other in his mind, and the technique of cultivating both yin and yang had been deeply imprinted in Zhou Li's consciousness. Chapter 43. Villa Number 1, Linjiang Garden. The living room was brightly lit. Old Zhou had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Zhou Li come in, he immediately came forward with a serious look on his face. "Gentlemen." Zhou Li took off his coat, handed it to Lao Zhou, and walked straight to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He rubbed his eyebrows. The scenes in the hospital were still replaying in his mind. The relief brought by Wu Lily's awakening had not yet faded, but new worries had already surged into his heart. "Old Zhou, what's the new progress of the dark plan that I asked you to follow?" Zhou Li's voice broke the silence of the living room and went straight to the point. Old Zhou stood up straight, his already meticulous posture became even more solemn, and he bowed slightly. "Gentlemen,
According to the intelligence we have so far, there is a lot of water behind the dark plan. He paused, as if choosing his words to ensure the accuracy of the information.
The forces involved are complex and extensive. The main clues now clearly point to Japan and Taiwan province. A deeper investigation vaguely revealed some traces of the United States.
Lao Zhou's voice was low, and every word carried a heavy weight. But this part of the connection is still vague.
The opponent's anti-reconnaissance methods are very sophisticated.
Lao Zhou's eyes were sharp as he continued to report.
The other party's organizational structure is extremely tight, like a tight network, and their operating style is extremely secretive.
Every move they make has been carefully planned and laid out, leaving almost no trace. The few clues we tracked down were ultimately interrupted at carefully designed nodes, like a fog deliberately laid. It is extremely difficult to track down, and progress is much slower than expected. Jolie leaned on the sofa, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingertips, making a regular, light sound.
Japanese country. Bay Province. America. As expected, these forces are determined to destroy China. Lao Zhou continued to add.
The ultimate goal of this plan is by no means a simple commercial competition. They tried to disrupt China's financial system and create panic through a series of covert operations, and ultimately achieve their goal of shorting China. If their plot succeeds, domestic prices will inevitably soar and people's cost of living will increase significantly. What's even more sinister is that they are also simultaneously promoting some plans similar to the puppet food plan, with the intention of lowering the physical fitness of the entire population and increasing the incidence of various diseases. From health to finance to people's livelihood, they want to shake the foundation of our country from the very beginning. Lao Zhou's voice was low, and every word was chilling. The air in the living room seemed to freeze. Jolie's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his fingertips stopped tapping. This is no longer a commercial competition, but a war without the smoke of gunpowder. The other party's methods are vicious and cruel, directly targeting the lifeblood of the country. If he wants to dig out these venomous snakes hiding in the shadows and completely smash their conspiracy, Lao Zhou's intelligence network and his current strength alone are far from enough. I must make myself bigger and stronger, strong enough to crush these evil spirits hiding in the dark.
A strong sense of urgency and ambition to pursue ultimate power rose in Zhou Li's heart.
He wanted to build his own business empire, an indestructible business empire that could confront these huge forces head-on. The abilities granted to him by the system are not just for his own enjoyment, but also to turn him into a weapon against these dark forces. He would use his absolute strength to fight back fiercely.
I see.
Jolie spoke slowly, his voice calm but carrying a sense of impending storm.
Keep investigating. Dig out their details at all costs.
Yes, sir.
Old Zhou nodded heavily. Jolie stood up and looked out the window at the deep night. The prosperous night scene of Jiangcheng comes into view, with flashing neon lights and busy traffic. But beneath this prosperity, there are undercurrents. He took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. The most urgent task is to expand the Chijuomai company. That was the first cornerstone of his business empire plan. He picked up his coat and put it back on. I'm going to the company. Now, sir? Lao Zhou was a little surprised. He looked at the time and found that it was already past the working time. Well, there are some things that need to be deployed immediately. Jolie didn't explain much and turned to leave the villa. The car drove smoothly towards the headquarters building of Having Eaten Company. The building was brightly lit. Even though it was already time to get off work, many departments were still working overtime. The floor where the RD department is located is as bright as day. When Jolie walked into the company lobby, the security guard on duty immediately saluted respectfully. He walked straight to the elevator and pressed the button for the floor where the RD department was located. The elevator door opened and a lively atmosphere hit us. The sound of keyboard tapping mixed with whispered discussions interweaves into a symphony of struggle. Xiao Xiao was standing in front of a huge electronic whiteboard, discussing something with several core RD personnel. She was wearing a smart business suit, her hair was neatly tied up, her face looked a little tired, but her eyes were unusually bright, full of enthusiasm and concentration on her work. Jolie stood at the door, looking at her quietly. During this period, Xiao Xiao devoted almost all her energy to the company. She led the entire RD team to overcome technical difficulties one after another and made great contributions to the company's new product development. Xiao Xiao has made an indispensable contribution to the current success of Have You Eaten? But looking at her obviously thinner face and the faint blueness under her eyes, Jolie felt a deep pain in his heart.
This woman, who looks strong on the outside, is actually very soft on the inside. She gave her best to her work, but neglected herself. The dual cultivation breathing technique she just acquired might be able to help her. Jolie stared at Xiao Xiao in a daze from afar. Xiao Xiao seemed to sense something and raised her head, just in time to meet Jolie's gaze. She was stunned for a moment, then a surprised smile broke out on her face.
Boss Joe? Why are you here?
She walked over quickly, her tone filled with undisguised joy. The surrounding RD personnel also greeted Jolie one after another, their eyes full of admiration. Jolie smiled and nodded in response, then his eyes fell on Xiao Xiao again.
Come and see everyone, and by the way, see you.
His voice softened a little. Xiao Xiao's cheeks turned slightly red and she gave him a reproachful look. The work is not over yet, don't disturb us. Although he said this, the smile in his eyes became even more intense. Let's go, don't be too tired, your health is important. Everyone has the day off tonight, go home and have a good rest, eat something good, it's my treat.
Jolie turned around and spoke loudly to everyone.
The RD department cheered instantly and waved goodbye to Xiao Xiao while stretching.
Chapter 44. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and looked at the densely packed data on the whiteboard. But. No buts.
Jolie's tone left no room for doubt, and he pulled her out.
If you keep fighting like this, even a body of iron won't be able to handle it.
The employees in the RD department exchanged glances with each other and smiled knowingly. Xiao Xiao couldn't persuade Jolie, so she had to follow him. On the way, Xiao Xiao leaned on the passenger seat and closed her eyes to rest. Jolie slowed down the car, and soothing music played in the car. He turned his head to look at Xiao Xiao's tired sleeping face, and his mind became more determined to help her adjust her body.
Return to Xiao Xiao's residence.
The room was very quiet.
Coincidentally, Xiao Xiao's mother took Lele away, leaving them with a rare moment of privacy for the two of them. The lights are warm and there is a faint fragrance floating in the air.
Xiao Xiao went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into comfortable pajamas and came out. The fatigue on her face seemed to be diluted a little by the hot water. Jolie sat on the sofa waiting for her. Xiao Xiao came over and snuggled up to him naturally.
How's things going at the hospital today?
Lily? Xiao Xiao asked softly, with worry in her tone.
Woke up.
Jolie put his arm around her shoulders, his voice filled with a hint of relief.
Real?
Xiao Xiao sat up straight abruptly and looked at Jolie in surprise.
That's great.
It's really great. She excitedly grabbed Jolie's arm, her eyes slightly red. Jolie patted the back of her hand and comforted her.
Well, I just woke up and need to rest.
After confirming that Wu Lily had woken up, Xiao Xiao finally felt relieved. She leaned back into Jolie's arms, feeling his warm body temperature and strong heartbeat, and her tense nerves gradually relaxed.
The room is filled with a warm and charming atmosphere.
Jolie looked down at Xiao Xiao in his arms. Under the light, her skin was fair, but dull due to fatigue. He stroked her hair gently.
Xiao, you've been too tired lately.
Xiao Xiao rubbed against his arms like a lazy kitten.
There's nothing we can do.
The new product has reached a critical stage and we can't let our guard down. Jolie's heart moved slightly, the timing was just right. He held Xiao Xiao's face and looked into her eyes seriously. Let me help you get your body in shape.
Xiao
Xiao was a little confused. Without waiting for Xiao Xiao's response, Jolie's kiss came down with a tenderness and domineering attitude that could not be rejected. Xiao Xiao let out a moan, and soon became immersed in this familiar intimacy. The temperature in the room gradually rose and clothes were scattered. Just when the two were in love and touching each other's skin, Jolie had an idea and quietly started to practice the dual cultivation breathing technique he had just mastered. A gentle and strange internal force, like a trickle of water, slowly flowed from the closely connected parts of the two people, forming a subtle cycle. Jolie guided this power, part of it nourished himself and accelerated the circulation and purification of his internal strength, while more of it, like spring rain moistening everything, silently penetrated into Xiao Xiao's limbs and bones.
Xiao Xiao only felt an indescribable warmth surging from the deepest part of her body and quickly spreading throughout her body.
The feeling was not intense burning, but like soaking in warm spring water.
Every cell seemed to be awakened and full of vitality.
The fatigue and mental exhaustion of the past few days quickly receded like a beach washed by the tide, and were replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Her breathing became more intense, and the sound of natural flow came from deep inside her body. It seemed that some shackles in the depths of her soul had been broken, and a vigorous vitality was quietly growing. Xiao Xiao felt that every cell in her body was awakened and full of energy. Her breathing became long and steady, and her heartbeat returned to its most comfortable frequency.
My originally confused mind became clear.
This feeling was so wonderful that Xiao Xiao couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Jolie could clearly feel the flow of internal energy and the positive changes in Xiao Xiao's body. He continued to increase the output of his internal energy and practiced the dual breathing techniques, which not only increased the speed of his internal energy training, but also dramatically enhanced his endurance. Jolie guided the vigorous energy, nourishing Xiao Xiao's internal organs and repairing her body that was overconsumed due to long-term fatigue. The powerful energy made Xiao Xiao's mind active again, and there was another storm.
Time passes quietly in warmth.
After several storms, Xiao Xiao curled up lazily in Jolie's arms with a satisfied blush on her face. She felt she had never been so relaxed. Her body seemed to be filled with endless energy and her spirit was unusually full. Leaning on Jolie's chest, Xiao Xiao fell into a sweet dream. The next morning, Xiao Xiao was awakened by a feeling of being full of energy. She stretched and felt full of strength, as if she had slept for a century last night, and all her fatigue disappeared without a trace. She walked into the bathroom as usual, and when her eyes fell on the mirror, she was stunned. The woman in the mirror had skin so delicate that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it, with a healthy blush and luster. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes disappeared, her lips were plump and rosy, and she looked radiant, as if she was several years younger.
Oh my, is this me?
Xiao Xiao screamed and touched her cheek in disbelief.
The smooth and tight touch was so real. The haggard look she had last night disappeared without a trace.
Jolie leaned against the doorframe, looking at her surprised expression, with a satisfied smile on his face. The effect is good. Xiao Xiao turned around suddenly and looked at Jolie, her eyes full of shock and inquiry, and then her cheeks flushed. She glared at him in reproach, but couldn't help but smile. This feeling of being reborn was really wonderful. Seeing Xiao Xiao's renewed radiance and vitality, Jolie felt sincerely happy and satisfied.
It was indeed a good feeling to have the power to protect the people you care about.
Xiao Xiao looked at herself in the mirror and gently slid her fingers across her cheek. The delicate and firm touch made her heart beat fast. This change was so amazing, it was like a dream. She turned around and looked at Jolie, who was leaning against the doorframe with a complicated look on his face.
You, what did you do to me? Xiao Xiao's voice was filled with curiosity and a little shyness.
Jolie walked forward, gently put his arms around her waist from behind, rested his chin on the top of her fragrant hair, and said with a smile, "Nothing, I just saw that our CEO Xiao was working so hard, so I gave you some gas and some energy."
Refill energy? Xiao Xiao burst out laughing and punched him lightly. Do you think I'm a car? Refilling energy? Snuggling in Jolie's arms, enjoying this wonderful time. Chapter 45.
Back at Riverside Villa Number 1, Jolie stood on the rooftop terrace, looking at the rippling waves on the river in the distance, his mind already flying to a wider area. The physical and mental integration with Xiao Xiao last night not only improved his internal strength, but also made him clearly feel that Xiao Xiao's physical condition had been reborn. An energetic and radiant Xiao Xiao would undoubtedly be able to better undertake the increasingly heavy company management work. But to build a business empire that can fight against the dark plan, it is far from enough to rely on the Qishima company and Xiao Xiao alone.
He needs more talents, a larger structure, and a more far-reaching influence.
Old Zhou. Jolie didn't look back and his voice was calm.
Notify Jiang Shoro and ask her to come back from Haicheng immediately.
Old Zhou, who had been standing respectfully not far away, bowed slightly and said, "Yes, sir."
Do you need to explain the reason for the recall?
No need. She'll know when she comes back. Jolie's lips curled up. Jiang Shuru, this girl, has been training in Haicheng for a while. It's time to put her in a more important position and give full play to her expertise in public relations. To build a business empire, image and connections are equally important.
Lao Zhou nodded and immediately picked up his phone to start making arrangements.
Haicheng, in a luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel.
Jiang Shuru was facing the mirror, carefully putting on makeup.
She looked more mature and capable than when she was in Jiangcheng, but the admiration and desire for the strong between her eyebrows had not diminished at all. During her time in Haicheng, she followed Jolie's instructions and was responsible for handling some of the initial public relations affairs of the Have You Eaten company in the local area. Although the work was not particularly core, she was able to calm down and think about her future away from the circle of Jiangcheng. She often thought of the man who rose like a bright star. From the first glimpse of him at the car sales center to the shock of his financial resources and abilities, Jiang Shuru's heart had long been deeply attracted. She longed to stay by his side, even if it was just to play the role of a vase, as long as she could share a little of his brilliance. Unfortunately, Jolie didn't seem to have that intention, and instead exiled her to Haicheng. This made her feel a little disappointed for a while, but she didn't give up. She worked hard and kept an eye on the movements in Jiangcheng, especially all the information about Jolie and the Have You Eaten company. She knew that opportunities always come to those who are prepared.
Ding-ling-ling. The personal cell phone on the dressing table rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Jiang Shuru's heart skipped a beat. Only a few people could contact her through this number. She took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and said in the softest and sweetest voice, "Hello? Miss Jiang, this is Lao Zhou." Lao Zhou's steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "My husband asked you to return to Jiangcheng immediately and arrange the earliest flight this afternoon." "Sir, Mr. Zhou?"
Jiang Shuru's heart skipped a beat, and her fingers holding the phone tightened slightly. "Mr. Zhou."
"Mr. Zhou wants me to go back?"
"Yes.
"Please get ready immediately." Lao Zhou's tone was emotionless, but with a hint of command. "Okay. Okay. I'll get it ready right away. Thank you, Butler Zhou."
Jiang Shuru's voice couldn't help but become excited, even with a slight tremor. After hanging up the phone, she almost jumped out of her chair.
"Go back." Mr. Zhou asked her to go back. What did this mean? Did it mean that her probation period in Haicheng was over? Did it mean that she had a chance to return to that man?
The huge surprise overwhelmed her like a tide. She didn't even have time to think about the specific purpose of Jolie calling her back. She only had one thought in her mind: to appear in front of Jolie in the most perfect posture. She rushed to the cloakroom and began to frantically select clothes, shoes, and accessories, making sure to show her most attractive side that best suited Jolie's aesthetics. This experience in Haicheng made her better understand how to strike a balance, to show her abilities while also showing just the right amount of tenderness at the right time.
In the afternoon, at the top floor conference room of the Have You Eaten company headquarters.
The huge oval conference table was already full of people. Except for Jolie and Xiao Xiao, who were sitting at the main seats, the rest were the current heads of various departments of the company and several technical backbones and marketing executives introduced in the early days. These people were the core forces promoted or recruited by Xiao Xiao, and they were also the cornerstones of the future expansion of the business empire. The atmosphere in the conference room was a bit solemn, but also a bit of excitement that could not be suppressed. Everyone knew that the boss Jolie personally called this meeting today, and there must be something important to announce. Especially when they saw Mr. Qiao sitting next to Jolie, many people were secretly shocked. Today, Xiao Qiao is like a completely different person. She is wearing a well-tailored white business suit that highlights her exquisite figure. Her face is not made up, but her skin is fair and delicate, with a healthy glow. She is full of energy and bright, which adds a bit of stunning charm to the slightly tired image of a strong woman before.
Many people secretly speculated that Xiao Xiao had used some expensive skincare products, or was she in love?
Their eyes could not help but glance at Jolie, who was in the main seat. Jolie looked normal, his eyes swept calmly over everyone present. He could sense the doubts and expectations in everyone's hearts.
Everyone is here.
Jolie's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, instantly quieting the conference room.
I called everyone here today because I want to talk to you about the future development direction of the company.
He paused, his eyes fell on Xiao Xiao, with a hint of praise. First of all, I want to thank President Xiao and everyone present for their hard work. The fact that Dijuit has achieved such impressive results in a short period of time is inseparable from everyone's hard work and wisdom. Xiao Xiao smiled slightly, her eyes showing complete trust and support for Jolie. Everyone straightened their backs and showed pride on their faces. They were all witnesses and contributors to the company's rapid development.
Chijuoma food delivery platform is just the beginning.
Jolie changed the subject and his tone became sharper. Our goal is definitely not just to deliver food. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples. Everyone was in high spirits, looking at Jolie with burning eyes, waiting for the next words. I want to build a business group covering technology, finance, health, culture, and other fields. Jolie slowly spoke out his idea, and every word was powerful. Based on the user data, technology platform, and cash flow accumulated by Chitama, we will radiate outward and build a business empire that truly belongs to us.
Business Empire. Chapter 46. These 4 words exploded in the conference room like a blockbuster bomb. Everyone was stunned by the grand blueprint Jolie drew. Technology? Finance? Health? Culture? Isn't this a huge span?
They originally thought that the next step for Chijuomai would at most be to rely on the Lu Group to expand into related fields such as home services and fresh food e-commerce. Who could have imagined that the boss's ambitions were so big that he wanted to build a behemoth business empire right from the start? After a brief moment of shock, a burst of suppressed discussion broke out in the conference room.
Business empire, this. Is this a step too big?
In the fields of finance and health, the threshold is extremely high.
But it sounds exciting. If we can really do it, then we.
Excitement, doubt, excitement, worry, all kinds of emotions intertwined on everyone's faces. Jolie did not interrupt their discussion, but just watched quietly.
This was the kind of impact he wanted. Only by breaking the inherent mindset can greater potential be stimulated.
After the discussion subsided a little, Jolie continued, I know everyone will have doubts.
This does sound like a fantasy.
He looked around, his eyes sharp but with an inexplicable appeal. Yes, it's difficult. Technology requires continuous R&D investment, finance requires huge capital and strict risk control, the health field has even higher barriers, and the cultural industry, sounds good, but it's not easy to make money.
He changed the subject and raised his voice a few notes. But if it's difficult, then we won't do it? When we started from scratch, facing the food delivery market full of giants, who would be optimistic about us? What was the result? How long did it take us to become the leader in Jiangcheng and even the surrounding areas? What did we rely on? It was the technology. The model. The hard work of all of you.
These words spoke volumes and made those who were originally a little shaken stand up again.
Yes, the success of Did You Eat? Is a miracle in itself. Times are changing, and so are the markets.
Jolie continued, his tone becoming more serious, hinting at external pressure.
The era of fighting alone is over.
The future competition will be a competition of ecosystems and systems. We must build our own moat and have enough voice to be invincible in the future. We must not only let users eat well, but also let them live better, healthier, and more conveniently. Although the dark plan was not explicitly mentioned, everyone present was smart and could vaguely sense the sense of urgency and deep meaning in the boss's words.
So, I decided to establish the Sky Group with Have You Eaten as the core.
Jolie announced, the word sky has a broad connotation and is all-encompassing.
It also symbolizes our ambitions. Sky Group. A new name, a new beginning.
In the initial stage of the group, several key business units will be established.
Jolie began to outline the blueprint.
First, the technology division, based on the existing R&D team led by CEO Qiao, will continue to deepen the application of big data and artificial intelligence in the field of local life services, and explore the possibility of extending to smart cities, the Internet of Things and other directions.
Xiao Qiao nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This was exactly the field she was good at and loved. Secondly, we established Sky Capital to get involved in venture capital and financial services. By leveraging the massive user data and transaction flows accumulated on the Qizai platform, we can accurately provide inclusive financial services to small and micro businesses and individual users. At the same time, we must also keenly explore and invest in emerging industries and technologies with potential. As soon as this was said, some people immediately looked embarrassed. Finance is not a joke. Jolie saw this and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will solve the problem of financial licenses. We will hire the best professional team to build the risk control system. We don't make high-risk gambles. What we want to do is stable value investment and inclusive finance. His relaxed tone, as if obtaining a financial license was as easy as buying a cabbage, made everyone feel a little relieved, but also made them feel that the boss was even more unfathomable. Third, the health division. Relying on the user base of Heschima, we started with healthy dining and nutrition management, and gradually expanded to online consultation, health management, and even biomedicine. Lily's recovery made me see the limitations of modern medicine, and also the huge potential of combining traditional Chinese medicine with cutting-edge technology. He mentioned Wu Lily, which reminded everyone of the miracle that happened in the hospital some time ago, and made them more convinced of Zhou Li's words. Fourth, the entertainment division. We will start with investment, focus on new media, film and television production, cultural creativity and other fields, and enhance the group's brand influence and soft power.
Technology, capital, health, and entertainment form the initial framework of Tianqiang Group. Each sector is full of opportunities and challenges. Of course, the realization of all this is inseparable from talents. Zhou Li's eyes swept over the crowd again. Everyone here is the veteran and backbone of Tianqiang Group. In the future, the group will provide a broader platform and more generous rewards. I hope that everyone can continue to fight side by side with me and create a great cause together. Just then, the door of the conference room was gently pushed open. A beautiful figure appeared at the door, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The visitor was Jiang Shuru, who had just returned from Haichang. She was wearing an exquisite champagne dress and had proper makeup, which perfectly showed her beauty and temperament. Her appearance brought a touch of color to this conference room filled with technical and marketing personnel. Seeing that the conference room was full of people, especially Zhou Li, who was sitting in the main seat, Jiang Shuru felt nervous. She bowed slightly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, leaders,
You've come just in time."
Zhou Li raised his hand to signal her to come in.
"Let me introduce you to Miss Jiang Shuru.
From today on, she will officially join us as the head of the Public Relations Department of Tianqiang Group and can currently serve as the assistant to the chairman, responsible for the group's external image, media relations and strategic cooperation development."
Wow! This appointment once again caused a small commotion. Head of PR department? Assistant to the chairman? This position is so critical.
Especially for a huge group that has just announced its establishment, the importance of public relations and strategic cooperation is self-evident.
And this appointment was given to such a young and beautiful woman?
Many people looked back and forth between Zhou Li and Jiang Shuru, their eyes full of complicated emotions. There was surprise, curiosity, and a hint of ambiguous speculation. Especially the middle and senior management who thought they had good qualifications and abilities, their hearts were full of mixed feelings.
Xiao Qiao gave Jiang Shuru an affirmative look, welcoming her return. Chapter 47.
Jiang Shuru was also confused. She had anticipated many possibilities, perhaps letting her be in charge of a specific business in Jiangcheng, or maybe letting her join the marketing department or operations department, but she never expected that Zhou Li would directly give her such a core and important position.
Tianqiang Group. Public Relations Director. Assistant to the Chairman. This is simply a step to heaven. The huge surprise and the ensuing pressure made her a little dizzy, but she quickly calmed herself down, walked to Zhou Li, bowed slightly, and said in an excited yet professional voice, "Thank you for your trust, President Zhou. I will work hard and live up to your expectations." Her eyes fell on Zhou Li, full of gratitude and admiration.
"Yeah." Zhou Li nodded, quite satisfied with her reaction. The group has a large business, external communication and image building are crucial, and you have a heavy task to do. He turned to the others and said, "Ms. Jiang has her strengths in public relations and networking. In the future, everyone should give more support and cooperation in work."
"Yes, Mr. Zhou." Everyone responded in unison.
"Okay, today I'm mainly going to inform you about the group's future strategic direction and preliminary structure."
Zhou Li stood up.
"As for the specific implementation plan, each department needs to come up with a plan as soon as possible, and then we'll discuss it in detail."
The meeting is adjourned.
The meeting ended and everyone left one after another, but everyone's heart was in turmoil.
Zhou Li's blueprint for the Sky Empire took root in their hearts like a seed.
The challenge was huge, but the opportunity was equally tempting.
Who wouldn't want to be a participant and witness of the rise of a great empire?
Xiao Qiao stayed and walked to Zhou Li, asking softly, "With such a big step, will the pressure in terms of funding and talent be too great?" She was not questioning Zhou Li, but as a future core manager of the group, she instinctively began to think about practical issues.
"Money is not a problem."
Zhou Li smiled confidently. The system gave him the ability to make money only as a means, not an end.
"As for talent, we will promote internally on the one hand, and build a nest to attract talents on the other.
We have enough sincerity and platform, so we are not afraid of not being able to attract real talents."
He looked at the twinkling light in Xiao Qiao's eyes and knew that this woman's fighting spirit had been completely ignited. "Next, we'll be busy."
Xiao Qiao nodded vigorously, her eyes full of longing for the future. "Yes.
Together, let's make Tianqiang Group a truly towering tree." Outside the window, the sun is shining. A new era is quietly opening.
And Zhou Li, a young man with a system in hand and a heart for the world, is standing at the forefront of the times, ready to set sail and head for the sea of stars that belongs to him. The establishment of Tianqiang Group, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, caused quite a stir in Jiangqing's business community. Suddenly, Chijuoma, a company that was originally seen as a takeaway upstart and at most a local life service company, was given a much bigger imagination space.
Technology, capital, health, entertainment.
The four major sectors outlined by Jolie at the internal meeting, although the specific details have not yet been announced, the name Tianxiong Group and the rumors that have been spread are enough to attract countless people's attention. The study room of Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden became the strategic command center of Tianxiong Group.
Jolie sat behind a large desk. The screen in front of him was no longer showing a single "Have you eaten?"
operational data, but various multi-threaded information flows, the candidate list of the investment advisory team that Joe was busy putting together, the preliminary development plan for the technology division submitted by Chao Chao, the initial public relations strategy for the group drafted by Jiang Shuru, and a gold-stamped invitation letter.
The invitation came from Lu Ziyuan.
Nominally, it was a thank you dinner to celebrate the cooperation between Have You Chi and Lu's group, but Jolie knew that it was more like a social dinner carefully prepared by Lu Ziyuan for him, a stage to integrate into the top network circle in Jiangcheng and even on a broader level.
Sir, the dinner will be held in the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Zifeng building in the Jiangcheng International Financial Center.
The guests invited are all well-known figures from Jiangcheng and several surrounding cities, covering multiple fields such as finance, real estate, and industry.
Lao Zhou stood aside and respectfully reported the information he had collected.
Jolie nodded slightly, his eyes passing over the elegant handwriting on the invitation.
Uncle Lu is thoughtful.
He needed such an occasion. The blueprint of the Sky Group had been drawn up, but to turn it into reality, in addition to funds and talents, a high-quality network of contacts was also indispensable, especially in the financial field he planned to get involved in. By the way, sir, the financial talent you asked me to pay attention to before, there seems to be a special one on the guest list tonight.
Lao Zhou added at the right time and handed over some supplementary information.
Jolie took it and his eyes fell on a name, Yang Mi. The information is very simple: female, 32 years old, PhD in finance from Harvard, formerly the head of Asia for the top Wall Street investment bank Raiden Capital, led many multi-billion-dollar mergers and acquisitions and investment projects, suddenly resigned and returned to China half a year ago, currently unemployed at home, and has not joined any institution.
Oh?
Jolie's fingertips lightly touched the word Yang Mi, and a hint of strong interest flashed in his eyes. A top investment bank executive on Wall Street, a doctor of finance, and a brilliant practical resume. The most important thing is that she is now a free agent. This is simply a talent tailor-made for the Sky Capital he just conceived. This Yang Mi is quite interesting. Jolie put down the information, try to find out more about her situation, especially the reason why she suddenly resigned and returned to China.
I understand. Lao Zhou replied. Tonight, I will meet her in person.
Jolie's lips curled up into a determined smile.
There is no reason to let go of the top talent that came to the door.
As night falls, the city is illuminated by thousands of lights, making it dazzling.
Zifeng Tower, the landmark building of this city, is like a sword piercing the night sky. The revolving restaurant on the top floor is the best place to overlook the night view of the whole city. Tonight, this place was reserved by Lu Ziyuan to hold this thank you dinner.
The Bentley slowly stopped at the foot of the Zifeng building. Old Joe got out first and opened the back door. Jolie was wearing a tailor-made dark gray suit, which made him look tall and straight. He adjusted his cuffs and stepped out of the car.
Jiang Shuru followed closely behind.
She chose a royal blue off-shoulder dress tonight, which outlined her graceful figure. Her long hair was carefully groomed and tied to one side, revealing her slender and fair neck. She had a perfect smile on her face, showing the competence of a career woman while also retaining the feminine beauty. As the public relations director and assistant to the chairman of the Sky Dome Group, such occasions were exactly where she could show her strengths.
Mr. Zhou, please. Jiang Shuru slightly turned sideways and made a guiding gesture.
Her movements were natural and smooth, already showing some of the style of a senior assistant.
Jolie nodded slightly and walked towards the elevator side by side. The high-speed elevator goes directly to the revolving restaurant on the top floor.
As soon as the door opens, the melodious jazz music and whispered conversations come into your ears. The restaurant is softly lit, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a 360-degree view of the brilliant night scene. The floor under your feet is slowly revolving, allowing guests to enjoy the prosperity of the entire Jiangcheng while tasting fine wine and delicious food.
Chapter 48. Lu Ziyuan was chatting and laughing with several guests. When he saw Jolie coming in, he immediately came up to him with a smile and patted his arm enthusiastically. My dear Zhou, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Liu, I dare not come. Jolie responded with a smile. Come on, let me introduce you to some friends. Lu Ziyuan took Jolie and began to introduce the guests present to him. This is Mr. Zhao from Hengtai Real Estate, a veteran in the real estate industry in Zhangcheng. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Jolie extended his hand. Ha, Mr. Zhou is young and promising. Have you eaten? Has been more popular than us old guys lately. Director Zhao held Jolie's hand, his tone somewhat tentative. Mr. Zhao, you are too kind. We are just making some small attempts in the field we are familiar with. We are still far behind our predecessors. Jolie was neither humble nor arrogant and responded appropriately. This is President Wang of the Jiangcheng branch of Donghai Bank. President Wang, nice to meet you. Mr. Zhou, I've heard a lot about you. Your cooperation with Luz is a hot topic in our financial circle recently. I heard that you are also going to set up the Sky Group, which is a big plan. President Wang said with a smile, his eyes showing an evaluating look. Jolie could feel that with the introduction of the Sky Group concept, the attention he received had obviously increased by an order of magnitude. These people were smart and had a very keen sense of smell. It's just a preliminary idea, and we're still in the exploratory stage. I'll have to ask President Wang for advice in the future. Jolie is watertight. Jiang Shura handed over her business card at the right time, exchanged a few words with the other party, and wrote down the other party's identity and information, demonstrating excellent social skills and auxiliary role. While Jolie was dealing with everyone, he looked around the field from time to time, looking for that figure. Finally, in a relatively quiet corner, near the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw a woman tasting wine alone. She was wearing a black jumpsuit, without too much decoration, but she looked very capable and intellectual. Her slightly curly long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her side face was facing the bright night view outside the window, her nose was high, her jawline was clear, and she exuded a cool and noble temperament. He was holding a glass of red wine in his hand, shaking it gently. His eyes seemed a little empty, as if he was thinking about something. He seemed a little out of place with the lively atmosphere of clinking glasses around him. At the age of 30-something, she does not have the immaturity of a young girl, nor the sophistication of a middle-aged woman, but has a unique charm. It should be her, Yang Mi. Jolie picked up a glass of champagne, signaled Jiang Shura not to follow him, and walked towards the corner alone. He walked slowly, his eyes fixed on Yang Mi, who seemed to sense someone approaching and turned around. Eyes met. Yang Mi's eyes were bright, full of scrutiny and doubt. She obviously didn't know Jolie. Do you mind if I enjoy the night view here? Jolie stopped in front of the empty seat next to her and asked with a smile, his tone gentle and without the slightest aggression. Yang Mi glanced at him, her eyes staying on his face for 2 seconds, as if judging his intentions, then she nodded slightly, said nothing, and turned her gaze to the window again. A little cold, but that's to be expected. A woman who can climb to a high position in a place like Wall Street is not someone who can easily warm up. Ding, system task released, successfully recruited Yang Mi into Tianqiang investment. Mission reward, 20 billion in cash and permanent use rights of a 3,000 square meter office area on the 66th floor of Haicheng Center building. Even though Jolie knew the system was reckless, he was still surprised by the reward. 20 billion in cash is not difficult to understand, but Haicheng Center building is the tallest building in Haicheng and one of the best in the country. A whole floor of 3,000 square meters of office area is permanently used. Jolie couldn't help but shout out in his heart, damn it. Jolie suppressed his inner turmoil, sat down next to Yang Mi, and also looked out the window. The night scene of Jiangcheng has changed a lot in recent years. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be starting a light-hearted topic. Yang Mi didn't respond, but just took a sip of red wine. Jolie didn't care and continued, especially the development of science and technology and the internet industry has brought a lot of new vitality to the city. Hearing the words technology and internet, Yang Mi finally withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at Jolie again, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes, you are. Jolie met her gaze calmly and simply stated his name without mentioning any title. Yang Mi seemed to search for the name in her mind, and then suddenly said, Mr. Zhou from Have You Eaten? Obviously, she was not completely ignorant of the recent hot events in Jiangcheng. I don't deserve that title. I'm just an entrepreneur. Jolie smiled. Mr. Zhou is too modest. Yang Mi raised the corner of her mouth slightly, with a hint of professional courtesy, but the alienation in her eyes did not diminish. I heard that Mr. Zhou has been making big moves recently, and is going to set up the Sky Dome Group,
with a wide-ranging and ambitious layout.
I'm just going with the flow.
Zhou Li looked at her.
Ms. Yang seems to be very concerned about the domestic market?
Yang Mi raised her eyebrows, as if she was a little surprised that Zhou Li knew her last name.
I've heard a little bit about it.
After all, this is now the most dynamic market in the world. Her tone was very calm, without much personal emotion.
Vigor is vitality, but the water is also deep.
Zhou Li said meaningfully, especially in the financial field, opportunities and risks coexist, and you need to have a sharp enough vision and a strong heart. When Yang Mi heard this, a trace of fluctuation flashed in her eyes, as if something had touched her. She put down her wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Zhou Li. Mr. Zhou seems to be also interested in the financial field?
Very interested.
Zhou Li made no secret of it. Sky Capital is one of the key development sectors of our group in the future. I am looking for a top talent who can steer the ship. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Mi frankly, and his intention to recruit her was self-evident.
Yang Mi was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhou Li to be so direct.
She looked at the man in front of her who was a few years younger than her.
The confidence and determination in his eyes did not seem like he was joking.
She was silent for a few seconds before she spoke slowly, her tone cautious.
Mr. Zhou, please forgive me for being blunt.
Financial investment, especially venture capital, is not a game that can be played just by having money. It requires a professional team, rigorous risk control, long-term accumulation, and a deep insight into human nature.
Although the domestic market has huge potential, its rules and environment are completely different from those of Wall Street. Blindly copying experience will only lead to a big failure.
Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear, with the calmness and objectivity of a professional, and even a hint of doubt about Zhou Li, an internet upstart crossing over to engage in finance. If someone else heard this, they might feel offended or think that the other person was putting on airs. But Zhou Li's eyes lit up when he heard it. As expected of an elite who had just returned from Wall Street, he was very direct and pointed out the core issues directly without any pretense. This kind of honesty and professionalism was exactly what he needed. After hearing this, Zhou Li nodded slightly and became even more eager to recruit him.
Chapter 49. Miss Yang makes a lot of sense.
Instead of getting angry, Zhou Li smiled in approval.
That's why I said that we need a top talent who is truly knowledgeable, experienced, and can adapt to the domestic environment to take the helm. I have the money. I can build the platform.
As for risk control and team, I believe professionals can do professional things. He paused, looking at Yang Mi with burning eyes, for example, talents like Miss Yang.
Yang Mi was silent again.
She looked at Zhou Li, trying to see some frivolity or arrogance in his eyes, but she only saw sincerity and a strong self-confidence.
This young man seems to have a clear plan and firm belief in his grand blueprint. Why do you think I would be interested?
Yang Mi asked, her tone still calm, but not as cold as it was at the beginning.
Because I know that someone like Miss Yang will not be content with loneliness.
Zhou Li smiled slightly. Wall Street's glory is dazzling, but the ceiling and rules of the game there may not be suitable for everyone.
You came back to China not just to rest, right?
Talents like you don't need a stable job, but a platform to realize your ambitions and create value. And Sky Capital can provide such a platform. He did not ask about the specific reasons why Yang Mi left Wall Street, but directly pointed out the possible desires in her heart.
Yang Mi's eyes fluctuated again. She picked up the wine glass but did not drink it.
Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the wall of the glass. Zhou Li's words really touched her heart. The reason she resolutely left Wall Street was not only because she was tired of the endless infighting and certain shady transactions there, but more importantly, she saw the vigorous vitality and unlimited possibilities of the domestic market. She wanted to come back and use her expertise to do something truly valuable, rather than just chasing profits in a numbers game. However, after returning to China, she came into contact with some institutions and platforms, but either their concepts did not match or she felt restricted. She never found a place where she was willing to devote her heart and soul. Zhou Li and his Sky Group sounded ambitious and even unrealistic. But his eyes in his conversation revealed a calmness and foresight that was inconsistent with his age.
Mr. Zhou is very eloquent. In the end, Yang Mi just said it lightly without making any comment. I hope Miss Yang can feel my sincerity.
Zhou Li did not press on too hard. He knew that such top talents needed time to consider and more information to make judgments.
This is my personal number.
He handed over a simple business card. If you are interested, or just want to know more about the Sky Group, you can contact me at any time.
We can find a time to talk in detail.
Yang Mi hesitated for a moment, but still took the business card. It was made of cool, textured cardboard, with only a name and a phone number on it, without any extra titles.
Thank you. She nodded. At this moment, Lu Ziyuan came over with a hearty smile on his face. Ha, Zhou Xiaoyu, Mimi, do you know each other? We just met and had a great chat.
Jolie stood up and said with a smile.
Mimi is a rare financial talent in Zhangcheng.
She was also a powerful figure on Wall Street back then.
Lu Ziyuan was generous with his praise and obviously admired Yang Mi very much. My dear Zhou, if your Sky Capital can invite her to come out, it will be like adding wings to a tiger.
Lu Ziyuan's words seemed to be praising Yang Mi, but in fact he was indirectly helping Jolie, pointing out Jolie's intentions and giving Yang Mi a way out.
Yang Mi glanced at Lu Ziyuan, then at Jolie, with a helpless smile on her face. Uncle Lu is making fun of me again. With my little skill, how can I catch the eye of Mr. Zhou? Although her words were humble, her attitude was obviously much softer than before. Ms. Yang is too modest.
Jolie took over the conversation. I have benefited a lot from communicating with Miss Yang.
I hope I can ask for more advice in the future.
The three of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Jolie temporarily left the corner on the pretext that he had other guests to entertain. Looking at Jolie's departing back, Yang Mi stroked the business card in her hand thoughtfully.
How is it, Mimi? This kid Jolie is not a simple guy, right? Lu Ziyuan asked with a smile. It's true, a little unexpected.
Yang Mi said frankly, he is calmer and more thoughtful than I thought.
Ha, I've said it before, this kid has a bright future.
Lu Ziyuan's eyes sparkled. Although his Sky Group is still just a concept now, I believe that it won't be long before it becomes a force that no one can ignore.
If you really want to do something in China, following him might be a good choice.
Yang Mi did not answer immediately, but just looked at the bustling night scene outside the window and fell into deep thought. Jolie returned to the center of the banquet hall, and Zhang Shuru immediately came up to him, reporting in a low voice the information she had just collected and the intentions of several important guests. Jolie listened and nodded, but his eyes were once again cast on Yang Mi in the corner. He was determined to marry this woman, not only because of her resume and ability, but also because of her calm, professional, and principled temperament, which was exactly the quality he needed in the person at the helm of Sky Capital.
The dinner continued in a friendly and warm atmosphere.
Jolie moved among all kinds of people with ease, showing the potential of the Sky Group and gaining a lot of valuable information and connections. The dinner at Zifeng Building came to an end, but the afterglow left by it quietly fermented in the business community of Zhangcheng. The name of Tianqiang Group, along with the figure of Jolie, the young helmsman, began to spread in various circles, with a bit of mystery and endless reverie. For Jolie, the biggest gain from this dinner was not the expansion of his network of contacts, but the confirmation of the existence and possibility of Yang Mi, the financial talent he urgently needed. The next morning after the dinner, the sun shone through the French windows of the study room of Linjiang No. 1 Villa and fell on Jolie.
He tapped the tablet with his fingertips, which contained more detailed information about Yang Mi that Lao Zhou had sorted out overnight.
Sir, regarding the reason for Ms. Yang Mi's resignation, according to the information we have learned indirectly, it seems to be related to an investment decision within Leidun Capital. Lao Zhou stood aside and said in a low voice, it is said that it involves exploiting loopholes in the rules to conduct gray operations, and may harm the interests of some ordinary investors. Ms. Yang Mi strongly opposed it, but ultimately failed to stop it, and chose to leave in despair. Jolie nodded slightly, with a flash of understanding in his eyes. This was consistent with his initial impression of Yang Mi at the dinner party: calm, professional, and with a bottom line.
Wall Street is a meat grinder of capital.
People who can climb to a high position in such an environment while still maintaining a firm adherence to the bottom line are more trustworthy.
Got it.
Jolie turned off the tablet. Please help me arrange a meeting with her. Let her decide the time and place. Try to choose a quiet and private place.
Yes, sir. Lao Zhou agreed and turned around to make arrangements. Chapter 50.
When Yang Mi received the call from Lao Zhou, she was a little surprised, but not too shocked. She could naturally sense Jolie's undisguised intention to recruit her last night.
She was indeed somewhat curious about this new upstart in Zhangcheng. After hanging up the phone, she thought for a moment and finally decided to meet at a membership-only Chinese tea house in the city. The environment was quiet and private, suitable for in-depth conversation. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the private room on the second floor of the tea house, the sound of piano could be heard and the aroma of tea could be smelled. Yang Mi was still wearing a smart jumpsuit,
but it was changed to off-white, which made her look less cold at night and more intellectual. She arrived a few minutes early, holding a teacup and looking at the green bamboo in the courtyard outside the window. Jolie arrived on time, without bringing anyone with him, and walked in alone. He was dressed more casually today, a light gray cashmere sweater and casual pants, looking more like a boy next door, but the calmness and sharpness in his eyes were not diminished at all.
Ms. Yang, sorry to have kept you waiting.
Jolie greeted her with a smile and sat down opposite her naturally.
Mr. Zhou is on time.
Yang Mi put down her teacup and made a gesture of invitation. The pu'er tea here is pretty good, Mr. Zhou. Would you like to try it?
Okay.
Jolie was not polite.
He picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling the warmth of the tea. It's really good tea. It seems that Miss Yang is also very knowledgeable about tea tasting.
It's not really research, it's just that I've been abroad for a long time, and after returning home I actually like these traditional things more. Yang Mi spoke in a calm tone, her eyes fixed on Jolie's face.
Mr. Zhou, you asked me out today not just for tea, right?
Of course not. Jolie put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and looked candidly.
Ms. Yang, let me get straight to the point.
I really hope that you can join the Sky Group and be in charge of Sky Capital, which we are about to establish. Even though she had expected it, Jolie's direct invitation still caused some ripples in Yang Mi's heart.
She did not answer immediately, but asked.
Mr. Zhou, we just met for the first time yesterday. I'm afraid your understanding of me is limited to some public information and a few words of introduction from Uncle Lou. Financial investment, especially building a capital platform from scratch, requires not only a good resume, but also mutual trust and alignment of ideas.
What makes you think I'm the right person? Her questions were sharp and went straight to the point.
Jolie smiled, as if he had expected her to ask this. I agree that trust takes time to build. But sometimes, intuition is also important.
He looked into Yang Mi's eyes.
The brief exchange with you last night, as well as the information I learned later, made me believe that you not only possess top-notch professional abilities, but more importantly, you possess qualities that are rare in this industry: principles and bottom line. He paused, his tone becoming serious. The goal of Skydome Capital is not to become another investment bank that only pursues profits and plays capital games. I hope it can become a practitioner of value investing, a booster of emerging technologies and real industries, and a financial force that can truly create social value. To accomplish this, the character and vision of the person at the helm are even more important than ability.
And I believe, Miss Yang, you are such a person.
Yang Mi was moved by these words.
Didn't she leave Wall Street because she was tired of the profit-seeking and even unscrupulous atmosphere there?
The vision described by Jolie just matched some of her inner thoughts. But she remained calm. Mr. Zhou's ideals are grand and admirable.
But ideals cannot make a living. The financial market is realistic and even cruel.
Without strong capital support, a sound risk control system, and a top professional team, no matter how beautiful the vision is, it will only be a castle in the air.
Capital is not a problem,
Jolie said firmly, with his usual confidence.
I'll give you this amount for the startup capital.
Jolie raised two fingers for the second time. The first time was when she ran into Lu Xiaoxiao, who was blackmailing her while delivering takeout. Now, she found herself to be Mr. Zhou with a net worth of tens of billions.
2 billion, the funds are indeed sufficient. Yang Mi nodded.
Jolie shook his head and said, it's not 2 billion, it's 20 billion.
20 billion?
Even though Yang Mi was used to big events, she was still shocked by Jolie's nonchalant tone.
Hundreds of billions in cash, even for many large groups, is not an amount that can be easily mobilized.
This young man's financial resources are much stronger than the outside world imagines. As for risk control and team, Jolie continued, this is exactly where I need you. I hope you can build the system yourself and recruit the talents you need.
The group will give you full authorization and resource support.
I will be responsible for providing direction, funds, and platform, and you will be responsible for professional operations and risk control.
He looked at Yang Mi and added, of course, I am not completely ignorant of finance.
We can discuss together on major investment directions and strategic decisions.
For example,
Jolie changed the subject and mentioned it seemingly casually. Recently, the price of lithium ore resources in the upstream of the new energy vehicle industry chain has experienced irrational fluctuations due to certain geopolitical factors and market speculation.
But I believe that this is only a short-term phenomenon.
With the continued explosion of downstream demand and the gradual stabilization of the supply chain, the long-term value of related high-quality companies, especially those that mastered core technologies and mineral resources, is still underestimated. If Sky Capital starts to make plans now and chooses the right targets, it should have considerable returns in the next 1 or 2 years. He did not use any system analysis, but made this judgment simply based on the huge information database instilled by the system and knowledge that was ahead of its time.
Yang Mi's eyes suddenly became sharp. Lithium resources.
This is exactly the area she has been paying close attention to recently and is conducting in-depth research on. Jolie's judgment actually coincides with the conclusion she came to after a lot of data analysis and model deduction. Even in the judgment of some details, it is more profound than she considered.
How is this possible?
How can he, who runs a food delivery platform, have such accurate insights into such a professional and cutting-edge financial investment field?
Is it just a coincidence? Or does he have an extremely powerful think tank behind him?
For a moment, Yang Mi looked at Jolie with a look of surprise and inquiry. This young man in front of her had brought her too many surprises.
Mr. Zhou has a deep understanding of the industry.
Yang Mi suppressed her inner shock and commented in a complicated tone. This comment came from the heart.
I've only dabbled in it a little bit. Jolie smiled and didn't explain too much. So, Miss Yang, what do you think of my proposal? Yang Mi was silent.
The financial resources, courage, vision, and unexpected professional insight demonstrated by Jolie made it impossible for her to regard him as just an internet upstart who rose to prominence through luck.
Chapter 51. Tycoon Group might really be the platform for her to realize her ambitions. What kind of position and authority can I have?
Yang Mi raised her head and her eyes became firm again. Asking this question meant that the balance in her heart had begun to tilt. I will be in charge of Sky Capital in the early stages. I hope you will serve as executive vice president and preside over daily investment decisions and management.
Jolie gave his arrangements. I just said that I will give you full authority.
Apart from major strategic investments that require my approval, you will be responsible for daily operations and team building.
When the time is right in the future, you will be the CEO of Sky Capital.
Executive vice president, in charge of work, and promised to be the future CEO. This arrangement not only shows Jolie's attention to her, but also retains his control over this core sector, while giving Yang Mi enough room to display her talents.
Regarding salary and benefits.
According to the highest standards of top executives of the same level at top Wall Street investment banks, plus considerable option incentives. Jolie directly gave the conditions.
I believe that for Ms. Yang, a platform to realize her ambitions is more attractive than money alone.
Yang Mi looked at Jolie, a man who was a few years younger than her. He seemed so sophisticated in his vision, perspective, and negotiation skills.
Good. Yang Mi took a deep breath and finally made a decision.
I need some time to take care of some personal matters before I can officially start work.
Welcome to the sky.
Jolie stood up and stretched out his hand. Yang Mi also stood up and held Jolie's hand. The two hands clasped together symbolized the beginning of a new chapter.
It's a pleasure working with you,
Yang Mi said, with a look of relief and anticipation in her eyes.
It's a pleasure to work with you. Jolie smiled brightly. I believe that our cooperation will stir up the entire financial market.
After seeing Yang Mi off, Jolie sat alone in the tea house for a while, feeling quite relaxed. With Yang Mi, Sky Capital finally had a leader. This woman's ability and potential were definitely worth the huge price he paid to recruit her. Ding, the system task is completed, 20 billion funds have been obtained, and the right to use the office area on the 66th floor of Haicheng Center building has been issued. For office area procedures, please go to the processing center on the second floor of the podium building of the center building. Jolie clenched his fists tightly, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes, and he aimed at the new beacon and continued to move forward.
Pick up the teacup and take another sip.
The fragrance of tea wafts between your lips and teeth, leaving a sweet aftertaste.
In the evening, the lights come on. Zhang Shuro carefully selected an elegant French restaurant located by the river.
Outside the French windows, the river breeze was blowing and the lights were shimmering, setting off her delicate makeup and making her look even more charming. For tonight's dinner, she changed into a champagne-colored velvet long dress, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. She also wore a simple necklace around her neck, which added a bit of charm. Since returning to Jolie's side and serving as the head of the public relations department of Tycoon Group and the assistant to the chairman, Zhang Shuru feels like she has been reborn. She is adept at work, Jolie's trust and respect, as well as her own improvement in status, all of which make her radiate confidence from the inside out. Especially 2 days ago, Jolie suddenly asked Lao Zhou to give her a bank card, saying it was a settlement fee for her to buy a house and a car, which made her ecstatic and deeply moved. The amount of money in the card was enough to buy a luxury apartment in the most central area of Jiangcheng and a favorite sports car.
For Jiang Shuru, who came from an ordinary family, this was an astronomical figure.
She knew very well that Jolie's doing this was not only an affirmation and reward for her work ability, but also a recognition and acceptance of her. This meant that she had truly entered this man's world and became an indispensable part of him. Happiness came so suddenly that she felt a little overwhelmed. Tonight, she carefully prepared this thank you dinner, wanting to thank Jolie and also taking this opportunity to further narrow the distance between them. When Jolie walked into the restaurant, he saw Jiang Shuru sitting by the window. She looked particularly attractive today, and even more so under the soft light.
Mr. Zhou.
Jiang Shuru stood up immediately when she saw Jolie, with a bright smile on her face.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Jolie walked to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down with a gentle look.
It's a beautiful day.
A simple and sincere compliment made Jiang Shuru's heart blossom and her cheeks flushed slightly, making her even more charming.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou.
She rolled her eyes at Jolie coquettishly, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. I dressed up specially to thank Mr. Zhou for his kindness.
Oh? What great favor?
Jolie asked knowingly, with a playful smile on his lips.
Of course it's resettlement allowance.
Jiang Shuru deliberately dragged out her voice and looked at Jolie charmingly. Mr. Zhou is so generous.
I don't know how to thank you. Don't be polite with me, my school beauty.
Jolie smiled. You have done so much for the group, this is what you deserve.
Besides, people who follow me, Jolie, can't live too shabby or drive too casually, don't you think? Yeah, Mr. Zhou is right.
Jiang Shuru nodded repeatedly, feeling extremely sweet in her heart. Jolie's words made her feel that she was special and valued in his heart.
The two chatted while tasting the exquisite French dishes.
Jiang Shuru knew how to create an atmosphere, smiling and witty, and occasionally telling some interesting stories about Haicheng, which made Jolie smile. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the restaurant became more and more ambiguous. Jiang Shuru raised her glass and toasted Jolie again, her eyes blurred, with drunkenness and bold hints.
Mr. Zhou, this glass of wine is in your honor. Thank you for everything you've given me.
Her voice was soft, as if it contained a hook. Jolie clinked glasses with her and drank it all in one gulp.
Thank you too.
Jolie looked at her with deep eyes. Thank you for your support and dedication all the time. Jiang Shuru put down her wineglass, mustered up her courage, took the initiative to shake Jolie's hand, her eyes bold and passionate. Mr. Zhou, actually,
I have a special thank you gift for you. I wonder if you are willing to accept it.
With a beautiful woman in his arms, it would be hard for any man to refuse her. Moreover, Jolie had dreamed of Jiang Shuru since childhood, and they had had sex before.
Oh? A special thank you gift? I'm looking forward to it.
Jolie held her hand back, his tone carrying a hint of ambiguity and anticipation. Jiang Shui's eyes were as soft as silk, and she said coquettishly, Tonight, can you come to my house and sit down?
I want to cook some supper for Mr. Zhou. Okay, it's my honor.
Jolie agreed with a smile. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words.
Chapter 52. After dinner, Lao Zhou drove the two of them to Jiang Shuru's newly bought apartment.
This apartment is located in the most prosperous CBD core area of Jiangcheng, with an excellent location, luxurious decoration, and luxurious taste. Walking into the apartment, Jiang Shuru took Jolie's arm and pressed her body against him, breathing sweetly. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this place?
Are you satisfied? It's very beautiful and warm. I can see that you put a lot of effort into it.
Jolie told the truth.
Of course I have put my heart into it. This is my new home, and also, yours.
Jiang Shuru smiled tenderly, her tone bold and straightforward.
Mine?
Jolie's heart was moved. Feeling the passion of the beauty in his arms, he no longer concealed his love.
Really? Then tonight, I will experience the warmth of this new home.
Jolie lowered his head and kissed Jiang Shuru's red lips. Another night of wind and rain, another night of spring and autumn. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the big bed in the bedroom. Jolie opened his eyes, and in his arms was still the warm and soft jade. Jiang Shuru was like a docile kitten, nestling in his arms, her sleeping face peaceful and beautiful, her skin like jade, with a faint luster, more bright and beautiful than before.
It was the effect of dual cultivation again.
Zhou sighed inwardly, the ability of the system was truly indescribable. Sensing Zhou movement, Jiang Shuru slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Zhou handsome face so close to her, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she took the initiative to kiss him on the cheek.
Good morning, brotherly.
Her voice was soft, with a hint of laziness and charm.
Good morning.
Zhou responded with a smile and kissed her on the forehead. The two of them stayed in bed for a while before getting up to wash.
Seeing herself in the mirror, Jiang Shuru opened her mouth wide.
Although she was young and energetic, the person in the mirror was so attractive that even she couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Turning his head to look at Zhou, who was sitting at the dining table, he attributed all this to the nourishment and love given by Zhou.
Zhou, thank you.
She said softly again, her tone sincere.
What are you thanking me for?
Zhou asked with a smile.
Thank you for everything you have given me.
Jiang Shuru looked serious.
Thank you for helping me find my own value in life, and thank you for making me your woman.
She didn't say the word love, but the emotion in her eyes was more touching than any sweet words.
Zhou held her hand and said seriously, Xiaorou, thank you for your support and company.
The future of Tianqiong Group still needs you to continue to work hard and fight side by side with me.
Yes. I will.
Jiang Shuru nodded vigorously, her eyes full of fighting spirit and enthusiasm. For you, for the Sky Group, I will definitely go all out. Xiao Qiao was processing a mountain of documents in the office building temporarily rented by Tianqiong Group. As the COO of the group, she is almost the most powerful person after Zhou. She is responsible for all aspects of the daily operations of the group, and the pressure is enormous. But she was happy with it. Watching the Sky Group expand and grow at an incredible speed under Zhou's leadership, she was filled with a sense of accomplishment and pride.
The intercom on the desk rang. Mr. Qiao, there is a Mr. Zhou downstairs looking for you. He said he was sent by Mr. Zhou to bring you something.
The voice of the secretary at the front desk came.
Mr. Zhou?
Xiao was stunned for a moment, then she reacted, please ask him to come up. Soon, there was a knock on the office door, and Lao Zhou walked in carrying an exquisite black leather briefcase.
Ms. Qiao.
Old Zhou bowed slightly, with a respectful attitude.
Uncle Zhou, why did you come here in person? If you need anything, just ask someone to bring it to you.
Xiao quickly stood up to greet him, feeling somewhat flattered. She knew that old Zhou was the person Zhou trusted the most, and he usually stayed at home and rarely showed up in person.
The master has ordered that this item must be delivered to you personally.
Lao Zhou placed the file bag on Xiao Qiao's desk with a smile on his face. The gentleman said that this is your settlement fee to thank you for your hard work.
Settlement allowance?
Xiao Qiao opened the file bag puzzledly. Inside was not the bank card or cash check she had imagined, but a real estate certificate with a gold-stamped cover and a set of smart keys that looked very high-tech. She picked up the property certificate and opened the title page. When she saw the address and owner's name on it, she froze.
Riverside Garden, Villa Area Number 2?
Xiao Qiao's voice trembled slightly. She looked up at Lao Zhou, her eyes full of shock.
This.
The Riverside Garden Villa District is the top wealthy area in Jiangcheng, and Villa Number 1 is a legendary place. Although Villa Number 2 is slightly inferior, it is definitely a luxurious residence that ordinary people dare not even think about.
More importantly, this address is right next to Zhou's Villa Number 1.
Yes,
Miss Zhou. Lao Zhou nodded affirmatively. My husband specifically asked me to handle this. The villa is newly renovated and fully equipped with smart home appliances. The property has been registered in your name. Here are the keys and related documents.
Xiao Qiao held the heavy property certificate and felt her heart was about to jump out. It was not that she had never seen money before. She had been with Zhou and had handled hundreds of millions of dollars.
But the meaning of this villa was completely different.
This is not just a property worth tens of millions, it represents Zhou's recognition of her, his affirmation of her status, and more importantly, a kind of closeness. Living next door to him and becoming his neighbor, the meaning of this made Xiao Qiao's heart ripple. She thought about the fact that Zhou had given Jiang Shuru an apartment 2 days ago, and she felt a little disappointed at the time. Although she and Jiang Shuru had different positions, they were both important women around Zhou, so she would be deceiving herself if she said she didn't care at all. And now, Jolie used such a generous gift to silently tell her that she was equally important in his heart, or even closer.
Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and tried to calm the turbulent waves in her heart.
She raised her head, her face regained its usual calmness and competence, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of light and warmth that was difficult to conceal.
Uncle Joe, thank you for taking the trip.
Please also tell Mr. Joe, tell him, thank you. She didn't say too many pretentious words, but old Joe could naturally hear the sincerity and touching in her tone.
Miss Xiao, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Lao Zhou nodded. Then I won't disturb you from working. My husband still has some matters to deal with. After seeing Lao Zhou off, Xiao Xiao stood alone in the office.
She picked up the property certificate again, gently stroked her name, and sweetness unconsciously hung on the corners of her mouth. She walked to the huge French window and looked out at the bustling city, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of stability and belonging. This man always gave her the greatest surprise and warmth without noticing. After a moment, she picked up her phone, found Jolie's number, and typed a text message.
I received the gift. I'm very surprised. Thank you.
The house is so big, but I live alone, so it's a bit too spacious.
I wonder if my neighbors are interested in visiting the new house and giving me some advice on the decoration style and trying my cooking skills. The message was sent successfully.
Xiao Xiao held the phone, her palms slightly sweaty, but with a hint of expectation and shy smile on her face.
Chapter 53. Yang Ni's efficiency is amazingly high.
Just a few days after agreeing to let Jolie join Sky Capital, she had quickly built a capable core startup team with her connections in the financial circle and her accurate judgment of talent. The team currently consists of only 5 people, including Yang Mi herself, and one of them was poached from a top investment bank on Wall Street. He is a technical expert with profound attainments in quantitative trading and risk modeling. His name is Lister. He is about 35 or 36 years old, wears black-framed glasses and looks a little dull, but his eyes light up when he talks about codes and models. One is a senior female lawyer who came from a top domestic law firm and is proficient in domestic financial regulations and mergers and acquisitions and restructuring business.
Her name is Qinyu.
She is in her early 30s, with short hair cut to her ears. She has a capable temperament, meticulous logic, and sharp words.
One is an industry analyst named Zhao Peng, who has many years of experience in domestic securities research and has a deep understanding of local industries and listed companies.
He is about 40 years old and does not look impressive, but he is well versed in various industry data and policy trends. The last one is the young assistant Yang Mi brought back from abroad herself.
Her name is Sophie.
She is 25 or 26 years old, graduated from a prestigious university, is proficient in multiple languages, has a strong learning ability, and high execution ability. She is responsible for handling various administrative and coordination matters. Although this small team has a small number of people, each person has his or her own strengths, and their professional backgrounds and experiences form a perfect complement. Yang Mi chose them not only for their abilities, but also for their professional ethics and recognition of the potential of the domestic market. The next afternoon, Yang Mi came to Jolie's office with her preliminary team building plan and a briefing on recent market opportunities. Jolie's office is located on the top floor of the temporary headquarters building of Tianxiong Group. It has a wide view and simple and elegant decoration, but it is not luxurious.
It more reflects an efficient and pragmatic style.
Ding! The system sound rang suddenly, and the system task was released. Let Yang Mi shock the host's strength. Mission reward: Yang Mi's favorability towards the host increases to 100%. Nabok X1 Limited Edition.
A meaningful smile appeared on Jolie's face. Mr. Zhou.
Yang Mi knocked on the door and came in, wearing a well-fitting professional suit, with a faint smile on her face and her eyes full of confidence.
Ms. Yang, please sit down.
Jolie stood up from behind his desk, motioned for her to sit on the sofa opposite, and poured her a glass of water.
You are very quick. I am very satisfied. Since President Zhou trusts me, I will naturally go all out.
Yang Mi handed the document in her hand to Jolie. This is the profile of the core team members I have initially assembled, as well as some of my initial thoughts on the early operations of Sky Dome Capital, and an analysis brief on upstream opportunities in the new energy industry chain.
Please take a look.
Jolie took the document, read it carefully, and nodded from time to time. The resumes of the people selected by Yang Mi are very impressive, their professional abilities are beyond doubt, and the combination is also reasonable. What makes him appreciate even more is that in the briefing, Yang Mi not only further deepened the lithium mining investment logic he mentioned earlier, but also keenly pointed out the potential policy risks and technology substitution risks, and proposed corresponding hedging strategies.
Very good.
Jolie put down the document and looked at Yang Mi, his eyes full of admiration.
List, Xinyu, Zhaopeng, I have heard of these people. They are indeed the best in their respective fields. The fact that you can gather them together quickly shows your ability and connections. This briefing is also very in-depth, and the risk warnings are very appropriate. They are all very optimistic about the future of Sky Capital and agree with the value investment concept proposed by Mr. Zhou.
Yang Mi said, everyone is very motivated and hopes to get to work as soon as possible.
No problem. Jolie nodded.
Now that the team's framework has been initially set up, it's time to find an office space. He leaned back slightly, leaning back in his chair, and said casually, I have prepared an office location for Sky Dome Capital. Since we are investing, we have to go to Haicheng, where the financial industry is most developed.
Let's choose Haicheng's central building as the office location.
Yang Mi was prepared when she heard this, knowing that Jolie was very powerful, but she still asked politely, oh?
Which floor of the central building?
The rent of the office building over there is not cheap, and it is said that high-rise areas cannot be rented just by having money. Haicheng Center Building, as a landmark building in Haicheng and even the whole country, is not only the pinnacle of physical height, but also a symbol of commercial status and strength. The companies that can settle in it are all industry leaders or giants with deep backgrounds. Especially the high-rise areas, which have excellent views and are also a symbol of status, often require special channels and relationships to enter. Jolie looked at Yang Mi, with a slight smile on his face, as if he was very satisfied with her reaction at the moment.
It's not renting, it's buying.
Jolie's tone was calm and calm.
Yang Mi's pupils suddenly contracted. Buy? Buy an office space in Haicheng Center Building?
The price there is astronomical, and the high-rise areas are said to be not for sale to the public.
Let's buy one floor first.
Jolie continued, as if he didn't think Yang Mi was shocked enough, the 66th floor, the whole floor.
What?
Even though Yang Mi was used to seeing all kinds of big capitalists and shocking transactions on Wall Street, she couldn't keep calm at this moment. She raised her head suddenly and looked at Jolie, her eyes full of shock and horror.
Haicheng Center Building. The 66th floor. A whole floor.
That is a full 3,000 square meters of super Class A office space. Located on the prime floor of the entire skyscraper, it overlooks the entire Huangpu River and is very impressive.
This is no longer something that can be described as wealthy. This is simply unbelievable.
Yang Mi knew very well that the high-rise office area of Haicheng Center Building, especially the golden floor of this whole floor, could not be bought with money.
There must be an extremely deep network of relationships and unimaginable power behind it.
Many top domestic financial groups would have great difficulties in occupying a place there, let alone taking over a whole floor.
What is the background of this Jolie? A new upstart who made his fortune from a food delivery platform? This is absolutely impossible.
The hidden strength behind him is probably much more terrifying than anyone imagined. Yang Mi felt her breathing quicken. Although she had expected Jolie's financial resources and courage, she never thought that he could directly set up the headquarters of Sky Dome Capital on the 66th floor of Haicheng Center Building.
This is not just an office location, it is a declaration.
A declaration to the entire business community about the strength and ambition of Sky Capital.
Mr. Zhou.
Yang Mi's voice was a little dry. Are you sure it's the 66th floor of Haicheng Center Building, the whole floor?
She needed to confirm again, the news was too shocking. Chapter 54. Certainly.
Jolie said affirmatively with a smile, his tone relaxed. I have asked someone to process the move-in formalities, and it will probably be completed in the next few days.
Once your team is officially formed, you can move in directly.
Yang Mi took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the turbulent waves in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her whose ability was extremely disproportionate to his age, and her eyes became extremely complicated, with awe, curiosity, and various emotions intertwined. She originally thought that she had overestimated Jolie's ability, but now it seems that she still underestimated it by a large margin.
Boss Zhou, that's really generous.
Yang Mi carefully considered her words and finally could only use the word grand to describe it, but these three words were far from enough to express the shock she felt in her heart at the moment.
It's just to give Skydome Capital a decent starting point.
Jolie smiled faintly.
After all, what we want to do is to stir up the entire financial market. How can we do it without a decent stage?
Yang Mi's heart was in turmoil when she heard this.
Jolie's ambition was far greater than she had imagined. Stirring up the entire financial market?
This was not just empty talk. With the financial resources and skills he had shown, it seemed that this was really possible. In that case, I will respectfully obey your command. Yang Mi calmed herself down, her tone became firm, and her eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. I promise that Sky Capital will never let Mr. Zhou down, and we will definitely create our own legend on the top of this sea city.
I trust you.
Jolie nodded with satisfaction.
What he wanted was Yang Mi's ambition and fighting spirit. By the way, don't announce the move to the new office to the public yet. Wait until everything is ready before making a formal announcement to the public and give the market a surprise. I see. Yang Mi nodded in agreement.
This style of keeping a low profile and planning in secret was also in line with her usual code of conduct. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Yang Mi's favorability has increased to 100%, the Maybach X1 limited edition reward has been issued, the vehicle procedures have been completed in the host's name, and you can bring valid documents to the Haicheng Maybach 5S store to pick up the car. For some reason, Yang Mi felt that the feeling of looking at this young man was a little strange. When they parted, she even felt her heartbeat quicken, and she had the urge to hug him.
This wonderful feeling was something she had never experienced before. She quickly collected her thoughts and hurriedly left Jolie's office. In the next few days, Yang Mi and her team worked intensively to improve the team structure, refine the investment strategy, sort out market information, and make final preparations for the official launch of Tianxiong Capital. Jolie, on the other hand, focused more on the overall strategic layout of the group, as well as how to balance and appease the close female friends around him. After giving Linjiang Garden Villa No. 2 to Xiao Xiao, Jolie did not reply to her text message immediately. Did Miss Xiao get angry? Did she think she was going to be dismissed with just a villa? Given Xiao Xiao's personality, it was not impossible. It was not until the evening, when Jolie finished his work for the day and was about to go home, that his cell phone rang. It was a text message from Xiao Xiao. Are you free tonight? Someone owes me a dinner to guide the decorating style. When Jolie saw the text message, he felt relieved and couldn't help but raise his lips slightly. It seemed that Miss Xiao was not angry, but just arrogant. It's my honor. Jolie replied immediately. That night, Jolie arrived at Xiao Xiao's new villa as promised. As night falls and the lights come on, the Riverside Garden Villa district is brightly lit, like sparkling pearls inlaid on the riverbank. Xiao Xiao's new villa is located next to Linjiang No. 1 villa. The two villas are of similar style and complement each other in the night, just like a pair of loving couples. Jolie pressed the doorbell, and soon the door of the villa slowly opened. Xiao Xiao, wearing casual home clothes, stood at the door to greet him. Today, Xiao Xiao has shed the competence and dominance she had in the workplace, and has gained a touch of gentleness and charm. Her long hair is casually draped over her shoulders, and her face is lightly made up, making her look even more charming and beautiful. Welcome, Mr. Zhou. Xiao Xiao said with a smile, with a hint of playfulness and teasing in her tone. Miss Xiao, you are too polite. I should say that it is an honor to visit and study at Miss Xiao's mansion. Jolie responded with a smile and walked into the villa. The interior decoration style of the villa is simple and elegant, with beige and light gray as the main colors, matched with modern furniture and decorations. It looks warm and fashionable. The French window in the living room faces the sparkling river surface, with a great night view. How is it? Are you satisfied? Xiao Xiao raised her eyebrows proudly, with a hint of boasting in her tone. I'm very satisfied. Designer Xiao's taste is indeed extraordinary. Jolie praised with a smile. You're a good judge of taste. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, then pointed in the direction of the restaurant and said, Dinner is ready. It's all home-cooked food. I wonder if Mr. Zhou will be able to eat it. The dining table was already filled with sumptuous dishes that were delicious and tasty. They were all home-cooked dishes that Jolie liked to eat. Then I'm going to try Miss Xiao's cooking today. Jolie said with a smile, pulling out a chair and sitting down. The home-cooked dishes were delicious. Jolie ate them with gusto and kept praising them. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch the food from you. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh and joked as she watched Jolie wolfing down his food. It's so delicious that I can't help it. Jolie said with a smile, it seems that I will be lucky in the future. I can come here for free meals often. You're welcome any time. Xiao Xiao said with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness and sweetness. After dinner, the two of them went to the terrace on the top floor of the villa. The night breeze from the river blew gently,
bringing a hint of coolness, but also making people feel relaxed and happy. There were comfortable sofas and coffee tables on the terrace, and Xiao Qiao also specially prepared red wine and fruits. The two of them snuggled on the sofa, sipping red wine, admiring the beautiful night view of Jiangcheng, chatting casually, and the atmosphere was quiet and beautiful.
Zhou. Xiao Qiao suddenly spoke softly, breaking the silence.
Zhou turned to look at her with gentle eyes.
Thank you.
Xiao Qiao looked at him with a serious and grateful look in her eyes.
Thank you for the villa you gave me. I like it very much, very much. As long as you like it.
Zhou smiled and ruffled her hair. You deserve better.
Yes.
Xiao Qiao nodded, her tone firm. I will work hard and live up to your expectations.
I will also take good care of this home and wait for you to come back. The last sentence was a little vague, but full of affection.
Zhou understood what she meant, and a warm current surged in his heart. He grabbed Xiao Qiao's hand and held it tightly in his palm without saying a word.
Everything was said without words.
As the night deepened, the two sat on the terrace, embracing each other, quietly admiring the beautiful night view and enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth. The sea breeze blew gently, and the stars twinkled, as if they were all sending blessings to this perfect couple. The ship of Tianxiang Group has set sail, and under Zhou's leadership, it is braving the wind and waves and moving forward courageously towards a broader and more glorious future. The female confidants around him also each played an important role in his life, and together they wrote their own legend of being the richest man.
Chapter 55. Haicheng Center Building.
When the brand new nameplate of Sky Capital Management Company, Limited quietly appeared behind the 66th floor of the floor distribution map, the entire financial circle was still unaware of it.
The relocation work was carried out in an orderly and secret manner under the command of Yang Mi.
In order to avoid unnecessary attention, all office equipment and documents were transported at night, and team members also signed a strict confidentiality agreement. List, Xinyu, Zhao Ping and others stepped into this office above the clouds for the first time. Even though they were used to seeing top-level office buildings, they were still deeply shocked by the scene before them. An entire floor, with over 3,000 square meters of diversified office space, and 360-degree floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls provide a panoramic view of the bustling scenery of the entire Haicheng. Under your feet is the rushing Huangpu River, in the distance are rows of skyscrapers, and the Pearl Tower and the financial building seem to be within reach.
The interior decoration style of the office is low-key and luxurious.
It is equipped with the world's top office systems and trading equipment, and even has an employee lounge area with a great view and its own coffee bar.
Oh my god!
Zhao Peng, an industry analyst who has always been calm and used to big scenes, couldn't help but exclaim at this moment.
He walked to the window and overlooked the city below.
Working here makes me feel like I'm at the center of the world.
The network and server configuration here are absolutely world-class. Transaction delays can be compressed to a minimum.
Technical expert Lister pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
Xinyu, a capable female lawyer, smiled and said, "This kind of office environment is the best endorsement of the company's strength."
When negotiating with others in the future, you will have already won half the battle in terms of momentum. The young assistant Sophie was so excited that her face turned red. She took out her mobile phone and kept taking pictures, but she was concerned about the confidentiality agreement and did not dare to post it on WeChat Moments. Yang Mi stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the president's office, looking at the magnificent scenery outside the window, and her heart was equally filled with emotions. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her excitement. This would be a new starting point for her to realize her ambitions and start her career. What Zhou gave her was not only a position and a promise, but also a super platform that would make any financial practitioner crazy.
Okay, everyone, put away your surprise, we have more important things to do.
Yang Mi turned around, glanced at the team members, and her tone returned to her usual calm and professional state.
From today on, this is our battlefield.
Get familiar with the environment, debug the equipment, and sort out the work at hand as soon as possible. 3 days later, Tianxiang Capital will be officially listed and operated here.
Yes, Mr. Yang. Everyone responded in unison, their voices full of enthusiasm and anticipation. After all, the truth will come out.
Although Sky Capital's entry was extremely low-key, the Haicheng Center building is a landmark building, and any movement inside it has attracted much attention. Especially the change of ownership of the entire golden floor of the 66th floor is impossible to completely hide from those who are interested. The first to catch the news were several financial media with keen sense of smell. At first, there were only a few vague reports, speculating which mysterious giant had rented the 66th floor. Then, as the registration information of Tianxiong Capital Management Company, Limited was dug out and some blurry relocation photos were leaked, the spearhead gradually pointed to this newly established and little-known new company. When the keywords Tianxiong Capital, 20 billion registered capital and 66 floors of Haicheng Center were linked together, the entire financial circle of Haicheng and even the whole country exploded instantly.
What? Sky Capital? I've never heard of it. Where did it come from? Registered capital of 20 billion? Is that true? This is too much. By the 66th floor of the central building directly? You are crazy. That place cannot be bought even if you have money. Who is behind this? Could it be that some invisible financial group has surfaced? I checked the legal representative, his name is Jolie. I think he's the boss of a Sky Dome Technology, the food delivery platform. Where did he get so much money for investment? For a time, all kinds of speculation, doubt, amazement, and inquiry were rampant.
Executives from major financial institutions, investment companies, and private equity funds were privately trying to find out the details of Sky Capital. Media reporters were like sharks smelling blood, trying every possible way to dig up explosive information about Jolie and Sky Capital. Tianxiong Capital's temporary contact phone number was almost blown up, and Yang Mi and her team were under tremendous external pressure.
Just then, a discordant voice appeared.
Chen Qiming, the founder of Kongjian Capital, a long-established private equity fund in Haicheng and a well-established person in the industry, publicly questioned the high-profile entry of Tianxiong Capital at a closed-door meeting within the industry.
Young people today are becoming more and more impetuous.
Chen Qiming spoke slowly into the microphone, with a barely perceptible contempt in his tone.
Financial investment relies on solid research and judgment, strict risk control and long-term persistence, not on spending money to buy a luxurious office. 20 billion? It sounds scary, but if the person at the helm lacks experience and awe, no matter how much money you have, it will go down the drain. The 66th floor of Haicheng Center Tower? The view is really nice. I hope they can enjoy the view for a little longer.
Although these words did not directly name anyone could tell that they were referring to Sky Capital and Jolie. Chen Qiming was known for his steadiness in the industry, and his remarks were quickly picked up and amplified by the media.
Veteran fund manager questions Skydome Capital, castle in the air or a fierce dragon crossing the river?
Financial circle veterans remind us to beware of capital bubbles and return to rational investment. Sky Capital's high-profile entry has caused controversy.
What are its future prospects? For a time, the doubts about Sky Capital reached a peak.
Chen Qiming's remarks undoubtedly cast a shadow on the newly started Sky Capital and brought real pressure to Yang Mi and her team. This is not just a challenge in terms of public opinion, but is also likely to affect future cooperation with other institutions and the trust that potential investment targets have in them. Yang Mi sat in her office on the 66th floor, frowning slightly as she read the overwhelming reports and comments on the internet. She expected that the debut of Skydome Capital would cause a sensation, but she did not expect that it would attract such direct and public questioning from senior people in the industry so quickly. She had heard of Chen Qiming. Although Kongjian Capital was not a top-tier company, it had a deep local foundation in Haicheng and was known for its strict risk control and conservative style. His doubts represent the vigilance and distrust of a considerable number of traditional financial professionals towards the nouveau riche rise of Sky Capital. Assistant Sophie knocked on the door and came in with a hint of worry on her face. "Mr. Yang, we've received a lot of calls from the media, and several organizations want to meet with you to test the waters. In addition, Mr. Chen from Kongjian Capital's remarks seem to have a great impact, and the attitudes of several project parties we just contacted became somewhat hesitant." Yang Mi rubbed her eyebrows.
This is the reality.
In the financial circle, strength, experience, and connections are always considered. The sudden emergence of Sky Capital, with its mysterious background and amazing achievements, will naturally attract scrutiny and even hostility from all parties. At this moment, her personal cell phone rang. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Yang Mi took a deep breath and picked up the phone.
Chapter 56. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Jolie's calm but smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ms. Yang, I heard that we are now internet celebrities?" Hearing Jolie's relaxed tone, Yang Mi's tense heartstrings relaxed a little. "Boss Zhou, you know everything? That Chen Qiming." "I know." Jolie interrupted her. "He's just an old-fashioned person who sticks to his own ways. Don't take him seriously. It just so happens that he jumped out and gave us a heads up. Reminder? Yang Mi was a little puzzled.
It reminds us that strength alone is not enough, we also need to prove ourselves with performance and silence those who doubt us. Jolie's tone remained calm, yet revealed a strong sense of confidence.
Didn't he question whether we only know how to spend money and enjoy the scenery?
Then we should make some brilliant investments as quickly as possible to blind their eyes. Jolie paused and continued, "That's right, I have an idea."
Do you remember the lithium mine we talked about before? Of course I remember. Yang Mi perked up. Don't worry about the pressure from public opinion. I'll let the PR department handle it.
Your task now is to focus on leading your team to find the bullseye in the new energy industry chain as soon as possible, which is the most worthy target for us to fire the first shot at. Jolie's voice always carries a power that inspires fighting spirit. Let the facts speak for themselves, which is the best response to the doubters. Let the whole market see whether Sky Capital is just a castle in the air or a real fierce dragon crossing the river.
I understand, Mr. Zhou. Yang Mi's fighting spirit was rekindled, and her previous doubts and pressures were swept away.
Jolie's calmness and courage infected her and made her more confident. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi stood up and walked to the French window, overlooking the city full of opportunities and challenges. Chen Qiming's doubts did not discourage her, but instead aroused her stronger desire to win. She turned around and dialed the intercom. "Sophie, notify List, Xinyu, and Zhao Peng to come to my office for a meeting immediately.
Our first prey is about to take action."
The 66th floor of Haicheng Center Tower, this newly built new financial landmark, is about to make its first appearance after a brief period of noise and doubt. Yang Mi, the female coach who was pushed to the front by Jolie, will also begin to write a legendary chapter belonging to her in Tianqiang capital under the attention of the public.
The storm has just begun.
Under Jolie's instruction, the Public Relations Department of Tianqiang Group quickly intervened in the public opinion storm caused by the 66th floor of Haicheng Center building. Instead of directly responding to Chen Qiming, they adopted a more clever strategy, keeping it mysterious and guiding appropriately, diverting the public's attention from doubt to expectation.
Several in-depth reports written by senior financial journalists began to appear in mainstream media.
Although these reports did not reveal Tianqiang Capital's specific investment plans, they emphasized its value investment philosophy, its focus on emerging technologies and real industries, and the amazing success that its helmsman Jolie had achieved in Tianqiang technology in the past. At the same time, it also implicitly mentioned the possible and unimaginable resource integration capabilities behind Tianqiang Capital. For a time, the market trend began to change subtly. Although doubts still exist, more people began to wonder what kind of work this mysterious Tianqiang Capital would come up with to prove itself. Chen Qiming's doubts were like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up waves and making Tianqiang Capital's attention continue to rise. At this moment, Yang Mi and her team, who were at the center of the storm, completely blocked out the outside interference and devoted themselves to their work. Jolie's instructions were clear: let performance speak for itself. In-depth research reports on the lithium mining industry chain, screening of potential targets, due diligence, risk assessment, the entire team is like a precision machine wound up, running at high speed. Lister's quantitative model searches for value gaps in massive data. Zhao Peng relies on years of industry research experience to judge industry trends in company quality, and Xinyu rigorously controls every legal and compliance detail. Yang Mi is at the center of the investment, constantly revising and improving investment strategies with her keen sense of macroeconomics and financial markets, as well as the decisive judgment honed on Wall Street. The 66th floor of Haicheng Center, a place once questioned as only suitable for viewing the scenery, is now brightly lit, becoming one of the busiest and most watched battlefields in Haicheng's financial circle. Yang Mi has just concluded a 3-hour video conference to discuss preliminary investment intentions for a lithium mining project in South America. She rubbed her tired temples, picked up the coffee cup, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the hustle and bustle of traffic below. The high-intensity work these days made her feel like a taut string.
Just then, her personal cell phone rang. "Ms. Yang, are you done? Come downstairs. Parking lot B1, parking space A08. I have prepared a small gift for you." Jolie was as gentle and kind as ever. Gift? Yang Mi was a little surprised.
She and Jolie had been communicating about work these days.
Why did he suddenly think of sending a gift? And he even asked her to pick it up in the parking lot in person? Boss Zhou, what is that? Can't you just have someone bring it up?
It would be more ceremonial if you come to pick up this gift yourself.
Come down quickly, don't keep it waiting too long.
After Jolie finished speaking, he hung up the phone, leaving Yang Mi confused. Although puzzled, Yang Mi still put down the coffee cup in her hand, tidied her slightly messy hair and collar, and took the elevator to the B1 floor of the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot of Haicheng Center building was brightly lit and filled with various luxury cars. Yang Mi followed the parking number Zhou Li gave her, walked through rows of expensive vehicles, and quickly found the A08 parking space. When she saw the car parked clearly, even the experienced Yang Mi held her breath instantly and her pupils dilated uncontrollably. It was a super sports car with a deep and psychedelic blue-purple hue all over. Its shape is extremely sci-fi and avant-garde, with smooth and bold lines, full of futuristic and powerful feeling. The low body, dull wing doors, huge wheels, and the iconic Maybach logo on the front of the car all highlight its noble and extraordinary status.
Maybach Accelero.
Yang Mi has seen pictures of this car at top auto shows and in financial magazines abroad. It is the only concept sports car in the world built by the Maybach brand to showcase its top craftsmanship and design concepts. It is said to be worth more than 18 million euros and is not sold to the public at all, but only exists as a brand symbol. But this one, although very similar to the Accelero concept car, seems to be more refined in details, and there is a small X1 logo on the rear of the car.
Could it be a derivative model based on the Accelero concept, produced in a small range and extremely limited quantities?
Yang Mi's heart began to beat uncontrollably. She walked quickly forward and looked around the car carefully. The window glass was covered with a dark film, so she couldn't see the inside clearly. Just the appearance alone will drive you crazy even if you are not a veteran car enthusiast. Its aura is so strong that when it stops there, it looks like a beast ready to go. The surrounding Bentleys and Rolls-Royces pale in comparison.
Chapter 57.
Old Joe came over from somewhere, holding an exquisite black velvet box in his hand.
Miss Young.
Old Joe handed over the box respectfully. Mr. ordered that these are the keys and related documents for this car.
Everything has been processed and registered in your name.
Yang Mi mechanically took the box and opened it. Inside lay a smart key with a similarly high-tech look, as well as a vehicle ownership certificate.
Opening the certificate, the owner's name was clearly written Yang Mi. The vehicle model was marked as Maybach EX1 Special Limited Edition. It's really a gift for her. A complex emotion instantly surged into Yang Mi's heart. Shock, and a little fear?
The value of this car has probably already exceeded the scope of a gift in the ordinary sense. This is no longer a matter of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan.
This level of limited edition supercar is more of a symbol of identity, status, and social status. What is Zhou Li's intention in giving her such a killer weapon?
Just to reward her for her work?
Or? Yang Mi didn't dare to think about it anymore. She looked up at Lao Zhou and said in a dry voice, "Uncle Zhou, this is too expensive."
Old Zhou still had that calm smile on his face. Sir said that the person at the helm of Sky Capital must have a car that matches his status. Especially in a place like Haicheng, sometimes a suitable car can save you a lot of unnecessary trouble.
The gentleman also said that the temperament of this car is very suitable for Miss Young. A good match for me?
Yang Mi subconsciously glanced at the psychedelic blue-purple color of the car body, as well as its powerful yet elegant lines, and suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. This car is indeed inexplicably in line with her proud, independent and unwilling to follow the crowd character deep in her heart.
Please accept it, Miss Young. Old Zhou bowed slightly. This is also the master's affirmation of your ability. At this point, Yang Mi knew she couldn't refuse.
She took a deep breath and held the key tightly in her hand. The cold metal touch seemed to carry an electric current throughout her body.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for me.
Yang Mi tried to make her voice sound calmer.
Old Zhou nodded, turned around and left without saying anything else. Only Yang Mi and the Maybach X1 were left in the parking lot.
She reached out and gently stroked the cool car body, feeling the perfect paint and smooth lines.
Then, she pressed the unlock button on the key. Buzz.
After a slight electronic sound, the hidden door handle popped out, and the gull wing door slowly opened upwards, like spread wings, with a very elegant posture. Yang Mi bent down and sat in the cockpit. The luxurious atmosphere of top-grade leather and carbon fiber hit her face.
The seat had an excellent wrapping feeling, as if it was tailor-made.
The design of the center console was simple and technological, and the layout of various buttons and screens was full of futuristic colors.
She gently pressed the start button. Boom!
A deep and surging engine roar sounded. Different from the explosive roar of ordinary sports cars, this sound was more profound and powerful, with a calm and majestic manner, like a sleeping beast being awakened.
The whole parking lot seemed to tremble.
Yang Mi held the steering wheel, feeling the slight vibration and the strong power coming from the car body, and her blood seemed to be ignited instantly. She looked ahead, her eyes filled with unprecedented brilliance. She carefully shifted the gear and stepped lightly on the accelerator.
The Maybach X1 slid out of the parking space silently and merged into the lane of the parking lot.
After driving out of the parking lot and onto the ground, the afternoon sun in Haicheng sprinkled on the blue-purple body of the car, reflecting a charming luster, instantly attracting the attention of all passers-by.
The return rate is 200%. Almost everyone who saw the car couldn't help but stop, look sideways, marvel, and even take out their phones to take pictures.
This feeling of being the center of attention made Yang Mi a little uncomfortable, but also a little excited and proud. She slightly stepped on the accelerator, and the powerful power burst out instantly, with a strong sense of pushing back, but also extremely stable.
The vehicle has excellent handling, precise steering, and a solid chassis.
Even when driving on urban roads, it does not feel bulky at all, but instead has a sense of agility that makes people and cars one. This is not just a means of transportation, it is a mobile fortress that combines cutting-edge technology and ultimate art, and is a symbol of wealth, power, and taste. Driving this car on the busiest streets of Haicheng, Yang Mi's mood became extremely complicated. She recalled her days of working hard on Wall Street. Although she had stood at the top of finance and entered top places, she relied more on her professional ability and unremitting efforts. But now, this gift from Jolie easily pushed her to a height she had never imagined before. This feeling made her feel a little bit elated, and also made her more aware of Jolie's unfathomable strength and energy. What he gave her was not only money and a platform, but also a kind of confidence and freedom that she had never had before, which was above the rules. She suddenly remembered the strange impulse of her heart beating faster and wanting to hug Jolie when she left his office a few days ago. She had previously attributed it to her admiration for the strong and her excitement for her future career. But now, holding the steering wheel of this car and feeling the honor Jolie gave her, she realized that her feelings for the man who was a few years younger than her seemed to be quietly changing. That feeling has gone beyond a simple superior-subordinate relationship, beyond the awe of the boss's financial resources and courage, and has begun to be mixed with something more private and complex. It is a feeling of being recognized, valued, and even pampered, mixed with curiosity about the man's mysterious background, and a deep attraction to the pattern and ambition he showed. She no longer just wanted to work for him and create value for him. She began to want to understand him more deeply, get closer to him, and even become the general who was not just charging into battle in his grand blueprint, but someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This thought flashed through her mind, and Yang Mi was startled, her cheeks slightly hot. She shook her head, trying to put aside these inappropriate thoughts and focus on driving again. But she knew that some things, once they took root, would be difficult to ignore. This Maybach X1 is not just a car, it is more like a key that opens a long-closed corner in Yang Mi's heart, allowing her to see a new world full of infinite possibilities and unknown temptations. She needed time to adapt to all of this, to adapt to this new identity, to adapt to this heavy gift, and to adapt to the indescribable feelings that were quietly growing in her heart for the man who gave her all of this. She took a deep breath, and her eyes became firm again. No matter what, she would not disappoint Jolie's expectations, nor would she disappoint the opportunities given to her by this era. She would drive this unique car and carve out a world for herself in Tianxiang capital in the financial battlefield of Haicheng.
Chapter 58.
Jolie was holding a tablet and watching the real-time progress of various work reports sent by Yang Mi recently. A huge plan was about to be implemented.
Kangjian Capital's Chun Chiming's public questioning was like a stone thrown into a calm lake.
Although it caused quite a stir in the public opinion field, it was quickly resolved within Tianxiang Capital by Jolie's calmness and Yang Mi's concentration.
Doubt is the best stimulant.
It makes this newly formed elite team more motivated to prove their worth with practical actions. Ding, the system sound suddenly rang.
System task released, successfully acquired Andes Mining. Mission reward, charm value increased by 100%.
Increasing your charm value by 100% can quickly gain the favor of the opposite sex and quickly improve your favorability.
Wow, that's awesome.
Jolie gave a big thumbs up to the system. This reward was so great that Jolie couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth to his ears. The target has been locked, a medium-sized lithium mining company called Andes Mining near the Uni Salt Flats in Bolivia, South America. The company owns the mining rights to several Salt Lake lithium mines with considerable reserves and good quality, and its technology is relatively mature, but it has recently run into trouble.
On the one hand, the irrational decline in global lithium prices some time ago caused its cash flow to be tight.
On the other hand, due to some policy uncertainties brought about by the change of local government and frictions with local indigenous communities over environmental protection and land use rights, its stock price fell sharply, and there were even reports that it was seeking to sell part of its equity or be acquired as a whole. Xiaopeng analyzed that the long-term value of Andes Mining's core assets, the Salt Lake mining areas, was seriously underestimated. Through analysis of geological exploration reports and production data, he believes that its proven reserves are very solid, and although its lithium extraction technology is not the most advanced, its cost control is good. Once lithium prices recover and policies become clear, profitability will recover quickly. Lister's quantitative model also gave positive signals. Through the analysis of massive data such as global new energy vehicle sales, battery installed capacity, and upstream material supply and demand, the model predicts that in the next 1-2 years, global demand for lithium resources will usher in a new round of explosive growth, and lithium prices will most likely return to the upward channel and may even break through historical highs. Andes Mining's current market value, compared with its potential value, leaves huge room for arbitrage. Xinyu quickly organized a team to conduct a comprehensive review of Bolivia's mining regulations, foreign investment policies, and legal disputes involving Andean mining. She pointed out that risks do exist, especially in terms of policies and community relations, but they are not uncontrollable. As long as plans are made in the transaction structure design and subsequent operations, and active communication is carried out with local governments and communities, risks can be effectively managed.
The window of opportunity is short.
Yang Mi pointed at the recent stock price chart of Andes Mining on the screen and spoke decisively. According to Mr. Zhou's intelligence, several international mining giants and large investment banks have approached Andes Mining, but they are generally hesitant due to concerns about policy risks, and their bids are relatively conservative. If we can make a quick decision, make a competitive offer, and demonstrate our sincerity and ability to resolve its predicament, we have a high chance of winning the controlling stake.
Yang Mi added. Mr. Yang, this investment is not small.
It may require billions or even tens of billions of funds.
Moreover, it is a cross-border merger and acquisition, so the risk level is not low.
Lister reminded that although the model was optimistic, he must fulfill his risk control responsibilities.
There are risks and benefits.
Yang Mi has sharp eyes. We need to be the dragon crossing the river that stirs up the market, not just following behind others to pick up crumbs. This project is in line with Mr. Zhou's strategic direction of laying out core resources and also in line with our concept of value investment. More importantly, if successful, this will be the first shot fired by Sky Capital and will be of great significance.
She looked at Xinyu. Are you sure you can clear the legal obstacles?
Xinyu pushed up his glasses, his eyes calm and confident.
Give me a week, and I can put together a special team including top local lawyers to complete preliminary legal due diligence and design a relatively safe transaction structure. The key is that we need to get some degree of tacit approval or support from local governments, which may require the use of some unconventional resources. Yang Mi nodded and turned her gaze to Xiaopeng. How much do you know about the management and shareholder structure of Andes Mining? Who are the key decision makers? Where might their bottom line be? Xiaopeng immediately pulled up some background information on the characters.
Andes Mining's founder and CEO, Jose Alvarez, is a key figure, holding about 30% of the shares and having high prestige within the company.
But he seems to be more inclined to introduce strategic investors rather than sell out completely.
The other major shareholders are several local family consortiums, whose attitudes are more wavering and they pay more attention to practical interests.
Yang Mi pondered for a moment and quickly outlined the negotiation strategy in her mind. Okay, the basic situation is clear.
Lister, you immediately organize a team to conduct a more in-depth financial model stress test on Andes Mining.
We need an accurate valuation range.
Xiaopeng, you continue to dig deeper into the information of management and shareholders, especially their demands and weaknesses. Xinyu, you will immediately start the formation of a legal team and due diligence work. She paused. I will report to Mr. Zhou in person and apply for startup funds and necessary resource support. At the same time, I will arrange initial contact with Mr. Alvarez as soon as possible.
Understood. The team members responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement.
The hunting horn had already sounded, and everyone felt the excitement of adrenaline rushing through their bodies. Yang Mi immediately called Zhou and briefly reported the situation of Andes Mining, the team's analysis and judgment, and the preliminary action plan.
Andes Mining?
Zhou on the other end of the phone seemed familiar with the name. He pondered for a moment and said, well, this target is good. I have read some of their information and it does have potential.
As for Bolivia, I will coordinate the relationship. Funding is not a problem. How much quota do you need?
According to preliminary estimates, if we seek controlling stake, we may need funds ranging from 8 billion to 12 billion Chinese yuan.
Yang Ni gave a preliminary estimate.
I'll give you an authorization limit of 15 billion.
Zhou Li gave an affirmative answer. Just do it.
Remember, you need to be quick and tough, but also leave some room for maneuver. When necessary, you can show some muscles to let them know the strength and determination of Sky Capital.
Understood.
With Zhou Li's full support, Yang Ni became more confident. She knew that the relationship coordination and muscle Zhou Li mentioned were not ordinary means. The power hidden behind this young boss was far greater than she imagined.
Sky Capital's sophisticated war machine began to operate at full speed. Chapter 59. Santa Cruz, Bolivia.
This city in the heart of South America became the battlefield where Sky Capital fired its first shot.
The headquarters of Andes Mining, a slightly old but still decent office building, welcomed guests from the Far East. Yang Ni took List, Zhao Peng and Qin Yu into Alvarez's conference room.
The fatigue brought by the long-distance flight was forcibly suppressed, and everyone looked energetic and sharp-eyed. Alvarez, a middle-aged man with a face marked by the plateau and a shrewd and anxious look in his eyes, stood up to greet him with a formal smile.
Welcome, Miss Yang, and all the elites from Sky Capital. It's a pleasure to see you here.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries and necessary courtesies, both parties quickly got down to business.
The atmosphere in the conference room immediately became serious.
Just half a day ago, in Haicheng, inside a private room of a high-end club with extremely high privacy, the atmosphere was completely different. Chen Shiming, the founder of Kangjian Capital, with his cheeks flushed from alcohol and excitement, was holding up a crystal glass in his hand.
Bosses, brothers.
His voice was loud and clear, with a hint of pride that he was in control of the situation.
Andes Mining is a piece of meat that is really fat. We can't let the local financial power of Haicheng be taken away so easily by the foreign dragon this time. This time we are working with Pan American Mining, a giant in the North American mining industry. We must teach that brat a lesson.
Everyone echoed, with a determined smile written all over their flushed faces. Mr. Alvarez, we are very impressed with the assets and potential of Andes Mining.
Yang Ni got straight to the point, speaking in a professional and confident tone.
Skydome Capital hopes to acquire a controlling stake in the company and commits to invest the necessary funds and resources to help Andes Mining get out of its predicament and realize its true value.
Ms. Yang, thank you for your recognition.
But the controlling stake, Andes is the company I founded, it's like my child. We prefer to introduce a strong strategic investor to develop together.
Alvarez leaned back slightly and interlaced his fingers on the table.
The premise for common development is to move in unison and make efficient decisions.
Yang Mi refused to give in.
The problems facing the Andes now require a strong leader to promote solutions.
Dispersed equity and decision-making power will only delay opportunities.
The two sides engaged in a fierce tug-of-war over core issues such as the shareholding ratio, management authority, and future development plans. Yang Mi's team was well prepared, with detailed data and clear logic. Alvarez, relying on his familiarity with the company and understanding of the local situation, argued with reason and refused to give in easily.
The negotiations were once deadlocked. At this moment, Zhao Peng received urgent intelligence from Haicheng.
His face changed slightly and he quickly passed the information to Yang Mi. After reading the message, Yang Mi's eyes turned a little colder. She looked at Alvarez and said, "Sir, I'm afraid we are not the only buyers interested in Andes. As far as I know, our Chinese Kangjian Capital, in conjunction with Pan American Mining, a well-established mining group in North America, is approaching the Lopez family, which holds 15% of your company's shares, and is also absorbing the circulating shares in the market."
The intention is obvious. Alvarez's face darkened. Obviously, he also knew about this. Lopez was more concerned about short-term interests, and he had long been dissatisfied with Alvarez's conservative management style.
Yang Mi continued, "The style of that North American mining group is well known in the industry.
They are probably only interested in Andes mineral resources.
As for the company's debts, community relations, and technological upgrades, they may not be interested in resolving them. They are more likely to take advantage of the situation and swallow up Andes' core assets at a low price." These words hit Alvarez where it hurts. After contacting the North American company, he felt deeply uneasy and humiliated by the other party's aggressive attitude and the practice of only talking about price instead of the future.
Is the child he raised going to be eaten by vultures like this? He was caught in a painful dilemma.
Although Sky Capital was strong, it at least showed its sincerity in cooperating to solve the problem, while the other party was undisguised plunder. Seeing Alvarez's frown, Yang Mi knew the time had come. She used the excuse of going to the bathroom to call Zhou Li and briefly reported the deadlock in the negotiations, Chen Qiming's disruption, and the key problems Alvarez was facing: policy uncertainty and thorny community relations.
Got it.
Zhou Li's voice was calm.
I will handle the minor issues with policies and the community. You stabilize Alvarez and proceed as planned.
Just half a day later, Alvarez, who was in the conference room for another round of difficult negotiations with Yang Mi's team, received 2 calls in succession. One was from a senior official in the Ministry of Mines, who suggested that the government welcomes the participation of strong and responsible foreign investors and expressed optimism about certain pending approval processes. Another call came from an Aboriginal community leader who had always had a tense relationship with the company. The leader's attitude suddenly softened and he expressed his willingness to engage in friendly negotiations on previous differences. Alvarez put down the phone and looked at Yang Mi with shock in his eyes.
He is not a fool.
The 2 calls came so strangely and at such a coincidental time. There must be a powerful force behind them. And this power is obviously related to the young female president from China and the Sky Capital behind her. Policy risks and community conflicts, the 2 biggest stones weighing on his heart, seemed to have loosened overnight.
This moved him more than any financial commitment. Ms. Yang.
Alvarez's voice trembled a little. About the issue of controlling rights, perhaps we can talk about it again. The balance of negotiations began to tilt.
Now, you need to make a choice. Do you choose a bandit who only wants to plunder resources, or a partner who is willing to fight alongside you, face challenges together, and realize the value of the company?
Yang Mi paused and emphasized her tone. Alvarez's eyes stayed on Yang Mi's face for a few seconds, as if he was judging the truth and confidence in her words. Although the sudden attack by Pan American Mining disrupted his position, it also made him see the other party's true face and the unreliability of the Lopez family. Boss Yang, Alvarez said in a low voice, Pan American Mining is very powerful and has been operating in Bolivia for many years.
If they are determined to rob it, I'm afraid. Strength?
Yang Mi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile.
Mr. Alvarez, you may not know much about Skydome Capital.
In the world of capital, real strength is not just the numbers on the books.
Chapter 60.
Yang Mi adjusted her sitting position slightly to make herself more comfortable. Taking into account the current situation and in order to demonstrate Skydome Capital's utmost sincerity, we have decided to increase the acquisition offer by 10%.
Alvarez and his team were stunned.
They obviously didn't expect that at this critical moment when competitors entered the market, Sky Capital not only did not back down, but instead took the initiative to raise its bid.
At the same time,
Yang Mi continued, her voice clear and powerful. With regard to the land rights disputes and license renewal issues that your company is currently facing, Sky Capital promises to invest the necessary resources to resolve them after the acquisition is completed. We have the confidence and ability to clear these obstacles. She paused, changed the subject, and added casually. Of course, we also believe that Bolivia is a country ruled by law, and any attempt to interfere with normal business activities through improper means will eventually be punished accordingly. For example, some companies that try to manipulate the approval process or maliciously spread rumors may soon see their good luck run out. Alvarez's eyes shone, he understood the hint in Yang Mi's words. Combined with the sudden attack of Pan American Mining just now, and the amazing confidence and sincerity of Sky Capital in raising the price, the balance in his heart began to tilt again. The sun is still shining brightly in Santa Cruz, but for Carlos Mendez, head of Pan American Mining's Bolivian branch, these days feel like the coldest time of the year. Less than 24 hours after they announced their intention to acquire shares of Andes Mining from the Lopez family and were ready to press on and take over this lithium mining company with great potential, a series of inexplicable troubles followed.
The first was a surprise inspection by the tax department.
An inspection team directly dispatched by the State Administration of Taxation drove into the office building of Pan American Mining on the pretext of receiving an anonymous report of suspected serious tax evasion, sealed up all account books and servers, and required the company's executives to cooperate with the investigation. The inspection team was adamant and unyielding, completely ignoring Mendez's attempts to smooth things over through old connections. Officials who had previously treated him as a brother and accepted bribes now avoided him like the plague, with either phone calls not working or vague responses indicating they could do nothing to help.
Immediately afterwards, the Environmental Protection Department also sent a sternly worded rectification notice.
They dug up old accounts from a copper mine project owned by Pan American a few years ago, accusing it of serious violations in tailings treatment and water resource protection, demanding an immediate suspension of production and rectification, and possibly facing huge fines. This project has always been one of Pan American's important sources of profit in Bolivia. Its sudden suspension is a heavy blow to the company's cash flow and reputation. What made Mendez even more anxious was that the Lopez family, with whom they had just reached an agreement, suddenly changed their minds. The patriarch of the Lopez family, an old fox with considerable power in the Santa Cruz business community, called Mendez personally, his tone full of apology and a hint of horror that was difficult to conceal. He said that after careful consideration within the family, it was believed that the time was not yet ripe to sell Andes Mining shares and decided to temporarily suspend transactions with Pan American Mining. When Mendez angrily questioned the reason and threatened to hold him liable for breach of contract, the old fox just vaguely said that he had received some friendly reminders and had to make this difficult decision for the long-term interests of the family. He also hinted to Mendez that Pan American Mining seemed to have offended someone it shouldn't have offended recently and advised him to be careful.
Someone who shouldn't be offended?
Mendez was furious in his office and almost overturned the table. He just couldn't figure out who had such tremendous power behind the scenes that he could mobilize powerful departments such as taxation and environmental protection in just one day, and at the same time make the Ramirez family, which has always been profit-driven, retreat at the critical moment?
Could it be the Sky Capital from China?
This thought flashed through his mind, but Mendez found it unbelievable.
How could a newly established investment company, even if it had some financial resources, have such a terrifying political and business influence in Bolivia, which is across the ocean? This is simply unreasonable. But apart from Sky Capital, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would, or had the ability to, use such a powerful method to deal with Pan Am at this time. For a time, Mendez was in a state of panic. Not only was his plan to acquire Andes Mining disrupted, but even the company's own operations were in great trouble. He could only deal with various inspections while urgently reporting to the headquarters in North America for help. The instigator of all this, Jolie, was now leisurely sitting on the terrace of Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden, sipping the fine Longjing tea and watching the battle briefing sent in real time by old Joe on his tablet computer. Tax audits are in place, with a preliminary freeze on the main accounts of Pan American Bolivia. The Environmental Protection Department has issued a notice to suspend production and rectify the situation, and the relevant mining areas have suspended operations. The head of the Lopez family has clearly stated that he will withdraw from the deal and has conveyed goodwill to us. Lao Zou's report was concise and clear, but between the lines he revealed a calmness that indicated he was in control of everything. Jolie nodded with satisfaction. To deal with a multinational mining giant like Pan American, relying solely on commercial means is often of limited effect. It is necessary to use some extraordinary forces to hit the snake at its weakest point, directly paralyzing its local operating capabilities and destroying its confidence. What he called local resources was not a last-minute effort, but one of the abilities given to him by the system to quickly build and call on a network of contacts around the world. Through a series of complex exchanges of interests and precise guidance, he can quietly influence the local power structure and put those seemingly powerful opponents into unexpected difficulties. As for the Lopez family, these fence-sitters who change their stance according to the wind only need a little persuasion to make them realize that the risks of continuing to be involved with Pan Am far outweigh the benefits, and they will naturally make a wise choice. Very good. Jolie replied to Lao Zhou, keep up the pressure, but be careful. The goal is to make them give up and completely abandon the idea of Andes Mining. Don't kill them all. After all, we may have another chance to deal with them in the future. Yes, sir. Putting down the tablet, Jolie picked up the teacup and took a sip. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was blowing, bringing a sense of comfort. It was really a good feeling to be able to plan and win a battle thousands of miles away. He took out his cell phone and dialed Yang Mi's number. Chapter 61. How's the situation? Jolie asked in a relaxed tone. Yang Mi, on the other end of the phone, couldn't conceal her excitement in her voice. Boss Joe, this is simply incredible. Yang Mi's voice was slightly excited. Pan American Mining is in a state of panic, with tax and environmental problems coming one after another. I heard that one of their important copper mines was forced to stop production. The Lopez family also withdrew their intention to trade. Mr. Alvarez's attitude has completely changed 180 degrees now, and he has taken the initiative to express his hope to finalize the final agreement with us as soon as possible. Although she had long expected Jolie to take action, the effect of such a swift, precise, and dimensionality reduction attack was still far beyond her imagination.
This is no longer a business competition, this is simply a fight between gods.
She didn't even dare to think about what kind of power Jolie used to stir up such a big storm in the complex country of Bolivia. As expected,
Jolie's tone remained calm. He should now understand who can really help him.
Yes, he totally got it. Yang Mi took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner turmoil. We just concluded a new round of negotiations, which went very well.
Based on the price you authorized, we have basically reached an agreement on core terms such as controlling rights, management arrangements, and future development plans.
Xinyu is drafting the final acquisition agreement overnight based on the negotiation results.
If nothing unexpected happens, it can be officially signed tomorrow.
Very good, very efficient. Jolie gave a rare compliment. Subsequent integration work must also be carried out as soon as possible.
Andes Mining has a good foundation, but there is still much room for improvement in management and operations. You need to send capable personnel there as soon as possible to stabilize the situation and introduce Tianxiong's management model and resources.
Understood. I have already started preparing. Yang Mi responded immediately.
Jolie's affirmation made her feel warm in her heart. The shock and awe she had felt before were now mixed with a hint of joy and admiration. This young boss not only possesses the terrifying power to change the situation, but also has a clear strategic vision and control over details.
Besides, Jolie added, since Alvarez has chosen us, he is one of us.
In the subsequent integration, we should respect his opinions and make use of his experience.
We need a vibrant Andean mining industry, not a lifeless appendage. I understand, Mr. Zhou.
I will handle the relationship with Mr. Alvarez. Yang Mi felt the trust and empowerment in Jolie's words, and was deeply moved.
That's it. I'll wait for your good news, Jolie said and hung up the phone.
Yang Mi stood at the window of her hotel room in Santa Cruz, holding her slightly hot cell phone, looking at the sky outside which was gradually getting darker, and her mood could not calm down for a long time. This thrilling acquisition battle is about to come to an end in a nearly crushing manner. The first shot of Skydome Capital was so loud and so shocking. And the mastermind of all this, the young man thousands of miles away, became taller, more mysterious and more attractive in Yang Mi's heart. She remembered that a few days ago, she had felt panic and anxiety because of the Maybach, and tried to attribute her inner throbbing to the admiration of the strong. But now, after personally experiencing this thunderstorm manipulated by Jolie behind the scenes, she realized that the feeling was far deeper than she had imagined. It was a mixture of awe, curiosity, dependence, and admiration that she herself was unwilling to admit. She longed to know more about him, to be closer to him, and to be the one who could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with him in his grand blueprint. This thought popped up again uncontrollably, and this time, Yang Mi did not suppress it deliberately.
She just gently stroked her chest, feeling the accelerated heartbeat. Maybe, letting things take their course is not a bad thing.
The next morning, at a well-known law firm in Santa Cruz, Yang Mi, on behalf of Sky Capital and Andes Mining, represented by Jose Alvarez and several other shareholders who agreed to sell their shares, formally signed an equity acquisition agreement. Sky Capital successfully acquired 60% of Andes Mining's shares at a price of approximately 9.8 billion Chinese yuan, becoming its absolute controlling shareholder.
The signing ceremony was simple and grand. When Yang Mi and Alvarez held hands tightly, the spotlight flashed, recording this historic moment. Alvarez had a smile of relief and expectation on his face, and his eyes were full of trust and relief when he looked at Yang Mi. He knew that he had made the right choice. Yang Mi kept a professional smile, but her heart was in turmoil. She knew that this was not only a successful business acquisition, but also an important step for Sky Capital to set sail and move towards a global resource map. And she, Yang Mi, as the frontline commander of this operation, also proved her worth in this war without gunpowder. Of course, she knows better that behind all this stands the man who gave her the platform, trust, and support. Bite. Almost at the same time as the agreement was signed, Jolie, who was far away in Haicheng, heard the long-lost system prompt sound in his mind. System mission completed, successfully acquired Andes Mining. Task reward, charm value increased by 100%. An indescribable warmth instantly surged through Jolie's body, as if every cell was injected with new vitality. He felt that his eyes seemed to become deeper, his smile more contagious, and his every move exuded an inexplicable attraction. Increase your charm by 100%? Quickly gain favor from the opposite sex and quickly improve your favorability? Jolie touched his chin and couldn't help but grin again. This reward is interesting. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yang Mi. Congratulations. The mission was completed beautifully. I will celebrate your success when I return to Haicheng.
Yang Mi received the message and looked at the simple words on the screen, but her cheeks felt slightly hot.
She seemed to be able to feel Zhou Li's smiling eyes through the words.
Celebrating the success, she suddenly felt particularly looking forward to meeting him again after returning home. Chen Shiming smashed the teacup in his hand, and the scalding tea and broken porcelain pieces splashed all over the floor. His chest heaved violently, his face turned ashen, and the smug smile that had just appeared on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by incredible anger.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He stood up suddenly and paced around the office anxiously. What on earth did those idiots of Pan Am do? How did they get caught with so many evidences? And that old fox Lopez must have received benefits from Sky Dome Capital. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. The boast he made in the club before, vowing to teach Zhou Li and Tianxiang Capital a lesson, now sounded like a joke. He had carefully planned the hunt, and thought it was a sure win, but not only was the prey taken away, but even the helpers he had invited were beaten black and blue, and he himself was completely humiliated. It's like there is an invisible hand controlling everything precisely behind the scenes. Chen Shiming stopped and looked out the window with a sinister look. He didn't believe it was just a coincidence, and he didn't believe Yang Mi had such great power. There must be someone behind that woman. Could it be that kid named Zhou? Does he really have such a powerful means? A chill rose from Chen Shiming's heart. This time, he seemed to have hit an invisible iron plate. He felt like a clown, performing a clumsy play on a stage that others had already set up, but he was completely unaware of it. Check. He turned around abruptly and growled at his assistant who was standing trembling beside him. Check it out for me. What is the background of Sky Capital and that Zhou Li? I don't believe they can cover up everything in Bolivia. Chapter 62. The square in front of the Pearl Tower was brightly lit. A long red carpet extended to the entrance, with colorful balloons dotted on both sides, setting off the warm atmosphere of the Jianghai Chamber of Commerce charity dinner. When Zhou Li appeared, the noise at the scene seemed to quiet down. His left hand gently held Xiao Qiao, who was wearing a smart evening gown, while his right hand was elegantly held by Jiang Shuru, who was wearing a soft long dress. The 100% charm bonus granted by the system was silently taking effect at this moment. Combined with his already outstanding appearance and calm temperament, he seemed to have his own light source, instantly attracting everyone's attention. That kind of attraction is not deliberately displayed, but a natural demeanor that makes people involuntarily like it and find it difficult to look away. A low murmur began to arise among the crowd. Is it Zhou Li from Sky Capital? I heard that it was him who recently made a big move in South America and squeezed out Pan-American mining. No wonder Jianghai Chamber of Commerce recruited him as a director so quickly. He is young and promising. The sounds were not loud, but they were clearly heard by Zhou Li. He just smiled indifferently and didn't care. The victory of Sky Dome Capital in Bolivia not only brought rich business returns, but also gave him a real place in Jianghai City, a place full of hidden talents. The olive branch thrown by the Jianghai Chamber of Commerce was the most direct recognition of his strength. Xiao Qiao's evening gown is neatly cut, highlighting her aura as a workplace elite, and her eyes are filled with confidence. Jiang Shura chose a light blue long dress, which made her skin look whiter than snow, and her temperament was gentle and charming. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, complemented Zhou Li and formed an eye-catching landscape. As I was walking, I met Lu Ziyuan and Lu Xiaoxiao beside him. When Lu Ziyuan saw Zhou Li, he smiled warmly. My dear Zhou, you are here too. He glanced at Xiao Qiao and Jiang Shuru with a knowing smile. TSK, young and promising, with beautiful women around, the envy of others. Little did people know that his little bok choy also adds fragrance. Lu Xiaoxiao was wearing a pink princess dress, like an exquisite doll. When she saw Zhou Li, especially the two beautiful sisters beside him, her face turned slightly red. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly, and whispered, Brother Zhou Li. Zhou Li smiled and responded, Uncle Lu, good evening. Then he smiled and ruffled Lu Xiaoxiao's hair. Whose little fairy is this? She is so beautiful today. Being praised in public by the person she liked, Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red. She secretly looked up at Xiao Qiao and Jiang Shuru beside Zhou Li. She felt a little sour in her heart, but was more happy to see Zhou Li. Okay, don't stand at the door, let's go in and find a place to sit. Lu Ziyuan smiled and tried to smooth things over, inviting Zhou Li and his group to sit together. The dinner officially began.
Yang Zi, the famous host of Haiqing TV station, walked onto the stage and announced the start of the charity auction with her infectious voice, igniting the atmosphere once again. The auction proceeded to the jewelry segment. A dazzling diamond necklace was just held in the hands of the host Yang Zi, and Xiao Qiao's eyes widened instantly, and it was obvious that she liked it very much. Jolie caught a glimpse of Xiao Qiao's appearance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and just as he was about to raise the sign, a slightly gentle voice followed.
Director Zhou is very elegant. I am also very interested in this necklace.
Jolie looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in his early 30s, wearing a neat suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He had a standard business smile on his face and provocation in his eyes. There was a woman wearing designer clothes standing next to him, looking at the necklace with anticipation in her eyes. Jiang Shuru, who had trained in Haicheng, quickly whispered, "Chen Qiming's son is called Chen Bin."
Jolie understood.
It seemed that the Chen family had already blamed him for the incident in Bolivia.
You're too polite, Mr. Chen. Everyone likes good things.
Jolie responded indifferently. Chen Bin kept smiling and immediately followed up, Director Zhou is very wealthy, but when it comes to charity, there is no distinction between high and low.
I also want to do my part.
Jolie nodded slightly in response.
Yang Zi introduced loudly in the center of the stage. This Tears of the Galaxy diamond necklace was designed by the famous jewelry designer Alan Zhang.
The main diamond is a rare pink diamond weighing 10 carats, and it is surrounded by.
Jolie's eyes fell on the necklace, and detailed information instantly emerged in his mind. Item: Tears of the Galaxy diamond necklace.
Materials: PT950 platinum, natural pink diamond 10.18 carats, if clarity, vivid color grade, matching diamonds total weight approximately 25 carats, D color, VVS1.
Craftsmanship: top quality handmade inlay.
Valuation: 8,100 million Chinese yuan. Special properties: contains a weak blessing energy, long-term wearing can soothe emotions. Pink diamonds, and of a fancy vivid grade, with an internally flawless clarity of exceeding 10 carats, are absolutely rare treasures in the auction market. What's even rarer is that they come with special properties.
Starting price: 30 million Chinese yuan. Yang Zi invited guests to bid while showing it. Prices started to climb. 35 million. 40 million. 45 million.
After several rounds of bidding, Chen Bin raised his sign again, 60 million. At first, some of the people holding up the sign shook their heads, some sighed, and some whispered about its maximum value. Seeing that no one had made a bid yet, Chen Bin's pride was beyond words. Jolie finally raised the number plate in his hand for the first time.
90 million.
His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the banquet hall. The whole place fell silent for a moment, and all eyes were focused on Jolie.
Raising the price by 30 million at a time. This is equivalent to doubling the price directly from the low price.
This boldness made many people secretly astonished.
Host Yang Zi also looked at Jolie in surprise.
She knew a little about jewelry and that the necklace was worth a lot of money, but she didn't expect Jolie to act so decisively and increase the price by such a large amount. Chen Bin's face darkened instantly, and the beautiful woman next to him became unhappy. "Mr. Chen, keep adding, I just want this necklace."
"Shut up."
Chen Bin threw away his previous gentle and polite appearance and revealed his true face. Several wealthy people who were bidding earlier hesitated for a moment, but finally put down their number plates. 90 million had far exceeded their psychological expectations, and they were all experienced people who would never act rashly.
90 million once. 90 million twice. 90 million 3 times. Deal. Host Yang Zi made the final decision. Congratulations to this young Mr. Zhou.
Applause broke out. Jolie smiled and gestured to the people around him. In the end, Jolie used an outrageous bidding method to spend 85 million and 93 million to buy a forest ring emerald bracelet and an ocean heart diamond necklace respectively.
The entire auction became his personal show.
Applause rang out again and again, expressing congratulations and gratitude to this young and messed up new director.
However,
Jolie took the 2 necklaces and a ring he had just bought and came to Qiao Qiao, Jiang Shuru, and Lu Xiaoxiao. "Come on, 3 beauties, try them on." Wearing the Tears of the Galaxy, Qiao Qiao's eyes were filled with tears and she was so moved that she was speechless. Jiang Shuru's cheeks flushed with excitement, and she looked at Jolie with eyes full of admiration and love. This undisguised preference and the gift given under the spotlight of the crowd greatly satisfied her vanity and made her feelings for Jolie even more passionate. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at the heart of the ocean on her chest, then at Jolie's gentle smile. Her little face turned red like a ripe apple, Her heart beat like a drum, and she was speechless for a long time. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause and discussion again. Even though they were all leaders in the business world, they had never experienced such generosity. To give away jewelry worth nearly 300 million yuan just like that was truly inhumane. Yang Zi, the host who was about to announce the next dinner program, also looked at Jolie deeply. Chapter 63. The waves caused by the auction have not yet completely subsided, and there is still a hint of excitement and discussion in the banquet hall. Zhou Lihao spent nearly 300 million to buy 3 top-quality jewelry pieces and gave them to 3 beauties as gifts, which undoubtedly became the most eye-catching focus of the night. People looked at Jolie with eyes full of admiration, curiosity, and perhaps a bit of indescribable jealousy. Xiao Xiao, Zhang Shouruo, and Lu Xiaoxiao were so happy that they felt dizzy under the envious gazes of everyone. Especially the dazzling jewels made them the center of attention. Shen Bin sat in the corner, his face gloomy enough to drip water. He had carefully prepared a provocation and wanted to use the opportunity of the necklace auction to suppress Jolie in front of everyone and win the favor of his female companion, but he did not expect to be directly crushed by the other party in an almost humiliating way. The offer of 90 million not only took away the necklace he was determined to get, but was also like a loud slap in the face. The woman beside him had long lost her previous expectations. Instead, she looked at Chen Bin's ugly face with some fear and dared not say anything more. He could feel the vague gazes from the people around him, as if they were all mocking him for overestimating his own abilities. This feeling of failure made him hate Jolie even more. At this moment, the host of the dinner, Yang Zi, the leading actress of Haiqing TV, stepped onto the center of the stage again. She changed into an elegant silver dress, smiled sweetly, and spoke in a clear voice, trying to draw everyone's attention back to the theme of the dinner. Thank you very much to all the guests for their generosity. Tonight's charity auction was a complete success. Yang Zi's voice spread throughout the venue through the microphone. Every donation will be gathered into a warm stream of love, bringing hope to those in need. Next, let us warmly applaud and invite Mr. Su Kaiho, the president of Jianhai Chamber of Commerce, to come to the stage and give a speech. The spotlight was directed to the main table, and an old man with gray hair, but vigorous spirit and elegant face slowly stood up. He was Su Kaiho, the president of Jianhai Chamber of Commerce. After years of immersion in the business world, Su Kaiho had a pivotal position and extensive connections in both Jianhai and Haikao, and was recognized as one of the business leaders. He smiled and nodded to the applauding crowd, then walked onto the stage with steady steps. The discussions in the audience gradually died down, and everyone turned their eyes to this respected elder. Su Kaiho took the microphone handed over by Yang Zi, cleared his throat, and said with a warm smile, "Dear guests, dear friends, good evening. It is a great honor to gather with you all to join in this good cause." His voice was steady and powerful, with the bearing and confidence of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Everyone in the audience quieted down and listened carefully to the speech of this business leader. Jolie also sat up straight and looked at the stage. He still had some respect for the helmsman of Jianhai Chamber of Commerce. Since its establishment, Jianhai Chamber of Commerce has always adhered to the purpose of gathering the strength of the business community and shouldering social responsibilities. We must not only pursue commercial success, but also. He began to review the development of the Chamber of Commerce in the past year and look forward to future plans. His words were sincere and clear. The guests in the audience listened carefully and nodded in agreement from time to time. Jolie also listened quietly. He had a good impression of President Su, who he felt was a man of vision and responsibility. Su Kaiho spoke fluently and infectiously, describing the future blueprint of the Chamber of Commerce and the importance of philanthropy. However, just as he was getting excited and preparing to emphasize the next point, something unexpected happened. His smiling face suddenly froze, his brows furrowed, as if he was enduring great pain. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover his chest, his body swayed, and the microphone in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, making a harsh sound. Ugh! Su Kaiho let out a painful groan. His face instantly turned pale as paper and his lips began to turn an abnormal purple color. President Su. Yang Zi, the host closest to him, was the first to react. She exclaimed and quickly reached out to help. But it was too late. Su Kaiho's body went limp and he fell straight backwards. Bang! The dull sound of someone falling to the ground echoed throughout the banquet hall, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Dad! Old Su! 2 shrill screams came from the direction of the main table at the same time. Su Kaiho's wife and son turned pale and rushed to the stage desperately. The scene instantly fell into silence, followed by great chaos and panic.
Quick! Call an ambulance. Doctor! Is there a doctor? What happened? President Su was fine just now. Don't crowd around. Move aside and keep the air circulating.
The guests panicked, some screamed, some frantically pulled out their phones, and some tried to maintain order, but to little avail. The stage was soon surrounded by people, the spotlights flashed wildly, and the reporters smelled the scent of big news. Ding, system task released, Chairman Su Kai-ho was successfully treated. Mission reward, Golden Eye Technique, which allows you to see through the essence of anything with the help of your inner strength. Jolie stood up and stood in his original position, with a slight smile on his face. This task should not be difficult, and the reward was as nonsensical as always. The moment Su Kai-ho fell just now, he had already sensed that something was wrong thanks to his superb eyesight and keen perception brought about by his god-level Chinese medicine skills driven by his internal strength. The changes in Su Kai-ho's facial expression before he fell to the ground, the color of his lips, and the extremely weak but abnormal breath fluctuations at that moment, these details might be just normal reactions to a sudden illness in the eyes of ordinary people, but in Jolie's eyes, they pointed to a more dangerous possibility. He carefully recalled Su Kai-ho's condition before he came on stage. Although he looked a little tired, his complexion was still good, which was definitely not a sign of a sudden illness. Moreover, the posture and speed of his fall, as well as the painful expression at that moment, were more like poisoning. A rapid onset toxin that can interfere with the nervous system or cardiovascular and cerebrovascular systems. This thought made Jolie's heart tremble. At the charity dinner, the president of the Chamber of Commerce collapsed in public, suspected of being poisoned? There must be something complicated behind this. At this time, Su Kai-ho's wife had already thrown herself beside her husband, crying uncontrollably. His son, Su Janbin, was also pale but still calm. He tried to call his father while anxiously directing the people around him, "Call 120. Quick!" Seeing Su Kai-ho's eyes closed, his breathing weak, and his face becoming increasingly ugly, Jolie no longer hesitated. Saving people is like putting out a fire. No matter what conspiracy is behind it, save the person first. Moreover, as Su Kai-ho is the president of the Jianghai Chamber of Commerce, if he can be rescued, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to his future development in both Jiang and Hai. What's more, there are system tasks. He immediately walked quickly towards the stage. Chapter 64. Move aside, I know some medical skills, let me take a look. Jolie squeezed forward. However, as soon as he approached the edge of the stage, he was sternly stopped by Su Kai-ho's son. What are you doing? Stop. Mr. Su was extremely anxious, shocked and angry at the moment. When he saw a young man suddenly rushing towards him, he immediately became alert, stretched out his hand to stop him, and spoke in a very unfriendly tone. Who told you to come up here? Don't make trouble here. Go away now. Madame Su also raised her tearful eyes and saw Jolie's young face. She cried even more, we don't need you. Call a doctor. A real doctor. In her opinion, Jolie was too young to be an experienced doctor. He was probably just trying to show off in this kind of occasion. Jolie frowned even deeper, I know medical skills. President Su's condition is very dangerous. Let me take a look. You know medicine? How old are you? Is it your turn to intervene here? Master Su didn't believe it at all and pushed Jolie roughly. Get out of here right now. You delayed my dad's treatment. Can you take responsibility? The people around also cast questioning glances. Yeah, young man, this is no joke. Wait for the professional doctor to come. Don't do something bad with good intentions. He's the one who took the picture of the necklace just now. He's too young. What medical skills do we know? Jolie was pushed back a step. Looking at the arrogant and unreasonable Mr. Su, the crying Mrs. Su, and the questioning eyes around him, he couldn't help but feel angry. Human life is at stake, but these people judged him as incompetent based on his age and appearance. It was simply foolish. But he knew that now was not the time to argue. Su Kai-ho's condition was deteriorating rapidly, and he could feel that the poison was eroding his vitality. Ambulance! Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? Mr. Su shouted anxiously into the phone. Apparently, the response from 120 was not optimistic. During the evening rush hour, the road conditions from the hospital to the Pearl Tower were indeed worrying. His current condition is very dangerous. It may be too late for an ambulance to arrive. Jolie said in a deep voice, trying to explain, I did study medicine, so maybe I can help.
No need. Su Jianjianbin refused firmly, saying in a tough tone, the ambulance will be here soon. Please leave and don't interfere with the emergency treatment.
Jolie looked at Su Jianbin's face, which was slightly twisted by anxiety and anger, and then looked at Su Kaiho, whose breath was getting weaker and weaker on the ground, and knew that it was useless to say more. If the family members did not cooperate, he would only cause more trouble if he took forceful measures, and he might even be blamed. At this moment, an old man with gray hair and a solemn face, who was also a guest at the main table, walked over quickly. He was one of the vice presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. His surname was Wang, and he had the best relationship with Su Kaiho. He took a look at Su Tsaiho's condition and said to Su Jianbin anxiously, Jianbin, waiting like this is not a solution. I just remembered that Vice President Feng Changlin of Haicheng First People's Hospital seems to be attending a medical seminar dinner on the top floor of the Pearl Tower tonight. I have some friendship with him, so I called him right away and asked him to come down and take a look.
Dean Feng? Great. Uncle Wang, please ask Dean Feng to come down.
Hearing this, Su Jianbin felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly urged.
Feng Changlin is an authoritative expert in the cardiovascular field in Haicheng and even in the country. With his help, my father may still be saved. Vice President Wang did not dare to delay and immediately walked to a slightly farther place to make a call.
The guests around were slightly relieved when they heard Feng Changlin's name, and the discussion became quieter. After all, the arrival of a professional authority is much more reliable than letting a young man who doesn't know the details mess around.
Jolie stepped aside and watched quietly. He knew Feng Changlin, a well-known expert in Haicheng with superb medical skills.
But he knew that Su Tsaiho's current condition was probably not as simple as a conventional cardiovascular disease.
If it was really poisoning, and it was some rare toxin, even Feng Changlin might not be able to diagnose it immediately and find a cure.
A few minutes later, the elevator door opened with a ding, and two middle-aged men in suits with extraordinary temperament walked in quickly under the guidance of Vice President Wang. The man walking in front was a 50-year-old, slightly plump, serious-looking man. He was none other than Feng Changlin, the vice president of Haicheng First People's Hospital. Behind him followed a man of similar age, wearing glasses and looking a bit more refined.
President Feng, you're finally here.
Su Jianbin hurriedly went up to him, his tone anxious.
President Wang just told me on the phone, what's the situation?
As Feng Changlin asked, he quickly walked to Su Kaiho, squatted down and began to examine him. He first felt Su Tsaiho's carotid artery pulse, then lifted his eyelids to look at his pupils, then took out the stethoscope he carried with him and listened carefully to his heart and lungs. Everyone around held their breath and looked at Feng Changlin nervously. Madame Su clenched her fists tightly and even forgot to cry for the time being.
A few minutes later, Feng Changlin stood up with his brows tightly furrowed. How is it? Dean Feng, my dad. Su Jianbin asked in a trembling voice. Feng Changlin shook his head, his face solemn. The situation is not good.
His vital signs are stable for now. His heartbeat and breathing are still there, but very weak, and he is in a deep coma. The pupils are slow to respond to light. From the surface symptoms, it seems like a sudden cardiovascular emergency, but there are some strange things.
The specific cause needs to be determined by returning to the hospital for a detailed examination.
He paused and added, I have asked the hospital to prepare the emergency room and equipment, and the ambulance should be here soon. The most important thing now is to keep his vital signs stable until he gets to the hospital. Although these words were professional, they were equivalent to saying nothing. Failure to determine the cause of the disease meant that targeted first aid could not be performed. This made the Su family and the guests around them, who had just ignited hope, feel depressed again.
The elegant man following behind Feng Changlin also stepped forward to check on Su Tsaiho's condition.
He also shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he was helpless.
Vice President Wang introduced, this is Director Gu Zhong'an of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital.
He is a famous expert in integrated Chinese and Western medicine treatment in our country. He happened to be attending the seminar with Director Feng today. Even the two experts said that there was no solution for the time being, and the atmosphere at the scene became even more depressing.
Mrs. Su couldn't help but sob again.
Gu Zhong'an unconsciously raised his head and scanned the anxious and confused crowd around him, trying to find out if there were any other medical colleagues present. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on a young man standing quietly at the edge of the crowd, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly widened and an expression of unbelievable surprise appeared on his face.
Zhou. Divine Dr. Zhou? Gu Zhangnan almost shouted out loud, his voice trembling. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Jolie excitedly, grabbing his arm as if he was afraid that he would run away. It's really you. How come you are here? Great. Great. Quick. Dr. Zhou, come and see President Su. You must have a solution. Gu Zhangman's face turned red with excitement, completely losing the calm demeanor of the expert scholar just now. Chapter 65. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Feng Changlin, Su Jianbin, Vice President Wang, and all the guests around them looked at Gu Zhangnan and Jolie in surprise and confusion. How could this dean from Jiangcheng be so excited about this unknown young man and even call him a miracle doctor? Jolie didn't expect to meet Gu Zhangnan here. Since he became a specially appointed expert, he hasn't been able to help the hospital at all? Dean Gu, long time no see. Jolie was a little embarrassed. Oh. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Gu Zhangnan looked Jolie up and down, and the more he looked, the happier he became. Since we last met, I have been thinking about your miraculous skills. Feeling that the occasion was not right, he swallowed his words back. He slapped his thigh suddenly, as if he had thought of something, and hurriedly pulled Jolie towards Su Kaiho. Quick, quick, quick. Dr. Zhou, come and see President Su. We just looked for a long time and couldn't figure out what's going on. You have profound medical skills, come and take a look. Now, the people around were even more excited. What? Let this kid see it? Did Dean Gu make a mistake? He is so young. Even Dean Feng and Dean Gu can't do it, how can he do it? You must be joking. This is a matter of life and death. Doubts were heard everywhere. Feng Changlin frowned even more, and looked at Gu Zhangnan with obvious confusion and a hint of displeasure. Old Gu, what are you doing? Who is this young man? Although he and Gu Zhangnan were close friends and knew that Gu Zhangnan was not a man who praised others easily, it was unthinkable to let such a young man treat such a critically ill patient. This was not only irresponsible to the patient, but also showed that these professional doctors were too incompetent. Su Jianbin became even more anxious and blocked Jolie's way. Dean Gu. Stop joking. My father is in critical condition now, how can I let I? He didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was very clear, that is, he didn't trust Jolie. Oh. You don't understand. You don't understand. Gu Zhangnan was so anxious that he kept waving his hands. He didn't bother to explain too much. He just patted Jolie's shoulder vigorously and said to everyone, don't look at Zhou Xiaoyou's young age. His medical skills, especially his attainments in Chinese medicine, are absolutely miraculous. Last time in Jiangcheng, a patient with cardiac arrest was given up by the hospital, but Zhou Xiaoyu saved him with a few injections. Dean Feng also knows about this, and I mentioned it to him at the time. Feng Changlin was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have heard Gu Zhangnan mention it before. At that time, he just thought it was an old friend bragging about the emergence of a Chinese medicine genius in Jiangcheng, and didn't take it too seriously. Could it be this young man in front of him? He looked at Jolie suspiciously, his eyes full of scrutiny. The guests around were also skeptical, but Gu Zhongnan's solemn promise did not seem like a fake. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jolie. Being stared at by so many people, especially in such a tense atmosphere, Jolie remained calm. Hey, it's time to show your real skills. He looked at Su Jianbin and Mrs. Su, his tone calm and confident. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, please believe me this time. President Su's condition is indeed very special. It is very dangerous to delay it. Let me try. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. If I can't cure him, I will never shirk any responsibility. His eyes were clear and firm, and had a convincing power. Mrs. Su looked at her husband's increasingly worse complexion on the ground, then looked at Gu Zhangnan who looked anxious and earnest, and then looked at the young man in front of her who was young but unusually calm, and her inner defenses finally loosened a little. Su Jianbin also hesitated. The two experts were helpless, the ambulance had not arrived yet, and his father's life was slipping away bit by bit. Perhaps, the only way was to try to save his father? Okay. Su Jianbin gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. Then I'll trouble you. What do you need us to do? Move aside, keep quiet, and don't disturb. Jolie said concisely. Everyone immediately stepped back and formed a circle, even breathing softly, for fear of disturbing him. The reporters also temporarily stopped taking pictures, and all the cameras were aimed at the center of the field.
Jolie walked to Su Kaiho and squatted down, ignoring all the gazes around him. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently placed them on Su Kaiho's wrist pulse.
Close your eyes and concentrate.
The internal force in his body was like a trickle, silently flowing into Su Kaiho's body through his fingertips and flowing along his meridians. At the same time, the extraordinary perception given to him by his divine-level Chinese medicine skills allowed him to clearly see the condition inside Su Kaiho's body.
Really?
Jolie's eyebrows slightly raised. There was a weak but extremely cold and strange breath in Su Kaiho's heart and brain meridians. This breath was constantly eroding his vitality, hindering the circulation of qi and blood, causing the organs to fail rapidly and his mind to fall into a coma. This was definitely not an ordinary disease, but a sign of poisoning. This toxin was very hidden and accumulated over a long period of time. If he did not have internal strength and divine Chinese medicine skills, it would be difficult to detect.
It seems that someone doesn't want Su Kaiho to live.
After determining the cause of the disease, Jolie had a plan in mind. Although this toxin was strange, it was not impossible for him to cure it. He withdrew his fingers and took out a flat leather square box from his jacket pocket. When he opened it, a row of glittering gold needles appeared.
Acupuncture? Feng Changlin looked at Jolie's steady movements and the way he took a pulse just now.
The doubts in his heart dissipated a lot, and were replaced by strong curiosity. He has been practicing medicine for decades and considers himself knowledgeable, but this is the first time he has seen a Chinese medicine practitioner with such demeanor and pulse-taking skills at such a young age. Jolie picked out a few golden needles as thin as hair, twisted them lightly with his fingers, aimed them at several key acupuncture points on Su Kaiho's head, as well as the Tanzhong, Niguan, and other acupuncture points on his chest. With a focused eye and lightning fast movements, he pierced them steadily. His technique was extremely delicate, the angle of insertion, depth, and speed of twisting the needle were all just right, without the slightest hesitation. The onlookers couldn't even see how he inserted the needle, they only saw a flash of golden light, and the needle had entered the acupoint.
Feng Changlin's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side, and he was secretly shocked.
Just based on the skill of this needle, it was enough to prove that this boy was definitely not a mediocre one. He had only seen this kind of acupuncture skills on a few masters of traditional Chinese medicine. After the golden needle entered the acupuncture point, Jolie did not stop, but slowly injected a stream of pure internal energy into the golden needle. The internal energy was like a gentle warm current, which passed through the golden needle and entered Su Kaiho's meridians, began to dispel the cold toxins, and at the same time stimulated his own vitality.
Time passed by, and you could hear a pin drop in the banquet hall.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Kaiho, expecting a miracle to happen. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Su Kaiho, whose face was as pale as paper and whose lips were purple, began to regain some color, and the color of his lips gradually changed from purple to light red. Under his tightly closed eyelids, his eyeballs seemed to move slightly.
It moved. It moved. Dad's eyelids moved.
Su Jianbin, who had been staring at his father, was the first to notice the change and exclaimed excitedly.
Mrs. Su was so happy that she cried. She clasped her hands together and kept chanting Buddha bless you.
Jolie's expression remained unchanged as he continued to mobilize his internal energy, increasing the strength to expel poison and stimulate his vitality. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Obviously, using his internal energy to expel poison and save people was also a great drain on him. After a few minutes, Su Kaiho's fingers suddenly curled up and a faint moan came from his throat. Then, as everyone watched with bated breath, Su Kaiho slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were a little confused at first, but soon they became clear again. He saw the people around him clearly, and saw Jolie squatting in front of him clearly.
What's wrong with me? Su Kaiho's voice was still a little weak, but his consciousness was completely clear. Dad! You're awake! You're finally awake! Su Jianbin couldn't hold back any longer, rushed forward, and cried with joy. Old Su! Mrs. Su also cried out. Awake! Really awake! Oh my God! This is amazing! Is this true? A few needles saved the person? Chapter 66. The ambulance is coming! Someone shouted.
Several emergency doctors and nurses in white coats rushed in carrying a stretcher. When they saw the scene on the stage, especially the presence of the 2 deans and the fact that the patient's condition did not seem as critical as they had said on the phone, they were all a little surprised. Feng Changlin immediately stepped forward, briefly explained the situation, and directed the emergency personnel to carefully put Su Kaiho onto a stretcher and prepare to send him to the hospital. Madame Su held Zhou Li's hand tightly, her eyes reddened, her voice choked with sobs. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much today. You saved old Su, which means you saved our entire Su family.
We in the Su family will never forget this kindness. Zhou Li patted the back of her hand and said, it's just a small favor. You're welcome. Let's send President Su to the hospital first. Follow-up treatment is important.
Su Jianbin also came over and bowed deeply to Zhou Li. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, thank you.
Zhou Li nodded slightly.
As Su Kaiho was put on a stretcher and hurried away accompanied by Feng Changlin, Gu Zhang'an and Su's family, thunderous applause broke out in the banquet hall. This time, the applause was no longer just out of courtesy or congratulations on the auction's charity, but came from the heartfelt admiration and gratitude for Zhou Li's miraculous medical skills and his efforts to save lives. Xiao Xiao, Zhang Shuro, and Lu Xiaoxiao also came over and surrounded Zhou Li, their eyes full of concern and admiration.
Zhou Li, are you okay? You seem to be sweating a lot.
Xiao Xiao carefully took out a tissue and wanted to help him wipe the sweat.
I'm fine, just a little weak.
Zhou Li took the tissue with a smile and wiped his forehead.
Brother Zhou Li, you are so great.
Lu Xiaoxiao tilted her little face up, her eyes full of little stars. Zhang Shuro looked at Zhou Li with tenderness in her eyes, and all her words turned into a loving gaze. Lu Ziyuan also came forward, patted Zhou Li on the shoulder, and laughed, My dear Zhou, you really opened my eyes today.
You are a hidden talent. You deserve the title of Miracle Doctor. Zhou Li smiled modestly. Uncle Lu, you are too kind. I only know a little bit. Fur? If you are Fur, then what are Dean Feng and Dean Gu? Lu Ziyuan joked, okay, you are tired too, sit down and take a rest first.
The host Yang Zi also came back to her senses at this moment. She had just witnessed this thrilling scene and was deeply shocked.
She looked at Zhou Li with mixed emotions, including shock, admiration, and curiosity.
She calmed herself down, walked back onto the stage, and picked up the backup microphone. Dear guests, there was an accident just now, which frightened everyone. Fortunately, with the timely treatment of Mr. Zhou Li, President Su is out of danger and has been sent to the hospital for further treatment. Let us once again give a warm round of applause to thank Mr. Zhou Li for his miraculous treatment. The applause rang out again, louder and longer than ever before. At this moment, Zhou Li's name and the title of Miracle Doctor were deeply imprinted in the hearts of these business elites. Chen Bin, who was in the corner, had already quietly left the banquet hall. He knew that after tonight, Zhou Li's reputation and status in Jiang and Hai would reach a new height. It would be even more difficult for him to deal with Zhou Li again. What frightened him even more was that there was something strange about Su Caiho's poisoning.
Was there some bigger conspiracy behind it?
He had a vague feeling that beneath the seemingly calm surface of the river and the sea, a huge storm might be brewing. At this moment, Zhou Li's doubts became more and more intense. According to the pulse diagnosis just now, it didn't seem like the poison was administered on the spot, and the poison must have existed for a long time.
What was going on?
After the shocking scene of Su Kaiho suddenly collapsing and being miraculously saved by Zhou Li, the atmosphere at the charity dinner became a little subtle. Although the host Yang Zi tried hard to get the process back on track, everyone's minds were obviously no longer on the subsequent singing and dancing performances and toasts. People gathered in twos and threes, whispering about what had just happened, and the focus of the topic was always Zhou Li.
Who is Zhou Li? Not only is he the boss of Sky Capital, but he's also a miracle doctor? Who said it wasn't? The acupuncture just now was simply amazing.
Dean Feng and Dean Gu were both so impressed. I heard that he was involved in mining in South America before and squeezed out Pan-American mining. Now it seems that his power is not limited to the business world.
President Su owes him a huge favor this time.
I'm afraid the relationship between the Su family and Sky Capital will be further strengthened in the future.
The Chen family must be furious.
They originally wanted to use the auction to suppress Zhou Li, but they ended up using a king bomb to counterattack. Now even Chairman Su has been saved by him.
This is a slap in the face. Shu, keep your voice down.
Even though the Chen family members are gone, they may still have ears. These discussions, whether loud or low, with envy or jealousy, amazement or speculation, were all clearly heard by Zhou Li. He held a glass of champagne and sat with Lu Ziyuan, Xiao Qiao and others, with a calm expression, as if the miracle doctor who had attracted everyone's attention just now was not himself. The system prompt sounded at the right time.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully treating President Su Kaiho.
Mission reward, Golden Eye technique has been issued.
Golden eye technique. With the help of inner strength, one can see through illusions and understand the essence of things, including but not limited to information about objects, the flow of qi and blood in the human body's meridians, energy fluctuations, etc. A stream of cool information instantly flooded into Zhou Li's mind, and his eyes seemed to feel a slight burning sensation, and then returned to normal. He subconsciously circulated his internal energy and focused on the champagne glass in his hand. In an instant, the material, year, origin of the cup, and even the extremely tiny flaws on the cup wall were all clearly presented in his perception. He then turned his gaze to a guest not far away. The man's slightly swollen eye bags, irregular heartbeat, and even mild liver problems caused by long-term drinking were all exposed under the blessing of the golden eye technique.
Interesting.
Zhou Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This golden pupil technique, combined with his god-level Chinese medicine skills, is like adding wings to a tiger.
Not only can it diagnose diseases more accurately, it also has great potential in other aspects, such as appraising treasures, identifying people, and avoiding danger. My dear Zhou, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed? Lu Ziyuan asked with a smile when he saw Zhou Li staring into the distance in a daze.
Nothing, Uncle Lu. Zhou Li came back to his senses and raised his glass to indicate, I was just thinking about President Su. Just as he was about to talk to Lu Ziyuan, he saw Su Jianbin coming back and hurriedly approaching him. His face was tired, but more excited and grateful.
Mr. Zhou. You haven't left yet, that's great. Su Jianbin grabbed Zhou Li's hand and shook it vigorously. I just came from the hospital. Dean Feng and Dean Gu asked me to tell you that my father's condition has stabilized. That's good. Zhou Li nodded. This result was within his expectations. The doctor said that if you hadn't rescued him in time and with the right method, my father might have. As Su Jianbin spoke, his eyes became red again. Mr. Zhou, you are the adopted parents of our Su family. We are grateful for this kindness. Mr. Su, you are too polite.
Zhou Li interrupted him, it's just a small favor.
I'm glad that President Su is okay.
Su Jianbin took a deep breath, calmed down, then took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Li with both hands.
Mr. Zhou, this is the highest level VIP card of our Su group. You can enjoy the highest discounts and the best services when you consume at any of Su's properties around the world.
I know this is not enough to express our gratitude, but please accept it.
Zhou Li took a look at the black card with a low-key and luxurious design, and nodded without refusing. Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. He knew that this was a way for the Su family to show goodwill, and it was also the beginning of a deeper connection between the two parties. In addition, Su Jianbin moved closer and lowered his voice. We have already reported my father's poisoning to the police, and they are investigating. At the same time, our Su family will use all their resources to investigate. No matter who did it, we will never let him go. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in his eyes. If you need my help, please let me know, Mr. Su, Zhou Li said. He was also very interested in finding out who was behind this, not only for the Su family, but also to eliminate potential threats. Of course. Of course. Su Jianbin nodded repeatedly. When my father's health gets better, we will definitely pay him a visit and formally thank you. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Jianbin hurried away and rushed back to the hospital to be with his father. After the dinner, Zhou Li took Xiao Qiao and Zhang Shuru out of the Pearl Tower. The evening breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. In a dark corner not far away, a pair of fierce eyes were watching Zhou Li's every move. Chapter 67.
A week later, on the 66th floor of Haicheng Center Building, the headquarters of Tianqiong Capital.
In the spacious and bright president's office, Zhou Li was sitting in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. The sun shines through the glass, casting a warm glow on him. On his desk, there are several investment analysis reports covering new energy, biomedicine, and other cutting-edge fields. Since the last charity dinner, the name of Dr. Zhou has spread like wildfire, and Sky Capital has also received more attention. Many partners who were originally on the sidelines have become much more positive. Of course, Zhou Li did not get carried away by this. He knew very well that the business world was like a battlefield, and the real competition had just begun. Saving Su Kaiho would certainly gain him huge favors and reputation, but it might also put him at the center of some unknown vortex. Especially the poisoning of Su Kaiho, there are many doubts. That cold and strange smell is definitely not an ordinary poison, but more like some kind of long-planned conspiracy. In the past few days, in addition to handling company affairs, he has also been secretly paying attention to the developments in the Jianhai business district, but has not made any special discoveries yet. Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Please come in. Jolie didn't even raise his head.
The secretary pushed the door open and said respectfully,
Mr. Zhou, this is Mr. Su Jianbin's call. He said it's a private call and he wants to talk to you directly. Please bring it in.
Jolie put down the documents in his hand.
Soon, the call was transferred in, and Su Jianbin's grateful voice came from the receiver. Hello, Mr. Zhou, I hope I didn't disturb you at work? Mr. Su, you're too polite. Is there anything I can help you with?
Jolie said in a calm tone.
That's right, Mr. Zhou. Su Jianbin's voice was very serious. My father has recovered well, thanks to your timely intervention.
He kept talking about how he wanted to thank you in person. So, my father wants to hold a banquet at home tomorrow and invite you to come over for a small gathering.
I wonder if it is convenient for you. Jolie thought for a moment.
The Su family's invitation was reasonable, and it was also a good opportunity for him to learn more about the situation.
Okay, no problem. What time? 7 o'clock in the evening, I'll send you the address later.
By the way, my father has also invited several old friends from the Chamber of Commerce to accompany us. They are all trustworthy people, and I would like to take this opportunity to formally introduce you, my benefactor, to everyone.
Su Jianbin added. Okay, I'll be there on time.
Jolie agreed. After hanging up the phone, Jolie leaned back in his chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingers.
Su Kaiho invited old friends from the Chamber of Commerce to join him?
This was not just a thank you banquet, but perhaps there was a deeper purpose.
Did he want to show that he was in good health and reassure people? Or did he want to use this opportunity to convey some information? Or did he want to formally introduce himself to the core circle of Jianhai Chamber of Commerce? In any case, tonight's family dinner is worth going to.
In the evening, Jolie drove to the top wealthy villa area located in the western suburbs of Haicheng. The Su family's mansion is a Chinese-style manor with white walls, black tiles, and flying eaves in corners. It appears particularly low-key and rich in heritage among the modern villas. There were no exaggerated sentries at the door, only 2 security guards in plain clothes but with sharp eyes. Su Jianbin had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Jolie's car approaching, he immediately went to greet him with a smile on his face.
Mr. Zhou, it's great that you can come. Su Jianbin enthusiastically opened the car door for Jolie.
Please come in, my father and several uncles are waiting inside. Jolie got out of the car and casually glanced at the surrounding environment. The villa looks ordinary from the outside but is tightly guarded from the inside.
In fact, the security is tight.
Apparently, the Su family has stepped up their precautions after the last incident. Walking into the villa, the interior decoration is not magnificent, but exudes elegant taste everywhere. Antique mahogany furniture, famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls, and a hint of sandalwood in the air create a calm and peaceful atmosphere. In the living room, several gray-haired but dignified old men were sitting together drinking tea and chatting. When they saw Jolie coming in, they all cast their eyes over. Sitting in the main seat, Su Kaiho had already stood up, with steady steps, full of energy, ruddy complexion, and clear eyes. He walked forward quickly, held Jolie's hand tightly, and said excitedly,
My dear Zhou, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. President Su, you are too serious. I am relieved when your health improves.
Jolie felt the warmth and strength of his palm, and it seemed that he had recovered well.
Dad, slow down. Su Jianbin quickly supported his father. My dear Zhou, let me introduce you. Su Kaiho took Jolie and introduced the elders present one by one. This is Mr. Wang Kangyan, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce.
You also met him at the dinner last time. Su Kaiho pointed at Vice President Wan, who had invited Feng Changlin.
My dear Zhou, I have heard of your name for a long time. Your demeanor that day really opened the eyes of us old fellows.
Wang Kangyan smiled and stretched out his hand.
You're too polite, Mr. Wang.
Jolie shook hands with him. This is Mr. Li Weidong, a longtime director of our Chamber of Commerce.
He is very influential in the real estate industry.
This is Mr. Zhao Yuanqing, who is mainly engaged in industry. All of the people introduced by Su Kaiho are well-known figures in the business circles of Jianhai.
Just a stomp of their feet can make the industry tremble.
The looks they gave Jolie were full of curiosity and scrutiny, but of course, more of it was politeness and kindness. After all, Jolie is not only the helmsman of Tianxiang capital, but also Su Caiho's savior.
After some greetings, everyone sat down.
Madame Su personally served tea and snacks, looking at Jolie with eyes full of gratitude.
My dear Zhou, I invited you here mainly because my father wanted me to express my gratitude in person. In addition, Su Jianbin glanced at his father and continued. I also want you to get to know these uncles. We will all be one family from now on. If you need any help in Shanghai, just let me know.
These words carry a lot of weight. It is equivalent to the Su family and these big guys joining forces to formally accept Jolie and are willing to provide support for him.
Jolie understood and picked up the teacup. Thank you, President Su, and thank you all for your kindness.
Jolie is new here, so I hope you will take good care of him in the future. The atmosphere was harmonious and everyone was chatting about interesting business stories and discussing the current economic situation.
Although Jolie is young, he has extraordinary knowledge.
In addition, Tianxiang Capital's recent successful investments have made him not shy in front of these bigwigs. He can sometimes come up with some unique insights, which makes several old men nod frequently.
The dinner was held in a side hall.
The long mahogany dining table was filled with exquisite dishes that were obviously carefully prepared and looked delicious. Everyone moved to their seats, and Su Kaiho specially arranged for Jolie to sit next to him.
My dear Zhou, try this.
Su Kaiho personally picked up a piece of steamed grouper for Jolie.
This fish was just flown in from the South China Sea today. It's very fresh. Thank you, President Su.
Jolie took a bite and found the fish tender and cooked to perfection.
And this is our chef's specialty, Buddha jumps over the wall. Su Jianbin also greeted warmly.
After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere became more and more lively.
Su Kaiho put down his chopsticks and instructed the servant beside him. Bring up my cup of soup.
Soon, the servant carefully brought an exquisite white jade porcelain cup. As soon as the lid was opened, a rich ginseng fragrance instantly filled the air.
Little friend Zhou. Su Kaiho was all smiles. I asked the kitchen to prepare this for you.
The dish used was a piece of top-quality 100-year-old wild ginseng, which was stewed for a full 8 hours. My body was able to recover so quickly thanks to it replenishing energy.
You spent a lot of energy saving me that day, so this is a good way to make up for it.
He personally picked up the soup spoon, scooped a spoonful of clear golden ginseng soup, and poured it into the small bowl in front of Jolie.
Hurry, drink it while it's hot.
The ginseng soup in the bowl is golden in color and clear to the bottom, with only a few ginseng slices as thin as cicada wings floating in it, exuding a refreshing and rich aroma. You can tell it's top-notch stuff at first glance. Several old men around also showed envious expressions.
100-year-old wild ginseng is a rare item that is hard to buy even with money.
The fact that Su Kaiho gave it to Jolie to nourish his body shows how much he values it and how grateful he is.
President Su, you are too polite.
Jolie thanked him and picked up the small bowl. However, just as he was about to drink the bowl of ginseng soup, his heart inexplicably moved. He subconsciously circulated his internal energy and activated the golden eye technique he had just acquired, and his eyes fell on the bowl of ginseng soup in front of him.
Chapter 68.
In an instant, the scene in front of Jolie changed subtly. Under the golden eye technique, the composition, age, and energy fluctuations of the ginseng soup were all clearly presented in his perception.
This is indeed a wild ginseng of very high age, containing magnificent and pure plant essence, which is extremely effective in restoring essence and replenishing vitality. But in that pure vital energy, Jolie keenly caught a very faint breath, but it was the same cold and strange breath he had detected in Su Kaiho's body before. This breath is hidden very deeply and almost merges with the energy of the ginseng itself. If it weren't for the fact that the golden eye technique could see through the essence of things under the influence of internal force, and if he hadn't been deeply impressed by that aura, he wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Even with sophisticated instruments, it would have been difficult to get a glimpse of it. Jolie's heart sank suddenly. There is something wrong with this bowl of ginseng soup. In other words, there is something wrong with this wild ginseng. Not only does it fail to completely replenish qi, but while replenishing vital energy, it will also unknowingly send a trace of cold and strange toxic smell into the drinker's body. If this continues to accumulate over a long period of time, the consequences will be disastrous. Su Kaiho's quick recovery was probably not only due to the ginseng, but more because Jolie had used his internal force needles to expel most of the toxins from him last time, thus stimulating his vitality. But drinking this ginseng soup is equivalent to introducing a new source of poison into the body. Who was it? Who on earth wanted to kill Su Kaiho with such covert and vicious means? Moreover, he actually set his sights on this life-saving supplement.
Zhou Li held the bowl of soup steadily, his expression unchanged, and even revealed a hint of admiration. Such a strong ginseng fragrance, it is indeed top quality.
He didn't point it out immediately, nor did he show any abnormality. If we point it out now, not only will there be insufficient evidence, it will also alert the enemy and may even cause panic and unnecessary suspicion in the Su family. He gently put down the soup bowl and asked casually. President Su, such good wild ginseng must be very rare, right? Where did you find it?
Hearing this, Su Kaiho smiled and waved his hand.
It's a coincidence. After I got into trouble, many friends sent me supplements. This ginseng was sent by Mr. Zhang Qiheo, the director of the Chamber of Commerce. He said that an old friend had found it by chance deep in the Changbai Mountains many years ago and had kept it as a treasure. This time he specially gave it to me to replenish my body. Old Zhang is a very thoughtful person. Zhang Qiheo?
Zhou Li's pupils shrank slightly.
Director of Jianhai Chamber of Commerce? The middle-aged man who seemed to have little presence at the charity dinner and sat in the back? Zhou Li only had a vague outline in his mind. Was it sent by him? A director of a chamber of commerce gave the president a life-saving ginseng, but it contained the same aura as the poison that the president was poisoned with? This can't be a coincidence.
Zhou Li's heart was instantly filled with turmoil, but he still maintained a calm smile on his face. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, hiding the cold light in his eyes.
The clue finally appeared. Zhang Qiheo, this person is very problematic.
Just as his thoughts were churning, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded from deep in his mind.
Ding!
System task released, investigate the real reason why Jianhai Chamber of Commerce President Su Kaiho was poisoned.
Mission reward, Villa number 1 of Huajun Palace in Haicheng.
Zhou Li's heart sank.
The system actually released a task related to this? And the reward was so generous. Huajun Palace Villa number 1.
Huajun Palace, one of the top luxury residential areas in Haicheng, has only 21 villas in total, and only 16 have been sold, of which 5 are retained by the developer, and Villa number 1 is the king of the bunch. This mission must be completed, not only for the reward, but also to uncover the truth behind the layers of fog.
The dinner continued in a harmonious and warm atmosphere.
Zhou Li's mind was racing, but he always had a perfect smile on his face as he chatted and laughed with Su Kaiho and several business leaders. After all, he did not drink the bowl of ginseng soup which contained hidden secrets. Instead, he tactfully declined it with the excuse that I am too weak to be nourished, but I appreciate your good intention. Su Kaiho and others did not think much about it, they just thought that he was a young man with good physical condition, or that he had some special health habits.
During the dinner, Zhou Li seemed to casually ask Su Kaiho, Wang Kengyan, and others about the internal affairs of Jianhai Chamber of Commerce and the situation of the director Zhang Qiheo.
Old Zhang is a nice guy, but a little introverted and doesn't like to show off.
Wang Kengyan took a sip of wine and recalled.
He has been in the Chamber of Commerce for some years. He is mainly engaged in import and export trade. His business scale is not top-notch, but he is popular in the circle. He usually supports the work of the Chamber of Commerce and is a low-key and pragmatic person.
Well, Lao Zhang is indeed a relatively stable person.
Su Kaiho also nodded, and seemed to have a good impression of Zhang Qiheo. His father was also a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce, so he can be considered as inheriting his father's business. He has been working diligently over the years without any major disturbances, and I haven't heard that he has had any conflicts with anyone.
Import and export trade?
Zhou Li was thoughtful. In this industry, the people and things involved were complicated and there were many channels. If you wanted to get something special or do something tricky, it would be relatively easier.
Why is Mr. Zhou suddenly interested in Mr. Zhang? Li Weidong asked curiously.
Oh, nothing. Zhou Li smiled and found a natural reason. I just heard President Su mention it, and I think Director Zhang is quite thoughtful. I just came to Jianhai, and I am not familiar with the seniors in the Chamber of Commerce. I want to learn more about them. This explanation was reasonable and no one delved into it further.
After the dinner, Su Kaiho and Su Jianbin personally sent Zhou Li to the door and expressed their sincere gratitude again.
Mr. Zhou, please come to our house often.
Su Jianbin personally opened the car door for Zhou Li. If you have any questions in Haicheng, feel free to contact me.
Sure. Zhou Li waved goodbye to them. Sitting in the car, the smile on Zhou Li's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of deep thought.
Zhang Qiheo. The name was swirling in his mind. Why would a low-key and pragmatic Chamber of Commerce director who has good interpersonal relationships, no ambitions, and no enemies use such sinister means to poison the president Tsukaiho? What is the motivation? Was he instructed by someone? Or did he have some hidden agenda? Jolie started the car and slowly drove away from the Su family manor. The night was dark, and the street lights illuminated his profile with clear contours and deep eyes. He needs more information about Zheng Qiheo. Back at the hotel, I picked up the phone and called Lao Zhou. Old Zhou, help me check the situation of Zheng Qiheo, the director of Jianghai Chamber of Commerce. Okay, sir. Lao Zhou was as calm as ever. Jolie leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled the micro-expressions of Su Kaiho, Wang Kangyan, and others when the name Zheng Qiheo appeared at the dinner. When Su Kaiho mentioned Zheng Qiheo, he was calm, with a hint of recognition from an elder for a younger person, and there was no abnormality in his emotional fluctuations. Wang Kangyan and others had similar reactions, no surprise, no doubt. Obviously in their eyes, Zheng Qiheo was indeed the honest and dutiful director. This shows that Zheng Qiheo is hiding very deeply. In other words, he did the poisoning extremely secretly, and even the people who were closest to him didn't notice any clues. Or is he just an executor, a pawn pushed to the front? Jolie is more inclined to the latter. Su Kaiho holds a very important position in the Jianghai business community. Touching him is no small matter. There must be huge conflicts of interest behind it. Does Zheng Qiheo, who is not one of the top-notch people and has a low profile, have enough motivation and courage to murder the president? The next morning, Lao Zhou sent a preliminary investigation report. The report shows that Qiheo Trading Company, limited under Zheng Qiheo's name, is mainly engaged in the import and export of hardware, minerals and electronic products, and is of medium scale. The financial statements in recent years look quite stable, even a little too stable. There is a lack of growth points, but there are no obvious losses either. Zheng Qiheo's personal life is also relatively simple. Apart from necessary business social engagements, he seldom appears in the public eye. He has a harmonious family and has no scandals or bad habits. Everything seems ordinary, even a little unremarkable. Too calm, too normal. Jolie muttered to himself as he looked at the report. Such an ordinary person did extraordinary things. Chapter 69. The night is as dark as ink, shrouding Haicheng, a city that never sleeps, in a sea of bright lights. In the study room of Villa No. 1 in Linjiang Garden, Jolie held a teacup in his hand, his eyes fixed on the tablet computer in front of him, which was the investigation report that Lao Zhou had just updated. Zheng Qiheo's information is as clean as a blank sheet of paper, even a little too deliberate. Qiheo Trading Company, Limited has an annual turnover of 300 to 500 million yuan, and its profit margin is neither high nor low, and it has been maintained at around 8% for many years. The main partners are long-term and stable old customers. There are no new large-scale businesses and no sudden interruptions in cooperation. The tax records are perfect, without any stains. The bank statements were also checked, and apart from normal company operating funds and personal family expenses, no abnormal large transfers or suspicious account transactions were found. Lao Zhou stood beside him, looking a little confused. His personal life is even simpler. He goes from place to place, and apart from occasionally attending Chamber of Commerce events or having dinner with clients, he hardly socializes. He doesn't smoke, drink, gamble, or be lustful, and he doesn't even have a female confidant. The family is harmonious, the son is studying abroad, and the wife is a housewife. She usually goes shopping and does beauty treatments. It is a typical life of a rich wife. Jolie frowned slightly, it was too calm. How could a man who was so deliberate and dared to use such a vicious method to murder the president of Jianghai Chamber of Commerce be a model businessman with such an innocent life? This in itself is the biggest abnormality. Either Zheng Qiheo's ability of disguise has reached the pinnacle, or he is just a pawn carefully selected and pushed to the front, and all his innocence is to cover up something deeper. Look up his early experiences. Jolie said in a deep voice. Especially before he took over Qiheo Trading, and the connections of his father's generation. Also, his son's study abroad, and his wife's large-scale consumption in recent years, especially jewelry, artworks and other high-value items that are difficult to track. Understood, sir. This will take some time, especially when it comes to the flow of funds outside the country. Don't worry, check slowly and make sure it's kept secret. Okay, sir. Lao Zhou stepped out. Jolie walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window.
Outside the window, the cruise ships on the Huangpu River are brightly lit, like a flowing river of stars.
The clue about Zheng Qiheo is just like the tip of an iceberg.
The huge monster under the water has not yet been revealed. The poisoning of Su Kaiho is by no means a simple matter of personal grudge. It is likely to involve the game of interests within the Jianghai business circle or even at a higher level.
His involvement now is both an opportunity and a risk.
The reward for the system task Huajun Palace No. 1 Villa is certainly tempting, but the process of completing the task is obviously not easy.
He needs more information and more chips.
Just then, his personal cell phone rang. It was Yang Mi calling.
Boss Shou, we have basically finished dealing with our affairs.
The preliminary integration plan of Andes Mining has been implemented, and the first batch of dispatched personnel have been arranged and are expected to leave for home the day after tomorrow. Yang Mi's voice on the other end of the phone sounded tired, but more of a sense of relief after completing the task.
Thanks for your hard work.
Zhou Li's voice softened unconsciously. The conditions over there in Bolivia are tough, and you've all suffered.
Fortunately, the team is very strong and everyone is very motivated.
Yang Mi paused, seemed a little hesitant, but still asked softly.
The celebration you mentioned before.
Zhou Li's lips curled up into a smile.
He could imagine Yang Mi's slightly flushed cheeks on the other end of the phone.
These days, he occasionally thinks of Yang Mi's shock and complicated look when she received the Maybach X1, as well as the hint of dependence and admiration that inadvertently revealed in her tone during the phone call later.
The effect of improving favorability seems to be quietly fermenting. Of course it counts. Zhou Li smiled. When you come back, I will pick you up at the airport in person.
Not only you, but also List, Qinyu, Zhao Peng and others have made great contributions this time and must be rewarded.
Yang Mi responded softly, with excitement in her voice. Then, see you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow.
After hanging up the phone, Zhou Li felt a lot more relaxed. Tianqiang Capital fought its first tough battle brilliantly, and Yang Mi and her team played an indispensable role in this.
He has asked Lao Zhou to look for a suitable reward.
For core members such as Li Zte, Qinyu, and Zhao Peng, in addition to generous bonuses, he plans to prepare a settlement fee for each of them. The amount is enough for them to own a high-end apartment in Haicheng, a city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, without any pressure. He wants these talented people who work for Tianqiang Capital to have no worries and truly treat this place as their home.
As for Yang Mi, Zhou Li looked at the night view outside the window, his eyes becoming deep.
The resettlement allowance and apartment may no longer be the most important things to her. He had other plans in mind. The Huajun Palace Villa No. 1 that was about to be acquired might be the most suitable celebration gift for her.
Of course, there are deeper rewards that require waiting for the right moment.
He turned back to his desk and picked up the information about Zheng Qiheo again. The storm is coming, and he needs to find these hidden threats as soon as possible and clear the obstacles. Whether for Su Saiho's favor, for the system's mission, or to protect himself and those around him, he must take the initiative. At the same time, in a hotel room far away in Santa Cruz, South America, Yang Mi still had a blush on her face after hanging up the phone. She walked to the window and looked at the night view of a foreign country, but Zhou Li's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. The man who is younger than her but always brings her endless surprises and a sense of security. From the shock on the 66th floor of Haicheng Center, to the astonishment of Maybach X1, to this trip to Bolivia, Zhou Li has demonstrated behind the scenes the terrifying power to turn the tide and control everything. It refreshed her cognition time and time again, and made the throbbing in her heart become clearer and clearer, and more difficult to ignore. She remembered Zhou Li's gentle tone on the phone just now, remembered that he said he would come to the airport to pick her up in person, remembered the words "I'll wait for you to come back and reward you well," and her heart beat uncontrollably faster. She even began to look forward to what their meeting the day after tomorrow would be like and what would be the reward he mentioned. In the next room, List, Qinyu, and Zhao Peng were also excitedly discussing their upcoming return home and possible rewards. Taking over Andes Mining this time is definitely a great achievement.
President Zhou will definitely not treat us unfairly.
Zhao Peng rubbed his hands, looking expectant.
I'm sure there will be a bonus, and maybe even some options?
List pushed up his glasses, his eyes sparkling.
Qinyu was relatively calm, but couldn't help but smile. We are really lucky to work with bosses like Mr. Zhou and Mr. Yang. The future of Sky Capital is infinitely bright. They didn't know yet that the surprise Zhou Li prepared for them would far exceed their imagination.
The lights of Haicheng seemed to be calling them from afar, heralding the beginning of a new and hopeful future.
Chapter 70. Haicheng Pudong International Airport, VIP Channel Exit. Jolie was wearing a decent casual outfit, with his hands in his trouser pockets, standing casually next to the pillar next to the exit. He didn't wear sunglasses, nor did he try to cover it up, but the calmness that naturally emanated from him and his charm, which made him even more eye-catching, still attracted the attention of many passengers and staff around him. Lao Zhou, along with two capable security personnel, stood low-key not far away, responsible for handling the subsequent luggage and vehicle arrangements. Jolie's eyes fell on the flight information display screen, and the flight from Santa Cruz via Paris had already shown arrived. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and there was a long-lost sense of anticipation in his heart. A few minutes later, the automatic door of the VIP channel slid open, and a group of dusty but energetic figures walked out, led by Yang Mi. She was wearing a smart black suit, her long hair was simply tied back, and she had light makeup on her face. Perhaps due to the strong sunlight on the South American plateau and the continuous travel, she was indeed thinner than when she left, and her skin had a wheat-colored complexion, but her bright eyes were even sharper and more energetic, and the way she looked around showed the self-confidence of someone who was in charge of the overall situation. When her eyes met Jolie, who was waiting there, she was startled and her nose actually felt sour. Jolie clearly saw a hint of surprise flash across Yang Mi's eyes, as well as a fleeting, little girl-like excitement, which was then covered up by her good professionalism, and she returned to her usual composure. When he saw Yang Mi's slightly thin face and the fatigue that was hard to conceal in her eyes, a feeling of pity and heartache surged in his heart. Mr. Zhou.
Yang Mi walked forward quickly with a perfect professional smile on her face, but there was a different kind of softness in her voice.
Welcome home, Mr. Yang.
Jolie walked up to her and his eyes stayed on her face for 2 seconds with deep concern.
Thank you for your hard work along the way.
List, Qinyu, Zhao Peng and others who were following behind also came forward to greet them.
Boss Zhou. Boss.
Seeing Jolie coming to pick them up in person, they all looked flattered, and the tiredness from the journey seemed to be swept away. Let's go, the car is waiting outside, let's go back to the company and rest first. Jolie signaled Lao Zhou to come forward and take over the luggage.
The group walked through the passage and came to the parking lot.
Several black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles and a Maybach, which was Jolie's car, were parked in the VIP parking space in a low-key manner. Back on the 66th floor of Haicheng Center building, the familiar luxurious environment made the team members who had just returned from South America, where conditions were relatively simple, feel as if they were in another world. Yang Mi first washed up and changed her clothes before coming to the president's office.
Jolie was sitting on the sofa.
On the coffee table in front of him were several documents and a few exquisite velvet boxes.
Sit.
Jolie pointed to the sofa opposite. Yang Mi sat down as she was told, and her secretary brought her 2 cups of steaming hot coffee at just the right time.
Is there any problem with the follow-up handover in Bolivia?
Jolie asked.
It's all arranged.
The team leader we left behind is very capable, and Alvarez is also quite cooperative. The initial integration plan has been launched, and the first phase of the review is expected to be completed within 3 months.
Yang Mi reported.
Very good. Jolie nodded and pushed a document in front of him over.
This is the reward package for this operation. Take a look first.
Yang Mi picked up the document, took a look at it, her breathing suddenly stopped, and her pupils dilated instantly. The document is titled Decision on Special Incentives for Andes Mining Merger and Acquisition Projects.
The content is simple.
1. The core team members who participated in this MA project, namely, Lister, Qinyu and Zhao Peng, will each receive a one-time special contribution settlement fee of 10 million Chinese yuan after tax. 2. The company will purchase a fully furnished house with an area of no less than 200 square meters for each of the above 3 core members in the top Riverview apartment Tangchenipin in Haicheng, and the property rights will belong to the individual.
The house keys and related documents will be issued immediately.
3. Assistant Sophie and other backstage staff involved in auxiliary work will be given cash rewards ranging from 500,000 to 2 million according to their contributions. 10 million in cash.
A house in Thompson first class.
Even though Yang Mi was used to big scenes, she was still shocked by Jolie's move. 10 million yuan for settling in expenses is not an astronomical figure for financial elites like Lister, but it is definitely a huge sum of money. Not to mention the house in Tangchenipin, which is one of the top luxury houses in Haicheng. A 200 square meter house has a market price of at least 50 million. This move can no longer be described as generous, it is simply inhumane. This is equivalent to directly giving each core member a reward worth more than 60 million. Yang Mi quickly browsed through the document, her heart in turmoil. She knew that Jolie was generous, but she didn't expect him to be this generous. Such a reward is enough to drive any financial practitioner crazy and make him work wholeheartedly for Sky Capital. She put down the document and looked at Jolie with a complicated look. Boss Joe, this reward, isn't it too higher? Jolie took over the conversation, smiled, picked up a velvet box on the coffee table, and played with it in his hands. Not high. For real talents, especially those who can fight tough battles and win battles, no reward is too high. Sky Capital wants to be a giant dragon that stirs up the wind and clouds, not a loach in a pond, and the pattern must be big. He pushed the velvet box in front of Youngmi. This is for List. It contains the property certificate and keys of Thompson Epine, as well as a promissory note for 10 million. The other 2 boxes are for Qin Yu and Zhao Peng respectively. Youngmi looked at the 3 boxes, as if she could feel the heavy weight inside. She knew how excited and happy List and the others would be when they received this gift. Call them in and I'll hand them over to them personally, Jolie said. Youngmi nodded and dialed the intercom. Soon, List, Qin Yu and Zhao Peng walked in with a little trepidation. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Yang. Sit. Jolie motioned for them to sit down, then pointed to the 3 boxes on the coffee table. You have worked hard and done a great job on this trip to South America. Sky Capital will reward you for your contributions. He handed the 3 boxes to the 3 people respectively. This is a small token of our company's appreciation to you. It includes resettlement allowance and a house, so that you can settle down completely in Haicheng. The 3 of them looked at each other and took the box in confusion. When they opened the box and saw the property certificate, keys, and the promissory note for an astonishing amount of money inside, they almost gasped at the same time and their eyes widened. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, this is too expensive. List pushed his glasses, his hands trembling. 10 million in cash plus a house in Thompson? He couldn't even dream of it. Yes, boss, we don't deserve it. Zhao Peng was also so excited that he was incoherent. Although Qin Yu tried his best to remain calm, his knuckles turned white from holding the box tightly, and it was obvious that his heart was also in turmoil. Nothing to deserve. Jolie waved his hand with a calm tone. You deserve this. I hope that every core member of Sky Capital can find a sense of belonging here and display their talents without any worries. In the future, as long as you continue to create value for the company, there will be even greater surprises. He paused and glanced at the 3 excited faces. House and money, keep them. Now, you can settle down in Haicheng with peace of mind. I only have one request: give 200% of your efforts, follow Mr. Yang, and build Sky Capital into a world-class investment institution. Yes. President Zhou. We will do our utmost to serve you until our death. List was the first to stand up and express his opinion excitedly. Zhao Peng and Qin Yu also quickly stood up and made a solemn promise. At this moment, their admiration and gratitude for Jolie had reached its peak. This young boss not only has mysterious means, but also has unparalleled courage to win people's hearts. Okay, everyone get busy. You just got back, so adjust yourself and report to your family that you are safe. Jolie waved his hand. The 3 of them left the office excitedly, holding the box carefully as if in a dream. Jolie and Youngmi were the only ones left in the office. Chapter 71. Youngmi looked at Jolie, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. She knew that Jolie's move was not only a reward, but also a way to control his subordinates, which completely won the hearts of this core team. What about mine? Youngmi asked with seductive eyes, half jokingly and half seriously, with a tone of coquettishness that she herself was not aware of. As the commander-in-chief of the front line, I won't get any reward, right? Jolie smiled, his eyes fell on her with a hint of amusement and appreciation. Your reward is naturally different from theirs. He stood up, walked to Youngmi, leaned close to her, and a faint, reassuring masculine scent instantly surrounded her. Youngmi's heart skipped a beat involuntarily, her cheeks felt slightly hot, and she subconsciously wanted to step back, but was firmly attracted by his deep eyes. Tang Chenipin is not worthy of being the CEO of our Sky Dome capital. Jolie's voice was low and magnetic, sounding softly in her ears. Wait a few days, I'll take you to a place that's right for you. Youngmi's heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable expectation surged in her heart. She raised her head and met Jolie's close gaze. There seemed to be something deeper hidden in the depths of his eyes, which made her flustered, but also vaguely expectant. As for now. The corners of Jolie's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc.
You just came back and you must be exhausted from the journey. You need to take a good rest and replenish your energy. Just as the ambiguity was shrouded, he changed the subject. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together, and by the way, I'll help you take care of your body. Treat your body?
Yang Mi was stunned for a moment, then she remembered Jolie's miraculous medical skills, and her cheeks turned even redder.
I'm fine. Whether there is anything wrong or not, I have the final say. Jolie's tone was overbearing and unyielding. It's settled. I'll pick you up at 7 p.m.
After saying that, he stood up and regained his previous calmness, as if the person who approached her with an ambiguous tone just now was not him. Yang Mi looked at him, her heart beating fast, feeling a little shy but also expectant. She knew that what Jolie meant by conditioning the body might not be as simple as it sounded. With the emotions quietly growing in her heart, she had a premonition that something special might happen tonight.
She nodded slightly and did not refuse.
Night falls and the lights come on.
120th floor, Haicheng Center Building, top floor presidential suite of Haicheng Jinzijiang Hotel.
Jolie and Yang Mi sat opposite each other. Without the superior-subordinate relationship they had during the day, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Yang Mi changed into an elegant dark blue long dress, outlining her slim and well-proportioned figure. Under the soft light, her slightly made-up face, as charming and attractive as Dayu's, forms a sharp contrast with her capable image during the day. She held the red wine glass and shook it gently, her eyes flickering a little, not daring to look at Jolie for too long.
Jolie seemed very relaxed, tasting the wine while chatting casually with Yang Mi.
They talked about everything from the customs and culture of South America to the recent international financial situation, and occasionally told one or two harmless jokes, which made Yang Mi couldn't help but chuckle, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. To be honest, the conditions in Bolivia were really tough this time.
You looked thinner.
Jolie put down his wine glass and looked at Yang Mi's face, his eyes full of heartache. The dark circles under my eyes are a bit heavier.
The high-intensity work must have taken a toll on my body.
Yang Mi subconsciously touched her cheek, a little embarrassed.
It's okay, just a little tired. It's okay to be tired. Jolie smiled slightly. That's why I need to help you adjust it.
He stood up, walked to Yang Mi, and held out his hand. Come, I will use a special method to relax you, and I guarantee that you will be radiant and energetic tomorrow. Yang Mi looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally put her hand on it. Jolie's palms were warm and powerful, and an inexplicable sense of security instantly spread throughout his body. She followed Jolie into the room, her heart beating uncontrollably.
She knew that what was going to happen next might completely change their relationship.
But for some reason, besides nervousness, she felt more anticipation. Only a few soft wall lights were turned on in the room, creating a down-to-earth and private atmosphere. Jolie asked Yang Mi to sit on the sofa while he went to the bathroom to prepare. Yang Mi sat alone on the sofa, looking at this luxurious and empty room, listening to the faint sound of water coming from the bathroom, and felt increasingly nervous. She clasped her hands together, her palms slightly sweaty. A few minutes later, Jolie came out wearing a loose silk nightgown. His hair was still a little wet, and he exuded a refreshing scent after a bath. With the bonus of charm, he looked particularly attractive at this moment, with deep eyes and a smile that carried a hint of lazy sexiness.
Are you ready?
He walked up to Yang Mi and looked down at her. Yang Mi raised her head, looked at his handsome face so close to her, and felt the strong hormonal scent emanating from him. Her cheeks turned red instantly, her heart beat like a drum, and she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. She could only nod slightly. Jolie smiled with satisfaction, sat down beside her, gently put his arm around her shoulders, and let her lean on him. Yang Mi's body stiffened, but she did not struggle. Instead, she snuggled up to him obediently, feeling the warmth of his chest and his strong heartbeat.
Don't be nervous, relax.
Jolie's voice sounded in her ears, carrying a strange soothing power. Next, I will use an ancient Taoist dual cultivation method to help you clear your meridians and replenish your vital energy.
This process will be very comfortable and will only benefit you. The method of dual cultivation? Yang Mi's heart beat faster and her cheeks became hot.
Although she didn't quite understand what it was exactly, she knew from the name that it was no ordinary massage or acupuncture. Jolie said no more. He gently stroked her back with one hand and held her wrist with the other hand.
A gentle and pure internal force was slowly injected into her body.
Yang Mi only felt a warm current starting from the part that touched and quickly flowing through her body. Wherever it passed, all the fatigue and soreness seemed to be dispelled instantly, and replaced by unprecedented comfort and relaxation. Her body softened unconsciously and her consciousness began to become a little blurry. Jolie's internal force guided her breath, circulating along a mysterious route. At the same time, the small universe in his body began to become active. Through the contact of their bodies and the blending of their breath, he slowly absorbed the negative energy accumulated in Yang Mi's body due to fatigue and stress, and converted it into pure energy and fed it back to her. This is the dual cultivation breathing technique given to him by the system. It can not only quickly improve his own cultivation, but also nourish the other party, improve the physical fitness, and even has the magical effect of preserving beauty. As the dual cultivation progressed, Yang Mi felt that her body was becoming lighter and lighter, her spirit was becoming better and better, and her skin seemed to become more delicate and smooth. The dark circles and tired look that were previously caused by staying up late and overwork are now fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her whole body seemed to be immersed in warm spring water, every cell was breathing happily, filled with unprecedented vitality. What made her even more excited was that as the blending of their auras became more and more intense, an indescribable sense of intimacy and pleasure arose spontaneously. She could clearly feel Jolie's heartbeat, the gentleness and strength of his inner strength, and his pity and desire for her. Her consciousness gradually sank into this wonderful feeling, and her body instinctively responded to Jolie's guidance. The distance between the two people was getting closer and closer, their breathing was intertwined, and their body temperature rose. After an unknown amount of time, Jolie slowly withdrew his internal energy. Yang Mi leaned lazily in his arms, opened her eyes, and felt refreshed and energetic, as if she had been reborn. She subconsciously touched her face, which felt smooth, delicate, and elastic. She raised her head and looked at Jolie, just in time to meet his deep eyes that were filled with a smile and a hint of fire. When their eyes met, lightning began to flicker in the air again. "How does it feel?" Jolie gently stroked her back and hair. "Very, very good." Yang Mi's voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and her cheeks were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. She could feel the changes in her body, and even more so the silent and ambiguous feelings flowing between the two of them. Jolie looked at her shy and charming appearance, his Adam's apple moved, and he lowered his head to kiss her again. Chapter 72. Jolie was sitting at his desk, and Lao Zhou sent him another encrypted file on the tablet. The Tokyo Cultural Exchange Foundation is ostensibly responsible for promoting cultural exchange, but several of its board members have close ties with Japan's right-wing forces, and are even linked to several Japanese consortiums that were vaguely linked to the previous rice ball takeaway incident. The New York venture capital advisory company has a complicated background and is inextricably linked to certain radical hedge funds on Wall Street. In addition, we discovered that it had secret financial transactions with the overseas shell investment company behind Jiang Huiqing on certain projects. The clues, like invisible threads, extend from different directions and finally converge to the same source of darkness: Japan, the United States, and those forces hidden behind the scenes. Sir, based on some fragmentary intelligence we obtained from special channels. During the call, Lao Zhou's voice was more serious than ever before. The puppet food plan of Fontuan Takeaway targets ordinary people, attempting to erode the health of the people from the bottom up through cheap, addictive food, create dependence, and pave the way for subsequent social unrest and financial attacks. The poisoning of Chairman Su this time is likely part of their other more secretive and advanced plan, the Charm Food Plan. The Charm Food Plan? Jolie repeated the name with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Right. This program is specifically targeted at top entrepreneurs and key figures like Chairman Su who have great influence in various industries in China. Instead of using potent poisons that are easily exposed, they are using extremely rare, seemingly beneficial tonic. For example, that 100-year-old wild ginseng, or specially supplied top-quality red wine, cigars, or even customized artworks and collectibles. Add special substances that are difficult to detect, slow-acting, but can accurately destroy specific physiological functions or affect mental states. Lao Zhou paused, seemed to take a deep breath, and continued. Some of these substances can amplify negative emotions, making people irritable and suspicious. Some can interfere with cognition and reduce decision-making ability. Some are like the poison that President Su was poisoned with, which is cold and strange, slowly eroding life force and eventually leading to accidental death or natural death. Their purpose is to create chaos and panic in the top circles by controlling or eliminating these key figures. This will affect the stability of related industries, and ultimately cooperate with financial means to tear open holes in the core areas of China's economy to achieve their ulterior motives. Jolie only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart and quickly spreading to his limbs. What a charm food plan! It is more sinister and vicious than the puppet food plan. One targets the general public, the other targets the elites at the top, a two-pronged approach in an attempt to disintegrate the country from within.
This bunch of bastards.
Jolie uttered a few words slowly, his voice icy and chilling. He remembered the description of the system mission, and the looming shadow organization and dark plan behind it. All of this connected together. The enemy was bigger, more cunning, and more inhumane than he had imagined. Zheng Qiheo is probably just a pawn they put forward. Jolie stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling night view of Haicheng below. A perfect honest man for the dirtiest of tasks.
His son is the best hostage when he is abroad.
His wife's luxury consumption is probably a disguised form of money laundering or profit transfer.
Sir, let's now.
Check. Jolie turned around with a determined look. Continue to dig deeper into all the connections between Zhang Qiheo and the line behind him. I need to know who his upline is and how they pass on orders and special items. At the same time, the possibility of the charm food plan was revealed to the Su family in the most obscure way, reminding them to conduct a self-examination, especially those gifts that seemed to be well-intentioned. He paused, a stern look flashing in his eyes.
As for Zhang Qiheo himself, I need to go and visit him in person. Arrest them directly? Hand them over to the relevant departments? No. That would only alert the real mastermind and cut off the clues.
We must firmly grasp the clue of Zheng Qiheo in our own hands and follow the clues to dig out bigger fish.
Sir, this is too dangerous. Lao Zhou immediately objected.
Since those forces are behind Zheng Qiheo, it is impossible that he has no defenses around him. He may even have spies or protection personnel from the other side.
Don't worry, I know what to do. Jolie moved his wrist, feeling the internal force surging in his body and the keen insight brought by the golden eye technique. I won't alert the enemy. I just want to observe this model businessman up close and see what kind of face is hidden under his mask. He needed to confirm Zhang Qiheo's condition to see if he could make a breakthrough directly from him. Moreover, he had a hunch that contact with Zhang Qiheo might trigger new prompts or tasks from the system. Get ready. I need to know Zhang Qiheo's detailed itinerary for the next few days. The more accurate the better. Jolie ordered.
Also, prepare a set of inconspicuous equipment to facilitate my close observation.
Yes, sir. Lao Zhou knew he couldn't dissuade him, so he had to agree. The night outside the window deepened.
The cruise ships on the Pujiang River were still brightly lit, but beneath the bustle, a more turbulent and darker undercurrent was quietly surging. Jolie knew that a more dangerous battle had begun, and he had to face it. The early morning in Haicheng is always accompanied by the hustle and bustle of traffic and the gentle river breeze.
Qiheo Trading Company, Limited is located on the middle floor of a Grade A office building, occupying half of the floor.
The decoration is quite standard, which is in line with its low-key and pragmatic image.
Just after 9 in the morning, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped on time in the underground garage of the office building.
The car door opened and a middle-aged man wearing a well-fitting suit, gold-rimmed glasses and with an elegant face stepped out.
It was Zhang Qiheo.
He was carrying a briefcase, walking calmly, with a perfect smile on his face, nodding and greeting the employees he met, and there was nothing unusual about him. No one noticed that in the shadows diagonally opposite the garage, in an inconspicuous gray Volkswagen sedan, Jolie was quietly observing him through the window covered with dark film. The golden eye technique had already been activated, and Zhang Qiheo's blood circulation, emotional fluctuations, and even some subtle physiological indicators were all clearly reflected in Jolie's perception. Qi and blood are stable, heart rate is slightly faster, but still within the normal range. Emotions, some suppressed anxiety, but well controlled.
Jolie analyzed silently in his mind. On the surface, Zhang Qiheo does look like an ordinary boss under pressure to achieve performance.
But Jolie could feel that beneath that calm appearance, there was a deeper level of tension and fear.
It's like a string, always taut, not slackening at all. It seems that being a chess piece is not so easy.
A sneer appeared on Jolie's lips. For most of the next day, Jolie was like a patient hunter, keeping track of Zheng Qiheo's every move through the real-time monitoring information provided by Lao Zhou and his own remote observation. He processed documents in the office, received 2 clients, had a simple business lunch with company executives at a nearby restaurant at noon, and held an internal meeting in the afternoon. Everything seemed so routine and unremarkable. It was not until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon that a detail caught Jolie's attention. Zheng Qiheo answered a phone call for a very short time, and his expression did not change at all. However, Jolie captured it through the golden eye technique that the moment he hung up the phone, a barely perceptible flash of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the hand holding the phone was shaking slightly.
Chapter 73. Something's happening. Jolie immediately became alert.
Sure enough, at exactly 5 o'clock, Jung Ki-heo got off work on time. He had that formulaic smile on his face and greeted a few subordinates, looking no different from usual. He did not go directly to the exclusive parking space in the underground garage as usual. Instead, he straightened the hem of his suit, carried his briefcase, and walked out of the office building door with steady steps. I joined the crowd of people leaving get off work and walked towards a nearby busy subway station. Jolie raised his lips in an imperceptible arc. Looks like he's a seasoned veteran. He did not rush to catch up, but started the car and drove out of the garage slowly. Old Joe, the target, has left the building and is walking towards exit a subway station.
There are a lot of people on the ground, so pay attention to the surveillance and keep the signal unobstructed.
Got it, sir.
Lao Zou's voice was as steady as ever. Jolie drove the inconspicuous gray Volkswagen and naturally merged into the evening rush hour traffic.
Jung Ki-heo walked into the subway station and swiped his card to enter the gate. But he did not go to the platform of any line, but paced aimlessly in the busy transfer hall. He occasionally looked at his mobile phone, sometimes looked up at the signboards, and even walked to the self-service ticket machine to study the routes. A few minutes later, Jung Ki-heo's phone seemed to vibrate. He took a quick look, a hint of nervousness flashed across his face, then he immediately turned around and walked quickly out of another exit of the subway station. There, a yellow taxi just happened to be parked on the side of the road.
Jung Ki-heo opened the car door and quickly got in.
The taxi then merged into the traffic and disappeared around the corner. Sir, the target is in a taxi with license plate number HX65, heading west along Yan'an West Road.
Lao Zhou's voice came.
Jolie moved flexibly in the traffic, always keeping a distance from the taxi that was enough to avoid direct line of sight. The taxi circled the city several times and deliberately drove into several one-way streets, as if to confirm whether anyone was following it. However, the gray Volkswagen was like a shadow, appearing and disappearing from time to time, but never being thrown away. About half an hour later, the taxi left the bustling city center and entered a relatively quiet old town. The streets here are narrow, with old residential buildings and some inconspicuous small shops on both sides. Finally, the taxi stopped in front of a shop called Jingxin Tea House. The tea house was small, with simple decoration, and it didn't look like it was doing very well, even a little deserted. Jung Ki-heo paid the fare, looked around after getting off the car, and then pushed the door and walked in. Jolie parked the car in an inconspicuous spot on the corner of the street and turned off the engine. He did not get out of the car immediately, but closed his eyes, slowly circulated his internal energy, and the golden eye technique was activated. His perception was like an invisible tentacle, instantly penetrating the walls of the tea house and locking onto the situation inside. The interior of the tea house was dimly lit, with only a few tables of guests, making it exceptionally quiet. After Jung Ki-heo entered, he did not stay in the hall, but walked directly to a private room in the inner room under the guidance of a middle-aged man wearing a double-breasted jacket. The box was small and simply furnished, with only a wooden table and a few chairs. There was already a person sitting inside. The man had his back to the door. He was wearing an extremely ordinary dark gray jacket and was of medium build. There was nothing special about him. There was a cup of steaming tea in front of him, which he was sipping slowly. Jung Ki-heo walked in, and immediately put on a humble and flattering smile on his face, bowing slightly.
Mr. Nakamura, sorry to have kept you waiting. Mr. Nakamura?
Jolie's heart moved.
This surname has a very clear direction. Sit down.
The man called Nakamura spoke in a hoarse voice in stiff Chinese without even turning his head. Jung Ki-heo carefully pulled out the chair and sat down opposite, with only the front half of his body sitting on the chair, appearing very reserved.
Jolie's perception was firmly locked on the two people in the box.
Under the golden eye technique, Jung Ki-heo's blood surged, his heartbeat increased significantly, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was extremely nervous. However, Nakamura's breathing was unusually steady, and his emotional fluctuations were minimal.
How's the old man from the Su family doing? Nakamura asked calmly.
Jung Ki-heo's body trembled slightly, and he quickly replied. It went according to plan and the results were very good. The Su family invited many famous doctors, but none of them could find the cause. They just said it was due to old age and the decline of body functions. I have been bedridden recently and I don't think I can hold on for much longer. Zhang Keheo's voice trembled slightly and his eyes flickered. Zhou Li's heart was filled with murderous intent.
As expected, the poison that President Su was poisoned with was given by Zhang Keheo.
And from the looks of it, this isn't the first time they've used this method.
Yeah. Nakamura seemed satisfied with the answer and nodded. Next target, have you read the information? I've seen it. I've seen it.
Zhang Keheo's voice sounded a little helpless. But, Mr. Nakamura, this person has too much influence, and he has very tight security around him.
I'm afraid. Your job is just to deliver things to the right people.
Nakamura interrupted him, his tone suddenly turning cold.
It's up to you how you do it.
Remember, your family is doing well in the empire.
Yes. Yes. I understand. I will definitely do it.
Zhang Keheo was like a cat whose tail was stepped on.
He straightened his back instantly and hurriedly made a promise. This is a new supplement. Nakamura pushed an exquisite box to Zhang Keheo.
Then he stood up, without even looking at Zhang Keheo, and walked straight out of the box.
Yes, I respectfully send you off, Mr. Nakamura.
Zhang Keheo quickly stood up and followed behind, nodding and bowing.
Nakamura walked out of the tea house, got into a black car parked in the back alley, and quickly disappeared into the night.
Zhang Keheo sat alone in the tea house for more than 10 minutes before he walked out in a daze and took a taxi away. The elegance and calmness on his face had long disappeared, replaced by deep fear and fatigue. Jolie sat in the car, watching Zhang Keheo's taxi go away with cold eyes. The charm food plan is progressing in an orderly manner, and Zhang Keheo's line is more critical than he imagined. This Nakamura is most likely the direct contact person of the shadow organization in Haicheng, or even a higher-level executor.
We must grasp the line with Zhang Qiu and cannot wait any longer. He wanted to personally crack open Zhang Keheo's tortoise shell to see how many secrets were hidden inside. As the night deepens, the nightlife of Haicheng, an international metropolis, has just begun.
Zhang Keheo returned to his home in an old residential area in the eastern suburbs.
This is a large flat with an area of more than 300 square meters.
It has a simple appearance and luxurious interior decoration, and is worth a lot of money.
But at this moment, he had no mood to appreciate the brilliant night view outside the window, nor was he in the mood to enjoy the dinner carefully prepared by the nanny. The meeting with Nakamura was like a huge rock pressing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. The weight of the next target, Nakamura's cold warning, and his wife and children who were living well in Japan, were like poisonous snakes, entangled in his nerves and made him uneasy. He locked himself in his study and paced back and forth in annoyance. He picked up the cigar on the table and wanted to light it, but his hands were shaking so badly that he failed after several attempts. Finally, he threw the cigar on the ground in annoyance and stomped on it hard. At this moment, the door of the study opened silently. Chapter 74. Zhang Keheo turned his head suddenly, his heart suddenly shrank and almost jumped out of his throat. At the door, a young man was standing there. The young man was wearing casual clothes, he had a tall figure and a handsome face. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were as deep as a cold pond, and he was looking at him calmly. Zhang Keheo's pupils contracted instantly, and a chill ran down his back. How did you get in? He cried out, subconsciously took 2 steps back and bumped into the desk behind him. Where's the security guard? How did this person appear here without anyone noticing? Mr. Shang, how are you? Jolie walked slowly into the study and closed the door casually with a slight click. The sound was particularly harsh in the silent study, and it also shattered Zhang Keheo's last bit of hope. The quality of your lock is not very good. I suggest you change it. His tone was relaxed, as if he was just greeting an old friend, and his calm eyes made Zhang Keheo feel an unprecedented pressure, 100 times stronger than when he faced Nakamura. An absolute confidence that he knew everything and was in control of everything made him feel uneasy. What do you want to do? Zhang Keheo shouted in a low voice, trying to grope for something in the desk drawer. Jolie smiled and shook his head. Boss Zhang, don't waste your energy. I have at least 100 ways to incapacitate you before you even try to do anything. Trust me, you don't want to experience any of that. His words were understated, but with unquestionable certainty. Zhang Keheo froze, and cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. He had no doubt that what the other party said was true. The dangerous aura emanating from this young man was something he had never encountered before. Jolie. No, Mr. Zhou.
Zhang Qiheo forced himself to calm down and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying.
There may be some misunderstanding between us.
Some of the methods used in my involvement with Kangjian Capital may have been not very honorable, and I apologize to you.
You are a very generous person. If you have any requests, you can put them forward. As long as I can do it. Misunderstanding?
Jolie pulled over a chair, sat down with his legs crossed, and looked at him leisurely.
Mr. Zhang, do you think I'm here to discuss business competition with you tonight?
He paused, and his eyes suddenly became sharp, like two cold blades, piercing deep into Zhang Qiheo's heart. Jinshin Tea House, Mr. Nakamura, Chairman Su's very effective 100-year-old wild ginseng.
Mr. Zhang, are these also part of commercial competition? Boom!
Every word Jolie said was like a bombshell, exploding in Zhang Qiheo's mind. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, his lips trembled, and he could no longer utter a complete sentence.
You. How could he know? How could he know so clearly?
The meeting at Jinshin Tea House, Nakamura's existence, and even the content of his conversation with Nakamura, he knew everything clearly.
Fear, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed Zhang Qiheo.
He felt like a man who had been stripped naked and thrown in the snow. All his secrets and disguises disappeared in front of this young man. It seems that President Zhang has a good memory. Jolie nodded with satisfaction, leaning forward slightly, and an invisible pressure enveloped Zhang Qiheo.
Well, let's talk about the Charm Food Project. Or would you prefer to call it a supplement program? I don't know what you're talking about.
Zhang Qiheo shook his head violently, trying to make a final struggle.
What kind of enchanted food plan or supplement is this? I don't know. You are slandering me. I'm calling the police. Call the police?
Jolie laughed, with a hint of mockery in his voice.
Okay, you report it.
But before the police come, maybe I can help you recall it first. For example, your son Zhang Tao, who majored in finance and likes to drive fast, was ticketed for speeding last month and almost hit someone. Your wife, Wang Hui, has recently become obsessed with limited edition Hermes bags. She just ordered a 7-figure crocodile leather bag at Plaza 66 last week. Jolie spoke slowly and every word was like a sledgehammer, hitting Zhang Qiheo's heart hard. Not only did he know about his secret operations, he also knew all the information about his family, to such an accurate level. Zhang Qiheo completely collapsed. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground with a plop. His eyes were dull and his face was ashen.
Don't touch my family, please. That depends on your performance, Mr. Zhang.
Jolie restrained his smile and his tone became cold.
My patience is limited.
Tell me everything you know about the Phantom Food Project, about Nakamura, and about your superiors. Zhang Qiheo seemed to have grasped the last straw and began to confess with tears streaming down his face.
It's the Charm Food Plan, that's what they called it. I was forced to do it. Nakamura is just an executor and my direct contact. He is responsible for providing me with special items and giving me instructions.
I have no idea about the specific formula or source. He always took the initiative to contact me, and the location and method were not fixed. I only know that above Nakamura, there is an even more mysterious teacher, and all instructions come from this teacher. I have never met him and I don't even know if he is a man or a woman or where he is from. Those supplements are indeed targeted at specific targets. President Su was the first one, and the effect is too obvious.
The next target is the chairman of Huaxin Group, Li Zikan.
They asked me to use the opportunity of the next technology forum to give him a specially made cigar and find a way to make him smoke it.
Cigar? Jolie keenly caught this detail. It's a cigar.
Nakamura said that the material this time is different and needs to be absorbed through the respiratory tract, so the effect is more hidden and faster.
Zhang Qiheo said tremblingly. The cigar is hidden in the safe in my study. The combination is.
Jolie stood up and walked behind the bookcase, and indeed found a hidden safe. He opened the cabinet door according to the password provided by Zhang Qiheo. In addition to several stacks of cash and some documents, there was an exquisite cigar box. Jolie put on the special gloves he carried with him and carefully opened the cigar box. 3 ordinary-looking Cuban cigars lay quietly inside, exuding a faint tobacco aroma. But Jolie's golden eye technique could see that inside the cigar tobacco, there were some extremely tiny granular substances emitting a strange dark red light evenly mixed in. These substances are obviously what Zhang Qiheo calls materials.
What a sinister trick! If we didn't know in advance, Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary cigar actually contained a murderous intent?
Jolie closed the cigar box and turned his gaze back to Jun Kiheo, who was lying on the ground.
How much do you know about Nakamura's true identity? His activity patterns, where he hides? I really don't know much.
Jun Kiheo had a sad face. Nakamura was very discreet and never revealed personal information. Every time he saw me, he would come at short notice and use a different identity and vehicle.
Jolie pondered for a moment. It seems that Nakamura is indeed very cunning, and he even keeps a sufficient distance from Jun Kiheo, who is directly offline. It is very difficult to catch Nakamura directly through Jun Kiheo. Very good. Jolie stood up, walked in front of Jun Kiheo, and looked down at him. Mr. Zhang, if you want to stay alive and protect your family, what should you do next? I don't need to teach you, right? Understood. Understood. Jun Kiheo nodded like pounding garlic. I will definitely cooperate with you fully. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Remember, don't play any tricks.
Jolie's voice sounded like it came from the netherworld. You should have experienced my methods just now.
If I find out that you have done anything unusual, or if you have revealed even a single word to Nakamura.
He didn't finish his words, but that cold look was enough to make Jun Kiheo shudder.
I dare not. I absolutely dare not. Jun Kiheo swore.
When he raised his head again, Jolie was gone. Jolie's voice from a distance rang in my ears.
Mr. Zhang, the shrimp painting by Qi Baisha in your study is a fake. It's a good imitation, but unfortunately the ink color is a bit loose.
Jun Kiheo looked blankly at the original Qi Baisha painting on the wall opposite the desk, which he had bought at a high price. Thinking of Jolie's ghostly movements and all-seeing eyes just now, a chill swept through his body again, making him tremble uncontrollably.
Chapter 75. Ding. System task completed. System reward, Huajun Palace Villa No. 1 has been issued.
Please go to the Huajun Palace Owner Management Center at any time to handle relevant procedures. Jolie looked at the prompt, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although Jun Kiheo's line still needs to be explored in depth, the staged victory and rewards always make people happy. The 66th floor of Haicheng Center building is the headquarters of Tianqiong Capital. These days, the office area of Sky Capital is filled with a strong atmosphere of gossip. Especially every time President Yang Mi appears. See? Mr. Yang's skin is so smooth and tender. It's not just the skin, haven't you noticed that Mr. Yang's entire temperament has changed? She used to be an iceberg goddess, but now, it feels like the iceberg has melted, bringing with it the warmth of spring. Yes, that's the feeling. And it seems even more beautiful? Is it my illusion? It's not an illusion. Absolutely not. I secretly asked Sister Sophie yesterday, and she said that Mr. Yang hasn't used any special skin care products recently. What's going on? Could it be the nourishment of love? Shoo! Lower your voice. Lower your voice. The employees were whispering to each other, looking towards the president's office frequently, their curiosity was almost skyrocketing. In the president's office, Secretary Sophie walked in with a cup of coffee. Seeing her boss up close again, her mind was filled with comments that went crazy. Oh my god. Is this still the calm, self-possessed, and powerful CEO Yang? With such a radiant look, people would believe she is just in her early 20s. What on earth has the boss been going through during this period of time? Is it true, as rumors spread, that she was kindled by Mr. Zhou? Sophie suppressed her gossiping spirit and placed the coffee on the table. Mr. Yang, your coffee. Yang Mi saw that Sophie looked at her strangely and asked, "What are you thinking about?" No, I just think the boss is getting more and more beautiful. You're just a sweet talker, get busy. Yang Mi patted Sophie lightly, with an unconcealable smile on her face. Just then, Yang Mi's private phone rang. It was Jolie. Hello? Yang Mi's voice unconsciously became softer. Are you done? I'll show you a nice place. Jolie's smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. Huh? Where? Yang Mi was a little curious. You'll know when you get there. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Jolie hung up the phone. Yang Mi picked up her coat, gave Sophie a few instructions on work, and then left the office briskly. Zhou left the familiar Maybach and drove Yang Mi all the way to Huajun Palace, the top wealthy area in Haicheng.
The car finally stopped in front of a magnificent single-family villa with an exaggerated area. The gate of the villa slowly opened, and the doorplate clearly read Huajun Palace Number 1. Where is this? Yang Mi looked at the palace-like building in front of her, somewhat confused. Go in and take a look. Jolie pulled her and walked towards the identity recognition system next to the villa gate. At Jolie's instruction, Yang Mi placed her ID card on the sensing area and entered her fingerprint and iris information. Identity confirmed, Ms. Yang Mi, welcome home. A cold electronic voice sounded. Yang Mi was stunned and looked at Jolie in disbelief. Jolie, this is. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Jolie downplayed it, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. I asked Lao Zhou to register the property rights of this villa in your name. Yang Mi felt like her brain suddenly shut down, and the huge impact made her almost unable to stand. Huajun Palace Number 1. King of Haicheng Tower. Just like that, it became hers? This shocked her 100 times more than the last time he gave her a Maybach. Jolie. This is too expensive. I can't. Yang Mi was incoherent and her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out. Nothing is impossible. Jolie interrupted her, took her hand and walked into the villa gate, his tone filled with unquestionable tenderness. I've said before that Thompson Epine is not worthy of being the CEO of our Sky Dome capital. This is the CEO's dormitory prepared for you, so stay here for now. President's dormitory? Using Huajun Palace Number 1 as a dormitory? Yang Mi was completely defeated by Jolie's inhumane wealth. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and a warm feeling and throbbing surged in her heart. She looked at Jolie, the man who could easily break all her cognitive and psychological defenses, with tears in her eyes. The luxury inside the villa exceeded Yang Mi's imagination. Every detail showed top taste and investment at all costs. From the huge spiral staircase, to the living room with a height of more than 10 meters, to the private cinema, indoor heated swimming pool, gym, wine cellar. What is even more exaggerated is that there is actually a small artificial lake, in which red koi fish are raising their heads to greet the two owners. This place is simply a miniature kingdom. Yang Mi snuggled up to Jolie and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement with every step she took. Although she had lived in the upper class before, she was still extremely shocked by experiencing such a luxurious residence in person. Jolie felt very happy looking at her cute expression, which was full of surprise, joy, and a little fear. He pulled her to sit on the huge sofa in the living room and took her into his arms. Yang Mi's body trembled slightly, but she did not struggle. Instead, she adjusted her posture slightly and leaned against him more comfortably. Really, you're using this place as a dormitory? Yang Mi raised her head and looked at Jolie's profile, with a hint of disbelief and ridicule in her tone. Jolie looked down at her and smiled. Why, do you think it's too small? Yang Mi was amused by him and punched him lightly. Hate it. This is almost as big as the Imperial Palace, and you still think it's too small? That has to be worthy of my President Yang. Jolie tightened his arms a little. Yang Mi's heartbeat began to become irregular again, her cheeks flushed, and she stopped talking, just quietly enjoying the sudden surprise and peace of mind that almost overwhelmed her. In this palace that belongs only to them, time seems to have lost its meaning. From the brilliant sunset glow at dusk, to the twinkling stars in the middle of the night, to the early morning of the next day, the first ray of gentle sunlight penetrated the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and gently fell on the two people sleeping in each other's arms. Jolie woke up first. He lay on his side, gazing at Yang Mi, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms. After a night of deep nourishment from the dual cultivation method, Yang Mi's face is glowing with amazing radiance, her skin is as delicate as white jade, with a healthy rosy sheen. Jolie's internal strength also became stronger and stronger due to his dual cultivation of breathing techniques. The endless energy in his body made him full of strength and gave him more confidence to control everything. He could clearly feel that the aura between the two of them was blending more smoothly, and the tacit understanding and connection from the depths of their souls was becoming deeper and deeper. No wonder the emperors in ancient times were so happy with beauties and heroes were tempted by beautiful women. The ancients were not deceiving us. Jolie lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on her soft and delicate forehead, which felt warm to the touch. He laughed secretly in his heart. It seemed that even he, a hands-off boss, would have to experience the feeling of not attending court for 3 days. The person in his arms seemed to feel something, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she whimpered like a kitten, rubbed against his arms again, and found a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Jolie's gaze became softer and he gently wrapped his arms around her, feeling her even breathing and warm, soft body. He felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and tranquility in his heart. Chapter 76.
Jolie stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of Villa No. 1 in Huajun Palace, gazing at Haicheng in the morning light. The tenderness of last night had not yet completely faded away, but his thoughts had already returned to that silent battlefield. From the puppet food plan targeting ordinary people to the charm food plan targeting the top elites, the enemy's methods are insidious and vicious and progressive. Whether it is Chairman Su from the new energy industry or Li Zikan, chairman of Huaxin Group, these people are the pillars of their respective fields and the backbone of the country's key industries. Once they are targeted for elimination or manipulation, the chain reaction they bring about will not only cause turmoil in one company, but may cause chaos in the entire industrial chain and even affect the stability of the national economy. This strategy of precise strikes and targeted elimination made Jolie feel an unprecedented sense of urgency.
We must fight back and disrupt the enemy's plot at its root. The enemy wants to shake the entire forest by pulling out a few large trees? Then I will plant more trees to make this forest denser and more resilient, making it impossible for them to get started and pull them out. Jolie looked at the string of unreal numbers in his bank account, and an idea became clearer. Passive defense will always lead you by the nose. Jolie's eyes flashed with determination. What he needs to do is not only to counter the opponent's moves, but also to remove the root of the problem. Vigorously develop high-tech industries and create more closed-loop enterprises covering the entire industrial chain, especially in key areas such as new energy, chips, biomedicine, etc. Form a large, diverse, and risk-resistant industrial cluster. By then, even if the enemy wants to use the same trick again, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Tianxiang Group's temporary headquarters, General Manager's office. Xiao Xiao was staring at the computer screen intently, her fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard, compiling evaluation reports on cutting-edge technology projects. The office door was gently pushed open at some point. Jolie leaned against the doorframe, looking at the focused figure with soft eyes. Xiao Xiao was still as capable and efficient as ever. She handled complicated matters in a clear and resolute manner. Her seriousness always easily attracted Jolie's attention. As if she felt being watched, Xiao Xiao raised her head and saw Jolie at the door. A hint of surprise first flashed across her eyes, which was then replaced by deep joy. "Boss Zhou, why are you here? You didn't even say hello in advance." She stood up, her tone brisk. Jolie walked forward, naturally held her arm, and glanced at the documents piled on her desk with an appreciative smile. "Come and see our technology pioneers. Our general manager Qiao is indeed incredibly efficient. It's not easy to set up the group's technology team so quickly." Xiao Xiao blushed slightly and glared at him, with a bit of coquettishness. "It's all thanks to you, Mr. Zhou, the hands-off boss, who has commanded well." Jolie smiled and said seriously, "The group needs to vigorously develop the technology sector. This is related to the long-term layout. Please prepare yourself and join me in attending the upcoming Haicheng International Science and Technology Forum." Attend the Haicheng International Science and Technology Forum? Xiao Xiao's eyes widened and her breathing stagnated slightly. This is no ordinary trade show. The Haicheng International Science and Technology Forum is a top event led by China and co-organized by several technological powerhouses in Asia. It has a very high voice and influence in the international science and technology field. All the companies that are qualified to attend the conference are leaders in their industries. Although the Sky Dome Group has strong financial resources, it is still a newcomer in the field of pure technology. Jolie looked at the surprise and the barely perceptible excitement in her eyes and nodded. "Yes, we need to show our determination and strength to enter the high-tech field." He paused and continued. "I have asked Shuru to fully cooperate with you. The next step is to increase efforts to recruit talents, especially the top scientific and technological talents in the country. Remember, ability is important, but loyalty and patriotism are the first criteria for measuring talent. We don't need fence-sitters or opportunists who only care about whoever feeds them." The Haicheng International Science and Technology Forum, a grand event that will soon attract the attention of Asia and even the world, is not only a stage to showcase China's scientific and technological strength, but also an important occasion that industry giants such as Su Kaiho and Li Zikan will inevitably attend. Zhang Qihao's mission is to deliver the deadly cigar to Li Zikan during this forum. The enemy chose the right time and place, ensuring the presence of their target while creating an accident under the eyes of the international community. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Zhou Li's mouth. Since the enemy had already set up the stage, he didn't mind going up and performing a good show of substituting a cat for a prince. He took out another cell phone and dialed Zhang Qihao's number. The call was answered almost immediately,
and Zhang Qihao's voice came from the other end, clearly filled with fear and flattery.
Mr. Zhou. Boss Zhang, you look in good spirits.
Zhou Li's tone was flat.
Thanks to you. Zhang Qihao's voice was trembling.
You can go to the Science and Technology Forum the day after tomorrow as usual.
Yes, I will definitely go.
You'll also deliver the 3 cigars as usual. Zhou Li's voice was calm.
Zhang Qihao was obviously stunned for a moment. Send it as usual? Mr. Zhou, what's in there? I know what's in there.
Zhou Li interrupted him. I'll prepare 3 identical replacements for you. You just need to deliver the substitute to Li Ziqin in the most natural way at the right time to complete your mission.
Alternatives?
Zhang Qihao's voice was filled with doubt, but more of a sense of relief. Yes, the appearance, smell, and packaging will be exactly the same, ensuring that no one can tell the difference. You just need to play your part well and make Nakamura, or the people behind Nakamura, believe that you have succeeded.
I understand.
Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely perform well.
There will be absolutely no mistakes.
Zhang Qihao quickly assured him, feeling extremely excited for having escaped death. Remember, your performance determines the future of you and your family.
Zhou Li's voice turned cold again. Well done, maybe we can write off the previous score. If we mess up, I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare. I will definitely get it done.
Zhang Qihao's voice was filled with fear.
I'll give you the cigar tonight. Don't let anyone else know except you. Yes. I remember it.
After hanging up the phone, Zhou Li took out the cigar box and scanned it with the golden eye technique again.
The strange dark red particles still exude an ominous aura.
Nakamura, this cunning poisonous snake, cannot be alarmed for the time being. Let him bask in the joy of the success of his plan first. When he lets down his guard and thinks he is in control of the overall situation, that will be the best time to close the net. What Zhou Li wants is not only to capture Nakamura, but also to follow this line and dig out the so-called teacher and uproot the entire dark plan. Catching them all in one fell swoop, this is his style.
Chapter 77.
Haicheng International Convention and Exhibition Center, Haicheng International Science and Technology Forum, one of the top technology events in Asia. Zhou Li walked into the venue, with Xiao Qiao and Zhang Shuru beside him. The aura of the 3 merged, like a king descending. Zhou Li was wearing a custom-made suit, which was exquisitely tailored to perfection, outlining his straight figure like a sword, and his every move revealed a thunderous aura. Xiao Qiao chose a dark blue high-end professional suit, which not only showed her elite style in the workplace, but also retained her feminine elegance.
Her bright and clear eyes sparkled with wisdom and determination. Zhang Shuru wore a light pink slim-fitting professional dress.
The perfect cut outlined her graceful curves, like a lotus emerging from the water. Her temperament was fresh and refined, and her every move showed a sense of sophistication. For a moment, the trio became the most beautiful scenery in the whole venue. In the crowd, Zhang Qihao's low-key figure came into Zhou Li's sight, and it was obvious that he was very nervous.
Why are you so nervous? Just do what you need to do.
Zhou Li raised a barely perceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth, calculating in his mind the time for the prey to fall into the net.
Brother Zhou. A hearty voice came. Su Kaiho walked over quickly, his face flushed and he looked energetic. How could he look sick at all? He shook Zhou Li's hand enthusiastically. Finally, I've waited for you. I just want to introduce you to an old friend.
Zhou Li's gaze penetrated the crowd and fell on the man with slightly graying temples behind Su Kaiho, and his eyes fixed. Li Ziqin, chairman of Huaxin Group, is the focus of this trip and is also the target of Zhang Qihao's cigar plan.
Li Ziqin has a tall and straight figure.
Although he has retired long ago, he still maintains the demeanor of a soldier. His face is dignified yet elegant, his eyes are as sharp as torches, and his every move reveals the sophistication and composure that comes from years of experience in the business world.
Mr. Zhou, I have long heard of your name.
Li Ziqin took the initiative to extend his hand, his voice gentle and powerful.
The performance of the Sky Group in the market is really impressive. Many old friends are talking about your strategic vision.
Zhou Li held his hand with just the right amount of force.
Mr. Li, you are too kind. Tianxiong was just doing what he should do.
We still have a long way to go to compete with mainstays like Huaxin.
A glimmer of approval flashed in Li Ziqin's eyes.
This young hero is both courageous and humble. When the three of them were talking, Li Zikin suddenly changed the subject.
I heard that Mr. Zhou is very interested in the technology sector recently. This time the lineup is strong, and we are going to play a big game.
Zhou Li smiled, his brows showing determination. Scientific and technological innovation is the lifeblood of the country's future and the core competitiveness of enterprises. Tianxiong Group just hopes to contribute a little to this blue ocean, and we dare not slack off.
Good. Well said. Li Zikin's eyes lit up and he patted Zhou Li's shoulder appreciatively. Too many young people nowadays only look at immediate benefits and are keen on short-term speculation. Few people are willing to endure the loneliness and devote themselves to the difficult and long road of science and technology. It is not easy for Mr. Zhou to have such vision and responsibility at such a young age. Just as the three of them were talking happily, a cold electronic voice sounded.
Ding, system task released, assist Zheng Qiheo to successfully deliver the cigar and confuse the hostile forces.
Mission reward, position of Chief Technology Officer of Huaxin Group.
Responsible for the company's technology development strategy, leading the technology R&D team, promoting technological innovation, and ensuring the company's competitiveness in the field of technology. Zhou Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and quietly activated the golden pupil technique, catching the figure of Zheng Qiheo hiding in the crowd and peeking carefully in the distance.
Two seniors, the forum is about to begin. Let's find a good seat and sit down.
Zhou Li made a gesture of invitation and secretly signaled Xiao Xiao with his eyes to get ready. The lights in the venue gradually dimmed, and the opening video played in a shocking manner.
Major technology giants took turns to showcase their latest achievements. Unfortunately, most of the presentations were superficial, lacking real innovation and breakthroughs, and the audience response was mediocre.
It seems like it's time to show our cards. Zhou Li winked at Xiao Xiao beside him. Xiao Xiao nodded in understanding, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she stood up and walked towards the podium. At this moment, everyone's attention naturally focused on this woman with outstanding temperament.
Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Xiao, the head of the technology sector at Skydome Group.
Her voice was clear and powerful.
Today I would like to share with you the Skydome Group's thoughts and plans on technological development. As Xiao Xiao delivered a fluent speech, an amazing panoramic view of the industrial chain appeared on the big screen.
From the research and development of basic materials such as graphene and rare earth materials to core technologies such as carbon silicon fusion chips and quantum computing. From smart manufacturing, biomedicine to artificial intelligence applications, a huge and complete scientific and technological ecosystem is clearly presented. We firmly believe that future competition will no longer be a competition of single products or technologies, but rather the collaboration and innovation of the entire industry chain.
Xiao Xiao's voice was sonorous and powerful.
In the next 3 years, Tianxiong Group will invest more than 100 billion yuan to fully develop this ecosystem.
There was an instant uproar at the scene. 100 billion? Even in the field of science and technology, it's not a small amount. Tianxiong is going to make a big splash in the field of science and technology. This idea is so forward-looking.
It is not just a single breakthrough, but the construction of an entire ecological chain.
Li Zikin also raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Li. Brother Zhou, this is going to be a really big game.
Before we knew it, the name of this tech giant had changed.
A strong country is built on strong science and technology.
Zhou Li's tone was gentle, but his eyes were shining with determination as hard as steel.
The Sky Group is only doing its bit. During the forum's tea break, Zhou Li observed secretly. Li Zikin was holding a glass of champagne and chatting and laughing with several government officials and foreign entrepreneurs.
His 4 bodyguards formed a fan-shaped guard around him. They seemed relaxed but were actually on high alert at all times. Zheng Qiheo stood alone in the corner holding a glass of red wine. His face was a little pale and his eyes were wandering. He looked in the direction of Li Zikin frequently, and his hand holding the glass was shaking slightly. The box of substitute cigars Zhou Li gave him in his pocket seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds at this moment.
Zhou Li's perception was firmly locked on Zheng Qiheo.
He could clearly hear Zheng Qiheo's heartbeat like a drum, and feel his extreme tension and fear. At the same time, he also noticed the observers hiding among the guests at the cocktail party.
Their eyes glanced at Zheng Qiheo and Li Zikin vaguely. Zhou Li understood clearly.
Zheng Qiheo took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, adjusted his tie, forced a stiff smile on his face, and moved towards Li Zikin with a glass of wine. Zheng Qiheo stopped near the edge of Li Zikin's circle, as if looking for an opportunity to interrupt the conversation. His forehead was covered with cold sweat and the back of his shirt was already soaked. At this moment, an official beside Li Zikin seemed to recognize Zhang Qiheo and greeted him with a smile.
Hey, isn't this Mr. Zhang? Are you here to attend the Science and Technology Forum as well?
Zhang Qiheo's body trembled, and he quickly put on a smile and went over to greet him.
Hello, Director Wang. I just came to join in the fun and learn something.
Upon hearing this, Li Zikin also turned his head, glanced at Zhang Qiheo, nodded politely, and did not express much. He and Zhang Qiheo, a businessman engaged in marginal trade, had little interaction and were not familiar with each other.
Deng Qiheo was very nervous and didn't know what to do. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chapter 78. Boss Zhang, business is good lately, right? I heard you've won a few big orders recently.
Director Wang resolved the awkward situation.
Thanks to you, it's okay.
While dealing with it, Zhang Qiheo glanced at Li Zikin out of the corner of his eye. His brain was working fast, looking for an excuse to give him the cigar. Mr. Li, I have long heard of your great name, but I have never had the opportunity to ask you for advice. Zhang Qiheo seized a break in the conversation, mustered up his courage, turned to Li Zikin, bowed slightly, and spoke with just the right amount of respect.
Excuse me, I'm Zhang Qiheo from Qiheo Trading. Li Zikin was very well-mannered.
Although he was not impressed by Zhang Qiheo, he still smiled and nodded.
Mr. Zhang, you're welcome.
That's it, Mr. Li. Zhang Qiheo took out the exquisite cigarette case from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. A few days ago, a Cuban friend gave me a few top-quality Cohiba Siglovis.
Knowing that Mr. Li is an expert on cigars, I brought these here specially for you to taste. It's not a sign of respect, but just a small token of my appreciation.
His voice trembled slightly due to nervousness, but he remained calm on the surface.
Li Zikin looked at the cigarette box handed to him by Zhang Qiheo and frowned slightly.
He did like cigars, but in this situation, it was somewhat strange for someone he was not familiar with to suddenly present him with such an expensive gift. The bodyguard beside him suddenly became sharp-eyed, and he quietly took half a step forward, staring closely at Zhang Qiheo and the cigarette box.
The air seemed to freeze.
Zhang Qiheo's heart was in his throat and the sweat in his palms almost soaked the cigarette box. He could even feel the gazes of the observers not far away falling on him as if they were real.
Mr. Zhang is so polite. This gift is so valuable.
Li Zikin did not reach out to take it, and his tone became somewhat distant.
Ha, Mr. Li, this could be a good thing.
Jolie walked over and looked at the cigar box in Zhang Qiheo's hand with a relaxed expression.
Cohiba Century 6, it's very rare. If you don't want me to, I will help President Su rob.
Jolie took the cigar box from Zhang Qiheo with a playful tone.
You kid. The robbery has come to my head.
Li Zikin was amused by Jolie's half-joking, half-serious look. He reached out and snatched the cigar box from Jolie.
Old Su, he doesn't understand, ha.
Zhang Qiheo's brain short-circuited for a moment. He was still struggling with how to deal with this embarrassing situation when the cigar was already in Li Zikin's hands.
Boss Zhang, are you reluctant to part with it again?
Jolie patted Zhang Qiheo gently with his right hand. It seemed casual, but in fact a stream of pure internal force slowly flowed into Zhang Qiheo's body, calming his emotions. Zhang Qiheo suddenly felt relaxed all over, and his nervous mood quickly stabilized.
How could that be? Those bosses are busy. I won't bother them.
The mission had been completed, and Zhang Qiheo quickly found an excuse to leave, fearing that any more accidents would occur. Jolie laughed secretly in his heart. The three perfect replicas looked identical in appearance, but the special ingredients inside had been completely removed. This step not only saved Li Zikin's safety, but also made the enemy mistakenly believe that the plan was progressing smoothly, thus buying precious time for subsequent counterattacks.
Boss Joe, come on.
Li Zikin's enthusiasm increased significantly, and he personally pulled Jolie's arm. Let me introduce you to some friends who have made great achievements in the field of technology. At the same time, Jiang Shuru was also like a fish in water in the venue. With her outstanding appearance and keen public relations sense, she quickly became friends with several key media and technology critics, winning valuable exposure opportunities for the Skydome Group. Ms. Jiang, I really appreciate the strategic thinking of the Skydome Group. The editor-in-chief of a top domestic technology media said to her.
Your company's layout in quantum communication is particularly exciting. Jiang Shuru responded with a smile.
Tianqiang Group has always believed that core technology must be in our own hands. Our investment is not just for commercial interests, but also for the long-term development of the country's scientific and technological strength." These words were neither humble nor arrogant. They not only demonstrated the pattern of the sky, but also expressed a firm stance of scientific and technological independence, winning unanimous praise from those present. At the dinner after the forum, Jolie had dinner with industry leaders. During the meeting, the coordinated development strategy of the entire industrial chain he proposed was generally recognized, and many people expressed their intention to carry out in-depth cooperation with Tianxiang in the future. "Mr. Zhou, I really admire your foresight and courage." Li Zikin raised his glass with a burning gaze. "Huaxin Group is setting up a new technology research and development team. I hope we can have opportunities for further cooperation." Li Zikin extended an olive branch. Jolie's heart moved. This was exactly what the system reward indicated. He responded calmly. "Mr. Li thinks highly of me. I couldn't ask for more." After the dinner, Jolie drove his two close female friends back to the hotel. Inside the car, Xiao Qiao and Zhang Shuro could hardly hide their excitement. "I gained so much today. I even saw the beautiful host Yang Zi from last time." Zhang Shuro shook a stack of business cards in her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Several media bosses I have contacted have expressed great interest in our project, especially the editor-in-chief of the National Defense Science and Technology News, who said he would do a special issue on Sky Dome technology." Xiao Qiao also nodded in agreement. Several top experts in the technology field have expressed their intention to cooperate, including the head of a national key laboratory and 2 academicians. "If we can cooperate, our technology research and development will be more effective." Jolie drove steadily forward, looking through the windshield at the neon-lit city night scene in the distance. In his eyes, it was not only the night view of a city, but also a grand blueprint that was about to be changed by him. "Have a good rest, there are more important things to do tomorrow." Jolie's voice was gentle. "This is just the beginning." Xiao Qiao and Zhang Shuro looked at each other, and a warm feeling surged in their hearts. They all know that with Jolie, every day is a new journey and every step is towards changing the world. At this time, Zheng Qiheo was also reporting the news of mission accomplished to Nakamura. "Mr. Nakamura, everything went well. The 3 cigars have been handed over to Li Zikin personally." Zheng Qiheo said this in a firm tone on the phone. "Very good." Nakamura sounded satisfied on the other end of the line. "Li Zikin is a key chess piece. If we get rid of him, Huaxin Group will fall into internal turmoil." "Who the hell is that Jolie? How dare he go against us?" Ding, the system task is completed, and the reward for the position of Chief Technology Officer of Huaxin Group has been issued. The personnel appointment letter will be sent to the Huaxin Group's board of directors at the latest 3 days later. Howl. Jolie was secretly happy. CTO of Huaxin Group is exactly the position I need. His fingertips tapped lightly on the steering wheel, and the grand layout of the next step had already emerged in his mind. The 3 perfectly replicated cigars not only saved Li Zikin's life, but also made the enemy mistakenly believe that the plan was going smoothly. By the time Nakamura discovered the abnormality, he had already firmly established himself as the technical core of the Huaxin Group, and by then no one could move him around. Jolie closed his eyes slightly, circulated his internal strength, and felt the surging energy in his body. His path of practicing both medicine and martial arts has reached a new level. This time, using his internal energy to calm Zheng Qiheo's emotions was just a small test. Let the enemy indulge in the illusion of victory first. Jolie's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes sparkling with light. The real battle has just begun. Chapter 79. Jolie did not slack off in the 3 precious days before taking office as the Chief Technology Officer of Huaxin Group. He knew very well that a stunning appearance at a technology forum and successfully confusing the enemy was only the first step, and the real hard battle was still ahead. He summoned Xiao Qiao and Wu Lili to Villa No. 1 in Huajun Palace, which had tight security and was suitable for core discussions. In the spacious and bright study, a huge electronic screen displays information collected from technology forums, potential partners, and Tianxiang Group's own technological reserves. The results of the forum exceeded expectations. Xiao Qiao spoke first, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "We not only demonstrated our strength, but more importantly, Chairman Li's change of attitude and the cooperation intentions of several top experts opened up a channel for US to international level projects." Wu Lili added meticulously. The response from the public relations side was also enthusiastic, with many mainstream technology media outlets expressing their willingness to conduct in-depth coverage. The determination of the Sky Dome Group to enter the high-tech sector has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Jolie listened to the two people's reports, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes deep.
That is good, but it's not enough.
Our goal is to build a high-tech industrial cluster that covers the entire industry chain, has strong risk resistance, and has independent and controllable core technologies. He stood up, walked to the screen, and circled several key areas. New energy, new materials, chips, biomedicine, artificial intelligence. In these areas, we must make full investments, quickly deploy, and form a closed loop.
He looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, you will have a heavy burden next.
Talent introduction, project evaluation, and resource integration must be done quickly and to a high standard.
Don't worry about the funding. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously.
Jolie's trust and the important task he entrusted to her made her feel pressured, but also gave her an unprecedented motivation. Jolie could feel Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm and vision for the future, which was exactly what he admired. In the evening, Jolie and Xiao Xiao practiced dual cultivation again. This time, with the improvement of Jolie's internal strength and the deepening of their tacit understanding, the effect was more significant. Xiao Xiao not only felt her energy restored instantly, but her thinking also became more agile and clear. It was as if her brain had been reorganized, and her management ideas suddenly became clear. As she looked at Jolie, whose aura was becoming more and more calm and knowledgeable, her heart was filled with a sense of dependence and closeness.
The next evening, Jolie chose to take a walk along the river with Wu Lily. The evening breeze is blowing gently and the river view is picturesque.
Wu Lily walked quietly beside Jolie, listening to him talk about his vision for the future technological landscape, her eyes full of admiration.
Mr. Zhou, what you want to do is something big enough to change the national scientific and technological landscape, she said softly, awe in her tone.
The power of one person is limited, but when a group of like-minded people come together, they can create miracles. Jolie looked into her clear eyes, felt her pure trust and support, and a warm feeling rose in his heart.
Wu Lily's dependence is different from Yang Ni's maturity and Xiao Xiao's fighting side by side.
It was more like an unreserved following, which made Jolie feel a sense of responsibility while also gaining a unique comfort.
3 days passed in a flash.
Jolie officially landed at the Haichangpujiang R&D Center of Huaxin Group. This huge R&D base, which covers an area of 1.6 million square meters, has a total investment of 16 billion yuan and can accommodate 40,000 people, is itself a symbol of the technological strength of the Huaxin Group. The huge building complex has different styles, from modern laboratory buildings to square towns full of cultural atmosphere, all of which demonstrate its strong heritage. However, when Jolie stepped into this palace of science and technology, he was not greeted with a warm welcome, but rather scrutiny and suspicion that permeated the air.
Ding!
System task released, approved by the expert committee of the R&D Center.
Mission reward, high-tech 7 nanometers process core data.
Jolie raised the corner of his mouth slightly. As expected, it came. In the largest conference room of the R&D Center, the core figure of Huaxin Group's technology R&D. Members of the expert committee gathered together. Leading the group was an old man with gray hair and a serious expression. He was the chief engineer of Huaxin, a student of academician Qian Shuesan, and Qian Zhangming, a highly respected figure in the domestic semiconductor field. Sitting next to him are several equally experienced and sharp-eyed experts who form the cornerstone of Huaxin's technology research and development. Jolie's appointment was undoubtedly a huge shock to them. How can someone who was so young, has no technical background, and was parachuted in to become their highest technical commander solely by the power of capital convince the public?
Mr. Zhou.
Qian Zhangming spoke first, and although his tone was restrained, it was hard to hide his true nature. We acknowledge the strength of Skydome Capital and thank you for your help to Mr. Li. But technology research and development, especially cutting-edge technology, cannot be achieved with money alone. It requires accumulation, sedimentation, and a deep understanding of the technology itself.
Jolie looked at them calmly and did not rush to explain. Mr. Qian, experts, I understand your concerns.
I am not here today to give orders, but to work with you to carve out a path for Huaxin and our country's core technology.
He walked to the front of the stage and pulled out the PPT he had prepared long ago. This is my summary of CEFC's current R&D plans and future goals.
The screen clearly displayed Jolie's evaluation of the existing projects and the new research and development direction he planned. It is aimed at chip technology of 7 nanometers and higher process, as well as a full range of supporting materials, equipment, etc. At present, Huaxin is very mature in 14 nanometers, but standing still is the biggest risk. My goal is to break through the 7-nanometer process in the shortest possible time. As soon as he finished speaking, a suppressed sneer rang out in the conference room.
7 nanometers? Mr. Zhou, do you know what this means?
An expert wearing high-pitched glasses spoke with undisguised sarcasm in his tone.
How many technical difficulties does this require to be overcome? How many years of sustained investment will be required? This is not the way you play capital games in the financial markets.
Yes, we have tried it before, but it is too difficult and risky.
We think that at this stage we should. Another expert echoed this.
Jolie glanced at everyone and said in a firm tone,
I know it's hard, but it's not impossible.
He paused, then dropped the bombshell. In fact, I have already mastered the key parts of the core data of the 7-nanometer process and am currently in the final sprint integration stage. These words were like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake. The experts were stunned at first, and then burst into even greater doubts and ridicule.
What? You got the core data? Mr. Zhou, are you kidding? This is the world's top technological barrier. Excuse me, this is simply a fantasy.
Where did you get the data?
Bought it? Stolen it? The Hyde eyewear expert asked bluntly.
Jolie met their gazes with a firm look. You don't need to care about the source of the data, you just need to know that it is real and valid.
He looked at the emotional experts and said in a deep voice. I know it's hard to convince people with just words. How about this, let us make a bet. Give me 3 days. 3 days later, I will be here to show you the core data of the 7 nanometers process. If I can't come up with the money, I will immediately resign from my position as CTO and donate 1 billion in research and development funds to the Huaxin R&D Center in my personal name, without hesitation. The whole place fell silent instantly, and everyone was shocked by Jolie's earth-shattering bet. Chapter 80. 1 billion. Just say no? Everyone looked at the new young man with scrutiny. But
Jolie suddenly changed the subject and his tone became fierce. If I take it out, from now on, all plans and resource allocations of the R&D Center must be completely subject to my command.
You must put aside your prejudices and cooperate fully. If anyone dares to disobey, don't blame me for being rude. The experts looked at each other in bewilderment. Jolie's confidence and unquestionable aura actually made them feel a little shaken.
They knew very well that the 7-nanometer direction proposed by Jolie was absolutely correct and was the commanding height of future competition. However, they lacked the courage to take a desperate measure and sufficient technical support.
Could it be that this young man really has some hidden card that they don't know about?
Zhen Zhangming was silent for a long time, looking at Jolie's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, and slowly spoke.
Okay. Mr. Zhou, we trust you this time. Just 3 days. If you can really come up with 7-nanometer core data, we old guys will follow you. We agree. Other experts also expressed their opinions.
It was not so much that they were convinced, but rather that they were infected by Jolie's desperate spirit and firm belief in the future. Sometimes, these top scientists are just like old children, and they are also quite addicted to such ridiculous dramas as betting.
Ding.
System prompt: the preliminary recognition of the expert committee has been improved, the task completion progress is 50%, and some core data have been obtained. Jolie understood it clearly. He had accomplished half of the task.
The next step was to bring out the real dry goods.
He has the system to back him up. These 3 days are enough for him to sort out and disguise the data rewarded by the system and turn it into the results of his research integration. What he wants is not only verbal obedience, but also complete control over China's top technical force from the bottom of his heart. Jolie made a 3-day appointment, and the atmosphere in the entire Huaxin Pujiang R&D Center suddenly became subtle and tense. The parachuted young CTO, the groundbreaking bet on 7 nanometers, the bold statement of 1 billion in funding, all of these were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves.
Doubt, wait and see, expectation, ridicule.
Various emotions are undercurrents within the huge R&D base. Although the members of the expert committee agreed to the bet, most of them still had reservations deep down. Zhen Zhangming convened the core team and on the one hand asked everyone to maintain normal working order, and on the other hand he also secretly instructed them to pay close attention to Jolie's every move.
Produce 7-nanometer core data in 3 days? Humph, unless he is a god descended from heaven. The expert on high-definition glasses, named Lu Ming, privately sneered at his colleague. Just wait and see how he ends up.
By then, let alone 1 billion, I'm afraid even the man himself will be kicked out in disgrace. Jolie knew this very well, and he ignored the disturbances from the outside world. He applied for an independent laboratory with the highest security level in the RD Center as a temporary office, and requested access to the highest authority port of the central database. On the surface, he locked himself in the laboratory, consulting information and conducting data deductions day and night, and his desk was piled with all kinds of seemingly abstruse drawings and formulas. In fact, he spends most of his time communicating with the system, receiving and digesting the huge and sophisticated 7 nanometers process core data. These data far exceed the current level of technology on Earth and include all key links such as material formulation, photolithography mask design, etching process parameters, and yield control. In order to make all this look reasonable, he reviewed a large amount of information on Huaxin's existing 14 nanometers and pre-research projects, and cleverly grafted the system data with existing technology to create the illusion of making breakthrough progress on the existing basis. The next day, Xiao Xiao came to the RD Center as a technical consultant for Tianxiang Group. Her arrival was justified. She came to help Jolie familiarize herself with Huaxin's technical system and to express Tianxiang Group's emphasis on cooperation. Xiao Xiao's professionalism and capable style quickly won the favor of some young engineers. She took advantage of the opportunity of work exchanges to quietly collect various information within the RD Center, especially the attitudes of the members of the expert committee and the abnormal movements of Lu Ming and others. Mr. Zhou, Lu Ming has been getting close to several experts who hold opposing views recently, and it seems that they are colluding with each other in private. Xiao Xiao reported to Jolie in a low voice. Our network security engineer discovered that he tried to access your lab's security system logs yesterday, but was blocked by the firewall. A hint of coldness flashed across Jolie's eyes. Don't pay any attention to this clown. Just keep an eye on him. He knew that there would always be people who would come out to obstruct due to jealousy, interests, or some other reasons. But this is just right. We can take this opportunity to completely eliminate the internal unstable factors. Time passed quickly, and the 3-day appointment was getting closer. The discussions within the RD Center became louder, and some news even leaked to the outside world. Some technology media began to make groundless reports that Huaxin's new CTO boasted that he would overcome the difficulties of 7 nanometers technology in 3 days, which aroused widespread attention and discussion in the industry. The competitors were gloating and waiting to see Huaxin and Jolie make a fool of themselves. Li Ziqin also called, with a hint of worry in his tone. Brother Zhou, isn't this a big step? 7 nanometers is very important, so there is no need to rush. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I know what to do. Jolie's tone was calm and confident, which actually comforted Li Ziqin. On the morning of the 3rd day, the agreed time was about to arrive. The largest conference room in the RD Center was once again packed. Not only were all members of the expert committee present, but many senior engineers and researchers who had received the news also filled the back rows. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man on the podium who was about to reveal the answer. Xian Zhangming sat in the first row with a serious expression. Lu Mingze had a barely perceptible sneer on his face. He was ready. Once Jolie fails to produce anything or produces forged data, he will immediately launch an attack and completely nail this airborne cheater to the pillar of shame. The door of the laboratory was pushed open. Jolie walked out, holding a silver solid-state hard drive with a special encryption interface. He walked steadily and his eyes were calm, as if he was just giving an ordinary technical report. He ignored the complicated looks, walked straight to the main podium in the conference room, and connected the solid-state drive to the projection system. The air seemed to freeze and everyone held their breath. Jolie's eyes swept across the entire room, finally landing on Qian Zhengming and Lu Ming, and he spoke lightly. Time is up, everyone, please look. Following Jolie's operation, the huge projection screen lit up instantly. There is no gorgeous opening animation, no redundant pleasantries. What comes into view is densely packed yet clearly organized process flowcharts, atomic structure models, lists of key parameters and complex physical and chemical formulas. The title on the screen reads 7 nanometers FinFET Process Core Data version 1.0. Buzz. There was a sound of people sucking in their breath in the conference room. Just the title and the preliminary framework structure were enough to shock the experts present. This is by no means a random piece of conjecture. Its professionalism and rigor far exceed any of their previous pre-research plans. Is this a completely new structure of the FinFET? Xian Zhengming stood up suddenly, walked quickly to the front of the screen, almost putting his face close to it, and an unbelievable light burst out from his cloudy old eyes. This gate design is so ingenious. It solves the leakage problem.
And this material ratio is its silicon germanium? But the proportions in doping methods are completely different. This can significantly improve carrier mobility. Look at this multiple exposure scheme. Can it bypass the limitations of EUV lithography machines? Oh my god.
An expert in charge of the photolithography process exclaimed incoherently, his hands shaking. More and more experts gathered in front of the screen. They forgot their previous doubts and bets and were completely immersed in the new technological world before them.
Chapter 81.
Jolie did not disturb them, but just stood aside quietly. The core content is displayed page by page in the logical order of the data. These data are logically rigorous and closely linked. It constitutes a complete and self-consistent 7 nanometers process system. Its depth and breadth far exceeded the cognitive limits of everyone present.
This is no longer an improvement, but a real technological gap. Silence.
There was a long silence. Only the experts' rapid breathing and occasional suppressed exclamations echoed in the conference room.
They absorbed the information on the screen eagerly. The expression on his face changed from initial shock to disbelief. Then to ecstasy and awe.
Xian Jiangming turned around suddenly and looked at Jolie.
This old man has devoted his whole life to the semiconductor industry. At this moment, my lips are trembling with excitement. Mr. Zhou, is this data true? Jolie nodded slightly. This is just the beginning.
Due to confidentiality regulations, many key data remain unchanged.
Yes. Xian Jiangming immediately signaled a pause. Great.
Xian Jiangming slapped his thigh hard, and even tears welled up in his eyes.
With this data, we at Huaxin.
No, it is our country's chip industry.
There is hope. There is hope.
He took a deep breath and bowed solemnly to Jolie.
Boss Joe, we were blind and short-sighted before.
I, Xian Jiangming, on behalf of the expert committee, apologize to you for my previous rudeness.
From now on, we are convinced in Huaxin our D Center will follow your lead. Mr. Qian, you are too polite.
Jolie helped him up.
I said, we are working towards a common goal. Yes. A common goal.
Other experts also echoed this, looking at Jolie with eyes full of admiration and expectation. All previous doubts and dissatisfaction disappeared in the face of absolute technical strength.
Ding.
System task completed, reward, high-tech 7 nanometer process core data full version has been issued.
The permissions have been unlocked and can be viewed at any time.
Jolie was certain in his heart that now that he had the complete data, he felt more confident. However, just when the atmosphere reached its climax, a discordant voice rang out sharply.
Wait a moment.
Lu Ming suddenly stood up, his face flushed with excitement. With a crazy light flashing in his eyes, he pointed at Jolie. He shouted at the top of his lungs.
This data is fake. Or rather, it was stolen. They stole the latest research results of the American company Coley.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The hope and enthusiasm that had just been ignited seemed to be poured over by a bucket of cold water.
Coley is one of the giants in the global semiconductor field. We have been leading the way in 7 nanometer technology. But its core data is top trade secret. Lu Ming. What nonsense are you talking about?
Xian Jiangming shouted angrily.
I'm not talking nonsense.
Lu Ming took out a stack of printed documents from the briefcase he carried with him and held it high.
I have evidence.
Look everyone, this is a fragment of internal emails and some screenshots of technical documents from Cree that I obtained through special channels. Some of the key parameters and design ideas in it are highly consistent with the data Jolie just showed.
He is basically a spy stealing trade secrets.
In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Jolie again.
This time, it was full of surprise and scrutiny. If what Lu Ming said was true, the consequences would be disastrous. Not only will Jolie be disgraced, but the entire Huaxin group and even the country's reputation will suffer a devastating blow.
The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly plummeted to the bottom of the valley, becoming extremely depressing and solemn. Jolie looked at Lu Ming, who seemed to be crazy. And the so-called evidence in his hand. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc.
Is it finally here? Faced with Lu Ming's hysterical accusations and the document that seemed to be ironclad evidence,
Jolie's reaction was unusually calm, and there was even a smile on his lips. He did not rush to explain himself, but instead looked at Lu Ming leisurely.
Chief Engineer Lu, you said I stole the secrets of Cree? The evidence is these printed screenshots and email fragments in your hands? That's right. Lu Ming stiffened his neck, trying to cover up his inner anxiety with the volume of his voice.
These are enough to prove that the source of your data is not correct.
Yeah.
Jolie smiled and turned to the technician behind him.
Please connect to the internet and open the official website of Coley Company. And several internationally renowned semiconductor technology forums and patent databases.
The technicians worked quickly and the relevant web pages were displayed on the large screen. All the experts are insiders. Jolie's voice was clear and steady. Although Cree has research in the 7-nanometer field. But as far as I know, their current public technology route is.
This is significantly different from what I just showed you. For example, there are fundamental differences in material selection and some key processes.
As he spoke, he asked the technicians to retrieve relevant public information for comparison.
Sure enough, as Jolie said, there are obvious differences between the two in their core technology paths.
As for the so-called internal information in Chief Engineer Lu's hands, Jolie's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing Lu Ming directly.
I would like to ask you something. Through what special channel did you obtain it? These are top-level commercial secrets. The difficulty of obtaining it is probably no less than that of me producing the 7-nanometer data, right?
Lu Ming's face turned pale, and his eyes began to flicker.
I have my own channels. It's none of your business. Yeah?
Jolie sneered.
Chow Chow.
Chow Chow, who had been standing nearby, immediately stepped forward.
Connect a tablet to the projector.
Everyone, please look. Chow Chow's voice was calm and professional. While Chief Engineer Lu was showing these evidences. After consulting with Mr. Li, our security team,
an urgent tracking operation was carried out on his office computer and communication records.
We found that in the past month, Lu Zongdong's personal account had a number of large sums of money deposited into it from unknown sources.
That totals over $5 million.
The transfer record and time are clearly displayed on the screen. At the same time, we intercepted his communication records with an encrypted mailbox located overseas. Although the content is highly encrypted.
But through reverse tracing of IP addresses,
we found that the server registration information of the mailbox pointed to a shell company located in the Cayman Islands. And behind this company, there are inextricable connections with the forces that tried to harm Mr. Li before. Chow Chow continued to show the tracked IP addresses, company registration information and correlation analysis diagrams. The chain of evidence, one link after another, clearly points in one direction. What's even more interesting is that Chow Chow paused, then delivered the final blow. We conducted a rapid digital node analysis on the evidence documents Chief Engineer Lu just produced.
Find out when these files were created and modified. They are all concentrated in the last 2 days, and in the metadata of the file. There are obvious signs of forgery and tampering left. No. Impossible. You are slandering me. Framed me.
Lu Ming was completely panicked, his face was as pale as paper and his collar was soaked with sweat. He tried to snatch the tablet from Chow Chow's hand. But he was stopped by Jolie, who stepped forward quickly.
Lu Ming.
Jolie's voice was icy cold. At this point, you should go to the National Security Department and explain yourself clearly.
Chapter 82. Everyone, it seems that our employment mechanism needs to be further improved.
Jolie's face was stern and his words were serious.
The enemy's infiltration is everywhere, but this also shows that
our technological breakthrough has touched their nerves and they are scared. This further proves that the path we are taking is correct. After experiencing this storm, the expert's eyes towards Jolie changed completely. I admire not only his technical ability, but also his courage, determination, and swiftness. They realized that the young man in front of them was no ordinary person.
He can not only bring about technological breakthroughs, it can also lead them to deal with the open and covert attacks from outside.
Boss Zhou, we all listen to you. Xian Jiangming spoke on behalf of everyone, his tone extremely firm.
From today on, Huaxin R&D Center will enforce the rules. Resolutely follow President Zhou and break through 7 nanometers. Jolie nodded. He knew that from this moment on, he truly took control of China's top technical force. In the evening, news came from Laozhou. Lu Ming hung up. Lao Zhou was as calm as ever. Who's behind this? Zhou Li asked hurriedly. Nakamura. Nakamura? Zhou Li's eyes narrowed, it was indeed him. This poisonous snake is really everywhere. The depth of Nakamura's influence is far beyond imagination. Although we have uncovered a traitor this time, there is no guarantee that there won't be a second or third one. Moreover, since Nakamura has already taken action, this means the enemy has noticed him and began planning against him.
On the other hand, Nakamura's reaction speed and ruthlessness exceeded Zhou Li's initial expectations. Upon learning that Lu Ming's plan had failed, not only did he fail to stop the launch of Huaxin's 7-nanometer project, instead, Zhou Li completely took control of the RD center, and Nakamura's patience was obviously exhausted. He realized that conventional commercial competition and infiltration methods, it is no longer effective against an opponent like Zhou Li who does not play by the rules and has unfathomable strength. A more direct, more lethal approach must be taken. In a secret room with luxurious decoration but gloomy atmosphere, Nakamura looked at the report on the Huaxin RD Center incident with a face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. You're useless. You can't even do such a small thing. He slammed the cigar in his hand into the ashtray. Zhou Li. It seems I still underestimated you. Not only did it destroy a key part of the charm food plan, now you want to shake the foundation of our layout in the field of science and technology? A venomous cold light flashed in Nakamura's eyes. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. He dialed an encrypted line. Activate Project Scorpion. Eliminate the target at all costs. At the same time, Lao Zhou received a piece of deliberate intelligence. Intelligence shows a senior executive involved in the charm food plan. There may even be a key figure who may contain clues to Nakamura and the mysterious teacher. A secret meeting will be held in 3 days at a private island resort in a Southeast Asian country to discuss the next steps. The intelligence even included code names of some participants and vague itinerary information, making it appear highly credible. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, system task released, destroy Nakamura's conspiracy. System reward, God-level breath-holding technique, using internal force to provide yourself with 1 hour of oxygen supply and the ability to withstand pressure 1,000 meters underwater. Zhou Li was slightly stunned. Is this the rhythm of going into the sea to catch turtles? If you have the chance, you can go to the sea and see if you can catch any special seafood. Zhou Li was so pleased with himself for a moment that he forgot about his business. He quickly re-examined the information, his brows furrowed. He immediately determined that this was most likely a trap. A trap tailor-made just for him. Is it possible that Nakamura will become desperate and kill himself directly? However, the clue of teacher mentioned in the intelligence, it was like a huge magnet, attracting him deeply. If we can take this opportunity to follow the clues, if we can find the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes, all the risks will be worth it. I have to go. Zhou Li made a decision, but he would never step into a trap unprepared. He immediately mobilized all resources to cross-verify the intelligence. He contacted Zheng Qiheo and used this defected line to find out from the side about Nakamura's recent movements and whether there are any unusual personnel transfers. At the same time, he also used the system to analyze and deduce key information in the intelligence. The information fed back confirmed the authenticity of some of the intelligence. It is true that several people associated with Nakamura network have travel arrangements. But the information about the teacher cannot be verified and it seems more like a deliberately thrown bait. Zhou Li sneered in his heart. It was indeed a trap, but at least it showed that the enemy did make some arrangements there. He began to formulate targeted countermeasure plans. He would not use the overt power of Huaxin or Tianxiong to avoid alerting the enemy. He asked Lao Zhou to select 3 capable commandos to act together. At the same time, he also prepared sufficient high-tech equipment. Micro-reconnaissance drones were used and Pakistan was contacted through channels to prepare weapons. On the eve of departure, Zhou Li called Yang Mi and Xiao Qiao respectively. He did not reveal the specific details of the operation, only saying that he would need to be away for a few days. Let them stabilize the company's situation and activate the highest-level emergency plan. Be safe. Yang Mi's voice was trembling. She knew Zhou Li. Knowing that his decision cannot be changed, I can only give him some advice. Zhou Li felt warm in his heart. Don't worry, when have I ever suffered a loss? The conversation with Chow Chow focused more on technical arrangements. Ensure that all projects proceed as planned even in his absence. 3 days later, in a Southeast Asian country. A private island resort with stunning scenery and tight security. Jolie, with his capable team, arrived in a low-key manner as invited wealthy businessmen. On the surface, it seems peaceful here, with sunshine, beaches, bikini beauties and luxurious resort facilities, but it conceals undercurrents. But Jolie relied on his keen perception and the scanning of the GoldenEye technique. It was easy to find the surveillance cameras hidden in various places. A special tourist with sharp eyes and agile movements. It seems that Nakamura has prepared a big gift for me. A sneer appeared on Jolie's lips. According to intelligence, the secret meeting will be held tonight in a heavily guarded independent villa in the central area of the resort. At dusk, Jolie followed the plan and asked one team member to stay behind. With 2 team members, he seemed to be walking casually towards the target villa. When they stepped into a carefully designed area, something strange happened. The strong electromagnetic interference in the surrounding area caused all communication equipment to malfunction. The muzzle of the gun hidden in the dark spurted out flames, and dense bullets came like a rainstorm. At the same time, several small armed drones swooped down from the sky and locked onto Jolie. "Start!" Jolie shouted in a low voice. Team member Xiaowu threw an EMP grenade, and a strong light flashed. Nearby electronic equipment and drones were instantly paralyzed. Jolie pounced like a cheetah, with a short blade made of special alloy flashing with cold light in his hand. Harvest exposed enemies accurately and efficiently. However, the enemy's number far exceeded expectations, their firepower was fierce, and their coordination was excellent. Jolie and his team members were separated and surrounded, and pinned behind several bunkers. At this moment, a huge screen on the top floor of the villa lit up. Nakamura's face appeared on it, with a hideous and smug smile. "Jolie, you didn't expect this, did you? This is not a meeting place, but a tomb carefully prepared for you. Enjoy the scorpion banquet I prepared for you. Tonight is the day you die." On the screen, Nakamura's image disappeared. Instead, there was a countdown 10 minutes. Obviously, Nakamura not only set up an ambush, but also prepared a backup plan, which might be a bomb or something even more terrifying. Jolie is caught in an unprecedented crisis, surrounded by powerful enemies on all sides, and there is a countdown to his death. Chapter 83. Faced with Nakamura's trap and the countdown to death. It didn't make Jolie feel panicked at all. Instead, a cold sense of concentration enveloped him. Adrenaline was pumping, but my mind was clearer than ever. Desperate situation? It's just another form of challenge. He even thought it was a little ridiculous. This kind of ceremony was too much of a compliment to him. Or, I looked down on him too much. Break out in a scattered manner. Meet up at 3 o'clock. The instructions are accurately transmitted through special bone conduction headphones. He himself became the most conspicuous target and the most deadly bait. He exerted force on his feet, and his whole body turned into a blurry shadow. Actively rush to the area where the firepower is most concentrated. The bullet flew past the corner of his clothes, bringing up a stream of hot air. His god-level fighting skills made his sense of danger instinctive. The god-level climbing technique gave him the mobility to ignore the laws of physics. As he slid close to the ground, he seemed to merge with the ground, avoiding the sweeping barrage of bullets. The next second, it soared into the air with the help of the broken walls. Running fast on the vertical wall, the landing point is erratic. The dynamic vision of ordinary soldiers is simply unable to capture it. The GoldenEye technique presented the entire battlefield in data form in his mind. The enemy's position, breathing rate, weapon type. Even the trajectory of the ballistic missile that might be fired at the next moment cannot escape detection. The alloy short blade in his hand was silent, but more deadly than the fangs of a poisonous snake. Every flash was accompanied by a short muffled groan. Puff! 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 3 mercenaries came in a fan-shaped formation. At the same time, bloodlines burst out from the neck. His eyes were fixed in incredible horror. They couldn't even complete the action of pulling the trigger before they fell limply. In the monitoring room, Nakamura stared at the screen with veins bulging on his forehead. The smoke from the cigar could not hide the shock and anger in his eyes. How is it possible? His speed, his reaction, is he still a human? He slammed the cigar down on the console, leaving a charred mark. Useless. A bunch of useless. They can't even stop one person.
He roared into the communicator. Increase the firepower. Put all the movable ones on top. Start the meat grinder. I'm going to grind him to pieces. An operator next to him almost pressed the wrong button because his hand was shaking. Under the order, the firepower density in the trap area suddenly increased several times. The hidden automatic machine gun turret let out a piercing roar, interweaving with a rain of deadly bullets. What made people's scalps even more tingling was that two heavy footsteps were heard. Two huge figures walked out from the shadows on both sides of the villa. They are over 2 meters and 5 feet tall. Muscles are like cast iron. Grayish-white skin, with scarlet light flashing in his eyes. In their hands were heavy machine guns and grenade launchers that ordinary people could not operate at all. Biological modification? Joe Lee's eyes darkened slightly. Nakamura's network is really dirty. It even came up with something anti-human like this. These two modified people are not only terrifyingly powerful. The speed is far beyond what its size would suggest. And I don't feel pain. Ordinary rifle bullets hit them. Only shallow dents are left. It just splashed a few sparks but couldn't cause any real damage. A team member just showed up and tried to suppress them with assault rifle fire. The cyborg on the left slapped him away like slapping a fly. The body hit the wall with a dull sound. Fortunately, he had good physical fitness and did not faint. Jolie's pupils shrank slightly, and murderous intent arose in his heart, but he was not blinded by anger. A head-on confrontation is not the solution. He immediately changed his strategy, using the complex structure of the buildings and his superhuman speed to fight the cyborgs. The GoldenEye technique worked again, and he carefully observed the cyborgs' movement patterns and energy reactions. Although their defense was amazing, there was a very slight stiffness in their movements. And it seems to be very sensitive to energy fluctuations in specific frequency bands. Got it. Jolie captured the key information. These cyborgs are not perfect, and their intelligence cores seem to have defects. The tolerance to high-frequency sound waves and strong electromagnetic pulses is very low. While dodging the heavy firepower, he quickly gave orders through the headset. Xiao Wu. Use high-frequency jamming bombs to blast the area between those two iron lumps. Receive. Xiao Wu's calm response came from above. A moment later, a special ammunition with a slight trail fell accurately. Whoosh buzz. The harsh high-frequency sound waves instantly enveloped the area. Ordinary people would just feel uncomfortable, but for the two modified humans, it was no less than mental torture. Roar. The two cyborgs simultaneously held their heads and roared in pain. His movements were completely out of control, and the red light in his eyes was flashing wildly. He even started to attack randomly, knocking away several hapless mercenaries nearby. Found the weakness. Jolie is certain in his heart. The time is now. Jolie no longer hesitated, and approached the temporarily out-of-control cyborg as fast as the wind. He slid sideways and narrowly avoided the opponent's wildly swung punch. The true energy in the body instantly condenses at the fingertips. Under the GoldenEye technique, the nerve nodes hidden between the thick muscles and the exoskeleton are clearly visible. That's it. His fingertips pointed quickly and accurately. Laugh. There was an inaudible sound of airflow. The 2.5-meter tall cyborg's huge body suddenly froze. The scarlet light in his eyes was like a light bulb with bad contacts. It flickered a few times and then quickly dimmed. Afterwards, this valuable biological weapon was thrown away like a pile of scrap metal. It crashed to the ground with a loud bang, and there was no sound anymore. The other cyborg was still screaming wildly under the torture of high-frequency sound waves, but Xiao Wu and another team member had found the rhythm. They used the terrain to constantly contain the enemy and fired heavy fire alternately. Although it could not cause fatal damage, it made the monster run for its life. It cannot pose a greater threat for the time being. After getting rid of a tricky guy, Jolie felt the pressure was relieved a lot. He glanced at the numbers jumping on the screen on the outer wall of the villa. Countdown, less than 5 minutes left. Time is running out. We must take down the control center immediately and cut off any possible backup plans of Nakamura. He raised his head, his eyes fixed sharply on the monitoring room on the top floor of the villa and the communication antenna array next to it. The divine level climbing technique is activated. Jolie's figure seemed to blend into the night, avoiding the sporadic harassing fire from below. He pressed against the rough wall, his movements so light that not a single sound was made.
He eliminated several sniper points hidden behind the windows one by one. The alloy shortblade passed by silently, leaving only a few corpses in the aiming posture. In the monitoring room, Nakamura connected a small screen via a backup line. I watched Jolie approaching as if he was in an empty space. The smugness and ferocity on his face had long been replaced by a fear that penetrated deep into his bones.
This Jolie is not a human being at all. It's a monster. Stop him. Stop him at all costs. He yelled hysterically into the microphone. Activate the final defense sequence. Quick. However, it was too late. Bang. There was a loud bang. The special bulletproof glass shattered like a spider web. Jolie's figure rushed in like a cannonball, covered with broken glass. Several technicians in charge of the operation in the room didn't even see who was coming. I felt my neck go numb and I collapsed to the ground. Nakamura was so frightened that he rolled back. I reached out and wanted to press the eye-catching red button on the edge of the console. It's time to end the game, Mr. Nakamura. A cold voice sounded in his ears, like the whisper of death. Nakamura felt a flash before his eyes, and a hand had already grasped his throat like an iron clamp. He was lifted up and thrown hard onto the cold console. The huge impact almost made him faint. At this moment, Jolie, who was controlling Nakamura. The corner of my eye keenly caught a glimpse of an extremely hidden corner under the console. A micro data transfer interface. It is flashing a faint blue light at an extremely high frequency. Chapter 84. On the console, the inconspicuous encrypted data transmission interface flashed a faint blue light. The progress bar, just when Jolie's hand grabbed Nakamura's throat. It quietly filled up the last grid, showing a glaring 100%. The horror on Nakamura's face had not yet completely solidified. On the screen on the top floor of the villa, the huge and ferocious countdown number finally jumped from 1 to the end point 0. Boom boom. It was not just one loud explosion, but a continuous stream of loud explosions coming from all directions simultaneously. The entire villa seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, and the earth was shaking. The explosion did not come from a single source, but was precisely distributed in every load-bearing structure and key functional area of the villa. This was a carefully calculated and complete self-destruction, leaving no trace. Nakamura's expression, which was a mixture of unwillingness, fear and a last bit of madness, was engulfed by the sudden eruption of fire and shock waves. The air wave was like a violent tsunami, mixed with hot gravel, twisted metal, and scorching flames. The water poured into the monitoring room from the broken window. Before the countdown reached 0, Jolie's body had already reacted instinctively. The data has been transferred? Nakamura is dead? No, this is not just about silencing someone. The explosion came too on time and too thoroughly. This is to clear the traces, especially the whereabouts of the data that has just been transmitted. The methods of that teacher were indeed cruel enough that he even sacrificed his own people without hesitation just to erase the clues. He didn't even have time to take a look at Nakamura's final appearance, it didn't matter anymore. His right hand reached out like lightning to Nakamura's waist, which was blurred by the explosion. His fingertips precisely hooked onto a piece of cool metal. A seemingly ordinary metal dog tag, heavy in the hand, with subtle scratches on the edge. A mercenary's identification? Or something else? At the same time, his left hand had already turned into a residual image. Typing frantically on the console keyboard that was about to be completely destroyed by the explosion. The characters on the screen jumped wildly, became garbled, and shattered due to the vibration of the explosion. Give me a clue. Jolie tried to use the last moment before the entire system completely collapsed and was physically damaged. Capture even the slightest trace of the data flow. A fragment of an IP address, a vague pointer to a server, anything will do. I felt the keyboard breaking at my fingertips, and the screen finally flickered a few times before going completely dark. Only a few intermittent fragments of unclear characters were captured. Something is better than nothing. A bigger conspiracy is like an iceberg. After overturning Nakamura's boat, finally, the larger and more dangerous outline beneath the water appeared. Jolie did not stay any longer, as this place had become a dead end. After doing all this, the power in his body instantly exploded, and his god-level climbing skills were brought to the extreme. The whole person is like a weightless leaf against the crumbling wall, looking for a gap between the shock wave of the explosion and the collapsing building structure. His movements were so fast that they were beyond the limits of human vision. The golden eye technique clearly captured every change in the surrounding environment. Calculate the optimal escape route.
Strong electromagnetic interference still exists, and there is only rustling noise in the bone conduction headphones. He was unable to contact his teammates immediately and could only break out towards the agreed 3 o'clock direction according to the predetermined plan.
Thick smoke billowed and flames shot into the sky. The once luxurious island resort has now turned into a living hell. The remaining enemies and the automatic fire points deployed by Nakamura.
Indiscriminate attacks are still being carried out in the chaos. Jolie's figure appeared and disappeared in the fire and smoke. He avoided the main blast area, using the wreckage of buildings as cover and moving quickly. On the way, he went around to a collapsed column. The team member who was previously knocked away by the cyborg was found. The team member curled up with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still clear. When he saw Jolie, he struggled to sit up. Jolie quickly squatted down and pressed his fingers between his chest and abdomen to check. At the same time, he transferred his internal energy to protect his heart meridian, and his technique was so fast that it was dazzling.
"I can still hold on,"
Jolie whispered, but continued to move, temporarily dealing with the possible risk of internal bleeding on the other party.
"Xiao Wu."
Jolie's voice penetrated the roar of the explosion, carrying unquestionable power.
From a distance, Xiao Wu responded with a violent cough. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou. I'm here."
The sound came from behind a rickety low wall, and sporadic gunfire could be heard. Jolie temporarily placed the injured team members in a relatively safe place, and with a flash of his body, he reached the low wall in a few jumps. Xiao Wu was leaning against the wall, his legs wrapped in blood-stained cloth, his rifle still tightly in his hands, observing his surroundings vigilantly. When he saw Jolie, his tense nerves relaxed a little.
"Leg?"
Jolie looked at his wound.
"It's a small problem. We can still run away."
Xiao Wu gritted his teeth, his forehead covered with cold sweat.
"Okay, follow closely." Jolie didn't say any more. He lifted up the injured person he first found and made a gesture to Xiao Wu. "This way."
In the vision of the golden eye technique, the burning ruins and smoke did not hinder his judgment.
A winding path that avoids most dangerous areas is clearly presented.
The three of them covered each other and moved quickly among the flames and smoke. More than 10 minutes later, they finally rushed out of the core area of the explosion and reached the other side of the island.
A natural cave cleverly covered by dense vegetation appeared before our eyes. It was the designated evacuation point.
At the entrance of the cave, the team member who stayed behind was pacing back and forth anxiously, looking around. Seeing Jolie and his men covered in gunpowder and with wounded soldiers,
an expression of relief instantly appeared on his face, and he quickly walked over to him. "Boss Zhou, the speedboat is already in place. Deal with the wounded first."
Jolie handed the seriously injured team member over to the remaining personnel.
He pulled out the metal dog tag he had ripped off Nakamura from his pocket.
He took out another micro-storage device, which contained the last few fragments of data intercepted from the console. "Encrypt this dog tag and this data fragment and send them to Lao Zhou immediately.
Tell him that Nakamura has been dealt with. But some important data was transmitted before his death.
It is likely related to the teacher's core plan.
Let Lao Zhou contact Goen immediately and do his best to track and analyze the situation." "Understood."
The team member took the things and started operating immediately.
After arranging the evacuation, Jolie walked to the cave entrance alone.
Looking at the ruins of the resort with flames blazing in the distance, his brows were twisted into a knot.
Nakamura is dead, and this thread seems to be broken.
But that mysterious teacher, that huge and deeply hidden network,
and the data that was transmitted at all costs.
All of this seems to be a harbinger of a bigger storm to come. He took out his satellite phone and dialed Lao Zhou's number.
"I'm fine, Nakamura got it done."
Jolie's tone was steady. On the other end of the phone, Lao Zhou was obviously relieved, but his voice immediately became serious again.
"Your message has been received. The National Security Bureau is on the way and wants to see you immediately." "Got it. I'll go back as soon as possible." Jolie hung up the phone.
The salty sea breeze ruffled his dusty hair. He looked down at his hands, and saw tiny scrapes on his knuckles from the fight. The wealth and power that the system brought always seemed to push him into these unexpected situations. He exhaled lightly, and his eyes became firm again.
"Since you can't avoid it, just face it." He wanted to see who that so-called teacher was. "Let's go home." Jolie turned around and boarded the return speedboat. The night was dark and the waves were beating against the side of the boat, as if telling the thrilling life and death struggle that had just occurred. It also foreshadows even more turbulent undercurrents in the future. Chapter 85. Jolie sat in the cabin, secretly wondering how to deal with the situation next. How to explain all this to the National Security Bureau without exposing the system. This in itself is a very challenging task. Haicheng, an ordinary tea house. Located in a secluded place on the outskirts of the city, it is loose outside and tight inside. There were several black cars parked randomly at the door. Its special license plate and the capable personnel vaguely visible inside the car. All of these indicate that this place is extraordinary. This is a high-level cover point of the National Security Department in Haicheng. Under Lao Zou's arrangement, Jolie changed into clean clothes and washed off the smell of gunpowder on his body. The sharpness between his brows, which had been precipitated after experiencing a life and death struggle, could no longer be completely concealed. A taciturn middle-aged man led him. Passing through the antique corridor, we arrived outside an elegant box. "Mr. Zhou, the tiger is waiting for you inside." The guide whispered something and stepped aside. Jolie pushed the door open and walked in. The box was not as solemn and depressing as imagined. On the contrary, it is decorated in a rather elegant style, with a faint scent of tea in the air. A man in dark casual clothes, looking about 50 years old. A man with an elegant face and even a bit of bookish air. Sitting behind the tea table, concentrating on brewing kung fu tea. His movements were smooth and his expression was focused, as if all the troubles in the outside world had nothing to do with him. If you don't know the other party's identity in advance, Jolie found it difficult to understand the seemingly gentle middle-aged man in front of him. He was associated with the highly intimidating name of the person in charge of the National Security Haicheng, codenamed Tiger. "Comrade Jolie, please take a seat." The man raised his head and his eyes fell on Jolie. Those eyes were not sharp, but deep as a pool, as if they could see into people's hearts. He did not stand up, but just made a gesture of invitation, with a calm tone, and no emotion could be heard. Jolie sat down opposite him and looked at him calmly. He could sense that, although the other person seemed easygoing, his entire body was in a state of high alertness and scrutiny. This tiger is not as simple as he seems. Try the tea I made. Meng Hu pushed a cup of amber tea in front of Jolie. A De Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, given to me by an old friend. Jolie picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea soup is mellow with distinct rock flavor. It is indeed a rare good tea. Good tea. He put down the teacup without any unnecessary courtesy. As long as you like it. The tiger smiled and then got to the point. Lao Zhou has already reported the basic situation to me. Nakamura is dead. Did you solve the problem yourself? I guess so. He activated the self-destruct sequence, and I just had a chat with him before he died. Jolie avoided the important and focused on the trivial. A barely perceptible gleam of light flashed across the tiger's eyes. He obviously didn't completely believe the statement, but he didn't ask for details. The metal dog tag you brought back, and the data fragments you intercepted, are very valuable. He pointed to an encrypted tablet next to him. Our technical experts are working hard to analyze it. Initial judgment shows that there is a micro-memory chip inside the dog tag. Although some data was damaged in the explosion, the remaining information points to an extremely secretive global financial network. And that data fragment. He paused, his expression turned serious. Although it is extremely fragmentary, combined with some clues we have previously obtained, it points to a kind of remote activation or control commands for very specific devices. Jolie's heart moved. It turned out to be exactly as he had guessed. That data transfer is anything but ordinary. Regarding Kuei Shi and Phantom Shi, as well as the teacher behind Nakamura, tell me in detail what you know. Although Meng Hu's tone was still calm, it carried a sense of pressure. Jolie sorted out his thoughts. From the initial contact with the clues of the puppet food plan. Later, I discovered that the charm food plan was just the tip of the iceberg. Then, what happened in Southeast Asia? As well as his speculation about the forces behind Nakamura and the mysterious teacher. They all reported one by one. Of course, he cleverly concealed the existence of the system, attributing the channels through which one obtains information to intelligence gathering in commercial competition. The help of some special friends and reasonable logical inference.
Menghu listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the teacup, his deep gaze never leaving Jolie. He nodded from time to time, and frowned slightly from time to time, obviously digesting and analyzing the information provided by Jolie quickly. And compare it with the huge database of intelligence in his mind.
When Jolie finished his story, the box fell into a brief silence.
Only the gurgling sound of boiling tea seemed particularly clear.
Comrade Jolie.
The tiger spoke slowly, breaking the silence.
You're amazing.
This comment came out of nowhere, and Jolie was slightly startled. I'm not referring to your performance in Southeast Asia this time, although that was also amazing enough. The tiger's eyes became sharp, as if it wanted to see through Jolie. I mean your insight, your judgment, and your ability to act. From the moment you come into contact with these clues, every decision you make. They are far beyond the scope of an ordinary businessman or even many professionals. He leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying a scrutinizing tone. You are promoting the 7-nanometer project in Huaxin, which seems to be a business layout. It hits the pain point where certain forces are trying to contain us through technological barriers. You uncovered the traitor Lu Ming with clean and efficient means. This trip to Southeast Asia was called a dangerous one, but in fact it was a precise counterattack and intelligence gathering. Jolie, tell me. Are you just a businessman who got lucky and knows a little bit of fighting skills? Jolie thought to himself, he has indeed come.
This tiger has a sharp eye and is not easy to fool.
He smiled, picked up the teacup and took another sip, buying himself some time to think. You are overpraised, Chief. I admit that I may be a little more curious than the average person, and have a little more ability to protect myself. After all, the business world is like a battlefield, and sometimes you may encounter opponents who don't just use business tactics. He paused, and his tone became more honest. Moreover, some things are related to national interests and the future of every ordinary person like us. Although I am a businessman, I also know what to do and what not to do. These words were flawless, acknowledging his own extraordinary qualities while elevating his motives to the level of patriotism. The tiger looked at him deeply and did not continue to ask about the source of his ability.
Goan has its own rules.
For Jolie, who has a complicated background in special abilities. As for those who have made significant contributions to the country, as long as it is confirmed that there is no problem with their position, some secrets can be temporarily ignored.
You are right. Some things concern national interests.
The tiger's tone became serious.
Nakamura and the teacher behind him.
As well as the plans they planned, such as charm food and puppet food.
Its harmfulness is far beyond our imagination. This is not ordinary commercial crime or espionage.
This has touched the bottom line of national security.
It may even involve anti-human aspects. He looked at Jolie with burning eyes.
Comrade Jolie, you are already in this chess game. And became the other party's main target of attention. Nakamura is dead, but the sensei is still there, and their network is still functioning.
You are alone, and it is dangerous. Here it comes.
Jolie said secretly. Our National Security Department shoulders the heavy responsibility of maintaining national security. The tiger's voice carries unquestionable power. We have a professional team, a strong intelligence network and powers granted by the state. However, facing an opponent like Teacher who is so hidden and cunning. We also need people like you who have special abilities and perspectives.
He paused and said word by word. Jolie, I formally invite you to join us. Become a member of Goan and fight side by side with us. Completely destroy this cancer that threatens national security. The air in the box seemed to freeze. The sunlight outside the window shines through the bamboo curtains, casting mottled light and shadows on the table.
Jolie looked at Minghu's outstretched hand and the heavy expectation in his eyes, and fell into deep thought.
Joining Goan? This is indeed an attractive proposal. With the cover of an official identity, it would undoubtedly be much easier to act.
You can also get more intelligence and resource support to fight against the mysterious teacher.
But
he thought of his own super-rich system. Thinking of the Linjiang Garden and the villas of Huajun Palace.
I thought of Yangmi, Xiao Xiao, and other beauties. I thought about the leisurely life that I didn't have time to enjoy. Once you join Goan, it means endless tasks.
The constraints of discipline and the greater dangers that may be faced at any time.
He hasn't had enough fun yet, how could he be recruited like this?
For the first time, Jolie felt such an intense struggle in his heart.
On one hand, there is the impetus of national justice and practical needs. On one hand, there is a yearning for a free life and systematic fun.
This multiple choice question seems to be more difficult than facing a hail of bullets.
Chapter 86.
Facing the tiger's expectant and scrutinizing gaze.
Jolie was silent for a moment.
The only sound left in the box was the faint boiling sound of tea, but the atmosphere was even more solemn than before. Finally, Jolie shook his head slowly, with a hint of apology on his face, but his eyes were firm.
Commander, thank you very much for your trust and respect. It is our responsibility to contribute to the country. However, I am afraid that I cannot officially join Goen for the time being.
The tiger's brows knitted slightly. But he did not refute immediately, just gestured for Jolie to continue. I am a person who is used to being casual, and I also have my own, well, little secrets and ways of doing things. Jolie carefully chose his words, trying to explain his concerns without exposing the system.
The National Security Agency has strict discipline and operational norms.
I am afraid that I will not be able to adapt and will cause trouble to the organization. He added half-jokingly. Besides, I am a person who is more greedy for pleasure. I finally made some money, but I haven't had time to enjoy life. If I were to carry out missions every day, I would be very grateful.
This half-truth pointed out his resistance to discipline. He also expressed his yearning for a free life in a slightly joking way.
He knew that for a man like Menghu, simply preaching or covering up the truth would have little effect.
It's better to be honest and reveal your vulgar mentality.
The tiger looked at Jolie, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Then he revealed a playful smile, as if he had expected him to say that.
Oh? You're afraid of restrictions and want to enjoy life?
He picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly.
Comrade Jolie, do you think that in this situation? Can you still enjoy your super-rich life peacefully?
He put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and his tone became meaningful. Nakamura is dead, but his death only made the teacher more vigilant and more crazy. You ruined their plans and killed their important pawns.
Do you think they will let you go?
Next time, it may not be mercenaries or cyborgs who come, but more direct and sinister means, which may even affect the people around you.
Jolie's heart sank suddenly.
Menghu's words accurately hit upon his deepest concerns. He doesn't care about his own safety.
But Yang Mi, Xiao Xiao, Lu Xiaoxiao, and Lao Zhou. He would absolutely not be able to accept being implicated because of himself. You think that with your personal ability can deal with a huge, secretive, and scrupulous, maybe even a transnational organization with unimaginable technology?
The tigers continued to apply pressure, but their tone was not aggressive, more like stating a harsh reality.
Even if you can protect yourself, can you protect everyone you care about all the time? If you are a thief for 1,000 days, how can you be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Jolie was silent.
Every word of Menghu's words was heart-wrenching.
He had indeed underestimated the risks of turning completely against the organization.
The system gave him powerful abilities, but also made him a more conspicuous target in the darkness.
Joining us doesn't mean you have to give up your life.
Seeing that the situation was about right, Menghu began to adjust his strategy and softened his tone.
We understand your concerns and respect your choice. What we need is not an ordinary employee who follows the rules. It's about your ability, your perspective, and your comfort in certain gray areas. He smiled, with a bit of cunningness like an old fox. We can give you a special identity. You don't need to follow the regular get-off-work schedule. No need to attend all internal meetings. There is no need to even report all the operational details directly to me. You can still live your life of luxury and manage your business empire. But
Menghu changed the subject and his eyes became sharp.
When the country needs you, in the crucial action against the teacher organization, you need to cooperate with us. We will provide you with the necessary intelligence support and resource allocation. Even within the framework permitted by law, we provide you with maximum convenience of action and immunity. You can regard us as your strongest support, rather than the shackles that bind you. Jolie's eyes lit up. Does this proposal sound good?
It can retain a considerable degree of freedom.
And can obtain official support and resource allocation from the National Security Bureau. You can also protect yourself and those around you more effectively. This is simply a plug-in tailor-made for me. This sounds a bit like the out-of-town agent in the movie? Jolie asked tentatively. You can understand it that way. The tiger nodded. We call them special advisors or special contribution personnel.
He has a high position and authority, and is directly responsible to me. It even has the authority to mobilize some operational resources within the region in certain emergency situations.
Of course, the responsibility is equally great. He looked at Jolie, waiting for his final decision. Jolie didn't hesitate for too long this time.
After weighing the pros and cons, the answer is very clear.
This is almost the greatest help you can get without sacrificing your freedom. Good. He nodded seriously.
Chief Tiger, I accept the proposal. But I have said before, I am used to fighting alone.
I don't want to be interfered with in the details of the operation unless it is necessary. No problem.
The Tiger agreed readily.
We just want results.
You can control the process yourself. But one thing is that major actions that may affect national security or diplomatic relations must be communicated in advance.
Of course. Jolie replied. Very good.
A satisfied smile appeared on the Tiger's face. He took out a small black metal card from his briefcase and handed it to Jolie. The card feels slightly heavy in the hand, and has a matte surface. There is no text or pattern on it, only a chip-like area embedded in the center.
The overall design is simple and mysterious. This is your ID. Tiger explained. It stores your encryption information and authorization level internally.
It can verify identity on a specific device and can also serve as a beacon for emergency contact and assistance.
Its permission level, highest.
There are only a handful of people in the national security system who know about the existence of this level.
Jolie took the card and felt its heavy weight.
This is not just a card, it is a responsibility, a power, and a ticket to a deeper world.
Welcome aboard, Comrade Jolie. Although in a special way.
The Tiger stood up and stretched out his hand to Jolie again. This time, there was a bit more genuine recognition and comrade-like trust in his gaze. Jolie also stood up and shook hands with him vigorously. It's a pleasure to work with you, Chief Tiger.
Just call me Lao Meng.
Meng Hu laughed loudly, and his previous seriousness and elegance were instantly replaced by a soldier-like cheerfulness.
Jolie also laughed.
It seems that this Tiger is also a jack of all trades. When we left the tea house, the setting sun was dyeing the sky a brilliant golden color.
Jolie put the black card neatly into his inner pocket. It feels like holding a hot potato. It's like a secret weapon with infinite power. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Life seemed to have taken a sharp turn in a direction he had never expected. The super-rich system, coupled with the special identity of the national security. This combination is quite exciting no matter how you think about it. Chapter 87.
In the president's office of Skydome Capital, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the bustling city skyline of Haicheng. Jolie stood in front of the window, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the cold and hard black metal card. Tigers, Goen, Special Advisor. The experience of the past few days was like a roller coaster, from the gunfire in Southeast Asia to the careful conversation in the tea house, and finally settled on an identity he had never imagined.
An extra staff ace?
It sounds impressive, but it also means trouble and responsibility.
He let out a breath and suppressed his chaotic thoughts.
In any case, with this identity, at least I will have more confidence and resources when facing the mysterious teacher. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind without warning.
Ding!
The system task Destroy the Nakamura Conspiracy has been completed.
Mission reward, God-level breath holding technique, has been issued. God-level breath holding technique, using internal force to simulate breathing cycles. It can maintain life activities for 1 hour in an oxygen-free environment.
It also gives the user the physique to withstand the pressure of 1,000 meters underwater.
Jolie's heart moved. God-level breath holding technique, this reward is a bit inhumane.
Although I was just joking about catching turtles in the sea last time, who knows if I will really use it in the future. Being able to withstand pressure of 1,000 meters underwater and breathe for an hour is simply a superhuman configuration in the diving world. If you encounter any underwater pursuit in the future, or want to fish for some local specialties from the deep sea, this skill will be simply a magical skill. He was wondering if he should find a swimming pool to try out the water first.
There were 2 gentle knocks on the office door.
Then the doorknob turned, and 2 beautiful figures appeared at the door.
Brother Jolie.
The clear and pleasant sound is cheerful, just like the sunshine in early summer.
Jolie turned around and a gentle smile appeared on his face.
Standing at the door were Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily. Lu Xiaoxiao was wearing a light yellow dress, which made her skin look even whiter, and her big eyes were blinking, full of spirit. As soon as she saw Jolie, she trotted over like a happy little bird, and then naturally took Jolie's arm. The little head leaned slightly on his shoulder, with the corners of his mouth curved into a beautiful crescent. Wu Lily, who was standing next to Lu Xiaoxiao, made Jolie's eyes light up and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Wu Lily wore a simple white shirt and jeans, which outlined her beautiful figure. Her face was rosy and she looked energetic, and her eyes, which were always full of warmth and sunshine, were now looking at Jolie with a smile. The paleness and weakness that had caused him to be unconscious after falling from a building were gone.
Internal force is indeed a good thing.
Not only did it save her life, it also allowed her to recover so thoroughly that she even looked healthier than before. Seeing Wu Lily fully recovered and standing in front of him with a beautiful smile, Jolie's heart finally felt relieved. All the previous efforts and risks seemed worthwhile at this moment.
Lily, are you completely fine?
Jolie's eyes were gentle and concerned.
It couldn't be better. Wu Lily turned around on the spot with light movements and a bright smile. I feel like I can kill a cow right now.
Jolie, thank you so much this time, if it weren't for you.
Okay, it's too formal to say this.
Jolie interrupted her with a smile and turned his gaze to Lu Xiaoxiao.
Why did you two come here so suddenly? You didn't even call in advance. I want to give you a surprise.
Lu Xiaoxiao shook Jolie's arm and said coquettishly.
Besides, I have something important to invite you to.
Oh?
What's the important thing?
Jolie raised his eyebrows curiously.
Dang.
Like a magic trick, Lu Xiaoxiao took out two beautifully crafted invitations from her small bag and handed them to Jolie.
My and Lily's graduation ceremony. This weekend. You must come.
Wu Lily also nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation.
Yes, Jolie, you must come.
This is a very important moment in our lives, you have to be there to witness it.
Graduation? Jolie looked at the words Jiangcheng University graduation ceremony printed on the invitation.
Looking at the expectant faces of the two girls in front of me, I suddenly felt a little dazed. A few days ago, he was fighting a desperate battle with mercenaries and cyborgs on an island in Southeast Asia, dealing with Nakamura's death trap and the conspiracy of the mastermind behind the scenes. And now, he was standing here, invited by two young and beautiful girls to attend the university graduation ceremony. This strong contrast made him feel a little amused and helpless for a moment.
The script of life jumps too fast. What's the matter? You don't want to come?
Seeing that Jolie didn't say anything for a long time, Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and shook his arm somewhat unhappily.
Of course I do. Jolie immediately came back to his senses and laughed.
It is my honor to attend Xiaoxiao and Lily's graduation ceremony.
How could you not be willing?
He reached out and rubbed Lu Xiaoxiao's head, then nodded to Wu Lily.
Don't worry, I will be there on time to support you too.
Yeah.
That's great.
Lu Xiaoxiao cheered immediately and held Jolie's arm tighter. Wu Lily also laughed happily, her eyes moving. She glanced at Jolie secretly, her cheeks slightly red.
Since Lily woke up from her coma, her personality seems to have completely changed from Xiaoxiao's.
Xiaoxiao's original reserved look has turned into Lily's original carefree look. But Lily has become much more reserved.
Seeing their pure joy and anticipation, Jolie felt completely relaxed.
All the gloom and bloodshed that had just been experienced were completely dispelled by this bright smile.
Maybe the tiger is right. He cannot fight the darkness on his own.
To protect the beauty in front of him and the people he cares about, he needs a more comprehensive plan and stronger support. The identity of special advisor came at the right time. By the way, Brother Jolie, after the graduation ceremony,
we also prepared a small celebration party. It's near the school, would you like to come too?
Lu Xiaoxiao raised her little face and continued to extend the invitation.
Okay.
Jolie agreed without hesitation. He looked at the two girls in front of him, one of whom was his favorite and whom he simply depended on. One who had fallen in love with him at first sight, and now who has survived a disaster, still has hidden feelings for him. Their world should be sunny and carefree. And he, Jolie, holds billions of wealth and extraordinary abilities in his hands. With the other hand, he just took over the heavy black card from Goen.
Stepped into the turbulent and secret battlefield. No matter what, he must protect this tranquility and beauty.
Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns, mountains of swords and seas of fire.
It's a deal then. Don't be late.
Lu Xiaoxiao stretched out her little finger. Jolie smiled and stretched out his little finger, hooking it with her. We'll make a promise and stick to it for 100 years.
The atmosphere in the office is warm and relaxed, temporarily isolating itself from the turbulent world outside the window.
Jolie thought to himself that enjoying life and safeguarding peace might not be in conflict. At least for now, he has to be a good flower protector and attend this important graduation ceremony first. As for that teacher and some weird conspiracy, he would have plenty of time to play with them when he had time.
Chapter 88.
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily stayed in Jolie's office for quite some time. They were like two nimble butterflies, bringing vitality to this quiet space where usually only Jolie and a few assistants were active. Lu Xiaoxiao still held Jolie's arm affectionately, excitedly recounting the details of the graduation ceremony. Our class rehearsed a program, and I was responsible for writing the script.
Lily is going to perform a piano solo. She has been practicing very hard recently.
Wu Lily sat on the sofa beside her, listening to Lu Xiaoxiao's chattering with a gentle smile on her face. Occasionally he would interject and add a few words, his eyes always vaguely falling on Jolie.
Her recovery speed is truly amazing.
Not only does she look healthy and rosy, even his mental state was very good, with no sign of having ever suffered a serious blow.
This made Jolie feel very relieved. By the way, brother Jolie, have you been very busy recently?
Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something and looked up at Jolie with a hint of worry in her big eyes.
It feels like you're always away and the phone is often unreachable.
Jolie's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm. He smiled and rubbed her head.
Yes, I am a bit busy.
The company has a lot of projects recently and I have to travel frequently. He deliberately led the matter into regular business activities.
Oh.
Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, seeming a little dissatisfied with the answer, but did not continue to ask. Wu Lily carefully observed Jolie's expression. She always felt that Jolie was a little different now.
I can't really say exactly where the difference is.
His eyes became deeper and his temperament became more stable, like a restrained piece of jade. Although it is warm, it has a subtle edge. She knew that Jolie had many secrets and had never thought of exploring them, but she was vaguely worried.
Jolie, please be careful when you are on a business trip.
Wu Lily said softly, with deep concern in her tone.
Don't worry, when have I ever suffered a loss?
Jolie smiled at her, his smile showing confidence and relaxation. In front of them, he was willing to take off all his disguises and vigilance and enjoy this rare tranquility. They continued to chat about the trivialities and interesting things in the last stage of their college life.
The atmosphere is relaxed and pleasant.
The topic naturally turned to plans after graduation.
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily's wishes are surprisingly consistent.
They all have a strong interest in China's long-standing national culture.
Eager to develop in Kyoto, a city with a profound cultural heritage.
I want to carve out a niche for myself there.
However, there is always a gap between reality and ideal. Lu Xiaoxiao's father, Uncle Lu, who is a big shot in the business world.
I have already planned a path for my daughter. He hopes that Lu Xiaoxiao can directly enter the family business after graduation. Start training from the grassroots.
Prepare to inherit the huge Lu family industry in the future.
This is what my parents ordered. It is also a responsibility.
Wu Lily's situation is similar.
Her grandfather, a respected elder. I prefer my granddaughter to take a safe path. I hope she can pass the exam and get a job in the system.
Stable and peaceful.
Jolie listened to their stories quietly. Look at the vision for the future flashing in their eyes. And the helplessness and resistance expressed when family arrangements were mentioned. They are unwilling to fully accept the advice of their elders.
Deep down I long for freedom. I want to go out and make a living on my own. To realize your dreams. Rather than being bound by a set trajectory.
Just as Jolie was thinking about how to give advice, the system voice suddenly sounded.
Ding.
System task released, help Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily set up a cultural and entertainment company. The sudden system prompt made Jolie's heart move. It was as if the system knew he was listening to their troubles.
And gave a perfect solution. Mission reward, God-level string and bamboo performance skills.
The reward information that followed surprised Jolie.
God-level string and bamboo instrument playing skills. This is completely different from previous combat or business rewards.
But think about Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily's love for national culture. This reward seems extremely suitable.
Maybe the system wants him to go through this way. Integrate better into their world.
Or provide more specific help in their future careers. Jolie's expression didn't change at all, but his heart was already surging with undercurrents. He looked at the two energetic girls in front of him. One is the heir who is highly expected by the family. One is a well-behaved granddaughter who is protected by her elders. But they all chose to refuse comfort, craving for a challenge. It reminded him of himself, who went from being a delivery boy to a billionaire overnight. He also rejected an ordinary life. I chose a path full of unknowns and challenges.
Time slips away unknowingly. Until the afternoon.
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily reluctantly got up and said goodbye. Then Brother Jolie, we will wait for you in Jiangqing this weekend.
Lu Xiaoxiao reminded again.
She stood on tiptoe.
He gave Jolie a quick kiss on the cheek. It feels soft and warm to the touch. Passing like a feather.
She stuck out her tongue playfully. There was a hint of cunningness in his eyes.
Pulling Wu Lily next to him. Flying out of the office like two happy butterflies. Wu Lily didn't say anything.
Her cheeks were lightly flushed.
She nodded slightly.
Then he followed Lu Xiaoxiao out of the room. The office door closed again, the noise faded away, and silence took over the space again.
Jolie stood there, the warmth of Lu Xiaoxiao's kiss still seemed to remain on his cheek.
He sighed softly, and the smile on his face gradually faded.
Warmth and undercurrent are only separated by a door.
He walked to the window, looking at the busy street downstairs, his eyes became sharp again.
Tigers, national security, teachers, data transmission, these words echoed in his mind.
He pulled the black metal card from his inner pocket.
This is the identity of the National Security Tiger Special Operations Team. Although he is a non-staff consultant, he has considerable authority.
National resources can be mobilized to a certain extent, provided that the matter is of great importance and authorized.
This card is both a constraint and a help.
It drew him deeper into the invisible battlefield, but also gave him leverage to fight against that vast network. He closed his eyes and felt the surging internal energy in his body. Like a warm and powerful stream, it circulated endlessly through his meridians. The God-level breath-holding technique acquired this time is not just a simple skill, but also a completely new way of using internal strength. He tried to mobilize his internal energy according to the method that naturally appeared in his mind. A strange wave occurred in his body, as if his breathing had stopped. But the body did not feel the slightest discomfort from lack of oxygen.
Instead, it felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and stability.
This feeling is very wonderful, as if a self-sufficient microcirculation system has been formed inside the entire body. He could clearly feel that his lungs had stopped breathing in and out, but his internal force was simulating the process of gas exchange, which was even more efficient than real breathing. At the same time, a force seemed to be strengthening his body and internal organs, making him feel as if he could withstand tremendous pressure.
This is the God-level breath-holding technique.
It's not just about holding your breath, but using internal force to replace breathing, while strengthening your physical fitness to withstand the extreme environment of the deep sea.
1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Jolie maintained this state without any effort, as if this was the most natural state of his body. It even feels like in this state, the mind is sharper and the perception of the surrounding environment is clearer.
He opened his eyes and let out a breath.
The internal force fluctuations in the body returned to normal, and the strange feeling of simulated breathing disappeared. The whole process was easy and without any discomfort.
It is indeed a God-level skill. With this, I can now try many things that I never dared to think about before. Go on an underwater adventure? Or some special stealth operation? He pulled his thoughts back. Now was not the time to think about this.
The graduation ceremony this weekend is the most important thing at the moment.
Jiangqing University, that's where Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily lived for 4 years, carries the memories of their youth.
He had promised to go, so he couldn't let them down.
Chapter 89. Jiangqing, June.
The sun is scorching, and the air is filled with the sadness, longing, and restlessness unique to graduation season. The campus of Jiangqing University is full of young faces in bachelor's gowns excitedly taking photos. The dense shade of the camphor tree casts mottled light and shadows, and the cicadas chirp as if playing the final farewell song for this period of youth. Jolie parked the low-key black Maybach a little further away from the school gate, avoiding being too ostentatious. He was dressed relatively casually today, wearing a high-quality white linen shirt and khaki trousers.
It is neither dignified nor casual.
Walking into the university campus he had been away from for a long time, looking at the energetic faces around him, Jolie actually felt a little emotional. Since he graduated, the larger University of Society awarded him a doctorate degree in his hard-earned profession in advance. Now, seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily are about to complete their studies and start a new chapter in life, he is sincerely happy for them. Soon, he caught sight of the two familiar figures in the crowd.
Brother Jolie.
Lu Xiaoxiao was the first to notice him, waving her arms excitedly with a clear voice that attracted a lot of attention. She was wearing a standard bachelor's gown. The loose black robe seemed to sway a little on her petite body, which made her look even more playful and cute. The bachelor's hat on her head was tilted, and the tassels swayed gently with her movements. She trotted over, her skirt fluttering like a happy elf.
Wu Lily followed behind her, also wearing a bachelor's gown.
She looks very good, with fair and translucent skin that glows with a healthy radiance in the sun. She wore her bachelor's gown meticulously, and her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her smooth forehead and a pair of bright and moving eyes. When she saw Jolie, a gentle smile appeared on her lips, with joy and a hint of barely perceptible shyness in her eyes.
Run slower and don't fall.
Jolie walked over with a smile and naturally helped Lu Xiaoxiao straighten her hat.
Hee, I'm just so excited to see you. Lu Xiaoxiao took Jolie's arm and leaned her little head over as usual, which aroused the envy and jealousy of many boys around her. Who is this?
She captured the hearts of the school beauties and the goddesses with temperament as soon as she arrived.
Jolie, you're here.
Wu Lily walked closer and spoke softly. Her voice was softer than before, less noisy and more calm and gentle.
I promised you that I would definitely come.
Jolie looked at her with gentle eyes.
Congratulations on your successful graduation.
Congratulations.
Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to speak. Come on, the graduation ceremony is about to start, let's go to the auditorium.
The three of them walked side by side towards the school auditorium. Along the way, Lu Xiaoxiao chattered non-stop, excitedly introducing the various buildings and interesting things on campus. Wu Lily walked quietly on the other side of Jolie, occasionally adding a few words.
The graduation ceremony was solemn and warm.
The lengthy leader's speech did not make the students impatient, because everyone's heart was full of expectations for the future and reluctance to let go of the past. When the host read out Outstanding Graduate Representative Lu Xiaoxiao, the little girl took a deep breath, straightened her back, and walked onto the stage confidently. The speech she prepared was obviously carefully polished. I express my gratitude to my alma mater and teachers, my blessings to my classmates and friends, and my vision for the future. His fluent speech and graceful manners won him rounds of applause.
Jolie watched from the audience, his eyes full of approval.
If Uncle Lu saw his daughter like this, he would probably be very happy. This was followed by a cultural performance.
Wu Lily performed a piano solo as the finale.
As she sat at the grand piano under the spotlight,
slender fingers danced on the black and white piano keys.
The melodious and graceful melody poured out like flowing water. It is a song full of power and hope. It seemed to express her feelings of surviving a disaster and her desire for a new life. Her expression was focused and devoted, and her whole body exuded a unique glow. Jolie listened quietly, and the desire to protect in his heart became stronger. These two girls are indispensable colors in his life.
As the ceremony came to an end, students began to leave.
Be prepared to participate in celebrations organized by your respective class or club. Jolie was about to take Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily to the restaurant they had booked.
A slightly ostentatious voice sounded not far away. Xiaoxiao, Lily, congratulations on your graduation.
Jolie looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in a well-tailored light gray suit. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over surrounded by a group of people. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a handsome appearance. There was an undisguised arrogance and sense of superiority between his brows, and the way he looked at people always had a bit of scrutiny. He was followed by several people who looked like assistants or bodyguards, and he stood out from the crowd of students in bachelor's gowns.
Zhao Xinglong?
When Lu Xiaoxiao saw the person coming, the smile on her face faded a little and her tone became a little polite.
Why are you here?
Wu Lily frowned barely noticeably and moved closer to Jolie.
Zhao Xinglong is the son of the Zhao Group in Kyoto. His family is involved in many fields including real estate, finance, culture and entertainment, and is very powerful.
He is young and promising, and is in charge of Light and Shadow Media Company, limited under Zhao's company.
He is quite influential in the entertainment industry. The Lu family and the Zhao family have business dealings, and Lu Xiaoxiao's mother intends to promote their relationship.
Zhao Xinglong had met Lu Xiaoxiao several times before and had vaguely expressed his intention to pursue her, but was rejected by Lu Xiaoxiao. As for Wu Lily, Zhao Xinglong obviously knew her, and his eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and a sense of determination to win her over.
Today is your graduation day.
I happen to have something to do in Jiangcheng, so I stopped by to congratulate you. Zhao Xinglong had a smile on his face that he thought was warm. His eyes swept over Lu Xiaoxiao's hand that was holding Zhou Li's arm, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He turned his gaze to Zhou Li with a hint of inquiry and contempt.
Who is this?
This is my friend, Zhou Li. Lu Xiaoxiao introduced it a little awkwardly.
Oh, Mr. Zhou.
Zhao Xinglong nodded and stretched out his hand casually.
Zhao Xinglong, Light and Shadow Media. He only reported the company name but did not mention his family background.
He obviously felt that the name Light and Shadow Media was enough. Zhou Li shook hands with him gently, and the hand broke away immediately, with a faint smile on his face. Zhou Li, a homeless person.
Puff. Lu Xiaoxiao next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Brother Zhou Li is acting naughty again. The smile on Zhao Xinglong's face froze for a moment, and a hint of surprise and contempt flashed in his eyes.
Obviously, he didn't know Zhou Li. Unemployed vagrant?
He looked Zhou Li up and down. Although his clothes looked okay, his temperament was ordinary. Compared with the elite class like myself, there is a world of difference. How could such a person be so close to Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily? Especially Lu Xiaoxiao, who was holding his arm so intimately.
Mr. Zhou is such a joker.
Zhao Xinglong said this with a forced smile, the contempt in his tone being undisguised.
Xiaoxiao, Lily, what are your plans after graduation? Are you interested in developing in Kyoto?
We at Light and Shadow are currently preparing for several big projects.
We really need talented and inspiring newcomers like you to join us.
Xiaoxiao, your speech is very contagious and touches the heart.
Lily, you play the piano really well.
You have great potential. He ignored Zhou Li and started to invite the two girls. His attitude was so high and mighty, as if he had given them a great gift from heaven. Lu Xiaoxiao was about to refuse, but Wu Lily took the lead and said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhao, but we don't have any plans in this regard for the time being."
Zhao Xinglong hit a snag and looked unhappy.
He turned his gaze towards Zhou Li again, with a hint of provocation.
Since Mr. Zhou is their friend, I guess you are also concerned about their future? I wonder what Mr. Zhou does. Perhaps, our Light and Shadow can also provide Mr. Zhou with a good employment opportunity? Chapter 90.
Zhao Xinglong's words seemed to show his concern for Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily's future. In fact, every sentence reveals a condescending sense of charity. Especially the last sentence about job opportunity directed at Zhou Li.
It even puts contempt and provocation openly.
He was sure that Zhou Li was just lucky.
An ordinary person who temporarily coaxed the two school beauties. He could even be a gigolo who wants to climb up the social ladder.
In front of Mr. Zhao, such a person is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. As long as you show your strength a little and extend an olive branch. Young girls like Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily who have not yet graduated from school.
Don't you immediately understand who is the real good match?
Zhou Li's face remained calm when he heard this. It seemed as if he didn't hear the sarcasm in Zhao Xinglong's words. He even thought about it seriously, and then spoke slowly.
Mr. Zhao is really kind-hearted. However, I am a lazy person. It is better for the vagrants to be freer. The smile on Zhao Xinglong's face disappeared completely and the corners of his mouth twitched twice.
He felt that Zhou Li was simply insulting his intelligence.
Free?
He sneered, his tone full of undisguised sarcasm.
Mr. Zhou, freedom requires capital.
Without strength, so-called freedom is nothing but a synonym for doing nothing.
Do you want Xiaoxiao and Lily to be free with you and starve to death?
He emphasized the words capital and strength. His eyes swept across Zhou Li sharply, then turned to the two girls.
Try to suppress them with reality.
Xiaoxiao, Lily, I know you have dreams and talents. But you can't make it into the entertainment industry with just passion. The waters are very deep.
Without resources and background, it is easy to be swallowed up without leaving anything behind.
We at Light and Shadow have the best platform and the most professional team.
We can tailor a development path for you. Follow me, I can guarantee you will be there in the shortest possible time. Stand in the spotlight and become the star that everyone is watching. Zhao Xinglong's words were powerful, full of temptation, and full of unquestionable confidence. He believed that no newly graduated female college student could refuse such a shortcut. However, Lu Xiaoxiao frowned and his tone turned cold. Zhao Xinglong, thank you for your kindness. However, I have my own plans for my life and I am not considering entering the entertainment industry for the time being. Besides, who I am with is my own business, and it is not your turn to tell me what to do. Although the little girl is simple, she is not stupid, especially when it comes to Jolie. She is very protective of him. Zhao Xinglong's repeated belittling of Jolie had already touched her bottom line. Wu Lily also spoke up, her voice calm but firm. Mr. Zhao, we understand. We believe that we can realize our dreams through our own efforts. After being rejected by 2 girls in a row, and in front of this unemployed vagrant, Zhao Xinglong's face completely darkened. Good, very good. He almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth, staring at Jolie. It seems that Mr. Zhou is very charming. I just don't know how long this charm can last. Love without bread is ultimately just a mirage. He took a step forward, looking down at Jolie, his tone full of threats. Mr. Zhou, I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive them temporarily. But I warn you, stay away from them. Some people are not someone you can afford to mess with. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you know what reality is. Many students around had noticed the commotion here and were looking at them curiously. The few bodyguard-like men brought by Zhao Xinglong also stepped forward and surrounded Jolie and the other 2. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lu Xiaoxiao nervously grabbed Jolie's arm, and Wu Lily also subconsciously moved closer to him. Jolie remained calm, and even had a faint smile on his lips. If the environment did not allow it, he would not have suggested teaching these clowns a lesson. At this moment, a slightly old but full of energy voice suddenly came from not far away. Eh? Mr. Zhou? Why are you here? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with gray hair but vigorous spirit, wearing an elegant tang suit, walking towards them accompanied by several middle-aged men who looked like school leaders. When the old man saw Jolie, a look of surprise and respect appeared on his face, and his pace quickened. When Zhao Xinglong saw the old man, the anger on his face instantly subsided, replaced by a surprised and respectful expression, and he quickly went up to him. Mr. Feng? Why are you here at Jiangda? The visitor was none other than the leading figure in the domestic film industry, the famous director Feng Gang. Director Feng not only has a large number of works and has won numerous awards. More importantly, he has a very high status in the Beijing circle and has extensive connections. Even Zhao Xinglong's father had to be polite when he met him. Zhao Xinglong's Light and Shadow Media had previously wanted to invite director Feng to collaborate on a big production, but the relationship had never come together. Director Feng simply glanced at Zhao Xinglong and nodded as a greeting. His eyes immediately fell back on Jolie, and he quickly walked up to Jolie, with a bit of apology and enthusiasm. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to see you here. Last time you mentioned the idea of exporting culture to other countries. It really opened my eyes. I was just looking for an opportunity to ask you for advice again. How does Director Feng's attitude look like that towards a vagrant? It is clearly a sign of respect with the meaning of asking for advice. The expression on Zhao Xinglong's face completely froze. Feng, Mr. Feng, is he so polite to this vagrant named Jolie? Even using the word ask for advice? How is this possible? The several school leaders accompanying Director Feng also looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know why Director Feng was suddenly so polite to a young man. Mr. Feng, you're too polite. We were just chatting casually. Jolie responded with a smile, as if it was normal to communicate on an equal footing with a respected director. Hey, Mr. Zhou, you are too modest. Director Feng waved his hand, then noticed Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily next to him. He immediately guessed something, turned his gaze to Zhao Xinglong, and frowned slightly. Xinglong, what are you doing? Zhao Xinglong's mind was in a mess at the moment. Director Feng's attitude towards Jolie made him confused and uncertain. He forced a smile. No, nothing, Mr. Feng. I just came to congratulate Xiaoxiao and Lily on their graduation. He pointed at Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily, trying to change the subject. Director Feng looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, then at Wu Lily, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled. Oh? So it's the girl from the Lu family and, who is this?
He looked at Wu Lily, obviously not familiar with her.
Hello, Grandpa Feng, I'm Wu Lily. Wu Lily greeted politely. Okay, they are all young and promising.
Director Feng nodded, and his gaze returned to Jolie again, asking inquiringly.
Mr. Zhou is friends with these two?
Yes, a very good friend. Jolie nodded in acknowledgement.
Director Feng's smile widened.
He glanced meaningfully at Zhao Xinglong, whose face had turned pale, and then said to Jolie.
Mr. Zhou, since we've met, why don't we have a quick lunch together? I have some ideas that I would like to discuss with you.
Regarding the future investment direction of Tianqiang Capital in our cultural sector.
Sky Capital?
These 4 words exploded in Zhao Xinglong's ears like thunder.
He looked at Jolie suddenly, his eyes filled with unbelievable horror. Sky Capital.
The mysterious giant that has emerged in the past year and has stirred up huge waves in the domestic and international capital markets with its astonishingly strong financial strength. Its investment scope covers various cutting-edge fields such as high technology, biomedicine, new energy, etc. Every move is precise and ruthless, and the returns are amazing.
Although Guangxiang Media has some fame in the entertainment industry, it is still not enough in front of a behemoth like Tianqiang Capital. Even with the size of the Zhao Group, they probably wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Tianqiang Capital. What did Director Feng just say? What is the investment direction of Sky Capital in the cultural sector? He still needs to ask Jolie for advice? Could it be that Jolie, who calls himself a vagrant, is actually from Sky Capital? And he is a senior executive who can influence the direction of investment?
Zhao Xinglong only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, his whole body was cold, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He finally understood how ridiculous and stupid his self-righteous boasting and threats were.
He actually wanted to provide a job opportunity to the top executives of Sky Capital? And warned the other party to stay away from Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily? This is simply...
Jolie looked at Zhao Xinglong's expression as if he had seen a ghost, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned to Director Feng and smiled apologetically.
Mr. Feng, what a coincidence.
Today is the graduation ceremony of these 2 friends of mine, and we have planned to celebrate together.
As for the meal, I will host you another day and ask you for advice. Director Feng was very smart. He immediately understood what Jolie meant and laughed. Okay. It's settled then. Mr. Zhou can't break your promise. He patted Jolie's shoulder, appearing very intimate. Then I won't disturb your gathering of young people.
After saying that, he glanced at Zhao Xinglong meaningfully again, then turned and left with the school leaders.
Chapter 91.
Director Feng left with the school leaders. That meaningful glance before leaving was like a needle piercing Zhao Xinglong's heart. He was instantly awakened from his shock, and the cold sweat on his back had soaked his suit.
Hatred? No, it's more fear now. Sky Capital.
He remembered what his father had repeatedly emphasized in internal meetings. Tianqiang Capital has a mysterious background and unfathomable strength. Try to cooperate as much as possible and never offend easily.
And what did I just do?
Facing the top executives of Sky Capital, a person that even Director Feng had to ask for advice.
I actually put on an attitude of charity and wanted to provide him with a job opportunity? And warned him to stay away from Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily? This is literally dancing on the edge of a cliff. The color on Zhao Xinglong's face instantly faded and his legs felt weak. He forced an ugly smile on his face. Mr. Zhou, oh, no. Mr. Zhou. I really didn't recognize you just now. What a sin. What a sin.
He spoke incoherently and tried to make amends, not even daring to look Jolie in the eye. Mr. Zhou, you see, we at Light and Shadow are planning a big project recently. The investment scale is not small, if Sky Capital is interested. He wanted to grasp the last straw. Trying to save the situation with benefits. Even if we can establish some connection, it would be good. Jolie raised his hand, interrupting Zhao Xinglong's incoherent attempts to make peace.
Mr. Zhao, you are too polite.
His tone was flat, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry.
However, my friends and I have to go celebrate graduation, so I won't accompany you.
He didn't even look at Zhao Xinglong again, as if this person was not worth his time at all. After saying that, he turned around naturally and motioned Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily to follow.
Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou.
Zhao Xinglong wanted to say something, but he found that Jolie had already walked away with the two girls. Even his back revealed a calmness that frightened him. He froze in place, his outstretched hands suspended in mid-air, his face turning red and white. The vague glances and low voices of discussion around him were like countless needles piercing his body. The more arrogant he was just now, the more embarrassed he is now. Zhao Xinglong looked at the backs of Jolie and the other two gradually disappearing at the end of the tree-lined avenue. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. His teeth were chattering and his handsome face was distorted with extreme humiliation and unwillingness. Sky Capital, Jolie. He made note of this account. When has Zhao Xinglong ever suffered such a loss? A sinister and vicious look flashed across his eyes. Jolie and the other two left the noisy crowd and walked out of the school. The sun is still shining brightly, but the haze that shrouded my heart has dissipated. The three of them soon arrived at the reserved Shuxiang Pavilion. Shuxiang Pavilion is an elegant Chinese restaurant with private rooms decorated in an antique style. After ordering the dishes, Lu Xiaoxiao was still chattering excitedly, talking about the interesting things that happened at the graduation ceremony and Zhao Xinglong's embarrassing behavior just now. Wu Lily was much quieter. She poured tea for Jolie. His movements were gentle, and his eyes occasionally swept across Jolie's face with a hint of sweet tenderness. The atmosphere gradually calmed down from the tension and excitement just now, and turned into relaxation and warmth. As we chatted, the topic returned to our plans after graduation. Brother Jolie, do you think we really need to go to Kyoto to make a living? Lu Xiaoxiao held her chin up, her big eyes sparkling with longing for the future. But it is also mixed with a hint of confusion about the unknown and resistance to family arrangements. Dad still wants me to return to the group, and Grandpa Wu also wants Lily to take the civil service exam. Wu Lily also looked at Jolie with a questioning look in her eyes. She also longs for freedom and the realization of her own value. But the expectations of the elders and the pressure of reality, like an invisible net, binding them. Jolie put down his teacup and looked at the two young people in front of him. The girl, who was facing a life choice, felt a slight movement in her heart. The system's task of helping Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily to set up a cultural and entertainment company comes to mind again. He pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Actually, I do have an immature idea about your future development. What do you think? Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily immediately perked up and looked at him. Jolie smiled slightly. Since you are all so interested in national culture, I don't want to follow my family's arrangements completely. Have you ever thought about creating a platform yourself? To do something you love? Creating your own platform? Lu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? I mean... Jolie's eyes swept across the two people's expectant faces. I plan to set up a media company in Kyoto that focuses on promoting traditional Chinese culture. The company's goal is... It is to discover, package and promote those art forms and talents that can truly represent the essence of our national culture. For example, excellent folk music, classical dance, and traditional opera. Even some modern expressions of intangible cultural heritage, etc. Kyoto? A traditional cultural media company? Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily both opened their eyes wide. My breathing was slightly rapid. This completely fits their inner desires. This company needs to be led by young people who love our national culture, have ideas, and are motivated. Jolie continued, his eyes gentle and encouraging. I think you two are a good match. Us? Lu Xiaoxiao pointed at herself in surprise. But, we just graduated and we don't know anything. Wu Lily was also a little hesitant. Yeah, Jolie, starting a company is no joke. We have no experience. Experience can be learned slowly, but passion and determination are what matters. Jolie looked at them. Besides, you guys don't know anything. Xiaoxiao, your writing skills and planning ability. I have proven myself in the student union and in this graduation speech. Lily, your understanding and talent for music are best reflected in the piano solo just now. More importantly, you all have a heart that truly loves our national culture. He paused and added. Of course, I will invest enough funds and resources to support it in the early stage. We will also look for professional management talents to build the framework. What you need to do is to bring your passion and talent. Commit yourself to this cause. Treat it like your own dream. Jolie's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. This caused ripples in the hearts of the two girls. Make your own decision, go to Kyoto, and engage in the cultural career you love. And with Jolie as their backer, this is exactly the future they have always dreamed of.
Lu Xiaoxiao's face flushed with excitement. She tightly grasped Jolie's arm. Brother Jolie. Are you telling the truth? You really want to open a company like this and let us? Wu Lily's heartbeat also suddenly accelerated. She looked at Jolie.
His eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. This sudden proposal, like a ray of light. It instantly illuminated her originally somewhat confusing path ahead.
Jolie looked at their excited expressions, nodded, and said affirmatively.
Of course it's true.
I have already thought of a name for the company.
It is called Tianxiang Traditional Culture Media and is affiliated to Tianxiang Group.
Would you like to come? To be the first batch of founders and future pillars of this company? Tianxiang Traditional Culture Media.
This name carries the halo of Sky Capital.
It also carries a heavy promise and opportunity.
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily looked at each other.
They both saw the irrepressible excitement and determination in each other's eyes. I do.
Lu Xiaoxiao almost blurted it out, her voice loud and firm.
Wu Lily also nodded vigorously, although she didn't say anything.
But that sparkling look said it all. Seeing the light of dreams rekindled in their eyes, Jolie smiled with relief. In my mind, I seem to hear the sound of the system task progress bar quietly moving forward.
God-level string and bamboo playing skills. Perhaps, in the future in this company, can I also play the role of an artist? He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Chapter 92.
The hustle and bustle of Jiangqing's graduation season is gradually coming to an end. Jolie returned to Haichang with stars twinkling in the two girls' eyes. The plan of Tianxiang Traditional Culture Media Company is like a seed that has been sown. It has already taken root in the hearts of Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily. But this seed wants to grow into a towering tree. It also requires careful cultivation and an experienced gardener. Jolie knew very well that with only his passion and two girls who had just graduated from school, it is impossible to support a cultural company with high-end positioning and ambitious goals. Especially in Kyoto, where the cultural industry is highly competitive.
There is no strong leader in charge.
It's easy to lose your way or even die in the cradle.
This candidate must possess several key qualities. Have a deep understanding and love for Chinese traditional culture. Possess extensive experience and connections in the media field. Possess excellent management skills and business acumen. The most important thing is that you are worthy of his trust.
After thinking about it, a beautiful figure gradually became clear in his mind.
Yang Zi, the leading actress of Haicheng TV station. Yang Zi is intellectual, elegant, smart, and capable.
As a well-known host in Haicheng and even in the whole country,
she not only has top business capabilities and a steady demeanor.
What's even more rare is that many of the cultural programs she hosted were well received.
This shows its profound cultural heritage and unique insights.
Since meeting Yang Zi at the Zhanghai Chamber of Commerce's charity dinner, their relationship has gradually become closer due to some cooperation and exchanges. Jolie could feel that Yang Zi's respect for him was not just that of a partner, but also that she had an admiration and curiosity for a strong person. She has said more than once in private conversations,
I have expressed my dissatisfaction with some of the current excessive entertainment.
Concerns about the lack of cultural connotations in the media. I also expressed my desire to do something more profound. Ideas for things that can better pass on cultural values. More importantly, Yang Zi was already in charge of Jolie's company.
Some publicity reports from the Tenjoi Traditional Culture Development Foundation based in Kyoto.
Although it was more of a public welfare nature, it allowed me to get in touch with the Kyoto environment in advance and accumulate a certain amount of connections. Let her take charge of this new commercial cultural media company.
It seems to be a natural thing to do and is the best choice at the moment.
However, to cast a TV station's leading actress who is at the peak of her career. You can imagine how difficult it is to recruit a brand new startup with an uncertain future.
How many people dream of having a golden rice bowl at a TV station? Is Yang Zi willing to give up her current glory and stability and gamble on an unknown future?
Jolie sat on the sofa in the Sky Capital office, tapping the armrest with his fingertips. He was not worried about the money issue, because the last thing Tianxiang Capital lacked was money. He could offer Yang Zi a salary far exceeding that of the TV station, and even promise her stock options.
But for people at Yang Zi's level, money is often not the only consideration.
Career platform, development space, and realization of personal value may be more important. He needed to give Yang Zi a reason that she couldn't refuse, a reason that would be enough for her to make up her mind and take this step. After thinking for a moment, Jolie picked up the phone and called Yang Zi directly.
Instead of beating around the bush, it's better to come straight to the point. Based on his understanding of Yang Zi, she appreciates directness and honesty. The phone rang a few times before being picked up.
Yang Zi's familiar and pleasant voice came through, with a hint of professional gentleness and smile.
Mr. Zhou? Why did you have time to call me today? Is there any new action from the foundation? Ms. Yang, are you free this afternoon? I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee. I have something I want to talk to you about in person.
Jolie's voice was calm and steady,
without revealing too much information.
But there was a solemnity in his tone that could not be ignored. Yang Zi on the other end of the phone seemed stunned for a moment. Then he keenly noticed the unusual tone in Jolie's voice. She slightly adjusted her schedule and quickly replied.
Okay, I happen to have an interview this afternoon that ended early. Then, how about Jinjiaquan at 3 o'clock?
Jinjiaquan is a tea house in Haichang with a quiet environment and good privacy.
Okay, see you at Jinjiaquan at 3 o'clock.
Jolie hung up the phone, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the private room of Jinjiaquan, the sound of guqin was melodious and the aroma of tea was lingering. Yang Zi arrived a few minutes early. She was wearing a well-cut-off white business suit.
Her long hair is tied up, revealing her delicate collarbone and elegant neckline.
Her makeup is light and her temperament is intellectual and capable.
Seeing Jolie push the door open, she stood up with a perfect smile on her face.
Mr. Zhou, you are a rare guest. Miss Yang is getting more and more beautiful.
Jolie responded with a smile and sat down opposite her naturally.
The waiter served the tea and then left, closing the door. There were only two of them left in the private room. Mr. Zhou specially asked me out today. It shouldn't be just to invite me for tea, right?
Yang Zi picked up the teacup, took a sip, and her eyes fell on Jolie. She knew Jolie very well. He would never come to her house without a reason. And judging from his expression today, it seemed that he had something important to discuss.
Jolie stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Ms. Yang, I am planning to set up a new company in Kyoto and would like to invite you to be the general manager.
Yang Zi's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She put down the teacup, leaned forward slightly, and asked with interest.
Oh? A new company? What field is it in? Mr. Zhou's business empire is expanding very fast. Cultural media field.
Jolie looked into her eyes and spoke word by word. The company's name is tentatively set as Tianqiang Traditional Culture Media.
It is affiliated to the Tianqiang Group and is headquartered in Kyoto. The goal is to create a top platform that focuses on exploring, inheriting, and innovating China's excellent traditional culture. Sky Capital. Kyoto. Cultural Media. General Manager.
These keywords combined together contain a huge amount of information. Even though Yang Zi is knowledgeable and experienced, she was still quite moved at this moment. She knew Sky Capital, although she didn't know much about it, but she understood what a huge company it was.
Jolie actually wants to rely on Tianqiang Capital to make a big move in the cultural field? Moreover, she was invited to be the general manager right away? This is by no means a small matter. Mr. Zhou's idea is very bold.
Yang Zi pondered for a moment and did not express her opinion immediately.
Instead, she raised more practical questions.
As far as I know, the cultural media market in Kyoto is very competitive.
Various capitals and forces are intertwined.
It would be quite challenging for a new company to gain a foothold and focus on the relatively slow-burning traditional cultural field.
I wonder if Mr. Zhou has any more detailed plans for the company's specific positioning and development direction? She didn't ask about salary and benefits, but went straight to the point. This is exactly what Jolie admires about her. Of course there is a challenge, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered to poach you, Miss Yang.
Jolie smiled, his tone full of confidence. In terms of positioning, what we need to do is not to cater to the market, but to lead the market.
We must use the best resources to package truly valuable traditional cultural content. Let the best of the best enter the homes of ordinary people and even go to the world. The content can be diversified.
music, film, television, documentary, stage play, cultural and creative products, online media. As long as it can effectively spread cultural values, we can try it. As for resources, Jolie's eyes became sharp. Tianqiang Capital will provide sufficient financial support, so you don't have to worry about that.
In terms of connections, you should know Director Feng Gang, right?
He was very interested in the plan and expressed his willingness to provide support to the best of his ability. Later, we will connect with more high-end resources in the cultural, artistic, and business circles.
Director Feng Gang. Yang Zi was shocked again. Director Feng's status and influence in the industry are unquestionable. If we can get his support, then the starting point of this new company will be.
It is far beyond many of its peers. Jolie continued. As for you, Yang Zi, as general manager, I give you full authority. From team building, content planning, project operation to marketing promotion, you are in charge. I only have one requirement, which is to create works and products that are truly high quality, influential, and can represent the height of Chinese culture. He looked at Yang Zi with sincere and earnest eyes. I know this is a difficult decision for you. Leaving the TV station means giving up the current stable status and halo. But I also believe that with your talent and ambition, you will not be content to be just a beautiful vase or a mouthpiece. Tianqiang Traditional Culture Media will be the best stage for you to display your talents and realize your cultural ideals. I hope that together we can do something truly meaningful that will last forever. Every word Jolie said hit Yang Zi's heart precisely. It made her fall into deep thought.
Chapter 93. Stability or challenge? Comfort or ideal?
Between the high-paying, secure job with tens of millions in assets and an unfulfilled dream, a trace of barely perceptible confusion flashed across Yang Zi's eyes. This confusion was fleeting, and as soon as it appeared, it was overwhelmed by stronger emotions. Jolie's eyes were as sharp as lightning, penetrating the slightest fluctuations in the heart of this media woman. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and an invisible aura emanated from his body, making the air seem to solidify a little.
What are you hesitating about?
Jolie leaned back in his chair. His voice was deep and magnetic, and every word he said seemed to carry the power to bewitch people. I don't believe that the great host Yang would be afraid of a challenge. Yang Zi raised her eyes and looked directly into Jolie's bottomless eyes, her heartbeat speeding up involuntarily. This man obviously looks younger than herself, but he always makes people feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. She has been working in the media industry for 10 years and has met countless dignitaries, but she has never met someone like Jolie. Mr. Zhou, you know how cruel the media industry is. Yang Zi's voice was steady and calm, and she was a mature woman in her 30s who had already shed her youthfulness. A professional smile appeared on his face, but his eyes were sharp. Even with Sky Capital as a backer, a new company starts from scratch. Jolie didn't wait for her to finish, but interrupted her with a wave of his finger.
1 billion.
These two simple words are worth more than 1,000 words, like a heavy hammer, striking the deepest part of Yang Zi's heart.
What? Yang Zi was stunned, unable to hide the shock on her delicate face. Startup capital, 1 billion.
Jolie said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about what he had for breakfast.
There is no upper limit on additional investment within 3 years, as long as your idea is worthwhile.
Yang Zi took a breath subconsciously, and the teacup in her hand trembled slightly.
1 billion?
This is more than the total content production budget of Haiqing TV station in 2 years. In my 10 years in the industry, I have never seen such generous investment, especially for a cultural company that has just started. Jolie leaned forward, his eyes sharp. What I want is not an ordinary cultural company, but a flagship that can lead the revival of Chinese culture. Every word he said seemed to carry some kind of magic, striking directly at Yang Zi's deepest career ideals. Yang Zi, you have reached the ceiling in the TV station, but your talent should not be constrained. Yang Zi's heart was shocked. Her woman's sixth sense told her that the mysterious man in front of her was no ordinary rich man. She has been working in the media industry for many years and has long seen through those so-called successful people who are only famous for nothing. However, Jolie is the person who truly possesses the ability to change the rules. This is exactly what she has felt more and more strongly in recent years. The feeling of being suffocated by being restricted by the framework and kidnapped by traffic almost made her breathless. She made countless compromises, but could not gain real voice and creative freedom. I can give you a strictly screened elite team of 100 people. Jolie's voice was as deep and pleasant as a cello. The most advanced office building in Kyoto, and He swiped his slender fingers across the screen of his mobile phone a few times, calmly showing letters of intent for cooperation.
In addition to Director Feng's support, 3 Chinese studies masters from the Jiangnan Cultural Research Institute have agreed to serve as project consultants. Yang Zi's eyes widened involuntarily.
She knew too well the importance of those 3 old gentlemen. They were cultural masters that Haiqing TV had to make an appointment with half a year or even a year in advance.
You've been ready for this for a long time? A glimmer of sudden enlightenment flashed across Yang Zi's beautiful eyes.
She suddenly realized that the other party in this conversation had already made up his mind, and she had been in his game from the beginning. Jolie tapped the edge of the phone with his fingers, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes.
I just did some necessary homework in advance.
His tone was relaxed and casual, but it made Yang Zi feel an invisible pressure. This man never fights a battle without preparation, and every step he takes is calculated with extreme precision. Yang Zi shook her head slightly, but a bitter smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her lips. I still have a contract with the TV station, and the penalty for breach of contract.
She tentatively asked the last question.
To be honest, this was not what she really cared about. She just wanted to give herself some room for thought.
Pay triple the amount,
Jolie said decisively, with confidence gleaming in his eyes. In addition, we can retain your resource network at the TV station and cooperate with you. It will be a win-win situation for both parties. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, yet it revealed an unquestionable sense of power.
Every word seemed to be carefully calculated, hitting the last line of defense in Yang Zi's heart just right.
The last psychological defense line in Yang Zi's heart completely collapsed, and she felt an inexplicable sense of dizziness. It's not because of fear, but it's difficult for anyone to remain calm in the face of such a strong and tempting invitation.
Most importantly,
Jolie's voice suddenly softened, and his eyes were filled with rare sincerity and expectation.
You'll have complete autonomy over your content. This sentence was like a precise key, easily opening Yang Zi's most secret career desire.
She has been a host for so many years, but she has never been able to truly control the content and ideas she wants to express.
How many times has she had to compromise her values and aesthetic standards for the sake of ratings and advertisers' demands? Do what you really want to do, Yang Zi.
Jolie's voice seemed to carry some kind of bewitching power. He moved a little closer, his deep eyes staring directly at Yang Zi, as if he could see through the deepest desires in her heart. No more catering to the sleazy demands of ratings and advertisers. Yang Zi fell into a brief silence, and every detail of her 10-year media career flashed back in her mind. The cultural ideals she had when she first entered the industry 10 years ago, those edges and passions that had been gradually smoothed out by reality, were now awakened again by Jolie. Those dreams that had been forgotten, those possibilities that we no longer dared to think about, are now all reviving like spring grass.
Give me 3 days. Yang Zi finally spoke.
She needed a decent way out. But her voice was filled with obvious firmness and determination, and her eyes were shining with the light of rebirth. Jolie smiled slightly and nodded calmly. Of course, I respect every careful decision. He stood up gracefully and raised the exquisite white porcelain teacup.
The amber tea in the cup sparkled in the sunlight. Here's to the future.
Yang Zi also stood up, raised her teacup and clinked it with his, her fighting spirit rekindled in her eyes.
For the ideal.
The fragrance of tea lingered between her lips and teeth, and Yang Zi couldn't help but look at Jolie again. This young and powerful man seemed to have some kind of mysterious magnetic field that was irresistible. She suddenly realized that a corner of her heart that had never been touched was quietly warming up.
This feeling is strange yet familiar.
It is not only a desire for career opportunities, but also an indescribable emotion. Jolie watched Yang Zi leave with a calm look on his face, a hint of satisfaction from having succeeded in his plan flashing in the depths of his eyes. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
This big game has just begun,
he whispered to himself, with a tone of confidence that he was determined to win.
Yang Zi sat in the car and didn't press the start button for a long time.
The balance in her heart had completely tilted, and she knew that her life trajectory was about to take a huge turn. And all this is because of that mysterious and unfathomable man Jolie.
Chapter 94. Kyoto, 108th floor, Henderson International Center.
The first 87 floors of this third tallest commercial building in Asia are occupied by top multinational corporations.
All floors above the 88th floor are occupied by a mysterious group called Skydome.
Outside the French windows of the Tianqiong Traditional Culture Media headquarters. The night view of Kyoto when the lights are on is like a starry river pouring down. However, Yang Zi's gaze was fixed on the final equity confirmation letter in her hand. 3 months ago, she was still hosting a top-rated program in the Haicheng TV studio with ease. Today, she has become the general manager of a media group with $1 billion in startup capital. General manager, all equity structures have been confirmed, and the due diligence of the legal department has been completed. The director of the secretariat handed over the last document, his eyes filled with undisguised respect. Yang Zi's slender fingers gently stroked the gold-plated word "sky" on the cover of the document, and the corners of her lips unconsciously rose slightly. These 2 words have now become the hottest mystery in Kyoto's cultural circle, a cultural media giant that suddenly emerged. Billions of dollars in startup capital and a mysterious and low-key boss behind the scenes. Countless speculations are spreading wildly in the circle, ranging from Hong Kong tycoons to official backgrounds. Various versions emerge one after another. And only a very few people know that the owner of all this is just a man who looks younger than Yang Zi Jolie. Once the equity structure is confirmed, we can officially announce the first batch of projects. Yang Zi put the documents into the safe, with a hint of anticipation in her voice. She had met countless wealthy and powerful people, but she had never met someone as young and yet so powerful as Jolie. Top-notch office buildings? Just one call away. Director Feng Gang's support? It only takes a meal. 3 masters of Chinese studies serve as consultants? The other party actually volunteered. These resources that Yang Zi had found difficult to leverage in her 10 years of career were nothing more than a piece of cake in Jolie's hands. General manager, there's a video call from Mr. Zhou. The assistant knocked on the door and gave a timely reminder. Yang Zi subconsciously tidied her hair, quickly returned to the large mahogany desk, and turned on the holographic projection system. On the screen, Jolie's young and calm face appeared in the air, and the night view of Haicheng was vaguely visible behind him. Mr. Yang, how is the company running? His voice was neither hurried nor slow, yet it had a reassuring power. Yang Zi straightened her back involuntarily and revealed the perfect smile that is unique to media professionals. Everything is going according to plan. The core team is in place, the office space and equipment have been commissioned, and the brand positioning and the first batch of projects have passed the preliminary review. She paused, frowned slightly. However, there are already a lot of rumors in the circle. Several old cultural groups have begun to jointly suppress and secretly poach our people. Jolie on the other side of the screen chuckled when he heard this, and there was a hint of depth in his eyes that Yang Zi could not understand. The panic of our opponents is proof of our success. He looked at Yang Zi with a smile. Let the rumors continue. The more the better. Jolie's tone was firm. Let them guess. The more guesses and the more curious they are, the better our debut will be. Yang Zi stared into those bottomless eyes, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. Jolie always seemed to be confident, as if everything was under his control. I have decided on my first project. Jolie's voice suddenly became deep, carrying with it unquestionable authority. Let us start with traditional string and bamboo music and create a performance that will amaze the whole country. Yang Zi frowned slightly. Traditional stringed instruments? I'm afraid it will be hard to attract young audiences. Market research shows. The market is not for catering, but for creating. Jolie interrupted her, his eyes as sharp as lightning. At that moment, Yang Zi seemed to see a completely different Jolie. No longer the gentle and polite young boss. But he is a strategist with a global vision. It is precisely because everyone thinks that traditional silk and bamboo cannot become popular that we want to make a breakthrough here. Jolie's voice was sonorous and powerful. Use modern techniques to package the essence of tradition and give new life to ancient art. His gaze penetrated the screen and went straight into Yang Zi's heart. I already have 2 candidates, Liu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili. When these 2 names were mentioned, Yang Zi's heart moved. There have long been rumors in the circle that these 2 university beauties are Jolie's confidants. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Yang Zi suppressed her subtle emotional fluctuations and returned to her professional state. I understand. I will start preparing immediately. I will take them to Kyoto in 3 days. By then, I want to see a complete plan. After Jolie finished speaking, he gently hung up the video. The screen went dark, but Yang Zi stared for a long time at the place where Jolie disappeared in the air. How many shocking secrets does that man have? 3 days later, in the presidential suite on the top floor of Kyoto International 7-star Hotel. Xiaoxiao, turn around. Jolie sat on the sofa, looking at the 2 busy beauties in front of him with gentle eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao was wearing a modified cheongsam, with round almond eyes and skin as white as cream. She turned around holding up the hem of her skirt, with a look of nervousness on her face.
Brother Jolie, are you sure I won't make a fool of myself? I've never performed in such a formal occasion before.
There was clear nervousness in her voice. Wu Lily was more calm. She flipped through the Guzheng music score in her hand again and again, and occasionally gestured with her fingering in the air. I'm not worried about the technology, it's just. She looked up at Jolie, with confusion in her beautiful eyes.
Can we really support Tianqiang Culture's first project?
Jolie stood up, placed his hands gently on the shoulders of the two girls, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Believe me, you will become the brightest stars in Kyoto.
At this moment, a familiar system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily establish a cultural and entertainment company.
Reward: God-level string and bamboo performance skills. God-level string and bamboo playing skills.
Having mastered the highest performance level of all string and wind instruments from ancient times to the present, both at home and abroad, one can perceive the way of music and trigger resonance in the listeners. Using the dual cultivation breathing technique, you can transfer the skills you have mastered through internal force. There was a flash of surprise in Jolie's eyes. Just as he was about to calm down and feel his newfound ability, the doorbell rang.
Yang Zi arrived with an elite team.
In the conference room, Yang Zi personally presided over and explained the plan. Her voice was steady and powerful, and her eyes were shining with professionalism. We will take Pearls of the Silk Road as the theme, integrating traditional string music with modern arrangements to create an unprecedented audio-visual feast. She gracefully gestured to display the holographic projection. With the latest holographic imaging technology, we will recreate the magnificent scenes of the Silk Road on stage.
Use a comprehensive social media matrix to create topic heat in advance.
Invite 10 cultural celebrities to endorse the work to enhance its artistic level and social influence.
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily's eyes lit up when they heard this. This is not just an ordinary debut plan, it is clearly built according to the standards of an international superstar.
Jolie remained silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The plan is perfect, but it lacks soul. He suddenly spoke in a low and magnetic voice. The meeting room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to him.
I will personally participate in this performance.
Jolie's eyes were firm and his tone was unquestionable. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room seemed to be paused. Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lily looked at each other in confusion. Yang Zi was so surprised that she opened her red lips slightly. Boss Joe, you want to go on stage in person?
In her impression, Jolie is a business legend and a mysterious capital tycoon. Why would he suddenly want to perform in person?
I will play the piece 3 Variations on Plum Blossoms as the highlight of the whole performance.
Yang Zi frowned slightly and couldn't help but remind. Boss Joe, 3 Variations on Plum Blossoms is a famous ancient Guqin piece. It requires extremely high technical skills.
Even a professional Guqin player needs 10 years to hone his skills.
I'm afraid.
Jolie raised his hand to interrupt her, and a deep light flashed in his eyes that Yang Zi had never seen before.
Chapter 95. Haichang, Huajun Palace Villa No. 1.
Jolie leaned lazily against the head of the bed, with Yang Mi snuggling up to him in his arms, her hair scattered on his strong chest. Jolie, I have confirmed all the plans for tomorrow's performance.
Do you think there is anything else that needs to be adjusted?
Yang Mi looked up at the face of the national goddess, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and attachment. Jolie stroked her silky hair with his fingers and smiled casually. Don't worry, everything is under control.
He patted Yang Mi's shoulders gently, signaling her to stand up first.
Then he stretched out his body, revealing his perfect body proportions of broad shoulders and narrow waist. At this moment, the familiar electronic sound in my mind suddenly rang.
Ding!
System task issued. The performance at the National Stadium received a warm response. Mission reward, 51% controlling stake in Huaxia Commercial Press, plus the position of honorary editor-in-chief. Jolie's mouth corners slightly raised, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This was another easy question, and it was a piece of cake for him. Huaxia Commercial Press, the leader in the domestic publishing industry, has an annual revenue of more than 30 billion yuan.
More importantly, the cultural influence it represents is immeasurable. It's a small matter.
Jolie whispered softly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He stood up and walked to the French window, overlooking the night view of Haicheng below, with its bright lights. In the final plan that Yang Zi sent this morning, the key link was specially marked in bold Zhou Li's Guqin performance of 3 variations on plum blossoms. This arrangement was decided by Zhou Li himself, and no one can change his decision.
There is only 1 month left to prepare for the performance.
But what Yang Zi's team found incredible was that Zhou Li did not even participate in a single practice session. He acted unusually casual about this debut event, which could be considered a life or death ticket for Tianxiang culture media. Every day, he shuttled back and forth between several confidants, accompanying them tenderly and considerately.
I'm checking the progress of the work.
This was his official statement, but everyone could see that the young head of the group was simply enjoying himself surrounded by beauties. Yang Zi hesitated several times for this and almost shook her confidence in this mysterious boss. She even prepared 3 crisis public relations plans.
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili were full of admiration.
In their eyes, Zhou Li's calmness just proved that he was confident. Brother Zhou Li must have his considerations.
Lu Xiaoxiao often comforts Yang Zi in this way.
Every decision he made turned out to be the right one in the end. Zhou Li, on the other hand, just sat and watched all this, with calmness and wisdom in his eyes. He is determined to get the system's reward.
It's just that every time we have a video conference, we emphasize.
The performance team is seizing every bit of time to conduct intensive rehearsals.
We want to make a splash.
A month of preparation time passed in a flash, and the day of the grand performance finally arrived. China National Stadium, a huge building that can accommodate 100,000 people.
Tonight will be the strongest stage for Chinese traditional culture.
The gymnasium is full of lights, with red-themed lights reflecting golden auspicious cloud patterns, perfectly integrating modern technology with traditional culture. The 10 million level sound system has been fully debugged, and every detail has been tested repeatedly to ensure the most perfect sound experience. Dozens of 4K high-definition cameras were on standby from all angles, ready to record every wonderful moment of this cultural feast. In addition to the live broadcast, all major online platforms have opened special pages, looking forward to the perfect collision of traditional culture and modern expression.
The host announced in an excited voice. Tonight, we will travel through time and space together. Feel the glorious ancient road connecting Eastern and Western civilizations. The brilliant light of the Silk Road. The Pearl of the Silk Road large-scale cultural performance begins now. There was thunderous applause and the lights focused on the center of the stage. 12 national-level intangible cultural heritage inheritors took the stage one by one, performing ancient and moving music. They are the living fossils of traditional Chinese music, and each melody carries thousands of years of history and culture. Their splendid performance won rounds of applause and laid a solid foundation for this cultural feast. Then, the stage lights changed again, focusing on 2 young figures. Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili walked onto the stage hand in hand, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Xiaoxiao wore a flowing Dunhuang Feitian-style modified hanfu, with tassels in her hair and clear and confident eyes.
She walked to the side of the stage, holding a scroll of ancient silk painting, her temperament as lively as an immortal. Wu Lili stood in the center of the stage, holding a gorgeous phoenix head pipa. She was wearing a crescent white skirt that trailed on the ground, and there was a hint of quiet elegance between her eyebrows. She lowered her head and gently stroked the pipa, her fingertips sliding lightly across the strings, producing a few crisp test sounds.
Lu Xiaoxiao unfolded the scroll, faced the audience, and told the ancient story in a clear and infectious voice.
The sound of camel bells spreads far and wide across thousands of years of wind and sand. The Silk Road shines brightly across thousands of mountains and rivers.
Her voice echoed in the hall, instantly bringing the audience into that legendary era.
The flying apsaras of Dunhuang dance the magnificent chapter of the prosperous times. The Huxian of the western regions spins the exotic customs. As she recited, Wu Lili's pipa sounded like pearls falling on a jade plate. Sometimes it is as rapid as rain hitting banana leaves, sometimes it is melodious like solitary smoke in the desert. She played an ancient pipa piece called Song of the Desert.
The tune is sometimes desolate, sometimes passionate.
Depicts the magnificent scenery of the Silk Road and the customs and practices along the way.
Wu Lili's fingering is skillful and her emotions are full. This difficult piece of music was performed to perfection.
Her eyes were focused and her whole body was immersed in the world of the pipa, becoming one with the ancient melody. Lu Xiaoxiao's recitation and the sound of the pipa are perfectly matched, one dynamic and one static, complementing each other.
Her voice is sometimes low and sometimes high in praising, adding rich layers to Wu Lili's performance.
Under Lu Xiaoxiao's poetic recitation and Wu Lili's skillful pipa playing, the audience at the scene saw the caravan in the endless yellow sand.
I saw the ancient city next to the oasis.
I saw the prosperous scene of the integration of multiple cultures. There was warm applause from the audience, and many young people resonated with the ancient Chinese culture. Their performances not only showcased their superb skills, but also conveyed a vigorous and optimistic spirit and determination to pass on culture. Yang Zi looked at the two girls on the stage, her eyes full of satisfaction and admiration. She knew that Zhou Li was right in choosing them, and that they were indeed the most suitable pillars for Tianqiang traditional culture media. Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili left the stage amid continuous applause. Suddenly, all the lights in the stadium went out, and the stadium with a capacity of 10,000 people was plunged into darkness, and there were bursts of exclamations from the audience. 3 seconds later, a bright spotlight descended from the sky and focused precisely on the priceless century-old guqin in the center of the stage. Descending along with the chasing light was the figure of a banished immortal.
Chapter 96. There was a commotion in the audience, followed by exclamations one after another. Zhou Li was wearing a black long gown with a black silk ribbon tied lightly around his waist. The whole person instantly became ethereal, exuding a classical charm that did not belong to this impetuous era. Yang Zi couldn't help but stare at it in a trance, her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and the planning documents in her hands trembled slightly. Is this still the decisive and resolute business genius? Zhou Li's every move and gesture displayed the demeanor of a king, just like a handsome young man walking out of a painting from 1,000 years ago. Lu Xiaoxiao stood in a corner backstage, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of shock and admiration. Wu Lili also held the pipa tightly and looked at Zhou Li on the stage with affectionate eyes. Zhou Li slowly sat down in front of the century-old piano, his expression indifferent. Her slender fingers stroked the strings gently, her eyes were calm and composed. He closed his eyes and concentrated, and the internal energy in his qi began to flow slowly. The true qi flows along the meridians and finally gathers in the 10 fingers of both hands. There was a faint golden halo on the fingertips that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. His consciousness traveled through time and space, and found himself in the bamboo forests and mountains of thousands of years ago, where he communicated with the masters of zither throughout the ages. For a moment, everything was silent and time stood still. Suddenly, a clear and ethereal sound of a piano broke the silence. The sound was like a mountain spring hitting rocks, clear and pure, with a breathtaking power that instantly spread throughout the entire stadium. This sound of the piano directly hits the softest part of everyone's heart. The 100,000 spectators present were caught off guard and shocked all over. The second piano sound followed closely behind. Like a blooming orchid in a valley, with its arrogance and nobleness that is untainted by the world, it makes people feel as if they are in a paradise. The third sound of the piano soared into the sky. It's like the tacit understanding and resonance between a mountain stream and a soulmate, shaking the souls of every Chinese son and daughter. The sound of the guqin changes from light to steady, from simple to complex, with infinite changes contained within, but it never loses the ethereal and zen-like feeling unique to the guqin. Zhou Li's 10 fingers flew, each movement was smooth and flowing, his every gesture showed the demeanor of a master, each time he plucked the strings was just right, and he became one with the piano. The true energy flows through the fingertips along with the music, giving the guqin a spirituality and power that transcends the mundane. Every vibration of the strings carries a power that goes straight to the heart. The atmosphere in the stadium was frozen, thousands of people held their breath, and only the sound of the piano flowed in the air. The 3 public relations emergency plans that Yang Zi had prepared were completely thrown out of the window, and she even forgot to breathe. Shock, confusion, intoxication, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart like surging tides. This is impossible, she murmured to herself, her eyes that had seen countless big scenes now filled with disbelief. She has been in the industry for 10 years and has interviewed world-class music masters, but she has never heard such a shocking piano sound. Lu Xiaoxiao was already in tears, and crystal tears silently slid down her fair cheeks. She saw the yellow river coming from the sky and the iron cavalry swallowing up the mountains and rivers. The essence of all traditional culture was presented at this moment through Zhou Li's piano music. Brother Zhou Li. It turns out you have this side of you. Her heart was filled with infinite admiration and love.
Wu Lili clenched her hands. She had learned piano since she was a child and thought she had a very high understanding of music, but she had never imagined that the man she admired had such an amazing side. There was a gleam of obsession in her eyes, and her deep admiration for Zhou Li reached a new height. Zhou Li performed 3 variations on Plum Blossoms to the extreme. The sound of the piano sometimes sounded like thousands of troops galloping forward, majestic and powerful. Sometimes it is like a small bridge in flowing water, making people see small boats swaying gently in the misty rain of Jiangnan and beauty shedding tears. Sometimes it is like the evening drum and morning bell, shocking people's hearts and awakening dusty memories. Every note is given life, countless images flash in the listener's mind, and an epic of China's 5,000-year-old civilization slowly unfolds before their eyes. The Guqin, empowered by inner strength, produces not only sound, but also a power that penetrates people's hearts, reaching the depths of their souls and triggering the most authentic resonance. The sound of the piano is like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky, and thousands of stars falling into the mortal world. The voice penetrated the flesh and blood, reached the depths of the soul, and captivated the heart. The eyes of the young audience members in the audience were shining with unprecedented brilliance, and some of them couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice.
So these antiques can still sound so good?
Zhou Li's godly string and bamboo instrument skills were brought to their fullest in his hands.
As his internal energy flowed, the ordinary strings seemed to have spirituality, emitting vibrations that transcended the ordinary. 15 minutes seemed like just a blink of an eye to the audience.
Zhou Li's fingers gently lifted from the last string, and the sound of the piano stopped abruptly, but it stirred endless waves in everyone's heart.
The lingering sound lingers in the air.
It is a more shocking force than any modern music, like a glass of aged wine, which becomes more mellow the more you taste it. The stadium was completely silent, with hundreds of thousands of spectators holding their breath. Everyone was immersed in that otherworldly artistic conception and unable to extricate themselves.
Time seemed to stand still.
Zhou Li could feel the comfortable flow of internal energy in his body, and the system's god-level skills were perfectly displayed.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission.
The performance of the difficult 3 variations on plum blossoms received a warm response. The reward has been issued, 51% controlling stake in China Business Publishing House, plus the position of honorary editor-in-chief. Zhou Li raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. That gaze was like the autumn water in an ancient well, calm and without ripples. There was a calm and composed smile on his face. The shocking performance just now was just a casual performance. Suddenly, the first applause came from the front row of the audience. He was a white-haired old man, a national intangible cultural heritage inheritor, with tears in his eyes.
Then came the second and third sounds.
The applause swept through the entire stadium like a tsunami, one wave higher than the other and lasting for a long time. Tens of thousands of people in the audience stood up, their eyes flashing with fanatical admiration and shock.
Genius! God! The hope of Chinese traditional culture!
Countless exclamations of praise were heard one after another, and some people were even so excited that they shed tears. Yang Zi in the backstage woke up as if from a dream, stood up suddenly, and her high heels tilted and she almost fell. She didn't care about all this and clapped her hands vigorously. Her eyes, which were used to big scenes, were shining with unprecedented brilliance.
How could this be a businessman? He was simply an angel that had descended from the sky.
Yang Zi's heart was beating like a drum, her breathing was rapid, and an unprecedented throbbing surged from the bottom of her heart. This man, the light of this moment has been deeply engraved in the softest part of her heart. Oh my God, Mr. Zhou, her voice trembled and her lips trembled slightly. This gold medal host, who makes a living with his eloquent mouth, couldn't even utter a complete sentence at this moment. Lu Xiaoxiao's face was already covered in tears, her hands clasped tightly against her chest, as devout as a believer.
Brother Zhou Li,
she whispered softly, her eyes full of admiration and love. Wu Lily gripped the pipa tightly. Having learned pipa since childhood, she understood better than anyone the incredible skills just performed. This is definitely not a level that humans can achieve, she murmured to herself, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. Zhou Li stood up and faced the thunderous applause with a faint smile. A true wealthy person never relies on money to demonstrate his existence, but conquers the world with strength. His eyes were as fast as lightning, sweeping across the entire venue, finally fixing on the stunning figure backstage. Yang Zi's eyes met his, and her heartbeat almost stopped for a moment. At this moment, she finally understood where Zhou Li's confidence came from. This man was far more unfathomable than she had imagined.
Chapter 97. Penthouse Suite at the Nishiyama Royal Hotel, Kyoto.
Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of Kyoto unfolds like a brilliant painting. Inside the room, the air was still filled with the afterglow of last night's Pearl of the Silk Road performance and a warm atmosphere. Zhou Li and Yang Zi lay on top of each other on the large, soft bed, the silky sheets wrapped around each other's warm bodies. Yang Zi's head rested on Zhou Li's chest, and her even breathing was particularly clear in the quiet room. Her nerves, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed. At this moment, she felt tired yet extremely fulfilled. Jolie's slender fingers gently stroked her smooth back, from her spine all the way up, and stroked the soft hair on the back of her neck.
Last night's performance took up a lot of his energy, not just the performance itself.
It is the perfect fusion of inner strength and God-level skills, as well as the control of the emotions of the entire audience.
However, in the tight embrace with Yang Zi, the exhaustion was quickly fading away. In its place is a new, surging energy. He could feel the vitality flowing in Yang Zi's body, with the flexibility and warmth unique to women. Jolie's mind moved slightly, and the internal force in his body flowed like a trickle. It began to slowly penetrate into Yang Zi's body along the place where the two people touched. Yang Zi let out a moan and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably.
She felt a warm and comfortable breath coming, which quickly spread throughout her body. It felt like being wrapped in a hot spring, and like countless tiny points of light dancing in the body. Wherever I go, all the pain and fatigue are dispelled.
Instead, there is an unprecedented ease and vitality.
She raised her head, with a hint of confusion and surprise in her sleepy eyes. Jolie smiled at her tenderly and gently pressed the acupoints on her chest with his fingertips.
Don't move. Relax.
Jolie said in a low voice, his voice carrying a charming magnetism. Yang Zi obediently closed her eyes and pressed her body closer to him. She trusted him, unconditionally. Jolie's internal force no longer just penetrated, but guided the true energy in Yang Zi's body to flow slowly in her meridians. He controlled the rhythm, and under his guidance, Yang Zi's body began to produce a wonderful resonance. She could feel her heartbeat and breathing gradually becoming consistent with Jolie's, as if they had become one. Streams of warmth circulated back and forth between the two of them, flowing from Jolie into Yang Zi, and then from Yang Zi back to him through the connection. This is a deeper kind of integration, not just a physical connection, but also a complement and enhancement of life energy. Under the cleansing of Jolie's pure internal energy, Yang Zi felt that her body became lighter than ever before and her mind became unusually clear. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around Jolie's waist, her fingertips feeling his solid and powerful muscle lines. She could feel the strong heartbeat beneath his chest and the great power within him. But at this moment, this powerful energy was so gently entwined and blended with her, without any aggression, only nourishing and caring.
Time seemed to stand still.
The only sounds in the room were the shallow breathing of the two people and the invisible flow of true energy. The sky was already turning pale. Yang Zi felt warm all over, as if she had just woken up from the most comfortable dream. She opened her eyes and still saw Jolie's gentle profile.
Last night's fatigue was swept away, replaced by a radiance from the inside out.
Her skin became more delicate and smooth, and her eyes became brighter and more energetic.
Jolie, I feel.
She spoke softly, her voice full of surprise.
I feel so good, all my fatigue is gone.
Jolie turned his head with a smile in his eyes. This is the result of our joint efforts. He didn't explain much, but Yang Zi knew that it was related to his unique ability. A strong attachment surged in her heart, and she buried her head in his warm arms and hugged him tightly. This man always brings her surprises, a sense of security and strength. However, the tender time is always short-lived. Yang Zi is a woman with a strong sense of career ambition. She knows that after a successful performance, the next wave of work will come like a tide.
She kissed Jolie's chin. I have to go. There is a very important announcement today, and there are things at the company. Jolie nodded in understanding. Go ahead. Tianqiang culture is now the focus of everyone's attention, and we need you to take charge.
Yang Zi stood up, and Jolie watched her graceful figure moving in the morning light, picking up the clothes scattered on the ground. Her every move is full of the charm and competence of a mature woman. Before leaving, Yang Zi returned to the bed, leaned over and gave Jolie a kiss on the lips, her eyes full of love and admiration.
Last night's performance was simply divine.
The door of the suite closed gently, and Jolie lay alone on the bed, feeling the abundant internal and mental strength in his body. This dual cultivation not only helped Yang Zi recover and improve his condition, but also allowed his own internal strength to reach a higher level. He stretched and felt refreshed. Pick up the latest Huaxin tablet. Check the email for legal documents and equity certificates regarding the 51% controlling stake in China Business Publishing House and the position of honorary editor-in-chief. A smile appeared on Jolie's lips. China Business News Publishing House is the leading company in the domestic publishing industry, and its cultural influence and social status are extraordinary.
Immediately afterwards, another crisp reminder sound rang out. Ding!
System mission released. Completely eliminate the insiders and related personnel in Huaxia commercial press who colluded with foreign forces and published and disseminated harmful content.
Mission reward, Villa Number 1 in Chinha Villa District, Kyoto.
Zhou Li's eyes narrowed and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Sure enough, behind those seemingly unintentional omissions lies a deeper conspiracy.
He had heard about Villa Number 1 in Chinha Villa, which was one of the top traditional Chinese mansions in Kyoto. It was extremely valuable and difficult to obtain.
This task, he
got up, washed up briefly, and changed into casual clothes.
Prepared to go to Tianxiong Media headquarters.
As soon as I walked into the hotel lobby, my cell phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar Kyoto number. Hello, Mr. Zhou, I am Liao Huayan, the president of Huaxia Commercial Press. Excuse me, but I wonder if it's convenient for you now?
Regarding the change of publishing house's equity and subsequent work,
I would like to report to you in person.
The voice on the other end of the phone was respectful but also had a hint of tension and inquiry. Obviously, President Liao was full of uncertainty and awe about the publishing house's sudden change of ownership and the mysterious new controlling shareholder.
President Liao, you're too polite. Let's meet at 3 p.m. today at the Skydome Media headquarters to talk.
Zhou Li's tone was calm, but he carried an aura that did not allow for argument. To eliminate the cancer in the publishing house, it is necessary to start from the inside. President Liao may be a breakthrough point, so Zhou Li decided to test the waters first.
Okay, Mr. Zhou, I will be there on time at 3 p.m. Liao Huayan responded repeatedly. Chapter 98.
Zhou Li got on the special car heading to the Tianxiong Media headquarters and opened his tablet, which was flooded with news about last night's Pearl of the Silk Road performance.
Without exception, the front pages of all major media outlets were dominated by Tianxiong Culture's debut show. After 1,000 years of silence, a Guqin master emerged and became a god overnight. The first show of Tianxiong culture amazed the whole country, and traditional culture was given new vitality.
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili, the new national goddess, talented and beautiful, leading the national style trend. Yang Zi, a gorgeous transformation from a gold medal host to the queen of media.
Discussions on the internet are even more heated.
The video of Zhou Li's performance of 3 variations on Plum Blossoms has been edited into various versions and has gone viral on major social platforms, with the number of hits already exceeding 100 million.
There are many speculations about his identity. This is definitely a CG animation. A real person can't play it so well.
I'm afraid the people upstairs have never seen the world. My grandfather said that this is a true ancient performance, infused with spirit and energy, and it's rare to see it in a century. I bet 50 cents that the performer is definitely a descendant of some hidden sect.
Otherwise, how can we explain his demeanor? Could it be 5G holographic projection technology?
After all, Sky Capital is wealthy and backed by Huaxin Group, so it's not surprising that they come up with some black technology.
Isn't it the point that Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili are as beautiful as fairies? Love it. Sister Yang Zi is my goddess.
She is intelligent and elegant, and has a strong aura. Zhou Li looked at these comments and smiled indifferently. The more speculation there is, the more attention it will attract, which is exactly the effect he wants.
The name of Tianxiong culture became famous throughout China overnight.
Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili became hot new stars, and commercial endorsements and program invitations came in like snowflakes. Yang Zi has become the object of envy in the media circle, and the Tianxiong culture, which she heads, has become a new force that cannot be ignored in the Kyoto cultural circle.
Yang Zi also called at the right time, with irrepressible excitement in her voice. Boss Zhou, we succeeded.
Even through the phone, Zhou Li could imagine her radiant expression at the moment.
My phone is about to explode. Major investment institutions, brands, TV stations.
They all want to cooperate with us. This morning alone, I have received no less than 20 cooperation intentions.
As expected.
Zhou Li's voice was steady.
Let the bullets fly for a while. Don't rush to agree to any cooperation. Collect all the invitations and we will screen them. Clear.
Yang Zi took a deep breath, and Zhou Li's calmness helped her calm down quickly.
But last night's performance was just incredible. Now people are saying that you are a deity descended to earth.
At the end of her speech, there was a hint of little girl's playfulness and deep curiosity in her tone.
Zhou Li chuckled, if I were really a god, I would be the first to turn stone into gold. Would I need to work so hard to plan it?
Yang Zi was amused by him, and the tension in her heart dissipated a lot. She knew that this man would always find a way to make her feel at ease. By the way, Mr. Zhou, President Liao of Huaxia Commercial Press just contacted me and said he would come to visit you this afternoon.
Yeah, I already know that.
You will also be with us this afternoon, as there are things that require your participation.
Okay. Yang Zi responded, her admiration for Zhou Li deepening.
China Business News Publishing House, that was a partner she had never dared to think of before, but now it has become Zhou Li's possession. This man's power was far beyond her imagination. 2:50 p.m., 108th floor, Henderson International Center, General Manager's Office of Tianxiang Traditional Culture Media. Yang Zi, dressed in a smart business suit, was carefully reviewing the information about China Business Publishing House in her hands. This century-old publishing house has a profound heritage, but it also has some long-standing problems, such as outdated topics and a strong bureaucratic atmosphere. She understood that Zhou Li asked her to participate not just as an observer. At exactly 3 o'clock, the secretary led in a middle-aged man in his 50s. The man was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had his hair combed neatly. He was Liao Huaiyan, the president of China Business Publishing House. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Yang. As soon as Liao Huaiyan entered the door, he extended his hand with a humble smile on his face. Zhou Li shook hands with him and motioned him to sit down.
President Liao, please take a seat. Yang Zi also nodded politely. Mr. Zhou is young and promising.
He really makes us ashamed. After Liao Huaiyan sat down, he first gave a polite compliment. Last night's performance by Tianxiang Culture made a sensation across the country, and also gave us, the old cultural people, hope for the revival of traditional culture. Zhou Li did not comment, picked up the teacup and took a sip.
President Liao, there is no need to say more polite words. What are your thoughts on the future development of the publishing house?
Seeing Zhou Li getting straight to the point, Liao Huaiyan was startled and quickly put away his polite words, saying seriously,
Mr. Zhou, although China Business Publishing House has a long history, it also faces many challenges. In recent years, the loss of young readers, the lag in digital transformation, and
some inappropriate publications have an impact on the reputation and profitability of the publishing house. He chose his words carefully, observing Zhou Li's reaction.
Zhou Li tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingers. Inappropriate publications? President Liao, why don't you elaborate on this?
A thin layer of sweat broke out on Liao Huaiyan's forehead. He knew that this new boss was not an easy person to deal with. It's mainly because some supplementary books for young people have omissions in content review. The illustrations in some of the content caused adverse social reactions. There are also some controversial issues regarding the values of some of the social science books we have introduced.
Yang Zi listened at the side, frowning slightly.
She had heard about the toxic textbook incident a long time ago, but she did not expect that China Business News Publishing House was also involved.
Zhou Li's eyes were slightly cold. President Liao, we will not give up an inch of our cultural territory. Since I control the Huaxia commercial press, these cancers must be completely eradicated. Liao Huaiyan nodded repeatedly.
Yes, Mr. Zhou is right. We have set up a special team to thoroughly investigate and rectify all questionable publications. It's just that this involves some complicated historical issues and personnel relations, so there is a lot of resistance.
Resistance?
Zhou Li had a sneer on his face.
With me, there is no resistance. He looked at Yang Zi. Boss Yang, the next important task for Tianxiang Culture is to cooperate with Huaxia Commercial Press.
Launch a number of high-quality reading materials that can truly promote China's excellent traditional culture and shape correct values among young people. I want to expose those behind the scenes who are trying to poison our next generation through cultural infiltration.
Yang Zi's heart was shocked.
Zhou Li's eyes were as sharp as a sword, making her feel a strong sense of mission.
Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will do my best. Liao Huaiyan looked at Zhou Li and Yang Zi, secretly groaning in his heart.
He originally thought that this young new boss was just a playful capitalist. I didn't expect the other party to be serious right from the start.
And the goal is so clear and the means are so tough. Boss Zhou, Boss Yang, I will definitely cooperate with you too. Liao Huaiyan wiped the sweat off his forehead and expressed his opinion. Zhou Li nodded slightly. Very good.
President Liao, I will give you a week to come up with a detailed rectification plan and publishing plan for the next 3 years. Remember, I want a complete transformation, not just a minor fix.
Yes.
Liao Huaiyan responded repeatedly, but his heart was in turmoil. He had a premonition that the situation at China Business Publishing House was about to change.
Chapter 99. After Liao Huayan left, Yang Zi looked at Zhou Li with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "Boss Zhou, this President Liao looks like a seasoned veteran. Can you trust him?" Zhou Li picked up the tea in front of him, blew away the hot air, and smiled faintly. "Whether he is a seasoned veteran or not, we will soon know. Whether you can rely on it or not is not important. The important thing is that he now has to follow my rules." Yang Zi understood it in her heart. Since Zhou Li dared to entrust him with such an important task, he must be confident that he can control the situation. Her confidence in Zhou Li now is almost blind. Zhou Li was not idle for the next few days. He first used his national security authority and combined it with the intelligence provided by Lao Zhou. An in-depth study was conducted on the personnel relations within China Business Publishing House and its publications in recent years. The golden eye technique is even more powerful at this time. By looking at the photos, handwritings, and even some video clips of internal meetings of relevant personnel, Zhou Li could clearly sense who had ulterior motives and who had connections with foreign forces. An invisible net quickly spread out under Zhou Li's control. The target persons surfaced one after another. Qian Likun, vice president of the publishing house. Li Mingyuan, editor-in-chief of imported books and youth books. As well as the directors of several key departments, they are all inextricably linked to those toxic textbooks, problematic maps, and social science books that promote bad values. Zhou Li even discovered some secret financial transactions and email communications between them and some so-called cultural foundations overseas. Ah! There are a lot of termites. Zhou Li looked at the compiled list in evidence, a cold light flashing in his eyes. These people, entrenched in the country's important cultural publishing institutions, are like maggots on the heel, corroding the foundation of our culture. They are despicable. He made an encrypted call. "Lao Qin, it's me, Zhou Li. I need your help with something." A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ah, brother Zhou. Just tell me what you want. As long as it doesn't violate the principles, I will definitely help you." The person who spoke was Qin Weigua, also known as Lao Qin, who was in charge of the Cultural Security and Anti-Infiltration Office of the Kyoto National Security Bureau. The clues Zhou Li provided last time about a foreign foundation infiltrating the domestic academic community helped him a lot. "It's about Huaxia Commercial Press." Zhou Li briefly explained the problems existing within the publishing house and some core evidence he had. "I plan to hold a strategic planning meeting at the publishing house the day after tomorrow morning and gather all these people together. At that time, you may be needed to step forward." Lao Qin was silent for a few seconds, then his tone became serious. "Huaxia Commercial Press? This is an old brand with a far-reaching influence. Do you have solid evidence for the people you mentioned?" "Absolutely," Zhou Li said with certainty. "I will encrypt and send you the relevant information later." Behind these people, there are several overseas foundations under the guise of cultural exchange. I have a partial grasp of the funding chain and communication records. Good. Lao Qin made a prompt decision. "Brother Zhou, your information is too important. These parasites are hiding so deeply. The day after tomorrow morning, right? What's the exact time and location? I'll lead the team there myself." After finalizing the details of the operation, Zhou Li hung up the phone, with a cold smile on his face. He wanted to use thundering means to cut the Gordian knot and completely eliminate these cancers, without giving them any chance to react or collude. Yang Zi, in the name of the controlling shareholder of Tianxiang Group. A meeting notice was officially issued to Huaxia Commercial Press. Seminar on the Strategic Development Plan of China Business Publishing House for the next 5 years and new content review standards. The meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning 2 days later, and the venue was in the publishing house's large conference room. All publishing house mid-level managers and above, as well as heads of major editorial departments, are required to attend. As soon as the notice was sent out, there was a ripple within the publishing house. In the vice president's office, Qian Likun received the notice and a disdainful smile appeared on his fat face. He took a sip of the Longjing tea that his secretary had just brewed and said to the editor-in-chief Li Mingyuan, who was sitting opposite him. "Old Li, did you see that? This new guy wants to take charge of the business right after he took control of the company. Strategic planning, new content review standards, he knows nothing about publishing." Li Mingyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes wandering behind the lenses.
Xianxi, having said that, this Jolie has an unconventional background. The name of Sky Capital has become quite famous in Kyoto recently. Moreover, the Pearl of the Silk Road performance was said to be planned by him, and it caused quite a stir.
So what if it's loud? The entertainment industry is completely different from our publishing industry. Qian Likun snorted. He thinks the publishing house is his backyard and he can do whatever he wants with it? Besides, which of these projects we have in hand does not affect the entire body? How dare he make a move?
There was a sense of confidence in his tone. Over the years, they have operated some special publications. Not only did they make a lot of money, but more importantly, they established deep connections with certain friends abroad and thought they had nothing to fear.
Li Mingyuan still felt a little uneasy. It's better to be careful. I always feel that Jolie is not as simple as he seems. He certainly didn't tea by the publishing house for fun. What's so difficult about it? It's just a lot of money. Qian Likun waved his hand. Okay, we'll just deal with it when the time comes. What else can he do to us?
The heads of several other departments had different reactions.
Some, like Qian Likun, disagreed, while others, like Li Mingyuan, felt a little uneasy.
But no one expected that a thunderstorm was about to come. Liao Huayan has been like an ant on hot pot these past 2 days, feeling restless. Jolie's words that day made him feel the oppressive feeling of impending storm. He vaguely guessed that this so-called strategic planning meeting might not be that simple. But as the president, he had no say in front of the new boss and could only bite the bullet and arrange the meeting according to the instructions.
2 days passed in a flash.
At 8:30 a.m. on the day of the meeting, the large conference room of China Business Publishing House had been set up. The neat conference table was wiped spotlessly clean, with name tags, notebooks and mineral water placed in front of each seat. Liao Huayan was waiting at the door of the conference room early, with beads of sweat on his forehead. At around 8:45, Qian Likun, Li Mingyuan and others arrived one after another. Qian Likun still looked like an official, with a bulging belly, chatting and laughing with people he knew, as if he was attending an ordinary meeting. Li Mingyuan seemed to be worried and pushed his glasses up from time to time. At 8:55, Jolie and Yang Zi appeared at the door of the conference room on time. Jolie wore a well-fitting dark suit today, without a tie, and with one button of his shirt casually undone. He looked calm and capable, yet still youthful. As soon as he entered the room, the originally noisy conference room suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, with scrutiny, curiosity, and a rare nervousness.
Yang Zi, dressed in an intellectual professional suit, followed Jolie, her eyes calmly scanning everyone present. Good morning, everyone. Jolie walked to the main seat and sat down. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. His eyes swept calmly over everyone present, as if he could see through their innermost thoughts. Qian Likun and others responded quickly with professional smiles on their faces. The main reason I called you all here today is to hear your views on the future development of the publishing house. And some suggestions for the existing content review mechanism. Joe went straight to the point, his tone was flat and no emotion could be heard. As the president, Liao Huayan first reported on the publishing house's operating conditions and some of the problems it faced in recent years in accordance with the procedures. Of course, he was tactful enough to avoid the main issue and not touch upon those sensitive points. Afterwards, Jolie signaled everyone to speak freely. Qian Likun cleared his throat and spoke first. He spoke a lot of official jargon in a very eloquent manner. Emphasized that the publishing house has a long history and profound heritage. How many brilliant achievements have been made? Regarding the new content review standards proposed by Jolie. It means that the existing mechanism is effective and needs to be carefully adjusted to avoid going too far. Li Mingyuan also echoed a few words, and his words were more cautious, but he also hinted that the new boss should not easily break the existing balance. Several other department heads also spoke, but most of their remarks were bland and cliché. Jolie listened quietly with a faint smile on his face. He did not interrupt anyone and did not show any attitude. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually became a little weird. Time passed quietly as these old hands practiced Tai Chi, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 100. The director of the Foreign Language Translation Department was still talking endlessly about the brilliant achievements of his department. The heavy wooden door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A dozen men in black uniforms, with solemn expressions and sharp eyes, came in one after another, led by Lao Qin. They moved quickly and quietly, dispersing to control the main passage in the conference room.
Everyone in the conference room was stunned and the voices stopped abruptly. Qian Likun's face changed, and he was about to open his mouth to scold, but he saw the leader, Lao Qin, showing a black ID. National Security Agency on official business. Lao Qin's voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. Qian Likun, Li Mingyuan, Sun Dahai, Zhao Jianjun. He read out 7 or 8 names in a row. You are suspected of accepting funding from foreign forces and taking advantage of your position for a long time. There is solid evidence that harmful publications that endanger national cultural and ideological security have been published and disseminated. You are now being arrested according to the law. Please cooperate with the investigation. As soon as he finished speaking, several national security personnel quickly stepped forward and restrained the stunned Qian Likun, Li Mingyuan, and others. The sound of the cold handcuffs being locked click was particularly harsh in the silent conference room. What are you doing? Why are you arresting people? This is slander. This is a frame-up. Qian Likun was the first to react and began to struggle and roar hysterically. We are government officials. You can't do this to us. Li Mingyuan also looked ashen and tried to defend himself. Most of the other people who were named slumped in their chairs, with only a few of them offering symbolic resistance. The entire conference room was instantly thrown into chaos. After all, they were all scholars who had never seen such a scene before. They were so scared that they trembled and looked at each other in confusion. Liao Huayan was so shocked that he stood up from his chair, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. He never imagined that the new boss's strategic planning meeting would be planned in this way. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Li slowly stood up. He walked to the microphone and tapped it gently, making 2 bang sounds. Miraculously, the chaotic scene quieted down a bit. Everyone's eyes, including those of the suspects who were held down, subconsciously turned to him. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Li's face, but at this moment, this smile looked like the devil's hideous grin to Qian Likun and others. Everyone. He spoke, his voice calm but with a power that penetrated people's hearts. Huaxia commercial press is an important cultural base of the country. It is not a tool for some people to abuse their power for personal gain, collude with foreign enemies, and poison people's minds. Today is just the beginning. All the termites that attempt to pollute our cultural soil will be eliminated one by one. Anyone who is still hoping for the best, I urge you to be careful. His eyes swept across the pale and silent publishing employees, and finally fell on Lao Qin, nodding slightly in greeting. Lao Qin understood and waved his hand. Take them all away. In the conference room, only Zhou Li, Yang Zi, and a group of frightened and pale-faced publishing employees were left. Liao Huayan knew that the world of China Business Publishing House had completely changed from that moment on. However, the young new boss's strong tactics and profound background far exceeded his imagination. Yang Zi stood behind Zhou Li, watching him calmly control the overall situation, and her heart was once again filled with strong shock and admiration. This man always shows his impressive courage and wisdom inadvertently. The scene just now was more thrilling than any business negotiation, and it also made her see more clearly Zhou Li's inviolable bottom line and determination. Zhou Li looked at the silent meeting room and his tone returned to normal. Okay, sorry to disturb everyone. The meeting continues. Now, let us talk about real strategic planning. Publishing house employees present here, look at me, I look at you, who dares to practice Tai Chi again? Everyone sat upright with a solemn expression, waiting for the instructions from the new boss. They understood that the young man in front of them was definitely not someone they could fool. The shockwaves of the arrest operation quickly spread within the China Business Publishing House. The news that Qian Likun, Li Mingyuan, and other senior executives and core editors were taken away on the spot by national security personnel spread to every corner of the publishing house like wings. For a time, people were in panic, and all kinds of speculations and rumors spread. Have you heard? Vice President Qian and his team were arrested by the National Security Bureau during the strategic planning meeting. Oh my God! Is this true? What crime did he commit? Why is there such a big fuss? It is said that they are colluding with foreign forces to carry out cultural infiltration and publish poisonous teaching materials. So it was these people who were behind this. They are so heartless. Hush! Keep your voice down. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. The office, corridors, and even the pantry were filled with employees whispering to each other. Some were shocked, some were frightened, some were angry, and there were also some honest people who were usually suppressed and excluded by Qian Likun and others, but at this moment a glimmer of pleasure flashed in their eyes. Zhou Li was not in a hurry to comfort people. He knew that at this time, any empty comfort would seem pale and powerless. He wants to use practical actions to restore the order and confidence of the publishing house. After the arrest operation was completed, Zhou Li immediately announced,
Liao Huaiyan will temporarily take charge of the daily work of the publishing house.
A legal team led by Tianxiang Culture was established. The internal review team coordinated by the publisher's disciplinary inspection department.
Conduct a thorough inventory of all current personnel and publications in recent years. President Liao.
Zhou Li looked at Liao Huaiyan, whose face was still somewhat pale, and said calmly,
Now, it's time to test you.
Keep the situation stable, cooperate with the investigation, and find out all the bad apples.
No one should be let off. Liao Huaiyan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly.
Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I will do my best and live up to your trust.
At this moment, he was completely convinced by Zhou Li.
This young boss not only has background and courage, but also responsibility. Following such people, perhaps this century-old company can really be revitalized. He knew that this was the biggest opportunity and also the biggest challenge in his career. Yang Zi quickly mobilized Tianxiang Culture's most elite legal and public relations teams to move into China Business Publishing House. On the one hand, the legal team assisted the National Security Department in subsequent evidence collection and case sorting. On the other hand, we began to deal with various contract disputes and potential legal risks caused by the actions of Qian Likun and others. The recycling and destruction of those toxic textbooks and problematic publications, as well as the compensation and explanation to relevant partners, are all complicated and require professional handling. The public relations team faces even greater pressure. It is impossible to completely conceal such a large-scale arrest operation from the outside world. How to guide public opinion, minimize the negative impact, and at the same time take this opportunity to establish a new image of the publishing house that is radically different from the norm and has set back to its original principles, is a profound art.
Yang Zi personally took charge of the operation, communicated with major media outlets, and issued an official statement.
It emphasized that as the new controlling shareholder, Tianxiang Group has the determination and ability to completely eliminate the cancer within the publishing house. In the future, we will strive to create more high-quality works that promote mainstream values and inherit the excellent Chinese culture. Her calmness, competence, and professionalism played a stabilizing role at this critical moment.
Some media outlets were prepared to make a fuss about the news.
After receiving the rigorous yet tough communication letter from Tianxiang Culture, they also became cautious. At the same time, Zhou Li began to work on the personnel arrangements of the publishing house.
The positions of Qian Likun, Li Mingyuan and others have become vacant, and suitable candidates must be found as soon as possible to fill them.
Zhou Li's goal is very clear: he wants to promote those who are truly talented, have ideals, and are responsible. And they are young and middle-aged backbones who have shown their innocence and firm stance in this turmoil. He asked Liao Huaiyan to submit a detailed resume and recent performance evaluation of the publishing house's mid-level and above cadres. Combining the observations made through the GoldenEye technique and the background investigation conducted by Lao Zhou's intelligence network, Zhou Li quickly shortlisted several candidates.
The deputy director of the editorial department is Qin Wenbo.
I have read several sets of popular traditional cultural readings he planned. The topic is good, the writing skills are solid, and he is a relatively upright person.
I'm just not very good at scheming, and I've always been suppressed by Li Mingyuan.
Zhou Li pointed to the photo of a middle-aged man wearing glasses in the information and said, and Zhang Yu from the Copyright Cooperation Department. In his early 30s, he holds a master's degree from a prestigious university and is proficient in several foreign languages.
Very insightful about the international publishing market.
It was because they were unwilling to cooperate with Qian Likun in launching those messy imported projects that they were marginalized.
Liao Huaiyan nodded repeatedly. Boss Zhou has a keen eye.
These two are indeed rare talents in the company, but it's just bad luck that the pearl is covered in dust.
Zhou Li smiled slightly. Now, it's time for them to shine. Talk to them and see what they think.
For the position of editor-in-chief, I prefer Qin Wenbo.
Copyright cooperation and introduction can be entrusted to Zhang Yu.
In just a few days, China Business Publishing House underwent a major reshuffle from top to middle management. The new leadership team was quickly established. Although still a little immature, it was full of vigor and sharpness.
Chapter 101. The thundering action of China Business Publishing House was like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake, and the aftermath spread quickly.
Zhou Li's quick and decisive approach not only shocked the villains within the publishing house, but also attracted the attention of the entire Kyoto cultural circle.
Ding.
System mission completed. Completely eliminate the insiders and related personnel in Huaxia commercial press who colluded with foreign forces and published and disseminated harmful content. Mission reward, Villa Number 1 in Shinha Villa District, Kyoto, has been issued to the host. The familiar system sound rang in his mind, and Jolie's mouth curled up slightly.
Shinha Villa is the real top-level luxury residential area in Kyoto. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money and it is extremely private. Ordinary wealthy people may not be able to get one even if they try their best. Villa Number 1 is the most expensive building among them and its value is inestimable.
He had just finished dealing with the initial personnel adjustments at the publishing house when Yang Zi walked in with a tablet computer and a slightly frowned brow.
"Mr. Zhou, look at this." Yang Zi handed him the tablet, which contained a sharply worded commentary article.
The title of the article is The Carnival of Capital and the Sorrow of Culture, comment on the empty fire of the Pearl of the Silk Road.
Jolie took the tablet and browsed it quickly.
The article was written by a retired media person named Hu Zhou. Hu Zhou was originally the editor-in-chief of a well-known current affairs newspaper. He was well known in the cultural circle and was known for his outspokenness. In fact, he is just a person who seeks fame and reputation.
He is best at making groundless accusations and inciting public opinion.
In his article, Hu Zhou first hypocritically affirmed the investment in stage design, lighting, etc. of the Pearl of the Silk Road performance. Then he changed the subject and directed his criticism at the performances of Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili. He called it immature in technique, empty in emotion, and nothing more than a vase built by capital, without any artistic background at all. They even denounced their Hanfu performances as commercial hype, sensationalism, and a blasphemy against traditional culture. The article is full of prejudice and arrogance of pedantic scholars. It also implicitly characterized Tianqiang culture's debut as the invasion and kidnapping of culture by capital. This Hu Zhou used to like to take advantage of his seniority and make comments on new things. Our Tianqiang culture is currently gaining popularity, and he is jealous and wants to take advantage of the popularity and step on us to gain attention.
Yang Zi was a little angry.
Jolie finished reading it, looking calm, and returned the tablet to Yang Zi.
"It's just a clown. Don't pay attention to this kind of article."
But
Yang Zi was a little worried.
This article was forwarded by several so-called cultural influencers.
The comments section below also started to lead the way.
They say that our Tianqiang culture is a nouveau riche who only knows how to spend money and has no understanding of culture at all.
Some people began to question Xiaoxiao and Lily's abilities. They can perform on such a big stage, all thanks to capital operation.
Jolie frowned slightly. He could ignore the slander, but Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lili were different. Sure enough, not long after, Wu Lili called, her tone still carefree.
"Brother Jolie, sister Yang Zi, have you seen what those trolls on the internet said? I am dying of laughter. They say my pipa playing is just to show off and my recitation lacks emotion. Do they understand or not?"
Wu Lili has a forthright personality and has always sneered at these negative comments, and even made some jokes in return. "Lily, don't take it to heart. Those people are just jealous."
Yang Zi comforted her. "I don't take it personally. It's not worth it to get upset. But Xiaoxiao seems a little unhappy. I just saw her sitting alone in the room in a daze." Wu Lili was a little worried. After hanging up the phone, Yang Zi sighed. Xiaoxiao is more thoughtful, unlike Lily, who is open-minded.
This performance means a lot to her, and it must be hard for her to be slandered in such a malicious way. Jolie stood up. "I'll go see her."
Lu Xiaoxiao was indeed unhappy. Unlike Wu Lili, she did not receive professional instrumental training since childhood.
Her recitation and love for traditional culture are more due to her interest and family influence. Although she performed gracefully on stage. But deep down, she was not so confident in her professional abilities. At this moment, she was sitting in her room, reading those vicious comments on the internet over and over again. The more she read, the more upset she felt.
My skills are immature. Emotionally empty. A vase built by capital.
These words pierced her heart like needles. She thought of Jolie's stunning Guqin performance on the stage, which was so charming and graceful that it drew cheers from thousands of people.
In comparison, my own performance seemed really insignificant.
She knew that brother Jolie was very powerful and could do almost anything. She also wanted to be better and didn't want to be just a little girl who needed to be protected by him. She envied brother Zhou Li's Guqin skills. That kind of performance that was infused with the soul was something she dreamed of achieving. She has been studying music since she was young, and is particularly interested in the Guqin and Guzheng. Although I have passed the amateur level 10 exam, it is still far from the real professional level.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Xiao Xiao, it's me.
Zhou Li's voice came from outside the door. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly wiped the corners of her eyes, sniffed, and got up to open the door.
Brother Zhou Li.
She tried to force a smile, but her eyes were still red. Zhou Li walked into the room and saw that the tablet on her desk was still lit, and it was the article by Hu Zhou. He turned off the tablet, took Lu Xiaoxiao's hand and asked her to sit on the sofa.
Don't take that nonsense to heart,
Zhou Li said softly, stroking the back of her hand with his fingertips.
Lu Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her voice choking. Brother Zhou Li, is what they said true? Am I a bad person? Have I embarrassed you?
Zhou Li felt a pain in his heart and gently held her in his arms.
Silly girl, how can you be so bad? You were so confident and beautiful on the stage, and everyone applauded you. Those who hide behind their keyboards and talk about it are just jealous. But my recitation is far inferior to your Guqin,
Lu Xiaoxiao said sullenly in his arms.
I want to be able to play the piano as beautifully as you.
Zhou Li's heart moved.
Ding. System task released, rumors and gossips will temper your sincerity.
Please help Lu Xiaoxiao prove to the media that she is not a vase.
Show their true cultural literacy and talent, and effectively fight back against negative public opinion. Mission reward, Divine Level Luanfeng Sword Dance. Divine Level Luanfeng Sword Dance?
Zhou Li's eyes flashed with surprise.
This reward sounds extraordinary.
More importantly, this mission was exactly what he wanted. She needs to untie this little knot in her heart by herself. And he will give her the strongest support.
Want to learn the Guqin?
Zhou Li looked down at the girl in his arms, a gentle smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her head, her big wet eyes filled with anticipation.
Well, Brother Zhou Li, can you teach me? Certainly.
Zhou Li scratched her little nose.
However, learning the piano requires concentration.
I'll take you to a good place where you can concentrate on your studies.
Lu Xiaoxiao blinked curiously. What good place? A place that belongs only to you.
Zhou Li smiled mysteriously. Half an hour later, Zhou Li's car slowly drove into a heavily guarded villa area. There are green trees and winding paths here. Each villa is hidden in a carefully designed garden, maintaining sufficient distance and privacy from each other. The car finally stopped in front of a vast and magnificent Chinese-style courtyard villa. The vermilion gate and green tile eaves exude a simple and elegant charm and low-key luxury everywhere.
Here it is. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at the mansion in front of her that looked like an ancient royal palace and was so surprised that she was speechless.
Zhou Li held her hand and walked to the gate. The access control system automatically recognized his face and the heavy door slowly opened.
Number 1 Qinhe Villa.
Zhou Li turned his head and smiled at her.
Welcome home, Xiaoxiao.
Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth opened into an O shape, her eyes full of disbelief. She knew that brother Zhou Li was very rich, but she never thought that he would give her such a house.
It looks like a mansion that has stepped out of a historical scroll.
She followed Zhou Li into the courtyard and was even more shocked by the scene before her. There are pavilions, towers, waterside terraces, corridors, strange rocks and rockery, and lush flowers and trees.
Every detail is full of rich traditional Chinese cultural heritage, as if traveling through time and space.
Brother Zhou Li, this is too valuable.
Lu Xiaoxiao was at a loss.
Zhou Li held her hand tightly, his eyes full of doting.
For you, everything is worth it.
He took Lu Xiaoxiao for a stroll in the yard, passed through the corridor, and came to an elegant study. The door of the study is an exquisitely carved wooden door, exuding a faint scent of agarwood.
When you open the door, a strong scent of ink and books hits you in the face.
The study is very large, with bookshelves on all four walls filled with various ancient thread-bound books and famous Chinese and foreign classics. In the center is a large rosewood desk, on which are all the necessary writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone. What attracted Lu Xiaoxiao's attention the most was a Guqin quietly placed near the window. The Guqin was pitch black in color, with smooth and simple lines on its body, faintly emitting a warm luster that had been precipitated by the years.
One could tell at first glance that it was no ordinary item. Chapter 102.
Lu Xiaoxiao stared at the guqin in a daze, and as if attracted by an invisible force, she walked towards it involuntarily. The shape of this guqin is quite similar to the century-old guqin that Jolie played at the National Stadium. But it seems more ancient, with some fine cracks on the body of the piano. It is a unique mark left by the years, adding a sense of historical weight. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently brushed the cold strings, feeling an inexplicable intimacy and yearning in her heart. It was as if this piano had been waiting for her arrival.
Do you like it?
Jolie's voice sounded gently behind her. Lu Xiaoxiao turned around, her eyes red again, and she nodded vigorously.
I like it. Brother Jolie, it's so beautiful.
Jolie walked up to her and stood side by side with her. His eyes fell on the guqin with a hint of reminiscence. This zither is called Song Hai Lonin and has been handed down for hundreds of years. It was given to me by an old friend. It has always been here, waiting for someone who can truly understand it. He paused, turned to look at Lu Xiaoxiao, his eyes deep and gentle.
Xiaoxiao, I think you are its soulmate.
Lu Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat and her cheeks flushed slightly. Brother Jolie's words were like a warm current, instantly dispelling the haze in her heart caused by external criticism.
Can I try?
She asked uncertainly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. She was afraid that her poor piano skills would tarnish such a famous piano.
Certainly.
Jolie looked at her encouragingly. This will be your exclusive practice room from now on.
You can play however you want.
Lu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and sat down carefully in front of the piano.
Following the posture of Jolie playing the piano in his memory, he gently placed his hands on the strings.
She tried to pluck it a few times, but the sound came out a little dry. She lowered her head in frustration. I still can't do it. Jolie walked behind her, gently placed his hands on her shoulders, leaned down, and his warm breath brushed past her ears.
Don't worry, I'm here. I'll teach you everything I know.
His voice was deep and magnetic, with a reassuring power. Lu Xiaoxiao could feel the warmth of his chest and the familiar, nostalgic scent on him. Her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. There were only two of them in this antique study. Outside the window is a quiet courtyard. The sunlight shines in through the carved window lattices, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the faint scent of ink, books, and a hint of ambiguity.
Lu Xiaoxiao's heart was completely confused.
She knew that since the first time she bumped into Brother Jolie on the road, this man had occupied a unique place in her heart. His appearance changed the trajectory of her life, allowing her to grow up from an innocent little princess, and also made her experience dependence and love she had never experienced before. These days, the rumors from the outside world have made her feel under a lot of pressure, but Brother Jolie has always stood firmly by her side. He protected her from the wind and rain and even gave her such a priceless house, just to make her smile and make her feel at ease.
What more could she ask for?
This man is worth everything she gives. Lu Xiaoxiao slowly turned around and raised her innocent and lovely face.
The big watery eyes stared at Jolie without blinking.
His eyes were filled with infinite love and a courage to give it all.
Brother Jolie.
There was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Jolie looked at her and his heart softened. This simple and kind little girl has long been an indispensable part of his life, from the initial accidental encounter to the close companionship today. He watched her grow from an ignorant girl into a graceful young lady, and witnessed her growing feelings for him. In the past, he was concerned that she was still young and had not completed her studies, so he had always restrained his emotions. But now, she has graduated from college and is old enough to make decisions for her own life. He no longer concealed his love and cherishment for her. Jolie responded gently and waited for her next words. Lu Xiaoxiao mustered up all her courage, stood on tiptoe, and gently pressed her soft lips against Jolie's lips. It was a young and pure kiss, with the unique fragrance of a young girl and a barely perceptible tremor. Jolie was slightly startled, then he took the initiative and responded to her gently but firmly.
In an instant, all the ambiguous factors in the air were ignited.
The temperature in the study room rose sharply without anyone noticing. Lu Xiaoxiao's face was already flushed and she was panting. Her watery eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist, making her look even more charming. She shyly buried her head in Jolie's arms, not daring to look at him.
Brother Jolie.
Her voice was soft and gentle.
I want to give myself to you.
Her voice was soft, but it was like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, causing ripples in Jolie's heart. Jolie hugged her tightly, feeling mixed emotions.
touched, pity, excitement, and anticipation. Silly girl. He stroked her soft hair, his voice a little hoarse. Do you know what you are talking about? I know. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her head suddenly, her eyes firm. Brother Jolie, I like you. I've loved it since a long, long time ago. I want to be with you forever. Her confession was straightforward and passionate, like a fire, instantly igniting all the emotions in Jolie's heart. He bent his head and kissed her deeply, full of passion and desire. The sunlight outside the window gradually set in the west, stretching the two figures very long, intertwining them together, inseparable. The atmosphere in the study has reached its extreme. Jolie picked up the shy Lu Xiaoxiao and walked towards the inner room connected to the study. It was a bedroom decorated in an equally quaint and warm style, with a large carved rosewood bed and bright yellow silk curtains, exuding refinement and sophistication everywhere. He gently placed Lu Xiaoxiao on the soft bed. Looking at her little face that was red with embarrassment and about to bleed, and the pair of eyelashes that were trembling slightly because of nervousness and anticipation, my heart was filled with pity. Don't be afraid, Xiaoxiao, he said softly, his fingertips lightly stroking her smooth forehead. Lu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her hands tightly grasped the quilt beneath her, but her body relaxed slightly. She trusted him, unconditionally. Jolie leaned over and whispered in her ear. Xiaoxiao, do you remember the dual cultivation breathing technique I told you about? It not only strengthens our bodies, but it also makes us more compatible with each other. When Lu Xiaoxiao heard this, her cheeks turned even redder and she nodded slightly. She vaguely understood what Brother Jolie meant. Jolie took a deep breath, and the internal energy in his body began to circulate slowly. He wanted to turn this most wonderful first experience into the most beneficial nourishment for Xiaoxiao. Chapter 103. In the bedroom, the lights are dim and the warmth is blending. Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao changed different positions. Jolie guided Lu Xiaoxiao, feeling the flow of breath in each other's bodies. Xiaoxiao. Jolie's murmured call with powerful strength. Lu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and responded to Jolie's surging breath. At first, she felt a little confused, but as Jolie's gentle internal force slowly flowed into her body, a stream of clear spring washed her meridians, and she gradually felt an unprecedented comfort. Jolie's internal energy was pure and powerful. Under his guidance, Lu Xiaoxiao's internal energy also began to become active. Jolie was shocked. Xiaoxiao actually had her own internal energy, which blended with his internal energy. From weak to full of vitality. The two auras met and merged where they were closely connected, forming a wonderful cycle. Yin and yang complement each other and energy is generated. As the skills become more advanced, the powerful aura becomes stronger and stronger. After the heat wave, Lu Xiaoxiao felt that her body was becoming lighter and lighter, as if she was about to become an immortal. The depression and anxiety caused by external criticism gradually dissipated under the nourishment of Jolie's inner strength. Her mind also became unusually clear and her perception became extremely sharp. During this dual cultivation, Jolie felt Lu Xiaoxiao's pure and flawless virgin essence, which was a great supplement to his own internal strength. More importantly, he could clearly sense Xiaoxiao's mood at the moment. That kind of complete trust and dependence filled his heart with responsibility and tenderness. The dual cultivation was gradually going well. Jolie moved his mind and began to use the god-level Guqin skills given to him by the system. He did not directly and roughly instill the skills into Lu Xiaoxiao. Instead, through the circulation of inner strength, I can express my understanding of the Guqin and my perception of the rhythm. And those exquisite finger techniques and artistic conception, like spring rain moistening everything, slowly merged into Lu Xiaoxiao's consciousness. At the same time, he secretly taught her the breathing method. Without realizing it, Lu Xiaoxiao seemed to have gained countless new knowledge and insights about the Guqin in her mind. The feelings for Jolie are like they have merged into his body, becoming even more genuine and pure. All the fingering difficulties and music theory points that once troubled her suddenly became clear. Every movement and every look of Brother Jolie when he played the piano on the stage were clearly imprinted in her mind. She could even feel the proud and unyielding mood of him fighting against the wind and snow when he played 3 variations on plum blossoms. Time passed quietly during the dual cultivation. It was unknown how long it had passed. When Jolie slowly finished his practice, the stars in the sky outside the window quietly covered his eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, with an unprecedented brilliance flashing in her eyes. She felt like she had been reborn. Not only was her body full of energy,
but her spirit had also reached a whole new level. What surprised her even more was that she found that her understanding of the guqin had reached an incredible level overnight. Those piano scores that were once obscure and difficult to understand now seemed so clear to her.
Brother Jolie.
She looked at Jolie with some uncertainty, her eyes filled with surprise and a hint of disbelief. Jolie smiled at her tenderly and reached out to push a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear.
How do you feel? I feel so amazing. Lu Xiaoxiao said excitedly. I feel like I can play the piano all of a sudden. And I'm really good at it.
She couldn't wait to jump off the bed, put on her clothes, and even forgot to put on her shoes. She ran to the study room outside with her bare snow-white feet. Jolie looked at her back, which was as cheerful as a little deer, his eyes full of smiles and doting.
Lu Xiaoxiao ran to the ancient zither song Hai Long Yin. Take a deep breath, and follow the memories that suddenly pop up in your mind.
She sat down upright and placed her slender fingers lightly on the strings. She closed her eyes, and an ancient song emerged in her mind that she had heard before but never dared to try to play. The phoenix seeks the phoenix. As her fingertips plucked the strings, a clear and melodious sound came out, like a beautiful phoenix flapping its wings and flying out from the strings, instantly filling the entire study. The sound of the piano is sometimes lingering and sad, like the whispers between lovers. Sometimes it is passionate and high-pitched, like the song of a phoenix. Sometimes it is as gentle as water, like longing under the moon. Lu Xiaoxiao's fingering is as smooth as flowing water, without any awkwardness or sluggishness. Every note she pressed, every overtone, every pluck of the string, and every finger movement was just right and full of spirituality. She was completely immersed in the sound of the piano, as if she had transformed into a phoenix bravely pursuing love. Her expression was focused and devoted, with a hint of sadness and a hint of persistent expectation between her brows. Jolie leaned against the door of the study and listened quietly. His eyes were filled with amazement and admiration. The fengqiu huang that Xiaoxiao played at this moment was in no way inferior to any famous artist who had been immersed in this art for decades in terms of skillful technique and rich emotions. Even more so, because of her purity and sincerity that are unique to a girl. In her hands, this piece of music has become even more touchingly soft and lively. This is something that even Jolie could not achieve when he played by himself. The god-level guqin skills, on Xiaoxiao's body, blend perfectly with her own temperament, and shine with a different kind of brilliance. The song ends, but the lingering sound lingers in the air. Lu Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes and looked at her hands, her eyes filled with incredible joy.
Brother Jolie. I really did it.
She jumped up excitedly, threw herself into Jolie's arms and hugged him tightly.
I know that my Xiaoxiao is the best.
Jolie stroked her back gently, his heart filled with pride. Lu Xiaoxiao rubbed against his arms, raised her head, and looked at him with sparkling eyes.
Brother Jolie, thank you. You gave me the most precious gift.
This gift was not only her miraculous piano skills, but also helped her regain her confidence and realize that she was not a useless vase.
Silly girl.
Jolie scratched her little nose and said with a smile.
Now, are you still afraid of those trolls online?
Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, with confidence gleaming in her eyes.
No more fear.
After saying that, she raised her clenched little fist. Jolie couldn't help laughing when he saw her high-spirited appearance. He knew that with this confidence, Xiaoxiao would be able to win this public opinion counterattack beautifully. And he has already begun to look forward to the scene where Xiaoxiao will shock the so-called cultural celebrities in front of the media with her amazing piano playing. Jolie touched his chin, and the corner of his mouth curled up in an intriguing arc.
Divine level Wanfeng sword dance sounds extraordinary. The phoenix and the lovebird sing in harmony, and the swords dance together. This reward seems to be inextricably linked to Xiaoxiao. Perhaps, this is more than just a set of sword techniques or dance numbers. He looked down at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was still excited in his arms, his heart full of anticipation. Chapter 104.
The early morning at Qinhe Villa always brings a unique sense of tranquility and elegance. The sunlight shines through the window lattices, casting mottled light and shadows in the quaint bedroom. When Lu Xiaoxiao woke up, Jolie was no longer around. She stretched and felt full of unprecedented energy and comfort. Everything that happened last night seemed like a dream, yet it was extremely real. Especially the miraculous guqin skills, which seemed to have been deeply imprinted in her soul. She got out of bed barefoot and walked to the dressing table. Looking at her radiant self in the mirror, her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. The girl in the mirror seemed to have more charm and beauty between her eyebrows and eyes, which were the traces of being nourished by love. After a simple wash, she changed into a plain and elegant dress with Han elements, and walked towards the study room impatiently. The Song Hai Long In Guqin had a fatal attraction to her. In the study, Jolie was standing by the window, holding a cup of tea in his hand, seemingly admiring the scenery in the courtyard. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around and gave Lu Xiaoxiao a gentle smile.
Awake? Did you sleep well?
Lu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, walked to his side, naturally took his arm, and leaned her little head on his shoulder.
Brother Jolie, I feel like I just had a beautiful dream. That was not a dream.
Jolie put down the teacup and gently rubbed her hair.
Your progress has surprised even me.
Xiaoxiao, you were born to be a Guqin player.
Lu Xiaoxiao felt sweet in her heart and asked in a low voice.
So, when do we start fighting back against those bad guys? Although she has graduated, she is still a little girl after all, and she wants to fight back immediately if she is bullied.
Don't worry. If you want to promote something, you should first suppress it. This will have a better effect.
Moreover, you need a suitable platform to suppress all doubts at once. He looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, a sly gleam in his eyes.
I've asked Yang Zi to arrange it.
But before that, we can put out some little spice to warm up the atmosphere.
Yang Zi is extremely efficient.
2 days later, Tianxiang Culture's official Weibo, TikTok, Bilibili and other major platform accounts simultaneously released a carefully edited short video. The video begins with a corner of the quaint and elegant courtyard of Qinhe Villa. The camera slowly moves closer and finally stops in front of the study window. Inside the window, Lu Xiaoxiao, dressed in white, sat in front of the ancient zither Song Hai Long In, with her white hands raised lightly and a focused expression. There is no unnecessary narration, no fancy special effects, only pure piano sound. Lu Xiaoxiao chose to play a passage from Guanglin San which required extremely high skills and was extremely emotional. The sound of the piano is sometimes passionate and generous, with swords and spears, and the momentum is as fierce as a tiger. Sometimes it is sad and desolate, but also full of unyielding resistance and cries. In the short video of just over a minute, Lu Xiaoxiao's fingering is unpredictable, and he plays the instruments skillfully and naturally. Every note is full of power and emotion, perfectly reproducing the generous and tragic mood of the person in the song. At the end of the video, the camera slowly pulls away from Lu Xiaoxiao's focused and beautiful profile. Finally, it settled on 4 simple seal characters, Song Hai Long In. Then the picture faded out, leaving only the words Tianxiang Culture Lu Xiaoxiao.
As soon as this video was released, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Fuck! Is this Lu Xiaoxiao? The Lu Xiaoxiao who was criticized as a vase. This skill. I have studied the Guqin for more than 10 years, and I am ashamed of myself. Let's not talk about anything else, just this finger technique and this momentum are definitely at the master level. Did it hurt when you said I was just a vase before? Is the video photoshopped? Or did they use a body double? I don't believe a young girl in her early 20s can perform at this level. The pickle upstairs has been identified. If you have the guts, can you Photoshop one out for us? Can you Photoshop out this finger movement and this spirit? I don't care, I'm a fan anyway. The girl is so cool. This is the real Chinese style goddess. The comments section exploded instantly.
Some were amazed, some were skeptical, some became fans, and some were still stubborn haters.
A large number of tourist groups flocked to the comments section of Huzhou's article. Editor-in-chief Hu, come out and get beaten. Is your face swollen? Is this what you mean by immature skills and empty emotions? You old man who was only seeking fame and reputation, you have lost all your dignity just to get attention. Hu Zhou naturally also saw this video. He was shocked at first, then incredulous, and finally furious. He just couldn't understand why a little girl who was just a capitalist vase in his eyes not long ago. How come he suddenly displayed such amazing piano skills? It's fake. It must be fake. Hu Zhou growled angrily in his study. They must have hired someone to do the dubbing in post-production. Yes, that must be the case. How could a little girl be so angry? He immediately posted another message on his social account, accusing Tianxiang Culture of fraud. They use stand-ins and post-dubbing to deceive the public and threaten to expose their despicable behavior. However, this time, few people believed him. After all, the kind of dedication and charm that Lu Xiaoxiao showed in the video, where she was in harmony with the piano, is difficult to fake. Moreover, the section of Guanglin San chosen by Tianxiang Culture is extremely difficult.
Even ordinary pianists may not be able to perform the instrument perfectly, let alone find a substitute of similar age. Yang Zi looked at the reversal of public opinion on the internet and a smile appeared on her lips. She reported the situation to Jolie.
Boss Zhou, the first step was very successful.
Hu Zhou was already furious and started talking nonsense.
Next, should we continue to ferment online, or? Online fermentation is just the appetizer.
Jolie said lightly.
People like Hu Zhou won't cry until they see the coffin.
If we want to shut him up completely, we have to make him witness it with his own eyes in the most public and authoritative occasion, leaving him speechless. He looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with encouragement in his eyes.
Xiao, are you ready? Next, there will be a really tough battle.
Lu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, with a determined light flashing in her eyes. Brother Jolie, I'm ready. After a few days of adjustment and intensive practice at Xinhe Villa, not only her piano skills have improved, but her inner energy has also become more pure. More importantly, her mentality has undergone a drastic change. From the initial fear and anxiety to the current confidence and composure. She believes that the guqin in her hand is the most powerful weapon. Wu Lily also called, her tone full of amazement and a hint of jealousy.
Xiao. Oh my god. When did you become so powerful? That piece of Guanling San gave me goosebumps. Tell me quickly, did Brother Jolie give you some magic medicine?
Lu Xiaoxiao was amused by her and burst out laughing. There's no magic pill, it's just.
I suddenly got it.
She couldn't say that she had made rapid progress after practicing dual cultivation with Brother Jolie.
TSK, you're keeping it a secret from me.
Wu Lily hummed twice, and then said excitedly. But don't worry, I have organized my fan support group to help you fight against those haters online. If anyone dares to say something bad about you, I will be the first to spray him to death.
Thank you, Lily.
Lu Xiaoxiao felt warm in her heart. After hanging up the phone, Jolie smiled and said, It seems that your popularity has begun to surpass those doubts. At this moment, Yang Zi called again, with a hint of excitement in her tone.
Boss Zhou, good news. Kyoto TV has a live cultural interview program called National Music Glory.
They saw Xiao Xiao's video online and were very interested in her piano skills. They wanted to invite Xiao Xiao as a special guest to participate in the next live broadcast.
National Music Fenghua. Jolie nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's go with Chinese Music Glory. Chapter 105. National Music Fenghua is a highly rated cultural program on Kyoto TV.
Its purpose is to promote traditional national music, and the guests invited are performers or scholars with certain attainments in the field of folk music.
Being able to appear on this show is a recognition in itself. Live broadcast?
Jolie raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a good opportunity. Live streaming cannot be faked and is the most direct way to test Xiao Xiao's true level, and it can also make those doubters shut up completely.
Yang Zi, please confirm the time with them, and we will fully cooperate.
In addition, you can spread the word to the outside world first, saying that Xiao Xiao will respond to all doubts during the live broadcast. And will bring a brand new guqin piece that has never been performed publicly.
A brand new song?
Yang Zi and Lu Xiaoxiao were both a little surprised. Jolie smiled mysteriously. It's a small surprise for those cultured people. His god-level string and bamboo instrument playing skills gave him a deeper understanding of national music scores. He already had a brilliant idea in his mind. As soon as the news was released, it sparked heated discussions on the internet again.
Oh my god. Lu Xiaoxiao is going to be on the live broadcast of Chinese national music? This is going to be a tough fight. You've prepared new songs? You're well prepared. The expectations are high. I think this is her last struggle. You can't fake a live broadcast.
When the bullet goes down, let's see how she ends up. Hu Zhou's die-hard fans are still fighting hard.
The food upstairs has a particularly strong smell of pickled fish today.
Just wait for Hu Zhou to be beaten into a pig's head. After seeing the news, Hu Zhou first sneered, thinking that Lu Xiaoxiao was overestimating her own abilities and trying to whitewash herself by using the platform of national music splendor. But deep down in his heart, he felt a little uneasy.
Tianxiong Culture's series of operations seem full of confidence and do not seem to be bluffing.
He immediately contacted an acquaintance from the National Music Glory program crew, trying to find out some inside information. He even hinted that he could give Lu Xiaoxiao some difficult problems during the live broadcast. However, the other party only spoke vaguely, saying that everything would be carried out according to the program procedures and would be fair and just.
This made Hu Zhou even more irritated.
He vaguely felt that things seemed to be out of his control. In the next few days, Lu Xiaoxiao devoted herself to practicing the new song. Jolie did not give her the music score directly, but instead, through the method of dual cultivation, he passed on the melody and artistic conception to her bit by bit. This piece of music combines Zhou Li's understanding of the Guqin and his insights into Xiao Zhao's mental journey during this period. The music is sometimes gentle and soft, like spring rain that nourishes the heart. Sometimes it is majestic, full of new life and power. In the study room of Qin He Villa, melodious piano music can be heard day and night. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly understood this song that was tailor-made for her. Her fingertips seemed to have a soul, and every note was full of emotion.
Jolie listened quietly at the side and occasionally gave some advice.
Most of the time, he was appreciating. Seeing Xiaoxiao's growth from being a little immature at the beginning to being able to perform freely and easily now, he was so proud that he couldn't express it in words. The day of live broadcast has arrived as scheduled.
Studio number 1 of Kyoto TV is brightly lit. The live broadcast of National Music Glory is about to begin.
The host is a middle-aged man in his 40s with an elegant temperament.
His name is Fong Bo.
He is quite prestigious in the cultural circle and is known for his professional and pertinent comments. In the backstage dressing room, Lu Xiaoxiao was wearing a lavender hanfu dress embroidered with orchid patterns. Her long hair was simply tied into a bun and pinned with an elegant jade hairpin. Her face, lightly made up, was extremely beautiful, with a hint of calmness and confidence between her brows.
Xiaoxiao, don't be nervous, just treat it as practicing at home. Yang Zi cheered her on.
Lu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and gave her a soothing smile.
Sister Yang Zi, don't worry, I'm not nervous.
Having experienced such a grand occasion as the National Stadium, and with the strong confidence given by her brother Jolie, she is now filled with anticipation.
Jolie also came over.
He was wearing a casual black suit today, which made him look even taller and more handsome. He didn't say much, but gently supported Lu Xiaoxiao's shoulders with both hands. Go, let everyone see your brilliance. His hands were warm and powerful, giving Lu Xiaoxiao infinite strength.
Yeah. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded heavily.
The live broadcast begins. After Fong Bo's brief opening remarks, he turned the topic to recent hot topics on the internet. Recently, a young traditional music enthusiast has attracted widespread attention and discussion on the internet because of a performance and a video. Some people admire her talent, while others question her ability. Today, we are honored to invite this highly anticipated young man, Lu Xiaoxiao, to our Chinese Music Live studio.
Welcome, Xiaoxiao.
Accompanied by applause, Lu Xiaoxiao walked onto the stage holding Son Hai Long Yin. She first bowed to the host Fong Bo and the audience, and then sat down gracefully in front of the prepared piano table. Under the spotlight, the girl's graceful figure and the ancient dragon's roar in the sea complement each other, forming a very beautiful picture. Just this calm and composed demeanor made many people who were originally skeptical nod their heads secretly.
Hello Xiaoxiao, welcome to National Music Glory. Fong Bo spoke gently.
I believe you are aware that there has been a lot of discussion about you on the internet recently. There are praises, but also some unfriendly voices.
Coming here today, do you have anything to say to everyone?
Lu Xiaoxiao picked up the microphone, her eyes clear and firm, scanning the audience and the camera lens.
Hello everyone, I am Lu Xiaoxiao.
First of all, I would like to thank the National Music Fengwa program team for giving me this opportunity, and thank everyone who pays attention to me. Regarding the various voices on the internet, I would like to say that the best response is to let the works speak for themselves. Her voice was not loud, but it was powerful.
Fong Bo nodded approvingly.
Well said, let your work speak for itself. I heard that you specially brought us a brand new original Guqin piece today, is that right?
Yes.
Lu Xiaoxiao smiled slightly.
This song records some of my mental journey and insights during this period. I named it Original Heart. Original intention?
The audiences in the audience and in front of the screen were a little curious. Hu Zhou was sitting in front of the TV at home, staring at the screen. He wanted to see what tricks this yellow-haired girl could come up with.
Original aspiration?
It's just a trick. Lu Xiaoxiao put the microphone away, raised her bare hands, and pressed the strings with her jade fingers. The entire studio fell silent in an instant, with everyone's eyes focused on her. As the first note flowed out, a melody like a clear spring instantly caught everyone's ears. The initial sound of the piano was gentle and a little confused, like a person exploring an unknown road, with a hint of hesitation and uneasiness. This is exactly how Lu Xiaoxiao felt when she first faced criticism. Then, the melody gradually became firmer and the rhythm began to speed up. It was as if I saw a ray of light in the fog and began to pursue it. The sound of the piano was full of tenacity and indomitable spirit. Then, the style of the music changed, becoming open and bright. It's like the clouds are clearing away and the sun is shining. It is a kind of joy and relief that comes from regaining confidence and finding direction. The sound of the piano is clear and full of vigorous vitality. Lu Xiaoxiao's fingering is sometimes as delicate as silk, and sometimes as unrestrained as the tide. She was completely immersed in her own musical world, pouring her truest emotions into every note. Fang Bo's expression in the audience changed from calmness at first to surprise, and then to deep admiration and intoxication. As an expert in Chinese traditional music, he could naturally hear the excellence in the composition and performance of the song Original Intention. This is definitely not a level that an ordinary enthusiast can achieve. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast rooms of major new media have already exploded. Heavenly music. Is this really played by Lu Xiaoxiao? I cried. This song Original Heart is so beautiful. I seem to hear the voice of my heart. Where are the black guys? Come out and take a walk? This level of composition and performance skills are absolutely master level. I take back all my disrespectful remarks and kneel down to Lu Xiaoxiao. I'd become a casual fan. No, I'm a die-hard fan. The lady is awesome. In front of the TV at Hu Zhou's house, his face turned from blue to white, then from white to red, and finally to iron blue. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The sound of the piano was like loud slaps in the face. The professional vision that he was proud of seemed so ridiculous and vulnerable in front of Lu Xiaoxiao's song Original Intention. As the piano music comes to an end, the melody returns to calm again, but with a sense of calmness and composure. Just like after going through the ups and downs, it still maintains the original innocence and love. When the last note falls, the lingering sound continues. Lu Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, stood up, and bowed deeply to the audience again. There was a moment of silence in the studio, and then thunderous applause broke out and lasted for a long time. Fang Bo stood up excitedly and led the applause. It's wonderful. Xiaoxiao, your piece Original Heart not only amazed everyone, but also made me feel your purest love and persistence for the Guqin. I believe that everyone who hears this song will be moved by you. Lu Xiaoxiao showed a relieved smile on her face, and her eyes were slightly moist. She did it. She proved herself with her piano playing. Ding. System task completed. Rumors and gossips, temper your sincerity. The host has successfully helped Lu Xiaoxiao prove in front of the media that she is not a vase, showing her true cultural literacy and talent, and effectively fighting back against negative public opinion. Mission reward, Divine Level Wanfeng Sword Dance has been issued. System prompt, the God Level Wanfeng Sword Dance is an ancient method of dual cultivation sword dance. Practicing together by a man and a woman can not only improve the cultivation of both parties, but the sword dance itself is also the most beautiful sight in the world, showcasing the traditional charm of China. In Zhou Li's mind, the system prompt sound rang at the right time. He looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was radiant on the stage, and a gratified smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Luanfeng sword dance? Dual sword dance? Gorgeous scenery? This reward sounded even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Chapter 106. After the live broadcast of National Music Splendor ended, the news that Lu Xiaoxiao's song Original Intention amazed the audience spread quickly throughout the entire internet as if it had wings. Major media platforms rushed to report on it, with titles full of praise. Genius pianist Lu Xiaoxiao proves her innocence with the song Original Intention. The biggest surprise of Chinese music was Lu Xiaoxiao's original Guqin music that amazed the audience. The slap in the face came too quickly. Where is the face of the so-called cultural Big V? Previous remarks questioning whether Lu Xiaoxiao was a vase or someone who relied on capital to rise to power were refuted in the face of ironclad facts. The comments section of Hu Zhou's social media account was completely overwhelmed, occupied by angry netizens and Lu Xiaoxiao's new fans, and the screen was flooded with all kinds of mocking messages and requests for apology. After the live broadcast, Hu Zhou himself seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and never made any public comments again. It is said that someone saw him despairingly deleting all the blog posts that had previously attacked Lu Xiaoxiao and Tianxiang culture, and then set his account to prohibit commenting. This cultural celebrity, who was once known for his bold outspokenness, has suffered a complete setback and his reputation has been ruined. Lu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, gained countless fans overnight with the song's original intention as well as the calm demeanor and superb piano skills she displayed during the live broadcast. She has become the goddess of Chinese style and Guqin fairy in the hearts of countless people.
The number of fans under Tianxiang Culture's official account has skyrocketed.
Many people left messages, hoping to hear more of Lu Xiaoxiao's Guqin performances. Some people even began to call on Tianxiang Culture to hold a personal Guqin concert for Lu Xiaoxiao.
Inside Qinhe Villa,
Lu Xiaoxiao felt mixed emotions as she looked at the overwhelming praise for her on the internet and the current predicament of those who had maliciously slandered her. She knew that all this was inseparable from brother Zhou Li.
Brother Zhou Li, thank you.
She snuggled in Zhou Li's arms, her voice choked with sobs. If it weren't for him, she might still be secretly saddened by those rumors, and she would not have the courage to stand on the stage of national music glory. Zhou Li stroked her hair gently and said softly, "Silly girl, this is the result of your own efforts.
I just gave you a small stage." He paused, a smile flashing in his eyes. "However, since you were so grateful to me, shouldn't you show some practical gratitude?" Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, she raised her head, and pecked him lightly on the lips. "Is this enough?"
Zhou Li laughed, picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. "Of course it's not enough, I have to thank you in a more profound way. It was a beautiful night, no need to describe it in detail." The next day, Zhou Li began to study the divine level Wanfeng sword dance rewarded by the system. This set of sword dance techniques is not an ordinary martial arts secret book, but an ancient scroll with rich pictures and profound artistic conception. The scroll depicts a man and a woman dressed in simple and elegant clothes, holding long swords and dancing gracefully. Their dancing moves were sometimes as light as a swallow, sometimes as agile as a dragon, and as the sword light flowed, it seemed as if there were the sounds of a phoenix and a crane singing in harmony. What surprised Zhou Li even more was that this sword dance was not just a set of beautiful and graceful dances, it also contained a set of extremely profound dual cultivation techniques and exquisite sword techniques. According to the description on the scroll, men and women practice this sword dance together. Not only can the coordination of sword dance and the circulation of inner breath greatly enhance each other's cultivation and reach a state of harmony between yin and yang and perfect integration, but also through the artistic conception of sword dance, one can comprehend the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. A lovebird singing in harmony, living together in perfect harmony, this is simply tailor-made for Xiaoxiao and me. Zhou Li thought to himself. "Xiaoxiao, I have a set of sword dances. Would you like to try it?" When Lu Xiaoxiao heard this, her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Sword dance? That sounds cool. Brother Zhou Li, when do we start practicing?" Since she was a child, she has been full of yearning for the knights in martial arts novels and movies who can fly over rooftops and walls and wield swords to travel the world. "No hurry." Zhou Li smiled and said. "This sword dance requires extremely high coordination and body flexibility. We have to start from the basics." The spacious courtyard of Qinhe Villa No. 1 has a new unique landscape. Zhou Li first taught Lu Xiaoxiao some basic sword techniques and breathing techniques. Lu Xiaoxiao already had a solid foundation from dual cultivation, her internal energy was abundant, and coupled with her natural intelligence, she made rapid progress in learning these things. In just a few days, she was able to perform a set of basic sword techniques quite well, and her body became more and more light and agile. Afterwards, Zhou Li began to teach Lu Xiaoxiao to practice sword dance step by move according to the diagrams on the Wanfeng sword dance. The moves of this sword dance may seem simple, but in fact each move contains deep meaning. It requires two people to be in tune with each other and work together seamlessly to show its true charm. At first, the cooperation between the two was a little awkward. Lu Xiaoxiao is a girl after all, so she has some difficulty with strength and certain large movements. Zhou Li needs to pay attention to controlling his strength at all times to avoid hurting her. But as the practice progressed, the tacit understanding between the two became stronger and stronger. Zhou Li's swordsmanship is steady and majestic, with great opening and closing movements, full of masculine beauty. Lu Xiaoxiao's swordsmanship is light and agile, graceful and elegant, with a hint of girlish innocence. The two of them, one hard and one soft, one active and one quiet, complement each other perfectly and have a unique charm when they work together. In the courtyard, swords flashed and clothes fluttered. Sometimes, the two of them flew like a pair of colorful butterflies, with the tips of their swords lightly tapping and their bodies intertwining, full of romance and poetry. Sometimes, the two of them were like dragons emerging from the sea, with sword energy running wild and sharp moves, showing an astonishing murderous aura. What is even more amazing is that whenever the two of them practiced the sword dance together, the internal energy in their bodies would automatically circulate, forming a perfect cycle. Zhou could feel that his internal energy was becoming more refined, while Lu Xiaoxiao's internal energy was also growing rapidly.
Brother Zhou, I feel I am stronger than before,
Lu Xiaoxiao said in surprise after a practice session. She could clearly feel the energy in her dantian growing stronger and stronger, as if a force was about to break out of its cocoon. Zhou held her hand, checked her internal energy, and also showed joy.
Yes, Xiaoxiao, your talent is better than I thought.
This Luanfeng sword dance is indeed a perfect match for you. Just as the two were immersed in the joy of sword dance practice, Yang Zi brought in exciting news.
Mr. Zhou, Xiaoxiao, CCTV has sent an invitation. Yang Zi said excitedly.
They are preparing a large-scale traditional cultural special program called Chinese Style, soliciting outstanding traditional cultural performance projects from all over the country. The program crew saw Xiao Zhao's performance on National Music Gala and some recent discussions about her on the internet, and they became very interested in her. They want to invite Xiao Zhao, who represents the new generation of traditional Chinese music inheritors, to participate in this program.
CCTV. This is the most authoritative and influential media platform in China.
Being able to perform on CCTV's stage is a great honor for any artist or cultural worker.
Lu Xiaoxiao was surprised and delighted when she heard this CCTV program. Can I?
Sure. Zhou said affirmatively, with a gleam in his eyes.
Moreover, we are not only going to play the guqin, we are also going to give them a bigger surprise. He looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, with a confident smile on his face.
Xiaoxiao, it's time for our Luanfeng sword dance to amaze the world.
Yang Zi was a little confused. Luanfeng sword dance? What is that?
She only knew that Mr. Zhou and Xiaoxiao had been practicing sword skills in the yard recently, but she didn't know that what they were practicing was actually a set of sword dance that could be performed on stage. Zhou smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes. He could already imagine what a sensation it would cause when he and Xiaoxiao worked together seamlessly to perfectly perform the Luanfeng sword dance, which combined martial arts, dance, and dual cultivation, on the CCTV stage. It is not just a performance, but also a cultural inheritance and innovation, an ultimate display of power and beauty. He wants the whole world to see the profoundness of Chinese culture and the elegance of the new generation of inheritors.
Chapter 107. Ding, the system task is released. Perform the god-level Luanfeng sword dance with Lu Xiaoxiao, attract widespread social attention, and promote China's excellent traditional culture.
System reward, position of General Manager of China Communications Construction Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, Ltd. The system voice sounded clearly.
Communications construction and aviation construction, what kind of company is this?
Zhou was confused, but he was used to the system's unreasonable style. At the recording site of CCTV's China Style Special Program, the atmosphere was solemn and warm. This program aims to explore and showcase the charm of China's excellent traditional culture. Those invited are representatives with outstanding achievements in various cultural fields, and a new generation of inheritors with great potential. Every episode of the show attracts a lot of attention and has extremely high ratings.
Backstage, Lu Xiaoxiao was wearing a specially made gorgeous phoenix-themed dance costume.
The main colors of the dance costumes are red and gold.
The skirt is wide and flowing. It was embroidered with gold thread with a pattern of a phoenix spreading its wings as if about to fly.
As she moved, there seemed to be flowing light. Her long hair was tied up high and fixed with an exquisite phoenix hairpin, which made her look heroic yet gentle. In his hand he held a specially made long sword, the blade of which was light and shiny.
Zhou was wearing a moon-white outfit.
The wide belt of the same color tied around his waist made him look tall and majestic. The long sword in his hand had a dragon pattern engraved on the hilt, which echoed the phoenix pattern on Lu Xiaoxiao's sword. The two of them standing together looked like a pair of immortal lovers, instantly attracting the attention of everyone backstage.
Xiaoxiao, Mr. Zhou, are you ready? It will be your turn soon. Yang Zi walked over, with a hint of nervousness and excitement in her tone. Don't worry, Sister Yang Zi. Lu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with confidence.
After this period of hard training and countless times of coordination with brother Zhou, she has memorized this Luanfeng sword dance by heart. Every movement, every look, is full of tacit understanding. Zhou gave her an encouraging look and gently squeezed her hand. Next, we would like to welcome our most special group of performers today. They will bring us an original show that combines swordplay and dance harmony of the lovers. Please welcome Zhou and Lu Xiaoxiao with applause. The host's voice was high-pitched and passionate.
The lights of the stage instantly focused on them.
On the large background screen, ink and color paintings outlined the fairy mountains and pavilions shrouded in clouds and mist. The melodious and simple sound of the chimes created a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. The two men stood facing each other and saluted with swords in hand. The music suddenly changed, becoming passionate and rhythmic. Jolie was the first to draw his sword, and his sword moves were fierce and sharp, like a dragon emerging from the sea, with a long and powerful aura. Each of his movements was full of power, and the sword tip broke through the air with a whistling sound. Lu Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, her sword skills light and graceful, like a phoenix spreading its wings, agile and graceful. Her figure is as soft as if she has no bones, her sword moves with her body moves with her heart, and every turn and every jump is full of artistic beauty. The two of them sometimes attacked separately and together, with swords flashing across each other, showing their superb swordsmanship skills. Sometimes they danced passionately together, their bodies intertwined, like phoenixes playing in the clouds. Their sword dance is not just a combination of moves, but also incorporates deep emotions. The surprise and temptation of the first encounter. The tacit understanding and appreciation when knowing each other. The firmness and protection when overcoming difficulties together. The tenderness and passion when in love and staying together. The audience was completely attracted by their performance and the entire studio was silent. Only the sound of swords breaking through the air and the rapid beats of drums echoed. Several cultural leaders sitting on the jury. At this moment, he was also staring intently. His face was full of shock and admiration. They had never seen a performance that combined the power of swordplay and the grace of dance so perfectly. This is simply a stroke of genius. An old professor of classical dance whispered excitedly. Their cooperation is seamless and their minds are connected. How many years of training does it take to reach this level? A famous martial arts master also had an expression of disbelief on his face. The comments in the live broadcast room were completely crazy. Oh my god! What kind of divine sword dance is this? So beautiful. So cool. This is the real Chinese style. It beats those so-called ancient-style internet celebrities in seconds. Fuck, this is how I feel right now. The sword dance gradually reached its climax. Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao took off into the air at the same time. The two swords rotated and docked, with the tips of the swords touching. An invisible energy spread out with them as the center. The background music also reached its peak at this moment. Various musical instruments such as chime bells, guqin, flute, drums, etc. create a magnificent and majestic scene of a phoenix dancing in the sky. After landing, the two men changed their sword moves, becoming even faster and more fierce. The sword light was like a net, covering the entire stage. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the sword light, full of mystery and power. Finally, with a beautiful ending, the music came to an abrupt end. Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao stood side by side, with the tips of their swords pointing diagonally at the ground. His chest rose and fell slightly, and his eyes were bright and determined. The entire studio fell into silence for several seconds. Then, like a volcano erupting, thunderous applause and cheers resounded through the sky. Great! Perfect! Encore! Encore! The audience stood up excitedly, clapped loudly, and waved their arms. Many people had tears of excitement in their eyes. The judges also stood up and applauded, their faces full of appreciation and admiration. The host walked onto the stage excitedly, his voice trembling a little. Mr. Jolie, Miss Lu Xiaoxiao, thank you. Thank you for bringing us such a heart-stirring and beautiful harmony of love. This is not just a sword dance performance, but also a perfect interpretation and innovation of Chinese traditional culture. I dare say that this will become a classic in the history of the Huaxia Fengkai program, and even in the history of Chinese television. Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao smiled at each other and bowed deeply to the audience and judges again. Villa number 1 of Qinhe Villa. Brother Jolie, we seem to be famous. Lu Xiaoxiao snuggled in his arms with a dreamy expression on her face. It's us who are famous. Jolie corrected her, kissing her forehead gently. This sword dance that combines love and strength will also become the most beautiful testimony of their love. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host and his partner for jointly performing the God-level Wanfeng sword dance, which attracted widespread attention from the society and greatly promoted the excellent traditional Chinese culture. The system reward has been issued. Please go to China Communications Construction Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, Limited to perform your duties within 5 days. There was a gleam in Jolie's eyes.
Go to a central enterprise to be a legal person? What kind of experience would this be? Moreover, based on the system's usual vulgar nature, it must be no good. Chapter 108.
The broadcast of Chinese style was like dropping a depth bomb on a calm lake, and the ripples it created quickly spread to the entire Chinese land. The sword dance video of Luan Feng Himing dominated the hot search lists of major social media platforms with an almost barbaric attitude. This is the correct way to export culture.
Jolie. Lu Xiao. Please get married right here.
I declare that from today on, Jolie is my half-brother.
Who agrees and who disagrees?
The people upstairs, draw your swords.
Mr. Zhou belongs to everyone.
The little sword dance is so beautiful, so cool, and so magical. I have played it on loop 100 times. The combination of strength and softness, the mutual understanding, is absolutely amazing.
How deep must the emotions be to create such a mood?
The discussion on the internet was unprecedentedly heated, and countless people were impressed by this stunning sword dance.
The names of Jolie and Lu Xiao became phenomenal cultural symbols overnight.
Praises, analyses, and imitations poured in, even leading to a surge in sales of hanfu and prop swords.
The phone of Tianqiong culture media was almost blown up.
Yang Zi was very busy, but her face was full of excitement.
Invitations for collaboration, interview requests, and commercial endorsements have been pouring in, including from internationally renowned brands and top media. Boss Zhou, we are now completely famous. Extremely famous. Yang Zi excitedly rushed into the study room of Qinhe Villa with a stack of documents.
These are invitations to variety shows from several first-tier satellite TV stations, as well as endorsement intentions from several international luxury brands, and the offers are very high. In addition, the National Cultural Promotion Department has also contacted us, hoping that you can participate in some international exchange activities as youth cultural representatives. Jolie was sitting on the sofa, playing with an exquisite teacup in his hand with a calm expression. Compared with the hustle and bustle of the outside world, his place seems particularly quiet. Lu Xiao sat obediently aside, reading a picture album with great interest. She didn't care much about the disturbance outside. After the brilliant performance on the stage, she enjoyed the peace and tranquility of snuggling up to Jolie. I'm going to turn down all variety shows and endorsements for now. Jolie put down the teacup and spoke in a firm tone. Cultural promotion activities can be considered, but it depends on the specific content and timing.
Yang Zi was stunned for a moment. With so many tempting opportunities, how could Mr. Zhou reject them so easily? This is all hard-earned money and huge exposure. Boss Zhou, isn't it a pity? Taking advantage of this wave of popularity. Fame is a double-edged sword.
Jolie raised his eyes and looked at her.
Excessive exposure and commercialization will dilute the cultural value of the love of Luan Feng. What we need to do is to guide, not consume.
He paused and continued.
Xiao needs to calm down next, rather than being dragged into the glitz of the entertainment industry. As for me,
a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. I might have to go to Saskatchewan sometime.
Saskatchewan?
Yang Zi and Lu Xiao raised their heads at the same time, with confusion on their faces.
Yes.
Jolie did not hide anything and explained to the two, Huaxia Communications Construction Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, Limited, to be the general manager.
Huaxia Communications Construction? Yang Zi took a deep breath.
She worked in the media industry and had heard of the names of some large domestic companies.
That's a super state-owned enterprise. It's Aviation Construction Company. Mr. Zhou, are you going to do engineering work?
She really couldn't connect the image of the man in front of her, who was so elegant and could perform divine sword techniques on the stage, with the man wearing a safety helmet and directing an excavator. Lu Xiao also looked at Jolie with curiosity, her big eyes flickering.
Brother Jolie, are you going to build a port in Saskatchewan? Or reclaim land?
She didn't know much about these specific businesses, she just felt that the scope was a bit too big.
That's about right. Jolie responded vaguely without further explanation.
He himself only has a vague understanding of this Huaxia Communications Construction Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, Ltd. As for the system's usual nature, he was mentally prepared.
There is no such thing as a free lunch.
There must be a lot behind such an important position. It might be a hot potato or a huge pit. However, challenges often come with opportunities.
Saskatchewan, navigation construction, these keywords are linked together. He vaguely felt that this might not be just a simple business management task. There may be deeper national strategic arrangements involved behind this.
Thinking of this, he felt a sense of inexplicable excitement in his heart.
Then, what about Xiao Xiao?
Yang Zi looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with some concern.
Mr. Zhou is going to Saskatchewan to take up his new post.
Xiao Xiao has just become famous in China, so he can't go to the construction site with him, right?
Before Zhou Kai could speak, Lu Xiaoxiao spoke first. Wherever brother Zhou Li goes, I will go.
She put down the album, walked to Zhou Li, naturally took his arm, and spoke in a firm tone.
I can go to Saskatchewan to learn diving, surfing, or be a secretary for brother Zhou Li.
She tilted her head and winked playfully, her face full of longing. For her, as long as she can be with brother Zhou Li, it doesn't matter where she goes or what she does. Seeing the trust and dependence in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Zhou Li felt warm in his heart and reached out to rub her head.
Silly girl, how can a big star be a secretary?
Don't worry, we'll make arrangements for you when we get there. It seems that Mr. Zhou has made up his mind to take Xiao Xiao with him.
That's good, with Xiao Xiao around, she can take care of Mr. Zhou.
Yang Zi nodded, then in Kyoto, Tianxiang Culture and Xinhua Villa. You continue to be in charge of Tianxiang Culture, and just keep the daily operations stable.
Xinhua Villa, you and Lily can move in. Zhou Li gave clear instructions. The popularity of the love of Luan Feng can be properly guided. We should move more towards promoting traditional culture and inspiring national pride.
We can plan some public welfare cultural activities later.
I understand, Mr. Zhou. Yang Zi took note of it carefully.
In the next few days, Zhou Li began to deal with the affairs of Kyoto. He first gained a preliminary understanding of Huaxia Communications Construction Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, limited through some permissions and information channels granted by the system. This company indeed has a strong background and is affiliated to a large-scale central enterprise with a state-owned enterprise named China Communications Construction Group Company, Ltd. As an important subsidiary, the Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company is mainly responsible for major engineering projects such as ports, waterways, coastal protection, and especially the construction of islands and reefs in the South China Sea. The company is headquartered in Haikou, but has important project departments and bases in Sanya and certain islands in the South China Sea. The current leadership team is mostly composed of experienced engineers with strong technical capabilities, but they seem to be a bit conservative in terms of market-oriented operations and management innovation.
Interesting. Zhou Li touched his chin. There is only one job for each person.
If such an important position is vacant and is directly taken over by a young man with no relevant experience, there will probably be a lot of complaints within the company. Moreover, the construction of islands and reefs in the South China Sea is itself an extremely sensitive and challenging area.
Not only is it technically difficult, it also faces a complex international environment. This time, the system really found him a good job. Chapter 109.
Zhou Li was not afraid. Instead, he felt that the deeper the water was, the more it would arouse his fighting spirit. The Xinhua system gave him more than just money and skills. It is also a kind of confidence and pattern that allows one to face any challenge. After dealing with company-level affairs, he went to visit several senior colleagues he met in Kyoto, as well as some friends in official institutions. He veiled the news that he would be moving south to take up a post. He also expressed the hope to find a connection between culture and engineering construction in the future, and received a lot of well-intentioned suggestions and support. At the same time, he also used a considerable amount of funds through secret channels to prepare for large-scale investments in Saskatchewan in the future.
The system's task requirements explicitly mention making large investments in the construction of self-propelled cutter suction dredgers.
This thing is no small matter. Each ship is a gold-devouring behemoth with extremely high technical content, and must be planned in advance. Lu Xiaoxiao, like a happy little bird, began to pack her luggage. She carefully put her beloved Dragon's Roar in the sea into a custom-made piano case. She also picked out many beautiful dresses and hanfu costumes, and even bought a few books about marine life and tropical plants.
She was obviously looking forward to the upcoming life in Saskatchewan. On the eve of departure, it started to drizzle in Kyoto.
The light in the study of Xinhua Villa was soft. Zhou Li was processing the last email, while Lu Xiaoxiao sat quietly beside him and made him a cup of hot tea.
Brother Zhou Li, do you think the sea in Saskatchewan is bluer than the water in Linjiang?
Lu Xiaoxiao held her cheeks, her eyes gleaming with curiosity.
Well, it should be.
Jolie put down the tablet in his hand, picked up the teacup and took a sip.
The warm tea slid into his throat, bringing a hint of warmth. The South China Sea is truly deep blue and boundless. Then, if we go there, will we be able to see dolphins and whales often? Maybe.
Jolie smiled, but I may not have that much time to watch dolphins with you.
It's okay.
Lu Xiaoxiao moved closer to him, resting her head lightly on his shoulder, her voice soft.
I can come to see you. I can go to the construction site to bring you food and play the piano for you to entertain you.
Jolie's heart moved, and he turned his head to look at the girl's beautiful face so close to him. Under the light, her eyelashes are long and curled, her skin is fair and delicate, and she exudes a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her hair. Okay.
There is a sound of rain outside the window, and the atmosphere inside is warm and peaceful.
Jolie's mind is full of unknowns but also full of expectations for the upcoming trip to Saskatchewan. He knew that this was not just a simple new position, but also the beginning of a new journey. The wind from the South China Sea seemed to have blown into Kyoto on this sleepless rainy night in advance. And he is about to plunge into the vast deep blue to stir up a new storm.
3 days later, Haikou Milan International Airport.
When Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao walked out of the airport hall, a heatwave mixed with the salty and humid smell of the ocean and the fragrance of tropical vegetation hit them in the face. Unlike the cool late autumn in Kyoto, Haikou in September is still as warm as ever, with the sun so bright that it is a little dazzling. Tall coconut trees can be seen everywhere, with lush green leaves swaying in the breeze, full of southern charm.
Wow! It's so hot!
Lu Xiaoxiao took off his sunglasses and fanned himself with his little hands.
Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes were shining with curiosity and excitement. Brother Jolie, the trees here look so weird. Jolie was wearing simple casual clothes and looked relaxed.
He took a deep breath of the southern air, feeling the atmosphere that was completely different from Kyoto, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
He likes this kind of place full of vitality and life.
Ding, the system task is released. Lead the entire company to work together to develop the Tianlong large self-propelled cutter suction dredger. Mission reward, 100,000 kilowatt diesel-electric hybrid system core technology. The system's voice sounded, but it had no effect on Jolie. Outside the airport, a black Audi S6L had been waiting for a long time. A middle-aged man with dark skin and a slightly plump figure, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, was standing next to the car. When he saw Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao coming out, he immediately came over to them.
Excuse me, is this Mr. Jolie?
The man had a professional smile on his face, but his tone was scrutinizing.
I'm Jolie. Jolie nodded. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm the office director of the company. My name is Wang Hao. I came here to pick you up on the instructions of Vice President Li.
Wang Hao stretched out his hand and shook hands with Jolie.
Who is?
His gaze fell on Lu Xiaoxiao, and a hint of surprise and confusion flashed in his eyes. It would be bad enough that the new general manager sent by the headquarters is so young, but why does he bring such an incredibly beautiful girl with him?
Could it be a family member? But the information doesn't say he's married.
This is my friend, Lu Xiaoxiao.
Jolie gave a brief introduction without explaining in detail the relationship between the two. Hello, Miss Lu. Although Wang Hao was grumbling in his heart, he still remained polite on his face. He swiftly took the suitcase from Jolie and led the two into the car. The car drove smoothly away from the airport and merged into the traffic flow in Haikou City.
While driving, Wang Hao calmly introduced the customs and culture of Haikou and the basic situation of the company. The words were flawless, showing enthusiasm while maintaining an appropriate distance. Jolie listened quietly, his eyes sweeping across the tropical street scene outside the car window.
High-rise buildings are interspersed with low arcades, dotted with lush bougainvillea and poinciana trees.
He could sense the caution and tentativeness in Wang Hao's tone. For a large state-owned enterprise subsidiary with relatively traditional style and complicated internal relationships, parachuting in such a young general manager is undoubtedly a big event, which will cause all kinds of speculation and wait and see.
Mr. Zhou, should we take you to the hotel to rest first, or go directly to the company? Wang Hao observed Jolie's expression through the rearview mirror. Let's go directly to the company.
Jolie said, I want to familiarize myself with the situation as soon as possible.
Okay. Wang Hao responded, and his evaluation of the young CEO increased.
He didn't seem like a playboy who just wanted to gild himself and enjoy himself. The headquarters of China Communications Construction Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, Limited is located in a modern office building and occupies several floors. When Zhou Li and Lu Xiaoxiao walked into the company under the guidance of Wang Hao, they immediately attracted the attention of many employees.
The receptionist at the front desk even forgot to stand up and say hello.
She just stared at the handsome man and beautiful woman with wide eyes. Especially when he saw Lu Xiaoxiao following Zhou Li, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth.
Isn't this the sword dance fairy Lu Xiaoxiao who has become all the rage on the internet recently? How come she showed up with the new general manager? For a time, all kinds of speculation and gossip spread quickly in the company's internal WeChat group.
Wang Hao led Zhou Li to a spacious and bright office with the words General Manager hung on the doorplate.
The office is simply and elegantly decorated. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the sea and sky in the distance. Mr. Zhou, your office is ready.
Vice President Li and several other team members are waiting for you in the conference room.
Prepare to have a brief welcome party. Wang Hao said. Okay, please help Director Wang. Zhou Li nodded.
He turned to Lu Xiaoxiao and said softly, Xiaoxiao, you can take a rest here and see the scenery first, or ask Director Wang to arrange someone to take you to familiarize yourself with the environment.
I'm going to a meeting.
Well, brother Zhou Li, go and do your work.
Don't worry about me.
Lu Xiaoxiao responded obediently, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the scenery outside curiously. For her, as long as she could stay where Zhou Li could see her, she would feel at ease.
Chapter 110.
There were already 5 or 6 people sitting in the conference room. All of them were the company's vice president, chief engineer, chief accountant, and other senior leaders. The leader was a man in his 50s with slightly gray hair and a slightly serious face. He should be the vice president Li mentioned by Wang Hao, Li Chaoyang. He is the company's executive vice president. Before Zhou Li took office, he had been in charge of the company's daily work. He has extensive experience and high prestige. When Zhou Li came in, the conversation in the conference room stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were focused on this top leader who was a little too young. The expressions in their eyes were different, some were curious, some were scrutinizing, some were surprised, and there was also a hint of imperceptible contempt.
Let me introduce you to everyone.
This is the new general manager assigned to our company by the group, Comrade Zhou Li. Li Chaoyang stood up and introduced himself in a steady tone, with not much emotion on his face. Zhou Li had a warm smile on his face, and his eyes swept calmly over everyone present, nodding slightly.
Hello, seniors, I am Zhou Li.
I am new here, and I hope you can give me more advice in the future. He kept a low profile, but the confidence and calmness in his eyes could not be ignored.
A symbolic round of applause broke out. The welcome party that followed was simple and formulaic. On behalf of the company's leadership team, Li Chaoyang welcomed Zhou Li's arrival.
A brief introduction to the company's basic situation and main business segments. Special mention was made of several large-scale port dredging in South China Sea Island and reef construction projects currently underway. Zhou Li listened carefully, nodded from time to time, and occasionally asked 1 or 2 questions about certain professional issues. Although he didn't ask many questions, they were all to the point, showing that he was not completely ignorant of the industry. Several senior engineers who had originally planned to laugh at him secretly put away their contempt. In general, our company is currently operating well, and all key projects are progressing steadily.
But there are also some challenges, such as aging equipment, great pressure to update technology, and the complex construction environment in the South China Sea. Li Chaoyang concluded, looking towards Zhou Li.
Mr. Zhou is young and promising with a broad vision. I believe that under your leadership, our company will be able to overcome difficulties and create greater glory. These words sound like praise, but upon closer inspection, they also contain reminders and pressure. The stall is here, with both achievements and difficulties. Whether you, a new young man, can take it over depends on your ability.
Zhou Li smiled slightly. Thank you, Vice President Li.
They are all experienced seniors, and the development of the company is inseparable from everyone's joint efforts. I just arrived and I need time to learn and get familiar with the situation.
However, after hearing Vice President Li mention the issue of aging equipment, I do have some preliminary thoughts.
Everyone's eyes were on him again.
He was going to announce his policy agenda so soon?
I believe that if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Zhou Li's tone turned serious. Especially when carrying out engineering construction in a strategic location like the South China Sea, efficiency and independent controllability are crucial.
Do our existing dredging vessels, especially cutter suction dredgers, have problems such as small tonnage, low efficiency, and most of them need to rely on tugboats for cooperation?
As soon as this question came out, the faces of several vice presidents and chief engineers in charge of technology changed slightly.
This is indeed a pain point the company is currently facing.
Although the existing main dredgers are quite good in China, there is a clear gap compared with the international top level, especially in self-propulsion capability and excavation efficiency. When operating in the South China Sea with strong winds and waves, non-self-propelled dredgers are greatly restricted, which seriously affects the construction period and cost.
Mr. Zhou knows our industry very well,
a vice president in charge of technology said with some surprise.
That's indeed the problem you mentioned.
Large self-propelled cutter suction dredgers are technically difficult and require huge investments. We have discussed this before, but... He didn't say anything else, but his meaning was very clear: money and technology are both barriers.
I think this problem needs to be resolved as soon as possible.
Zhou Li's tone was firm.
We can't always be chasing after others. China Communications Construction is the industry leader, and Saskatchewan Navigation Company is responsible for such an important strategic task. We must have our own world-class dredging equipment.
He paused, glanced at everyone, and said in a resounding voice, "My initial thought is that the company should immediately start the independent design and construction plan of a new generation of large self-propelled cutter suction dredgers.
Moreover, there is more than one.
We want to build a powerful South China Sea fleet."
A gasp was heard in the conference room. Self-designed and built? More than one ship? And world-class? This new CEO, Mr. Zhou, is really too arrogant.
This is not a small project worth tens of millions or 1 or 200 million. The cost of building a large self-propelled dredger can easily be tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. The technical barriers are extremely high, and currently only a few top shipyards in China are capable of undertaking the construction, and many core technologies are still in the hands of foreign companies.
Li Chaoyang also frowned. He felt that this young man was taking things for granted.
It is a bit unrealistic to launch such a satellite on the first day of arrival.
Mr. Zhou, your idea is very bold.
Li Chaoyang spoke after careful consideration. However, the capital investment involved in building such large-scale equipment is astronomical and the technical risks are also very high.
I am afraid that our company's current financial situation cannot support such a huge plan. Moreover, we also have the relevant technical reserves. I will find a way to solve the funding problem.
Zhou Li interrupted him, his tone filled with unquestionable confidence. As for technology, we can introduce, digest and absorb it, and eventually achieve independent control.
I believe that as long as we are determined and focus our efforts, there will be no difficulties that we cannot overcome.
He stood up and looked at everyone present with sharp eyes. Everyone, every inch of land in the South China Sea is precious. We are not only carrying out construction projects here, but also defending the sovereignty and interests of our country.
The equipment in our hands is the sword that helps us advance into the deep blue. This matter concerns the future of the company and even more so the country's strategy.
I think we must do it, and do it quickly, at all costs." The words were passionate and powerful. The conference room was silent, and everyone was shocked by the powerful aura and determination emanating from Zhou Li. They looked at the young man in front of them and suddenly felt that he was not just a paratrooper who could only talk on paper. The determination in his eyes and the power in his words carry an irresistible persuasiveness.
Li Chaoyang was silent for a moment and looked at Zhou Li deeply.
He realized that the new general manager was probably more complicated than he had imagined. The Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, and even the entire South China Sea, may really undergo earth-shaking changes because of the arrival of this young man. Outside the window, the coconut breeze and sea breeze remain. And in this conference room, a grand blueprint for the national heavy weapon has quietly begun. Zhou Li knew that this was just the first step and that he would inevitably encounter many obstacles in the future, but he was fearless. Because behind him, there is not only the support of the system, but also the heavy national mission.
Chapter 111.
Zhou Li announced that the company would independently design and build a world-class large self-propelled cutter suction dredger.
Like a huge rock dropped into a calm lake.
This quickly caused an uproar within the China Communications Construction Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, Ltd.
Are you kidding? Where does our company get the money and technology to do that? The new CEO Zhou is too bold.
He's just arrived and he's already made such a big promise.
Aren't you afraid of choking yourself?
I heard that one of those things costs tens of millions.
Do you want to build more than one? Even if we sell our company, it won't be enough, right? It's a good thing for young people to be motivated, but they can't be divorced from reality. Vice President Li and his colleagues must be overwhelmed. Voices of doubt, wait and see, and even some gloating are quietly circulating in private. Most employees, especially experienced engineers and project managers, everyone felt that this young general manager was a little whimsical and unrealistic. In their view, the company can maintain existing projects. Steady development is good enough. It is too risky to carry out such a great leap forward type of plan, and it is easy to take too big a step and end up in trouble. Although Li Chaoyang and several other company executives were intimidated by Zhou Li's aura during the meeting, they were also worried after calming down. On the one hand, they admired Zhou Li's courage and strategic vision, but on the other hand, they were well aware of the difficulties involved. Funding, technology, talent, approval, each one is a huge challenge. However, Zhou Li seemed to have anticipated these potential resistances and doubts and was confident about them. The day after the welcome party, he convened the heads of the company's technical department, financial department, and several core project departments to hold another small-scale special meeting. This time, he did not emphasize too much on strategic significance and determination. Instead, they came up with a detailed feasibility analysis report and preliminary technical solution concept. This report was naturally kindly provided by the system. It not only includes an in-depth analysis of the world's most advanced dredger technology, it also takes into account the conditions of the Saskatchewan Navigation Company and the special operating environment of the South China Sea. Several sets of highly innovative and feasible design ideas were proposed. Even preliminary cost estimates and financing proposals are available. When this report, which embodied wisdom that transcended its time, was presented to everyone, the conference room fell silent again. Especially several senior chief engineers, they opened their eyes wide and carefully studied every technical detail in the report. The expression on his face changed from initial suspicion to surprise and then to incredible excitement. The design concept of this dynamic positioning system is so ingenious. It can greatly improve the operational stability in severe sea conditions. And the design of this mud pump has amazing power and very thoughtful consideration of wear resistance. It is completely tailored to the geological characteristics of the coral reefs in the South China Sea. The layout of this self-propelled system takes into account both navigation efficiency and operational flexibility. It is simply a masterpiece of nature. The more they watched, the more frightened and excited they became. The technical level and foresight shown in this report far exceeded their previous understanding. Many of the technical bottlenecks that they had been struggling to solve seemed to have found perfect solutions here. "Mr. Zhou, this report is yours," an old engineer with white hair asked with a trembling voice. Zhou Li smiled slightly and did not comment. "These are just some immature ideas, just to stimulate discussion. The key is to rely on experts to improve and realize it." He took credit for the system lightly, without any guilt. With this God-level report as the basis, the atmosphere of the meeting immediately became different. The previous doubts and hesitations were swept away, replaced by heated technical discussions and visions for the future. Everyone put forward their own views and suggestions based on the plans in the report, and sparks of thought continued to collide. There is no need to worry too much about funding. Zhou Li dropped another bombshell at the right time. "I have made preliminary contact with several powerful investment institutions, and they are very interested in our project. At the same time, I will also apply for special funding support from the group headquarters and relevant state ministries. I believe that as long as our proposal is advanced and convincing enough, money will not be the biggest problem." These words undoubtedly gave everyone present a reassurance. If the funding problem can be solved and the technical solution is so attractive, then what reason is there not to give it a try? The meeting lasted until late at night. When everyone left the meeting room, exhausted but excited, their hearts were already filled with energy. They knew that this young general manager was serious. He not only has ideas and courage, but also the ability to solve problems. In the following days, Zhou Li demonstrated amazing execution and resource integration capabilities. On the one hand, he personally led the team and worked with the core members of the technical department to improve the design of the dredger day and night and solve various technical problems. On the other hand, he frequently traveled between Haikou, Beijing, and several important shipbuilding bases in the country. In Beijing, with the identity assigned by the system and the highly convincing project report, he successfully won the recognition and support of the senior management of China Communications Construction Group headquarters. The group not only agreed to provide financial support,
but also coordinated its top design institutes and research institutes to fully cooperate with the Saskatchewan Navigation Corporation's project. At the same time, he also established contacts with relevant state ministries through some special channels. This project has been elevated to the level of national strategic equipment, paving the way for subsequent applications for special subsidies and policy support. At major shipbuilding bases, he acted like a shrewd businessman, negotiating with several of the most powerful shipyards in the country. He must ensure the construction quality and technical requirements, while keeping costs as low as possible and striving for the most favorable cooperation conditions. His professionalism and negotiation skills made even the shipyard bosses who were used to big scenes secretly admire him.
Of course, this process was not all smooth sailing.
The conservative forces from within, the competitive pressure from external peers, and the blockade of core technologies by certain countries in the world have all brought considerable resistance to the project. When negotiating with a well-known foreign dredging equipment supplier to import key components, the other party was arrogant and not only offered a sky-high price, but also put forward many harsh technical restrictions in an attempt to strangle China. At the negotiation table, the other party's representative said with a wry smile, "Mr. Zhou, it's not that we don't want to sell it, it's just that the core components of this level are too technically sensitive.
If your company wants it, it's fine, but the price.
Furthermore, we have the right to inspect the equipment at any time and the relevant data must be shared with us." After listening to this, Jolie still had a smile on his face, but his eyes turned cold. He picked up the coffee in front of him, took a sip, and then said slowly,
"I feel your company's sincerity. However, I would like to remind you that times have changed. China is not the China of 100 years ago. We may not be able to make what you can make yet, but if we give us some time, we can not only make it, but also make it better and cheaper." He put down his coffee cup, leaned forward slightly, and stared at the other person sharply. "As for now, since your company finds this deal difficult, forget it.
We Chinese have an old saying, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Even without Zhang the butcher, we can still eat hairy pigs. Maybe, in a few years, your company will maintain the same attitude as now when purchasing equipment from us." After saying that, he stood up, straightened his collar, and said to the team members behind him,
"Let's go. Quick and decisive, without any delay."
Leaving the foreign representatives across the negotiating table stunned. This tough and confident attitude is also reflected in his internal management of the company. He was ruthless towards those who were slacking off at work or trying to sabotage the work. He made adjustments where necessary and dealt with those who needed to be dealt with, and quickly established absolute authority within the company. At the same time, he did not forget the projects on the South China Seafront. While waiting for the new ships to be built, he optimized the scheduling and management of existing ships. The introduction of more advanced construction techniques and management methods has significantly improved the efficiency of reclamation projects on several key islands and reefs. He also personally took a supply ship to inspect several construction islands and reefs where conditions were harsh. He lived and ate with the frontline workers, understood their difficulties and solved practical problems. His arrival greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers on the front line. Looking at those builders who stick to their posts in the scorching sun and wind and waves. Looking at the land that gradually changed from yellow sand to green islands, Jolie's heart was filled with pride. He knew that he was participating in a great cause that would go down in history.
Chapter 112.
The convening of the Tianlong Project mobilization meeting was like pouring a bucket of water into an already boiling oil pan. The enthusiasm of the entire Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company was completely ignited. Outside Jolie's office, there was an endless stream of department heads and technical backbones queuing up spontaneously to report their work and discuss plans. Wang Hao, the office director, now has a part-time role as the door god and has to always be careful to refill Mr. Zhou's teacup with water. "Mr. Zhou, this is the hydraulic system piping layout we redesigned based on the optimization direction you proposed last time. Please take a look." Lao Zhang from the technical department, along with his two most proud apprentices, carefully spread out a blueprint that was larger than a conference table. The dense lines and data on the drawing seemed like incomprehensible to ordinary people, but in Jolie's eyes, they were clear and understandable. He pointed to one of the key points. "The bending angle at this location is still too large, and the fluid resistance will be too high. Find a way to optimize it, or consider replacing it with a special alloy pipe with better flexibility." Lao Zhang and his apprentices came over to take a look, and suddenly they understood what was going on, with sweat oozing out of their foreheads. It is impossible to see through such details at a glance unless you have a thorough understanding of the entire system. "Mr. Zhou, great idea.
we'll make the changes right away.
Lao Zhang admired him sincerely. In the past, they only thought that this young CEO had courage and background.
Only now do I realize that his professional and technical attainments are unfathomable.
Jolie nodded and picked up another experimental report on the wear-resistant coating material of the reamer. Although the wear resistance of these new formulas has increased, their toughness has decreased. The coral reefs in the South China Sea have complex geology and extremely high hardness. Simply pursuing hardness may cause the reamer teeth to break more easily.
Let the materials laboratory adjust their thinking.
Under the premise of ensuring hardness, the focus is on improving the impact toughness of the material. We can sacrifice a little bit of extreme wear time in exchange for higher operational reliability.
Clear.
The deputy chief engineer in charge of materials nodded repeatedly. I thought to myself, Mr. Zhou is truly an all-rounder who even knows so much about materials science.
Such scenes happen almost every day in Jolie's office.
He is like a tireless engine, driving the entire huge project at high speed. The professionalism and extreme pursuit of details he demonstrated also gradually transformed the company's initial awe into an almost blind trust.
If Mr. Zhou says it's okay, then it must be okay.
Mr. Zhou said that he wanted to make changes, so he must have his reasons. At the same time, international attention is also increasing.
Some foreign industry media and intelligence agencies tried every means to find out the real progress and technical details of the Tianlong. There are several foreign companies that have previously choked China in the supply of key components.
The attitude began to become ambiguous, and he even took the initiative to send someone over. He hinted that friendly cooperation was possible.
Jolie's attitude towards this is clear.
Core technologies must be mastered in our own hands. We can introduce and absorb, but we must never be controlled by others.
For those who are truly sincere about cooperation, we can talk.
Those who still want to show off will be turned away directly.
Mr. Zhou, the Dutch dredging technology company, sent us another email.
It implies that we can give some references on the core impeller technology of the new generation of mud pumps. But the condition is that the subsequent upgrade and transformation of the Tianlong must be led by them. Wang Hao reported to Jolie with a translated email in his hand, with a hint of disdain in his tone.
Jolie didn't even raise his head and continued to review the documents. Tell them we have enough references and don't bother them.
If you have that much time, you might as well study how to maintain your market share.
Wang Hao grinned. Okay. I'll go back right away. He now admires Mr. Zhou's toughness more and more. The company's atmosphere has also been completely renewed because of the Tianlong project.
The usual routine and somewhat dull atmosphere common in subsidiaries of central enterprises in the past. It has been replaced by a positive and striving spirit.
Overtime has become the norm and no one complains. Because everyone knows that they are participating in a historic undertaking. The food standard in the cafeteria has improved a lot, and there are always various midnight snacks.
This was something Jolie had specifically instructed, so that everyone could feel the company's care while working hard. Ding, the system mission is completed, and the reward of 100,000 kilowatt diesel-electric hybrid system core technology has been issued. Jolie's mind was instantly filled with a large number of mechanical and electrical principles, forming a system data chain. Lu Xiaoxiao still lives her leisurely and comfortable life.
The weaving skills of Li brocade are becoming more and more sophisticated. She even began experimenting with incorporating some modern aesthetic elements into traditional patterns.
The design works were praised by the old Li ladies. She also learned to play some simple Li folk songs with the nose flute. His playing skills are becoming more and more mature, and his innocent and devoted performances always draw applause from the villagers. On the weekend, Jolie had a rare half-day free, so he took Lu Xiaoxiao to a newly developed ecological wetland park nearby.
Brother Jolie, look at that bird, it's so beautiful.
Lu Xiaoxiao pointed at a white water bird flying over the water in the distance, and was as excited as a child. Jolie's attention was attracted by an area under construction next to the wetland park. There were numerous tower cranes and roaring machines, and it seemed that large-scale earth-moving operations were being carried out.
What place is that?
Jolie casually asked the park security guard next to him.
The security guard introduced enthusiastically.
Oh, that's the International Convention and Exhibition Center project that our city is focusing on.
It is said that it will host many large-scale international conferences and exhibitions in the future.
Jolie nodded thoughtfully. As a free trade port that is being developed as a priority by the country, Saskatchewan will inevitably see more and more international exchange activities in the future. These activities undoubtedly require top-level hardware facilities to support them. A light bulb went off in his head and an idea popped up in his mind. Although Tianqiong Culture Media, which I own, is currently focusing its main efforts on promoting traditional culture, can it also expand into areas such as exhibitions and large-scale event planning in the future? If a cultural treasure like the Love of the Phoenix could be combined with Saskatchewan's international exchange platform, wouldn't it have a greater impact? Xiao, what do you think? If we bring the Love of the Phoenix to a truly international stage and let people all over the world see it, wouldn't it be great? Jolie turned his head to look at Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked and then nodded vigorously. Of course it's great. Just like my brother said, this is the correct way to export culture. There was a gleam in her eyes, as if she had already seen such a scene. Jolie smiled slightly and had a new plan in mind. The Xinhao system gave him not only money and technology, but also an ever-expanding vision and the instinct to integrate resources. However, just as the construction of the Tianlong entered the critical stage of hull closure, a sudden piece of news cast a shadow on the project. Jolie was listening to the chief engineer's report on the progress of the power system installation when Li Chaoyang knocked on the door and walked in with a serious expression. Mr. Zhou, something happened. Li Chaoyang's voice was a little hoarse. Jolie frowned. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. The batch of superpowered diesel engines we ordered from Germany S-Man was originally scheduled to be delivered next week. But this morning, they suddenly sent a notice saying that they could not deliver on time due to force majeure, and the subsequent delivery time is to be determined. Li Chaoyang handed a fax to Jolie with a dark face. This batch of mainframes is the heart of the Tianlong. If they cannot be delivered on time, the progress of the entire project will be seriously affected. Jolie took the fax and quickly read it through. There are high-sounding reasons written in German and English, such as the EU's tightening of export controls on some high-tech technologies and adjustments to production plans, but there is a sense of arrogance and evasion between the lines. Force majeure? A sneer appeared on Jolie's lips. It is not force majeure early, nor is it force majeure late. This happened just when our hull was about to be connected. I'm afraid the story behind this is not that simple. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn. The diesel main engine is the core power source of the dredger, especially for a behemoth like the Tianlong, which has extremely high requirements on the power, stability and durability of the main engine. Although China can also produce high-power diesel engines, there is still some gap in some core technical indicators and long-term operating reliability compared with the top international brands. In order to ensure that the performance of Tianlong reaches world-class level, the project team conducted repeated discussions before choosing the products of this German company. They are trying to strangle us. Lao Zhang slammed his fist on the table, his face turning red with anger. They must have seen that our ship was almost ready, and they were jealous, so they wanted to use this method to hinder us. Now is not the time to be angry. Jolie's eyes were sharp. Mr. Li, please contact MAN headquarters immediately and ask them to give a clear explanation and a specific delivery time. At the same time, let the legal department prepare that if they breach the contract, we will reserve the right to pursue all responsibilities. He paused, his eyes swept over everyone present, his voice steady but with unquestionable power. In addition, the emergency plan was activated immediately. Organize technical forces to conduct an emergency assessment of several major domestic high-powered diesel engine manufacturers to see if their products can serve as alternatives. I want to know if we can handle it if the worst happens. A sudden heart crisis made the future of the Tianlong once again confusing. However, Jolie was not panicking at all, because it was time for him to show off again. Chapter 113. The response from Germany's MAN company fell on deaf ears, and there was no clear answer for several days. Only through some unofficial channels did some ambiguous news come, saying that there was a problem on the production line, and then saying that the EU approval process encountered obstacles. All signs indicate that the other party is clearly delaying deliberately. The atmosphere in the meeting room of Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company was so depressing that it was suffocating. These Germans clearly did this on purpose. Mr. Huang, the vice president in charge of equipment procurement, was so angry that he slammed the table. The contract has been signed and the deposit has been paid, and now you are playing this trick on us. If this isn't commercial fraud, what is it? I guess someone is behind this. Li Chaoyang frowned and analyzed. The Tianlong project has made such a big fuss, it must have touched the nerves of some countries and companies. They don't want to see us have world-class dredging equipment so quickly. Lao Zhang sighed. The key point is that the technical barriers to this ultra-high-powered diesel main engine are too high. Although domestic products have made rapid progress in recent years, they are still a little behind old giants like MAN in some key performance aspects, such as mean trouble-free operation time and stability under extreme working conditions. The Tianlong is going to operate in complex sea conditions like the South China Sea, so the power system must not make any mistakes.
Everyone's eyes turned to Jolie. Since taking office, this young general manager has overcome many difficulties and created many miracles. But this time, facing the technical barriers and business challenges from top international companies, can he still find a way?
Jolie tapped the table lightly with his fingers, with little expression on his face. He is now focusing on which diesel-electric powertrain companies the company is investigating to use his technology. As for MAN, we can't put all our hopes on them. Jolie finally spoke, his voice was calm but with a penetrating force. We have to prepare for the worst. If they ultimately fail to honor their contract or put forward some harsh conditions that we cannot accept, we must also have our own alternative plans.
He looked at the engineers in charge of technical assessment and asked, how is the situation of several domestic factories? A middle-aged engineer wearing glasses stood up and turned on the projector. A series of complex data comparison charts appeared on the screen.
Mr. Zhou, according to our preliminary assessment, there are currently 3 domestic companies producing diesel engines that can meet the design requirements of the Tianlong in terms of power level. They are the Haisha series from Shanghai Diesel Engine Factory, the Kunlun series from Luocheng Heavy Industry, and the Yangtze River series from Wuxi Power Group, a subsidiary of our group. He switched the PPT and detailed the advantages and disadvantages of each product. The technology of the Sea Shark series is relatively mature and has a large market presence, but its latest model is slightly inferior to MAN's products in terms of extreme output power and fuel economy. The Kunlun series has outstanding performance in power and torque, and is particularly good at heavy load conditions, but its size and weight are relatively large, which has a certain impact on the hull space layout. As for the Yangtze River series, this is their latest product, with many impressive technical indicators, even comparable to MAN in some aspects, but the downside is that the reliability of some core data remains to be verified.
There was silence in the conference room. Each solution seems to have obvious shortcomings.
Either the performance is inferior, or the size is inappropriate, or there is a lack of practical testing.
Mr. Zhou, if we choose a domestic main engine, I'm afraid, the overall performance of the Tianlong will be compromised.
Lao Zhang said with some concern.
This is somewhat different from the world-class goal we originally set.
Jolie's gaze lingered on the parameters of the 3 domestic host machines on the screen for a long time, and finally stopped at the Yangtze River series of Wu City Power Group.
Just choose Yangtze River,
he said decisively.
Ah!
There was an exclamation in the conference room. No one expected that Jolie would choose the one with the greatest risk.
Li Chaoyang couldn't help but persuade.
Mr. Zhou, although the data of the Yangtze River series looks good on paper, it has not been tested in practice.
If something goes wrong at a critical moment, the consequences will be disastrous. The Tianlong is our precious treasure, and we cannot afford any mistakes. I understand everyone's concerns. Jolie stood up and walked to the projection screen.
But we also need to see that the Yangtze River series is our own technology and a product of our group. It has the greatest potential and the most adaptability in the future. He pointed to a set of data on the screen. Look here, the Yangtze River series uses some very cutting-edge design concepts in material application and combustion control systems.
This shows that their R&D team is ambitious and has aspirations.
The reason why they lack practical application experience is not because of their poor technology, but because they lack a platform that dares to give them opportunities. Jolie looked around at everyone, and the core data of the 100,000 kilowatt diesel electric system flashed through his mind. Now, our Saskatchewan shipping company, the Tianlong, can give them this platform. I believe that as long as we work closely with the technical team of Wuxi Power Group and tackle key problems together, we will be able to make the Yangtze River series a truly reliable Chinese heart. He paused, with a hint of unquestionable meaning in his tone. Of course, risk control is necessary. I will personally lead a team to Wu City Power Group and work with their technical experts to conduct the most rigorous joint debugging tests on the Yangtze River main engine. At the same time, Huchai and Luocheng continue to maintain contact as an alternative plan. But our main focus is the Yangtze River. Jolie's words once again made everyone feel his courage to take risks and take responsibility. Since Mr. Zhou had already made the decision and gave such convincing reasons, everyone stopped talking and expressed their support. Jolie temporarily handed over the company's daily affairs to Li Chaoyang and flew directly to Wu City with a research team composed of top engineers and technical backbones. Wu City Power Group showed great attention and enthusiasm for Jolie's arrival. They are well aware that if the Yangtze River series can be successfully installed on a star project like the Tianlong, it will be a huge opportunity for their future marketing and brand building. In the production workshops and laboratories of Wu City Power Group, Jolie and his team, together with the other party's technical staff, began to work together day and night to solve the problems. In fact, Jolie was mainly investigating the current status of the Yangtze River host and looking for a suitable opportunity to use the core data. They conducted almost rigorous inspections and tests on every component and every process of the Yangtze River main engine. With his extraordinary insight, Jolie can often discover subtle defects and potential risks that even the designer himself has not noticed. During the full load durability test of the main engine, Jolie keenly noticed that there was an extremely slight abnormal noise mixed in with the sound of the engine running. He immediately stopped the test and requested a complete disassembly and inspection of the console. The chief engineer of Wu City Power Group was initially a little skeptical, thinking that Mr. Zhou was making a big deal out of nothing. After all, the abnormal noise was very weak, and all monitoring data showed normal. But when they disassembled a key turbocharger according to Jolie's instructions, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. A tiny crack that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye appeared on one of the impellers of the supercharger. If Jolie had not discovered it in time, once the main engine was installed on the ship and put into operation, the crack would have likely expanded rapidly under the high-intensity working environment, eventually leading to catastrophic consequences. Mr. Zhou, how did you hear that? The chief engineer of Wu City Power Group, an old expert with gray hair, looked at Jolie with eyes full of disbelief. He has been engaged in engine design and research for his entire life, and believes that he has heard more engine sounds than he has eaten meals, but he was unable to discover this hidden danger. Jolie just smiled faintly. Maybe my ears are more sensitive. He couldn't say that his hearing was due to his god-level string and bamboo instrument playing skills. This incident made the technical team of Wu City Power Group completely convinced of Jolie. Jolie saw that the time was right and it was time to use his ultimate weapon. He assembled a team of engineers from Wuchi Power Group and updated some of the core technologies of the Yangtze River power system. This update completely conquered the entire Wu City Power Group's engineering team. The chief engineer held Jolie's hand for a long time because the data Jolie provided were verified data, not initial design data. They no longer viewed Jolie as just a young and promising manager, but truly regarded him as an unfathomable technical master. With the joint efforts of the teams from both sides, many potential problems of the Yangtze River Series diesel main engines have been solved one by one, and the stability and reliability have been significantly improved. At the same time, Germany's MAN company seemed to have noticed something was wrong. They were no longer arrogant and procrastinating as before, and began to take the initiative to contact the Saskatchewan Shipping Company, saying that they could arrange production expedited and were willing to make some concessions on price. Wang Hao took the latest email from MAN Company, with a relieved smile on his face, and reported to Jolie, who was directing the work via video link in Wu City. Mr. Zhou, the Germans have given in. They said they can guarantee delivery next month, and the price is 5 percentage points lower than the original contract. Jolie heard this and a playful smile appeared on his face. Oh? Force majeure disappeared so soon? Tell them that our shipyard can't wait any longer and has found a new partner. Thank you for their concern. We'll talk about cooperation later. I understand. Wang Hao tried hard to suppress his laughter, thinking to himself that President Zhou's trick of knocking the mountain to scare the tiger was really brilliant. Chapter 114. The engine crisis of Tianlong was successfully resolved, and the German MAN company completely lost its temper and accepted the reality of being rejected in a dejected manner. The Yangtze River heart of the Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, after Jolie's guidance and the joint efforts of the two teams, its performance even exceeded expectations, giving the domestic power industry a boost. For a time, Jolie's name became famous not only in the dredging industry, but also in the field of heavy equipment manufacturing, and became synonymous with that young man in the mouths of many technical experts. The project entered the orderly equipment installation and commissioning phase, and Jolie no longer needed to do everything himself. He finally took a break from his busy life and returned to Saskatchewan to enjoy a moment of peace. In the early morning, the tropical rainforest is filled with the fragrance of grass and trees and a slightly moist mist. The sunlight shines through the layers of leaves, casting mottled spots of light. Two figures danced gracefully above the treetops tens of meters high, like forest elves. Sometimes it flies across the branches like a swallow, light and agile.
Sometimes it climbs like a nimble monkey, agile and swift. It was Jolie and Lu Xiaoxiao.
Ever since returning from Shenangjia last time, Jolie had often practiced the divine Wanfeng sword dance with Lu Xiaoxiao. This set of sword dance techniques is not just a sword technique, but also a set of exquisite internal mental and physical techniques. As their practice deepened, their internal strength improved day by day, and their postures became more and more graceful. During their daily playfulness and joint training, Jolie subtly integrated the essence of God-level climbing skills and God-level fighting skills into Lu Xiaoxiao's moves and reactions. Today's Lu Xiaoxiao is no longer the weak and helpless girl who panics when faced with scams. She possesses a powerful strength and keen intuition that is inconsistent with her petite appearance. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's toes were lightly tapped on a trembling vine, and her body floated like catkins, and suddenly she landed on the thick branch at the top of a towering ancient banyan tree. The branch was almost vertical to the ground, and it was difficult for ordinary people to stand on it, but Lu Xiaoxiao was steady and his breathing was even. She smiled sweetly, and without knowing when, the dragon's roar of the sea was already across her knees, and she was playing it at will. The clear sound of the piano was like a clear spring in a mountain stream, gurgling and flowing, interweaving with the chirping of birds and insects in the forest into a natural movement. The melodious sound of the piano attracted a group of colorful butterflies to dance around her, as if she was a flower fairy in the rainforest. Jolie looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. Such a Lu Xiaoxiao, innocent and naive, with a hint of ethereal air that is out of touch with the world, makes him feel extremely peaceful. When the song ended, Lu Xiaoxiao put away the guqin, lightly jumped to Jolie's side, took his arm, and rubbed his head affectionately.
Brother Jolie, where are we going to play today?
After this period of getting along and growing together, her dependence on and admiration for Jolie became deeper, but she also gained a sense of tacit understanding and confidence. Jolie scratched her little nose and said, "We won't go far today. I'll take you to a place to see how our cultural industry is developing."
Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Is it Tianqiang Culture Media? Are there any new finished products of the Li brocade patterns I designed? Her love for Li brocade weaving has long been ingrained in her blood. Ever since Jolie encouraged her to incorporate modern aesthetics into traditional patterns, her creative inspiration has been pouring in, and she has designed many amazing works. "It's not just Li Jin," Jolie said with a smile. "Our play The Love of the Phoenix is going to be performed on the international stage, so we should also put some preparatory work on the agenda." The two of them jumped down from the treetops and landed silently on the soft grass. When they arrived at Tianqiang Culture Media Company, the person in charge of the Li Brocade project department saw Lu Xiaoxiao and immediately felt like he had seen a savior. He took her to see the latest batch of Li Brocade accessories and clothing that were made according to her designs. Those works are truly extraordinary, retaining the essence of traditional Li craftsmanship while ingeniously incorporating modern fashion elements. The color combinations are bold yet harmonious, and the patterns are profound yet lively and agile. Boss Xiaoxiao, look at these handbags and these modified cheongsams, they are simply amazing. Several luxury brands have already used our previous cooperation channels to indirectly find out who the designer is. The person in charge said excitedly. As Lu Xiaoxiao watched her hard work become reality, her eyes sparkled with joy. She picked up a shawl made of Yunjin and Li Jin, and stroked the texture carefully. It would be great if more people could understand and appreciate our traditional culture. Jolie watched from the side and felt quite relieved. When he founded Tianqiang Culture Media, in addition to being driven by system tasks, he also had the intention of promoting Chinese culture. Now that he sees Lu Xiaoxiao's talent being put to good use, the ancient craft of Li brocade has taken on new vitality, which has strengthened his determination to expand and strengthen the cultural industry. While Jolie was discussing with Lu Xiaoxiao how to better integrate Li brocade elements into the performance costumes and peripheral products of Harmony of the Luan and the Phoenix, his cell phone rang. The call was from Wang Hao, and his tone was a little strange. "Boss Shou, there's something strange. Didn't we say earlier that we had already built the diesel engine for the Tianlong, leaving the German company man hanging? Well, what's wrong?" Jolie asked, wondering if Man Company was still not giving up and was up to something weird again. Wang Hao's voice was filled with confusion. "They sent someone again today, and the standard is quite high. It was led by their vice president of Asia Pacific. He said he was not here to discuss console orders, but he wanted to talk to us about cultural exchange." Cultural exchange? Jolie raised his eyebrows. This was a bit too much of a cross-border move. A company that sells diesel engines suddenly wants to engage in cultural exchange. What is it up to? Yes, he mentioned us by name and said he wanted to discuss cooperation with Tianqiang Culture Media.
They also said that their company headquarters is very interested in Chinese culture, especially for our Saskatchewan's maritime culture and ethnic minority culture. I hope there will be some in-depth cooperation projects, such as jointly hosting exhibitions or investing in documentary films. The more Wang Hao talked, the less reliable it seemed. I wondered if these krauts had their brains caught in a door. Or is it that they want to use this method to repair their relationship with us in a roundabout way and pave the way for their products to be included in our procurement list in the future? Jolie pondered for a moment. Germans are known for their rigor. The senior management of a large multinational company would never engage in such aimless and irrelevant cultural exchanges. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Where are they? Jolie asked. I made an excuse, saying that you were not in the company, and asked them to wait in the reception room first. Mr. Zhou, what do you think about this matter? Jolie's mouth curled up into a playful smile. Let them wait. Since they have come from afar to talk about culture, we must not lose our manners. However, we still need to carefully consider how much business is mixed into this culture. He glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao. The little girl was blinking her big eyes and listening to him talking on the phone curiously. Xiaoxiao, it seems that the love of the phoenix has already attracted the attention of international friends before it has even been exported. Jolie said half-jokingly. Although Lu Xiaoxiao is simple, she is not stupid. She wrinkled her nose. They definitely have bad intentions. They must still be holding a grudge about what happened to the Tianlong. Jolie rubbed her hair. Whether you bear a grudge or not, you'll know later. Let's go meet these German friends who are interested in our culture. He wanted to see what Man Company was up to. Are you really interested in culture, or are you using the name of culture to achieve other purposes? The precious land of Saskatchewan, the policy dividends of the free trade port, and the breakthrough of China in the field of high-end equipment manufacturing demonstrated by the Tianlong have undoubtedly attracted the attention of many international capitals and forces. Beneath the calm water surface, a new undercurrent seems to be surging. However, for Jolie, whether it is business competition or cultural struggle, he has enough confidence and wisdom to deal with it. After all, with the super-rich system at his disposal, the last thing he lacks is unexpected trump cards. He took Lu Xiaoxiao and walked slowly towards the reception room. A meeting called Cultural Exchange is about to begin on the stage he carefully planned. Chapter 115. Inside an elegantly decorated reception room at the Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company headquarters building. Several German men in suits sat upright, with a barely perceptible hint of anxiety on their faces. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 50s named Hans Muller, vice president of Man Group Asia Pacific. He picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and frowned slightly. Apparently, he was not used to this kind of Chinese tea with the scent of jasmine. Mr. Muller, President Zhou is on his way back. Please wait for a moment. Wang Hao stood aside politely with a professional smile on his face, but he was muttering in his heart. These Germans were so arrogant when they were strangling us before, but now they come running towards us eagerly. They are really flexible. Hans Muller put down his teacup, forced a smile on his face, and said in slightly stiff Chinese. It's okay, Director Wang. We attach great importance to this visit, and it is reasonable to wait a little longer. He said this, but was secretly calculating in his mind. This time, he came in the name of seeking cooperation with Tianxiang Culture Media, but in fact, the instructions given to him by the group headquarters were far more than that. Man Company suffered a major setback in the Tianlong project. Not only did they lose a valuable order, but more importantly, China actually came up with a domestically produced power system with excellent performance as a replacement. This made Man Group, which has always prided itself on its technological leadership, feel unprecedented pressure. If Huaxia achieves a comprehensive breakthrough in the high-end power field, it will be a fatal blow to Man's future market share. Therefore, the top management of the headquarters urgently adjusted their strategy. Since strong pressure did not work, they decided to adopt a softer approach. They learned through various channels that Jolie, the young CEO of Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company, not only has great power in industrial projects, but also owns a company called Tianxiang Culture Media and is also very successful in the cultural field. So, this visit in the name of cultural exchange took place. First, he wanted to repair his relationship with Jolie and see if there was a chance to work together again on future projects. The second, and deeper purpose, is to use the guise of cultural cooperation to gain a deeper understanding of Saskatchewan and even China's relevant policies, technological development and market potential, and to gather intelligence for the group's next strategic layout. It would even be a pleasant surprise if we could exert influence through cultural projects and subtly promote German technological standards and concepts. Just as Hans Muller was thinking about something, the door of the reception room was pushed open.
Jolie walked in with Lu Xiaoxiao, smiling. "Mr. Mueller, sorry for the long wait.
I was just dealing with some company matters." Jolie stretched out his hand and gently shook hands with Hans Muller. His eyes were calm, but with a sharp insight into people's hearts. Hans Muller quickly stood up, his face full of enthusiastic smiles.
"Mr. Zhou, you are so polite. It is an honor for our man group to meet you, a young and promising entrepreneur."
He turned sideways and introduced several colleagues around him, including market analysts, project evaluators, and even an old German man who looked like a cultural consultant. Lu Xiaoxiao stood quietly beside Jolie, looking at these international friends curiously. Although she was not involved in the business negotiations, Jolie had obviously had his own intentions in asking her to come along. After some polite greetings, both parties took their seats as host and guest. Jolie picked up the teacup, took a sip, and asked directly. "Mr. Muller, Director Wang has told me that your company is very interested in cultural exchange and cooperation with our Tianqiang culture media."
"I don't know what exactly they are." Hans Muller obviously didn't expect Jolie to be so direct.
He was slightly startled, then adjusted his expression and said with a smile.
"Mr. Zhou is a quick-witted person, so I will speak frankly as well.
Although we at Man Group are an industrial enterprise, we have always respected and admired excellent cultures from all over the world. Your country's culture is profound and has a long history, especially the unique marine culture and ethnic minority cultures such as the Li and Miao ethnic groups in Saskatchewan, which are full of charm." He paused and glanced at the cultural consultant beside him, and the old man handed him a beautifully produced brochure in due course.
"These are some of our initial ideas." Hans Muller handed the brochure to Jolie.
"For example, we can jointly invest in a documentary showcasing the marine ecology and customs of the Li people in Saskatchewan and distribute it globally. Alternatively, we can also jointly organize a cultural exhibition with the theme of maritime civilization and the Silk Road and invite artists and scholars from China and Germany to participate. We can even set up a cultural exchange fund to support young artists from both countries to visit and create together."
Jolie flipped through the brochure. The plan was illustrated with pictures and texts. It looked very realistic and seemed to be full of sincerity.
But he keenly noticed that in these plans, the German side cleverly placed itself in a leading or at least deeply involved role, and repeatedly mentioned words such as technical exchange and standard sharing that have little to do with culture.
"Mr. Muller's proposal sounds very grand and attractive."
Jolie put down the brochure and smiled slightly.
"It's just that Man Group is an industrial giant famous for its diesel engines and turbomachinery.
I still don't quite understand the business logic behind the sudden strong interest in the cultural industry and the willingness to invest huge amounts of money." His tone was calm, but his questions were sharp and went straight to the point. The smile on Hans Muller's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. "Mr. Zhou, any successful company will not limit itself to a single field.
Culture is soft power and an indispensable part of future business competition.
We at Man Group focus on long-term development and hope to enhance mutual understanding between the peoples of China and Germany through cultural exchanges and create broader space for cooperation between companies on both sides.
This in itself is a long-term strategic investment." "That's a nice thing to say." Lu Xiaoxiao muttered softly.
Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear in the quiet reception room. Hans Muller turned his gaze to Lu Xiaoxiao, and a barely perceptible hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. He knew that this person was Jolie's confidant and also the core designer of Tianqiang Culture Media's Li Brocade project. Jolie seemed not to hear Lu Xiaoxiao's muttering, and continued to look at Hans Mueller. "Mr. Mueller, we Chinese have an old saying, nothing good, no getting up early. We appreciate this cultural gift from Man Group. However, Tianqiang Culture Media is still small in scale at present, and its main focus is still on the exploration and inheritance of local culture. We still need to consider international cooperation carefully, especially large-scale, high-investment projects like the one you proposed."
These words were said neither humbly nor arrogantly. They were neither a direct rejection nor an easy agreement. Instead, the ball was kicked back.
Hans Muller thought to himself that this Jolie was just as the information said, young but very experienced and difficult to deal with. His eyes rolled, a plan came to mind, and he put on a more sincere expression. "Mr. Zhou, I know that due to some misunderstandings on the Tianlong project, your company may have had a bad impression of our man. I came here this time with sincerity, hoping to clear up these misunderstandings. In fact, in the field of high-end power systems, man still has world-leading technology and experience. We are very willing to carry out deeper technical cooperation, or even technology transfer, with strong companies like Saudi Arabian Construction. As long as we can become strategic partners, many things can be discussed.
The real purpose is revealed.
After going around in circles, including cultural exchanges and eliminating misunderstandings, the ultimate goal is to regain the upper hand over Jolie, who has tasted success with the Tianlong. They even want to use technology transfer as bait to achieve a deep bond.
Jolie sneered in his heart. Why didn't they mention technology transfer when they were stuck? Now that they see that China has come up with it, they want to get a piece of the pie, and even want to use outdated technology in exchange for greater benefits. This is a very clever calculation. Mr. Mueller, I think you may have misunderstood.
Jolie's tone remained calm, but his eyes became somewhat meaningful. We had great pleasure working with Taikchi Power Group on the Tianlong project. We are also very satisfied with the performance of the Yangtze River Series consoles. We believe that we can also solve the future power needs by relying on our own strength.
He picked up the teacup and blew away the hot air gently.
As for cultural cooperation, if Man Company is really interested in our Saskatchewan culture, we certainly welcome it.
However, the way of cooperation may be purer. For example, your company can sponsor the global tour of Harmony of the Luan and the Phoenix, a large-scale live-action drama that is about to be launched by our Tincheong Culture Media, or you can purchase a batch of Li brocade artworks that designer Lu Xiaoxiao personally participated in making as your company's high-end business gifts. This supports cultural development while also reflecting your company's taste, isn't it the best of both worlds?
As soon as these words came out, Hans Muller's face suddenly became a little ugly.
Should he spend real money to purely sponsor culture, or be a sucker and buy a batch of expensive artworks?
This was not the cooperation he wanted.
What he wants is control, intelligence, and the market.
Jolie's move of retreating to advance was a powerful move that not only exposed the opponent's true intentions but also turned the tables and put the opponent in an embarrassing situation. Either you admit that you are not really interested in culture, or you just pay money to support it and don't talk about those empty strategic cooperation. The atmosphere in the reception room froze for a moment. Winehouse stood aside and secretly gave Mr. Zhou a thumbs up in his heart. My boss's Tai Chi pushing hands skills are becoming more and more perfect.
Lu Xiaoxiao held back her laughter, and felt very relieved when she saw the Germans' faces turning pale and blue. Hans Mueller took a deep breath. He knew that it would not be so easy to take advantage of Jolie today. This young man was much more difficult than he had imagined. Chapter 116.
Hans Mueller's smile was a little hard to maintain, but he was a veteran in the business world after all, so he quickly adjusted himself and laughed.
Mr. Zhou is really funny.
We will certainly seriously consider your sponsorship and procurement suggestions.
However, we hope for a cooperation model that allows for deep participation and joint value creation.
He changed the subject, as if trying to find a breakthrough from another angle. In fact, we have heard about the Harmony of the Luan and the Phoenix project of Tincheong Culture Media for a long time. This work, which combines Li culture with modern stage art, has a very international perspective.
Man Group has an extensive business network and partners around the world.
If the Love of Luan Phone plans to promote it overseas, we are very happy to use our resources to help Mr. Zhou connect with them, or even invest together to build it into a world-renowned cultural brand. These words seem to sound more sincere and closer to the essence of cultural cooperation. But Jolie was so smart that he saw through the control struggle and profit distribution trap hidden behind the other party's joint investment in brand building.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for your kindness. Jolie nodded slightly.
We do have plans to promote the Love of Luan Foam overseas, and we are also actively contacting some international performers and cultural institutions. However, for this work, we at Tincheong Culture Media have complete and independent intellectual property rights and operational control, and this will not change. His tone was gentle, but his attitude was extremely firm, leaving no room for the other party to exploit any loopholes. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was standing aside, also added at the right time. Harmony of the Luan and the Phoenix is the result of the hard work of our team, especially the Li brocade costumes and props in it, which were all made stitch by stitch by me and the grandmothers in my tribe, representing the inheritance of our Li culture. We hope it can go global, but we don't want it to change its flavor. Although the little girl's words were simple, they revealed an inviolable cultural self-esteem. Hans Mueller felt heavier in his heart as he listened to what the two men said. He found that both Jolie's business acumen and Lu Xiaoxiao's cultural persistence were insurmountable. This young pair, one as shrewd as a fox and the other as pure as jade, worked together perfectly. The cultural advisor he brought with him, an old German named Klaus Schmidt, also spoke at this moment. He spoke Chinese much more fluently than Mueller, with a scholarly elegance. Mr. Zhou, Ms. Liu, please don't misunderstand. We have the highest respect for Chinese culture, especially the traditional arts of ethnic minorities. I have visited the southwestern region of your country many times and was deeply fascinated by the rich and colorful ethnic culture there.
We propose cooperation with you without any intention of interfering with your creation and operation.
We just hope to do our best to contribute to the dissemination of excellent culture.
Professor Schmidt played the emotional card and tried to ease the atmosphere. Jolie glanced at him.
It seemed that the old man did have a sincere love for culture in his eyes. But he also knew that personal feelings were often insignificant in the face of commercial interests.
We feel Professor Schmidt's respect.
Jolie said, cultural exchange should be pure and beautiful.
If Man Group truly wants to support the spread of Chinese culture, I think there would be many more direct and transparent ways to do so. For example, we are planning to build a large-scale marine cultural museum in Saskatchewan.
If Man is willing to donate some funds or provide some marine-related industrial exhibits, we will welcome it very much and leave a strong mark for your company on the museum's monument of merit.
This is another move to remove the fuel from the fire. Didn't you say you support culture?
Okay, donate money and materials, be real, don't do those empty things. A thin bead of sweat broke out on Hans Muller's forehead. He felt that he was completely led by Jolie today, and every step he took was calculated by the other party. This young opponent not only has a keen business sense and impeccable negotiation skills, but also seems to know their cards and true intentions very well.
We will convey Mr. Zhou's proposal to the headquarters.
Hans Muller smiled dryly, knowing that it would be useless to continue pestering, and prepared to get up and leave. We would like to thank Mr. Zhou and Ms. Liu for taking the time out of their busy schedules to talk to us today. I hope we will have other opportunities to cooperate in the future.
Goodbye, you're welcome to come often.
Jolie stood up and shook hands with him symbolically. Wang Hao escorted Muller and his party out of the reception room.
After they left, Lu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and made a face. Humph, these Germans must have bad intentions. They want to deceive us again.
Jolie laughed and said. They don't necessarily want to cheat, they just want to get the biggest benefit at the smallest cost.
That's the nature of business people. Will they come again?
Lu Xiaoxiao asked worriedly.
It's hard to say.
Jolie shook his head. This time they are just bluffing, calling it cultural exchange, but in fact they are testing our bottom line and the extent of our reliance on their technology and resources. Now it seems that they are disappointed.
He pondered for a moment, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. However, Man represents the attitude of some industrial forces in Germany and even Europe.
They will never accept the failure of the Tianlong project. If it doesn't work this time, there may be a next time, and we may try a different approach or start from another aspect.
The construction of the Saskatchewan Free Trade Port is in full swing.
The huge business opportunities and strategic value contained here are like a magnet, attracting the attention of all parties.
It is easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Jolie knew that the road ahead would not be smooth.
If an enemy comes, we will stop him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. A confident smile appeared on Jolie's lips again. As long as we do our own things well and continue to improve our abilities, we have nothing to fear. If they want to play, we will play with them. He glanced out the window and saw that the sky in Saskatchewan was still clear. However, just when Jolie thought that the turmoil at Man Company had come to an end for the time being, a few days later, Wang Hao brought him some news that surprised him a little. Mr. Zhou, several well-known European fashion brands and luxury goods groups have suddenly sent letters of intent for cooperation to our Tiancheng culture media. Wang Hao placed several beautifully crafted letters in front of Jolie with a strange expression on his face. They all expressed their great interest in the Li Brocade series of products designed by Miss Lu Xiaoxiao, and hope to have in-depth cooperation, including joint design, brand licensing, and even equity investment. Jolie picked up a letter of intent, signed by a top French luxury group that holds a pivotal position in the global fashion industry. Their words were very sincere. They praised Lu Xiaoxiao's design talent highly, and expressed their willingness to invest huge amounts of money in global channels to jointly push Li Brocade culture to the pinnacle of world fashion. This sudden olive branch, especially since it came from several heavyweight international brands, made Jolie feel a little unusual.
Have we had any contact with these brands before?
Jolie asked. Wang Hao shook his head. No direct contact. It's just that we have shown some samples and design drafts of Lee brocade to some fashion buyers and curators through some channels before, and the feedback has been good. But I didn't expect that I would suddenly attract the attention of so many big names at the same time, and the conditions were so generous that I even felt impatient. Zhou Li frowned slightly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. These international fashion giants are all extremely shrewd hunters. They suddenly showed such extraordinary enthusiasm for the emerging Lee brocade. Could it be that it was simply because they admired Lu Xiaoxiao's design talent? He thought of Man Company's cultural exchange a few days ago and had a vague guess in his mind. Could it be that these forces are also behind this? Having hit a wall in the industrial field, you want to make a breakthrough in the cultural and fashion field? Through capital operations, they can acquire brands with Chinese cultural symbols, or at least have a deep influence on them, so as to achieve certain of their goals? If this is true, then the other party's intentions are much more far-reaching than simple business competition. Zhou Li's eyes gradually became sharper. It seems that beneath the calm surface of the water, the real undercurrent has just begun to surge. He and his Tianxiang culture media, as well as Lu Xiaoxiao, who carries the essence of Li culture, seem to have been unknowingly involved in a more complex and grand game. Chapter 117. The midsummer sun scorches the coastline of Saskatchewan, and the sea breeze brings a salty, humid, and slightly cool breath. Unlike the heat on land, the vast ocean at this moment presents a completely different scene. The engine crisis of the Tianlong did not bring down the Saskatchewan Navigation Construction Company. On the contrary, it is like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, giving birth to the comprehensive transcendence of the heart of the Yangtze River. With Zhou Li's personal presence and the hard work of both teams day and night, this national treasure carries so much hope. In less than 5 months, all scheduled test subjects have been completed. All data indicators perfectly met or even exceeded design expectations. Above the blue sea, the majestic steel behemoth is now quietly moored at its exclusive dock, waiting for the horn to officially go into operation. At the same time, Tianlong 2 and Tianlong 3 are sister ships of the same series but with different focuses. It has also successfully completed the initial sea trials and is entering the final debugging and optimization stage. According to the current progress, it won't be long before they will officially join the ranks of Saudi Arabian construction engineering and together form a powerful marine engineering fleet. For a time, domestic and international attention was once again focused on Saskatchewan and on the young helmsman of this company that has repeatedly created miracles. Zhou Li's mood was as comfortable as the clear sky. The major breakthrough in the project allowed him to temporarily take a break from his busy affairs. At this moment, he was enjoying a rare relaxing time with Lu Xiaoxiao. On the blue sea, 2 figures are like fairies walking on the waves, with their clothes fluttering and dancing gracefully. Sometimes they would tiptoe on the top of the surging waves, their bodies as light as swallows, stirring up tiny sparkling water splashes. Sometimes they shuttle back and forth among the surging waves, their movements as agile as those of apes, as if the sea surface is their freest stage. It was Zhou Li and Lu Xiaoxiao who were performing the god-level climbing technique that had reached perfection. Ever since the last time he played in the rainforest canopy, Zhou Li discovered that this god-level climbing technique combined with the god-level Luanfeng sword dance was a great skill. Not only can it show miraculous effects on land, it can also achieve the state of walking on waves on water. Of course, this requires extremely sophisticated control over internal strength and body movements, otherwise one will fall into the water if one is not careful. At first, Lu Xiaoxiao was not quite used to it, but she was very talented, and with Zhou Li's careful guidance, she made rapid progress. Now, she can also walk on the waves for a long time like Zhou Li. Holding hands, the two danced gracefully between the sea and the sky, which was unimaginable for ordinary people, attracting a few seagulls in the distance to circle and watch curiously. "Brother Zhou Li, look, I have improved again." Lu Xiaoxiao spun lightly, her skirt drawing an elegant arc in the sea breeze, and landed steadily beside Zhou Li, a look of slight pride on her face. The sea breeze blew her soft hair, and a few strands sticked playfully to her smooth forehead, making her look even more delicate and charming. Zhou Li smiled and scratched her little nose, his eyes full of pampering. "Our Xiaoxiao is indeed a genius. His skill of walking on water would probably be envied by even the heroes in martial arts novels. He, that's because brother Zhou Li taught me well." Lu Xiaoxiao hugged Zhou Li's arm and rubbed his little head happily. In the sunlight, her fair skin seemed transparent, shining with a healthy luster. After being nourished by the divine Luanfeng sword dance and Zhou Li's subtle combing with his own internal strength, her physique had long surpassed that of an average person, and her once slightly delicate aura had now been replaced by a vibrant aura.
The two played around for a while, then sat side by side on the deck of a small luxury yacht summoned by Jolie, letting the yacht sway gently with the microwaves. Lu Xiaoxiao took out the Shanghai Dragon's roar and raised her white hands lightly. The melodious sound of the piano flowed out like running water, interweaving with the rhythm of the waves and the cries of seagulls, forming a breathtaking natural symphony. Jolie closed his eyes and listened, enjoying this rare tranquility and beauty. Since he got the system, his life has been like pressing the fast-forward button. Wealth, ability, and fame have come one after another, but they are also accompanied by various challenges and troubles. Only the time spent with Lu Xiaoxiao can allow him to completely relax and feel the peace deep in his heart. When the song ended, Lu Xiaoxiao put away her guqin, leaned on Jolie's shoulder, and said softly, "Brother Jolie, the Tianlong and the others are so powerful, will they be able to do more for the country in the future?" Jolie opened his eyes and looked at the place where the sea and the sky met in the distance. His eyes were deep. "Yes, only when the country is strong can we have a stable life. The Tianlong series is more than just a few ships, it represents China's ability and determination to innovate independently in the field of high-end equipment manufacturing. In the future, whether it is the development of resources in the South China Sea, scientific research and exploration in the ocean, or even some special strategic tasks, they will be of great use." He knew clearly that all these achievements were due to the efforts of the team, but without the help of the system and the key technological breakthroughs of the heart of the Yangtze River, it would probably take a long time for Shahang Construction to explore on its own. At this moment, the system prompt sound that had been silent for a while in Jolie's mind suddenly rang out without warning. Ding, new mission released. Hostile forces have secretly established an underwater base in the southern waters of our country and are engaged in activities that endanger our national security. Please find out the specific location, scale, defense deployment, and main functions of the base. Mission reward, God-level driving skills. This skill allows the host to perfectly control all types of known and unknown mobile vehicles, including but not limited to various aerospace vehicles, surface and underwater ships, and land motor vehicles, and can bring out the ultimate performance of the vehicle. The sudden task instantly froze the smile on Jolie's face. Hostile forces? Underwater secret base? Threat to national security? Each of these words carries an extraordinary weight. Most of the previous tasks were still at the level of commercial competition, technological breakthroughs, and cultural promotion. Even if there were some twists and turns, they were still within the controllable range. But the nature of this mission is completely different. It has risen to the level of national security and clearly points out hostile forces and underwater bases, which is almost equivalent to a war without gunpowder. What shocked him even more was the mission reward God-level driving skills. If the previous God-level Chinese medicine skills, God-level fighting skills, God-level climbing skills, etc., were more about strengthening his own abilities, then this God-level driving technology means that he will have the ability to control all cutting-edge vehicles. From racing motorcycles to aircraft carriers, submarines, and even spaceships? The temptation of this reward is indeed huge. But the difficulty of the task is also quite great. Lu Xiaoxiao keenly noticed the change in Jolie's expression and asked with concern, "Brother Jolie, what's wrong? Is there something urgent at the company?" Jolie calmed himself down, forced a smile, and gently patted the back of her hand. "Nothing much, just some, challenging new ideas." He did not tell Lu Xiaoxiao about the mission immediately. After all, it was too complicated and too dangerous. "Is it challenging?" Lu Xiaoxiao blinked her big, watery eyes. "Is it harder than building the Tianlong?" In her simple world, the construction of the Tianlong was already a huge project. Jolie smiled bitterly. "It's about the same, even a little more complicated." He looked at the unfathomable sea and began to think involuntarily. The southern seas, the secret underwater base. Who could it be? Those unwilling forces behind Man Company? Or is it part of a dark plan? Or is it a nation-state adversary that has been lurking in the shadows? What is this underwater base used for? Eavesdropping on intelligence? Secret exploitation of underwater resources? Or as a forward base for some kind of special operations? You can imagine how difficult it is to find an underwater base. In the vast South China Sea, how easy is it to find a deliberately hidden target underwater? It seems that peaceful days are always short. Jolie sighed in his heart. However, he has never been one to shy away from challenges. Since the system has issued this task and offered such a generous reward, it means that he is not completely without a chance. He needs to plan carefully how to use his existing resources and how to get more help.
The engineering fleet of Saudi Arabian construction may be of use, but since the other side is a secret base, conventional detection methods are unlikely to be effective.
Perhaps some more special techniques and equipment are needed.
The temptation of God-level driving skills also ignited a strong desire in his heart. By mastering this skill, he will have more initiative and trump cards, whether it is future business expansion or dealing with similar crises.
Xiao, let's go back.
Jolie stood up, and the leisure in his eyes was replaced by a solemn and sharp look. I thought of something that needs to be taken care of immediately.
Although Lu Xiao didn't understand, she nodded obediently when she saw Jolie's serious expression. The yacht turned and headed towards the coast.
The sun was still shining brightly, the sea breeze was still blowing gently, but Jolie's heart had already flown beneath the waves, into the deep-sea undercurrents full of unknowns.
Chapter 118.
The yacht docked, and the leisure on Jolie's face had long been replaced by the solemnity of the deep sea. Instead of returning to his residence, he asked Wang how to drive directly to the headquarters of Shahang Construction. Although Lu Xiao was full of doubts, seeing Jolie's serious expression, she just sat quietly beside him, gently holding his hand with her small hand, conveying silent comfort. Wang Hao, go to the security department and call Lao Sun and a few key members of the technical department to my office.
Do it quickly and keep it absolutely confidential.
As soon as the car stopped, Jolie gave orders in a deep voice.
Understood, Mr. Zhou. Wang Hao did not dare to be negligent.
He could feel the unusual aura emanating from Jolie, which was a solemn and murderous aura before a great battle. Lu Xiao followed Jolie into the familiar office and watched him walk straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the busy port and the vast sea in the distance with a frown.
Brother Jolie, is it possible that the Tianlong has encountered any trouble? Lu Xiao asked cautiously.
In her heart, this was already a big deal. Jolie turned around, forced a smile, and reached out to ruffle her hair.
Silly girl, the Tianlong is fine. It was something else, things that could threaten what we are protecting. He didn't explain it clearly.
This matter involved national security, and he didn't want Xiao to be involved too early.
That would be too dangerous. Not long after, Wang Hao knocked on the door and came in with a few people.
The leader was Sun Jigang, head of the security department of Shahang Construction, a retired soldier in his 50s with a resolute face and sharp eyes. He had been a special reconnaissance soldier in the army and was loyal to Jolie. Following behind were several experts from the technical department in the fields of ocean detection, signal analysis, etc.
Mr. Zhou.
Sun Jigang and others greeted in unison.
Please sit down. Jolie motioned for them to sit down and got straight to the point.
Old Sun, find me all the recent non-public reports of anomalies in the southern waters, any data related to unidentified underwater activities, communications interference, or unexplained loss of contact with ships.
Sun Jigang's expression was stern. Mr. Zhou, you are suspicious.
Jolie raised his hand to interrupt him. I just need intelligence, the more detailed the better, and don't alert any unnecessary people. He turned to the people in the technical department and said, you should immediately sort out all the geological, hydrological, and sonar detection data of the southern sea area that the company has, especially those abnormal signal points that were once marked as interference or unrecognizable, and reanalyze and compare them.
I need a rough range. I understand.
The technicians immediately felt the difficulty and confidentiality of the task. Mr. Zhou, please forgive me for saying so much, Sun Jigang said thoughtfully. If it is really as you expected, the other party can operate secretly in the southern waters, and its strength should not be underestimated. Although our Shahang Construction Engineering has strong ships and powerful guns, it is mainly engaged in engineering operations, not professional intelligence gathering and military confrontation forces.
Jolie nodded. I understand. So, I will go in person for this operation. What? Everyone was shocked. Wang Hao said anxiously, Boss Zhou, this is too dangerous. We don't know the other party's background. I have made up my mind.
Jolie's tone left no room for doubt. He knew very well that conventional means would hardly work, and he himself was the biggest trump card. After all, he will be needed to complete the system's mission.
I know my limits.
Jolie's eyes were firm.
You guys do as I say and give me the results as soon as possible. Remember, all actions must be low-key and must not alert the enemy.
Seeing Jolie's firm attitude, everyone knew that persuasion was useless and could only obey his orders and leave.
Jolie and Lu Xiao were the only ones left in the office. Brother Jolie, do you really want to go to such a dangerous place?
Lu Xiao pulled at the corner of his clothes, her big eyes full of worry. Jolie squatted down, gently held her hand, and stared into her eyes.
Xiao Xiao, there are some things that someone has to do.
Just like you protect the Li brocade culture, I also have things that I must protect.
Trust me, I'll be fine.
He didn't want to lie to her, but he also didn't want to make her worry too much.
Lu Xiaoxiao nodded as if she understood, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish.
She suddenly remembered something and took out a small item carefully wrapped in brocade from her small bag and handed it to Jolie.
Brother Jolie, this is the amulet that Grandma gave me. She said it can keep me safe. Take it with you.
It was a small sachet woven with 5 colored silk threads, exuding a faint herbal fragrance, and embroidered with a simple but spiritual Li totem. Jolie felt warm in his heart, took it solemnly, and put it close to his body. Thank you, Xiao Xiao.
It will definitely protect me.
The security and technical departments of Saudi Arabian construction began to operate with unprecedented efficiency. Sun Jigang collected some sporadic but valuable intelligence through his secret channels. In the past 6 months, there have indeed been several cases of small fishing boats briefly losing radio contact in a certain area of the South China Sea, and some commercial satellites have occasionally encountered inexplicable signal interference when taking pictures over the area, but these have been attributed to equipment failures or natural phenomena due to a lack of substantial evidence. The technical department also reanalyzed the massive data and identified several suspicious sea areas, where unexplained sonar echoes or short-term strong magnetic field anomalies had appeared. Jolie summarized this information and compared it with the vague range of my country's southern waters given by the system in his mind.
He finally locked his target on an area far away from the main shipping lanes and with a relatively complex seabed geological structure.
There are several underwater mountains and deep trenches there, which would be an ideal hiding place if there really is an underwater base. As night fell, an inconspicuous modified fishing boat quietly left a secret dock in Saskatchewan. Apart from Jolie, there were only Sun Jigang and 2 of his most trusted subordinates on the ship, who were responsible for driving and operating some basic detection equipment.
The fishing boat dropped anchor in the designated sea area.
Sun Jigang watched Jolie put on a tight diving suit and advised again.
Boss Joe, the situation underwater is complicated. How about letting me go down and explore the way first?
Jolie patted his shoulder. Old son, your experience is valuable, but this time, I have to do it.
Don't worry, I'll be up in an hour.
He said, and then said to the other 2.
Guard the ship well and be alert. Notify me immediately of any abnormality.
The special communicator on his wrist can maintain communication within a certain range underwater. After saying this, he slid into the dark sea as silently as a swimming fish. The moment he entered the water, Jolie started to use the God-level breath-holding technique.
The oppressive feeling brought by the surrounding cold seawater was isolated by the flow of internal force, and the internal breath became fine and long.
He was like a real deep-sea fish king. Without the help of any propulsion equipment, he dived quickly, relying only on his physical strength and exquisite control of the water flow.
100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters.
The further down you go, the dimmer the light becomes until it is completely swallowed up by darkness. The water pressure has also increased exponentially, and ordinary diving equipment has already reached its limit. But Jolie did not feel too much discomfort. His internal energy flowed through his limbs and bones, offsetting the terrible pressure. His senses became even sharper in the darkness, and he could clearly perceive the subtle changes in the surrounding water flow and the faint sounds coming from afar. His target this time was the most suspicious point identified by Sun Jigang and his team based on data analysis, the shaded area of an underwater mountain range, where short-lived strong magnetic signals had appeared many times. After diving to a depth of about 800 meters, Jolie hovered above a huge coral reef. It was quiet here, with only some strange deep-sea creatures emitting faint fluorescence in the darkness. He searched carefully, not missing any clues. Time passed minute by minute, and just as he was about to explore deeper, an extremely weak, regular vibration was transmitted to his senses through the water flow. The vibration was so slight that it would have been almost unnoticeable if it weren't for his senses enhanced by his god-level skills. Jolie became alert and swam slowly towards the direction where the vibration came from. Passing through an area of rugged black rocks, the scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. On the submarine plain not far ahead, a huge artificial metal structure is looming. Most of it is embedded in the seabed rock, with only a dome-like top and several irregular subsidiary structures exposed. The surface is covered with dark-colored radar-absorbing material, almost blending in with the surrounding rocks. If it weren't for the regular weak vibrations, and some smooth surfaces and straight edges that were out of tune with the natural environment, it would be difficult to detect. What shocked Jolie even more was that he could feel some kind of energy running inside the metal structure, emitting a cold and dangerous aura.
Found it,
Jolie thought to himself. Although he hadn't seen the whole picture yet, he was almost certain that this was the secret underwater base mentioned in the system mission. He did not approach rashly, but relied on the god-level breath-holding technique to observe carefully from a distance, trying to note its shape, general structure, and whether there were obvious entrances and exits or defensive facilities around it. At this moment, a strong light suddenly shot out from a hidden corner of the base, sweeping across the dark sea like a ghost.
Chapter 119.
A strong light flashed past Jolie. He used his divine breath-holding technique to blend in with the surroundings. His body retreated imperceptibly and hid in the shadow of a huge reef. The beam scanned back and forth several times, and seemingly found nothing unusual, so it retracted into the base. Jolie felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that the other party was on high alert and had advanced underwater detection capabilities. This beam of light is obviously not an ordinary searchlight, but more like a composite detector that combines sonar and imaging functions, capable of penetrating seawater within a certain range. However, this also indirectly proves that this is indeed their secret base. After making sure that the beam would not sweep over again, Jolie readjusted his position and approached the base more carefully. He no longer moved forward in a straight line, but instead used the complex rocks and terrain on the seabed as cover and moved forward bit by bit. The dark world 800 meters underwater seemed to have become his home court, and every movement was precise and silent. As the distance got closer, the overall picture of the base gradually became clear. It was not the dome-shaped building that Jolie had initially thought it was. It was more like a huge submarine, but its size was much larger than conventional models, and most of the hull was deeply embedded in the sidewall of a nearby trench. The exposed parts, in addition to the dome-like command tower, include several obvious torpedo tubes and some kind of large mechanical arm. The absorbing material covering the surface of the ship not only absorbs sonar waves, but also seems to absorb or scatter visible light and electromagnetic waves, making it extremely difficult to detect underwater.
It turned out to be a modified submarine.
Jolie was shocked. This was more flexible and covert than building a fixed base, and more difficult to be discovered. Moreover, the technical strength required to moor such a huge submarine on the side of the trench and carry out operations is also astonishing.
The faint vibration became clearer at this moment, like the low-frequency noise made by some large equipment in operation.
Jolie concentrated his perception, trying to determine the source and nature of the sound. He could feel that the energy fluctuations were not simply electricity, but seemed to be mixed with some special frequency. He swam carefully around the perimeter of the submarine, looking for a possible entrance or exit. The entire external structure of the submarine is tightly fitted, and no obvious hatches can be found. However, at the junction of the hull and the sidewall of the trench, he found some traces of artificial excavation, which seemed to be the main entrance and exit channel, but it was also well camouflaged at this moment. Jolie tried to put his hand on the hull of the ship, and felt a cold metallic sensation. He mobilized his inner strength and tried to penetrate in to sense the situation inside, but the layer of wave-absorbing material seemed to have a certain shielding effect. His perception was greatly weakened and he could only vaguely feel that there were complex structures and a large number of people moving around inside.
Gotta find a way to get in, or at least figure out what they're doing in there, Jolie was thinking in his mind.
It is obviously not feasible to force his way in, as the enemy is heavily guarded.
Moreover, in an underwater environment, although he has an extraordinary physique, it is too risky for him to face a fully armed enemy with his physical body alone.
Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, another detection beam swept out from another direction of the submarine, this time closer to him. Jolie's heart tightened, and he immediately pressed his body against the reef, trying to shrink his size as much as possible. At the same time, he maximized the effect of his god-level breath-holding technique, making even the sound of his heartbeat and blood flow almost disappear. The beam of light hovered near the reef where he was hiding, and he could feel a cold wave of energy brushing against his body. Fortunately, the god-level breath-holding technique can not only simulate the environment, but also seems to have a certain interference effect on this kind of energy detection. The light beam stayed for a few seconds, but ultimately found nothing abnormal and was retracted. Jolie knew that he couldn't stay here for too long, as the other party might increase the detection frequency or range at any time.
He must obtain enough intelligence before being discovered. He focused his attention again on the submarine. Is it possible to use some of one's own abilities to obtain some information without alerting the other party? God-level climbing skills? Not very useful underwater. God-level fighting skills? Only effective in close combat. God-level traditional Chinese medicine skills? Not even close.
Jolie once again directed his perception towards the submarine. The regular vibration reminded him of some large mechanical device, while the special energy fluctuation made him feel vaguely familiar, as if he had felt it somewhere. He tried to move down little by little, along the edge of the trench. The submarine was embedded deeper than he had imagined, apparently to better take advantage of the natural cover of the trench. In an area near the rear of the submarine, he found a relatively weak spot that was not covered by thick armor and seemed to be an interface for some kind of pipe or cable. Jolie's heart moved and he swam over carefully.
He reached out and gently touched the interface. I felt a subtle electric current at my fingertips. That special energy fluctuation was transmitted from here, clearer than anywhere else. He concentrated his attention and tried to determine the activities inside the submarine through the energy fluctuations. He could sense a busy and orderly rhythm, as if some large-scale energy transmission or equipment debugging was taking place. Just then, he suddenly heard a subtle, unusual sound in his ears. That was not the sound of waves, nor the cry of deep-sea creatures. It was more like a signal?
Jolie's heart trembled.
Could it be that the other party discovered something?
He immediately dived into a small cave nearby and once again pushed the God-level breath-holding technique to its extreme. The sound gradually became clearer in his ears, and it turned out to be a radio signal. At a depth of 800 meters underwater, conventional radio signals cannot be transmitted at all. The other party obviously used some very advanced low-frequency communication technology, or other unconventional means.
Jolie concentrated his mind, trying to capture and analyze the signal.
With his strong perception, he has a natural sensitivity to various signals and frequencies.
The signal is intermittent, very weak, and mixed with a lot of noise and interference.
Jolie struggled to discern the valid information.
He caught a few vague words: progress, dark plan, final test, ready. Dark plan.
Jolie's heart twisted.
Is this also part of the dark plan?
These fragmented pieces of information point to a disturbing conclusion: the base is conducting some kind of important testing or preparation work and is nearing completion.
Final test? Ready?
Jolie felt a strong sense of crisis.
What would happen if they were allowed to complete their preparations? An action that would pose a direct threat to national security? He must get this news out as soon as possible. Just as he was about to evacuate, he suddenly felt that the energy fluctuations inside the submarine suddenly increased to a higher level. At the same time, the regular vibrations he had heard before also became more intense. Immediately afterwards, an inconspicuous hatch on the submarine hull right in front of him opened silently. It was not the interface found before, but a hidden location on the side of the submarine, above the edge of the trench. After the hatch was opened, a stronger energy wave leaked out with dazzling white light. Jolie retreated suddenly and hid deeper. The white light was so dazzling that even through the seawater and reefs, he felt a burning pain in his eyes. The white light lasted only for a moment before quickly receding. The hatch closed again, as if nothing had happened. But Jolie clearly saw that in that very short period of time, a huge, peculiarly shaped mechanical arm stretched out from the hatch, and at the end of it was grabbing a huge object emitting a faint fluorescent light. That object made Jolie's heart beat wildly instantly. The robotic arm slowly and precisely placed the cylindrical object at a preset position on the edge of the trench. Jolie could see clearly that there was a man-made groove there, the size and shape of which perfectly matched the cylindrical object. After the object is placed, the robotic arm retracts. The hatch closed again and everything returned to normal. But Jolie's mood could no longer calm down. That object, that cylinder. Chapter 120. That cylindrical object. Jolie's heart seemed to be about to jump out of his chest. Although he was underwater, he could still feel a chill running down his bones. If that base was conducting the final test, and the test object was this energy source, and it was ready, Jolie didn't dare to think any further. This is not just a threat to what Saudi construction is guarding, it is almost a direct threat to the country. He must evacuate immediately and report this shocking discovery. In the dark sea water, Jolie once again restrained all his breath and left the edge of the trench silently. Instead of returning the same way, he chose another more hidden path and slowly floated up along the other side of the underwater mountains. Every movement underwater is full of unknowns and dangers. He must always remain vigilant and guard against the other party's possible means of detection. After a long intense surfacing process, Jolie finally surfaced quietly on the sea not far from the fishing boat. The cold sea breeze blew across his cheeks and he gasped for breath, but he had no time to calm the shock in his heart.
On the fishing boat, Sun Jigang and others had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Jolie, they immediately rowed a small boat to meet him.
Mr. Zhou, are you okay? Sun Jigang asked anxiously.
Jolie didn't say much, but said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about it when we get back." Back on the fishing boat, Jolie quickly took off his diving suit and wiped his body with the towel handed to him by Sun Jigang. His expression was still solemn, and the turmoil in his eyes had not yet subsided.
Old Sun, the situation is much more serious than I thought.
Joe got straight to the point and gave a brief account of his discoveries at the underwater base, including the huge modified submarine and powerful detection methods. And most importantly, the cylindrical energy source and the intercepted words such as dark plan, final test, and ready. Sun Jigang and two other subordinates were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief and deep worry. They were all veterans of the battlefield and knew very well what Jolie was describing.
Refitting submarines, embedding them in the trench, and that kind of energy source.
Sun Jigang muttered to himself, his brows furrowed.
Mr. Zhou, are you sure it's an energy source?
This kind of thing is usually in a top-secret research institute or military base.
How could it appear on an underwater submarine?
I didn't see the specific model, but I could feel the energy fluctuations, and I'm sure it wasn't conventional nuclear energy or electricity. Jolie shook his head. There was a vague mention of this in his system information. It seemed to be a new type of energy with powerful destructive power. And that dark project sounds like the code name of a terrorist organization or hostile force. Sun Jigang's face became even uglier. They are in final testing and are ready, which means their operation could begin at any time. Jolie nodded. So, this matter is no longer something that we at Shahang Construction can handle alone. He looked at Sun Jigang and said, "Arrange to return immediately, as quickly as possible."
Understood. Sun Jigang immediately went to make arrangements. The return journey seemed unusually long.
Jolie stood on the deck, gazing at the dark sea, his heart filled with anxiety. In his mind, he kept replaying everything he had seen on the seabed, the huge submarine embedded in the trench, the cylindrical object emitting a dangerous aura, and those disturbing words.
Dark plan? What was the purpose of that energy source? What would they do when they were ready?
All of this was like a fog hanging over his mind. He knew that what he discovered this time might just be the tip of the iceberg. The existence of the underwater base means that the other party has penetrated deep into my country's southern waters and possesses impressive technical strength and organizational capabilities.
If they are not stopped in time, the consequences will be disastrous.
The sky gradually turned pale and the fishing boat finally reached the shore. As soon as Jolie got off the boat, he immediately asked Sun Jigang's men to take him to a safe place, where there was a secret communication facility set up by Shahang Construction in Saskatchewan. After entering the secret room, Jolie dialed an encrypted number. The beeping sounded for a moment, and then the phone was connected.
A deep and powerful voice came through. "Hello? Meng Hu, it's me,"
Jolie said in a low voice. There was an obvious pause on the other end of the phone, and then the voice became serious.
"Jolie? You called me so early, what happened?"
"I found a very serious situation in the South China Sea." Jolie didn't waste any words and reported to Meng Hu everything about his experience last night and the discovery of the underwater base, including the modified submarine, the energy source and the intercepted signals. He knew that the importance of this information was enough to attract great attention at the national level. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, and Jolie could even feel Meng Hu's breathing getting heavier.
"Are you sure what you saw was a huge submarine embedded in the trench? And that kind of power source?"
The tiger's voice was filled with incredible shock.
"I'm sure,"
Jolie replied in a deep voice. "That energy fluctuation is very special, and I saw with my own eyes that they placed a cylindrical object on the edge of the trench.
That object emitted fluorescent light and felt very dangerous.
Their internal communications refer to dark projects, final testing, and readiness."
Meng Hu's voice became extremely solemn. "Dark plan. Energy source. Final test. Jolie, do you know what your discovery means?"
"This may be one of the most serious potential threats our country has encountered in recent decades."
"I understand,"
Jolie said. "That's why I contacted you as soon as possible. The other party's technical strength should not be underestimated, and they are very well hidden. I suspect they have been operating here secretly for some time."
"Well done, Jolie." A hint of suppressed excitement and appreciation was revealed in Meng Hu's voice. "Your discovery is crucial. Where are you now? Are you safe?" I'm in a safe house in Saskatchewan, and the people from Sahang Construction are responsible for my safety.
Jolie replied.
Okay, wait for me there and I'll send someone over right away.
At the same time, I need you to provide more details about that base, including its location, depth, general structure, surrounding terrain, etc.
Any little detail could be helpful.
The tiger spoke very quickly and was obviously in a state of high alert. I have roughly calibrated the location, but the error in underwater detection is relatively large. The depth is about 800 meters, in a complex underwater mountain area. The base is a huge modified submarine embedded in the side of the trench and covered with radar-absorbing materials on the outside, making it difficult to detect. I saw torpedo tubes and mechanical arms, and a structure that looked like a conning tower. Jolie tried his best to recall all the details.
Very good.
I will report this to the higher-ups right away and mobilize resources. You are always ready and may need to cooperate with our follow-up actions, Tiger said in his serious tone. Remember, during this period, your personal safety is your top priority.
Don't act rashly. I understand,
Jolie replied. After hanging up the phone, Jolie leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Although he felt tired, he felt more relieved that he had completed an important task. He has done his best to expose this major threat. Next, it depends on how the national power responds.